So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Harry Potter was raised by T'Challa in the Wakanda. So, T'Challa is a Black Panther. So yeah, this is a movie, and if you want more movies like this, then please make sure to leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos on this channel, so please do check out. Now without wasting any more time, let's jump right let's jump right into the video.
There were places older than kingdoms, places older than names, long before men carved borders into earth or hid truth behind secrecy and law. There had been thresholds between the living and the dead, between memory and destiny, between power and the people chosen to bear it. In Wakanda, that threshold had a name. It was called the Ancestral Plain. On that night it trembled. The plain stretched outward in silver dusk, endless grass rippling under a sky of violet fire. The great panthers moved soundlessly through it, their eyes bright as buried stars. Beneath towering trees whose roots seemed to wind through centuries, the spirits of Wakandan kings watched the world of the living as they always had. In patience, in wisdom, in silence. Bashenga stood among them. So did every ruler who had worn the mantle after him. Some were wrapped in old skins and beads, some in armor, some in robes threaded with symbols forgotten by the waking world. All turned at once toward the far horizon, where the air had begun to ripple like water struck by a stone. A fracture had opened. Not in the plain itself, but somewhere beyond it in the living world. A child's soul had been touched by death, not taken. Touched. The difference mattered. The ripple came again, harder this time. The grass bent beneath an unseen pressure. One of the panthers hissed and leapt back, fur lifting as if from lightning. A low murmur passed among the kings. Souls were born, souls died, souls crossed. That was the order of things. But this was a soul that had nearly been broken and instead had become an anchor. An old king stepped forward, his face lined with the gravity of centuries. "It rebounds." "It should not," another spirit answered. "It carries something else," said a queen, narrowing her eyes. "Something dark, broken, foreign." Then Bashenga himself lifted his hand for silence. The horizon had gone red. Not the red of war, nor blood, nor sunset, but the red of intrusion, of a wrongness forcing itself into older systems it did not understand. "Find its source," Bashenga said. Across the plain, the panthers began to run. Far below, in the world of the living, thunder rolled over Britain. Godric's Hollow slept beneath rain and darkness. The village was quiet in the way only villages could be, small homes shuttered against the cold, narrow roads shining wet under moonlight, hedgerows whispering under the wind. It should have been an ordinary night. Inside one cottage, a mother stood between death and her son. Lily Potter was barefoot. That was the strange thing her spirit would remember later if spirits remembered such things. Not the wand she no longer had, not the shattered door, not the scream that had torn itself from her throat when James fell downstairs, not even the red eyes fixed on the crib behind her. Bare feet on a nursery floor, the room smelled like old wood, candle wax, rain damp, and the powdery scent of a sleeping child. Harry had been crying only moments ago. Now he was silent, wide green eyes shining from the crib, too young to understand why the world had become terror. "Stand aside, girl." Lord Voldemort's voice was almost gentle, that made it worse. Lily did not move. There were women across history who had learned war in armor and women who had learned courage through survival. Lily Evans Potter had never been raised for battlefields or crowns, but there was something older than all training in her now. Something simple, something absolute. "No." The Dark Lord tilted his head. "You are a fool." She lifted her chin. "Yes," Lily whispered. "For him I am." Voldemort's gaze flicked past her toward the child, toward the scar he did not yet bear, toward prophecy and fear and the paranoid logic of men who believed killing infants could defeat fate. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the room. It struck Lily like judgment. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then the spell reached Harry, and the world broke, not outward, inward. Something ancient inside magic itself recoiled. Sacrifice and murder collided with such force that the boundary between life and death bent around the child in the crib. Voldemort had intended to sever a life. Instead, he tore himself apart. The curse rebounded. A scream like metal being dragged across the bones of the universe ripped through the cottage. Voldemort's body was thrown backward, then seemed to come apart inside the light, shredding into shadow, smoke, and something that was neither. A fragment, small, hateful, alive in the wrong way, shot forward and buried itself into the nearest living vessel. Harry's forehead blazed, the lightning scar carved itself across his skin. Then everything went still. Rain tapped softly against broken glass. The nursery lay in ruins. Lily was motionless. James downstairs was dead. The dark wizard feared across magical Britain was gone, leaving only scorch marks, cold air, and a child who should not have survived. Harry began to cry. Far away, across continents and oceans, deep beneath the hidden sky of Wakanda, machines no British wizard had ever imagined flickered awake. Because in Bernizana, vibranium listened when the world changed. King T'Chaka had been in council when the first alert arrived, not spoken, sung. A low harmonic pulse moved through the vibranium seams in the throne room floor, soft enough that no outsider would have noticed it, but every Wakandan present lifted their head at once. The room itself had reacted. Light rippled along the carved edges of the walls, not bright, not alarmed, aware. T'Chaka rose from the throne. Queen Ramonda, seated at his right, looked toward him immediately. "What is it?" He did not answer at first. His gaze had gone distant, fixed on something none of the others could see. The Kimoyo matrix embedded within the palace was feeding him data through the beads at his wrist. Energy signatures, resonance anomalies, a spike in a pattern stored years ago under one quiet classification. Potter, a name long buried in sealed records. A British line, old and gifted, but tied by blood to a woman who had once left Wakanda with the king's private blessing. Enyara of the Golden Tribe, scholar, alchemist, which the line had gone abroad with her, hidden, observed from afar, but never reclaimed, until tonight. The child. T'Chaka said. Ramonda frowned. James Potter's son? Yes. The room sharpened instantly. W. Kabai, then still young and broad-shouldered with command but not yet hardened by future betrayals, stepped forward from the edge of the council. Has Britain fallen? No, T'Chaka said. Something has struck the boy, something impossible. Zuri, older even then, his voice roughened by time and prayer, exhaled through his nose. Then the spirits were not mistaken. That drew all eyes. T'Chaka turned. You felt it. I felt disturbance. Zuri's expression darkened. The dead were made to look where they had no wish to look. That was enough. T'Chaka was king, but he was also a man who understood the weight of patterns. Wakanda survived because it listened when lesser nations would ignore warning. A hidden bloodline had been disturbed. An infant tied by ancestry to Wakanda had just become the center of an event large enough to echo in vibranium and spirit both. That was no longer Britain's matter alone. He descended from the throne. Summon the Dora Milaje, he ordered. 3, silent insertion. Ramonda rose with him. You are going yourself. It was not a question. T'Chaka looked at her, and for a heartbeat king and queen spoke without words. In that silence there was strategy, concern, memory, and an understanding forged by years together. She knew why he could not send only warriors. Blood was involved. Diplomacy would be involved, possibly war if Britain proved foolish enough. Yes, he said, I am. Ramonda stepped close enough that only he heard her next words. Then bring the child home before another nation teaches him to beg for scraps of a legacy that is already his. T'Chaka touched his forehead briefly to hers. Then he turned, and the throne room moved with him. The British Ministry of Magic celebrated before dawn. News traveled fast in frightened societies. Faster still when carried by owls, flew powder, rumor, and the desperate hope that monsters had finally died. Before sunrise, whispers had become certainty. The Dark Lord was gone, fallen, destroyed in Godric's Hollow. People wept in kitchens and pub cellars. Men embraced in alleys. Witches laughed until they cried. None of them yet knew that, in one ruined cottage, the first people to reach the boy who lived would not be British. They arrived like shadows slipping between raindrops. 3, Dora Millage descended from the tree line beyond the potter's cottage, moving through darkness with perfect silence, despite armor laced with hidden vibranium mesh. Their spears remained folded, compact and harmless-looking to the eye, but each carried enough force to cut through steel spellwork, or both if necessary. At their center moved Akoi. Not yet the general she would become, but already carrying the certainty of command in every line of her body. The cottage door had been blasted apart. Magic residue still clung to the stones. Smoke curled from blackened beams. The warriors slowed, scanning not for obvious threats but for layered ones, wards, traps, ambient signatures. One of the Dora touched the wall with 2 fingers, then glanced at Akoi. "Human blood," she murmured. 2 adults, 1 child alive. "And something else," said the second. "Cold, torn," Akoi's eyes narrowed. "Stay sharp." Inside, the silence was wrong, not peaceful, not even dead. A house after murder has a shape to its silence. It crouches, waits, holds breath in splintered corners. They found James Potter first at the foot of the stairs, wand still near his hand, eyes open toward the ceiling as if disbelief had frozen there. Akoi spared him one brief look. The dead deserved witness, but the living came first. Upstairs, they entered the nursery. Lily Potter lay before the crib like a fallen shield, and there, amid broken wood, spilled blankets and ash, sat the child. He had stopped crying by then. Perhaps he was too tired. Perhaps something in him had already understood that the sound would change nothing. He looked up when they entered, green eyes huge and wet, a jagged fresh scar blazing angry red across his forehead. One of the Dora inhaled sharply. The room's lingering magic bent toward him. No, Akoi corrected instantly. Not toward him, around him, like invisible currents spiraling around a stone. She lowered herself slowly to one knee beside the crib. The boy could not have understood the words if she spoke them, so she offered the only language children and warriors both recognized. Calm. "You are seen," she said softly. Harry stared. His tiny hand reached out. For one dangerous moment, she thought he meant her face. Instead, his fingers brushed the edge of the vibranium collar at her throat. The metal flashed. All 3 Dora Millage snapped into readiness at once. The pulse was brief but unmistakable, a shimmer of pale silver light running through the weave of their armor, up their spears, and back again as if the child had touched a living circuit. Harry jerked, startled but unharmed. The scar on his forehead glowed faintly, then dimmed. Akoi's expression did not change, but her mind sharpened with absolute precision. The reports had not exaggerated. The child's energy was interacting directly with vibranium. "Akoi," one of her sisters warned quietly. "I know." She slipped one hand beneath the baby, lifting him carefully from the crib. He fit against her with insulting ease, all small bones and warm weight and grief. He made a small, unhappy sound but did not resist. His hand remained closed around a fold of her armor, as though some instinct in him recognized safety when it found it. Akoi rose. Then, from downstairs, came the distinct crash of something very large forcing itself through what remained of the front entrance. The Dora turned in one motion. Heavy boots, a booming voice. Blimey. Rubeus Hagrid filled the lower doorway like a mountain in a coat, beard dripping rain, eyes already wet before he had fully taken in the destruction. In one hand he held a pink umbrella. In the other, nothing at all. Perhaps for the first time in years he had forgotten he was supposed to carry a task rather than grief. Then he saw them, 3 bold women in foreign armor standing in the wreckage with the child he had been sent to collect. Hagrid froze. Akoi did not. "Name yourself?" she said. Hagrid blinked. "Rubeus Hagrid, Keeper o' Keys and Grounds at Hogwarts, sent by Professor Dumbledore." He stopped, eyes dropping to the baby in her arms. Relief and confusion battled visibly across his face. "Ye got Harry?" "Yes," Akoi said. "Well," Hagrid swallowed. "That's good, I suppose." One of the Dora glanced toward Akoi, almost amused despite the circumstances. The giant was no immediate threat, emotional, massive, probably dangerous if provoked, but not an assassin. "Stand where you are," Akoi told him. "I wasn't planning on much else." Hagrid muttered, looking around the ruined house with the helpless expression of a man arriving too late to save anyone that mattered. For a few moments only the rain spoke. Then the air changed again. This time even Hagrid felt it. He straightened instantly, eyes flicking toward the broken front wall as cold light gathered beyond it. A second later, Albus Dumbledore stepped into the cottage ruins in a swirl of midnight blue robes. Spectacles dotted with rain, silver beard catching what little light remained. He looked old. Not frail, never that, but old in the way mountains are old, vast, weathered, and carrying too much history not to cast a shadow with it. His blue eyes moved first to James, then Lily, then the child in Akoi's arms, and finally to the king entering behind them. Tchalla removed the travel cloak from his shoulders with one measured motion. He wore no ceremonial crown, only dark field armor beneath a mantle woven with restrained royal patterning. He did not need a throne to carry kingship. He brought it with him. For a long moment, neither man spoke. Hagrid looked from one to the other and had the distinct feeling he had wandered into the sort of conversation far above his pay. Dumbledore inclined his head first. "Your Majesty." T'Challa's gaze remained steady. "Headmaster, you moved quickly." "So did you." There was no accusation in it. "Not yet. Merely fact." Dumbledore stepped farther into the nursery, stopping at the sight of Harry. Some part of the old wizard visibly loosened at finding the child alive. His relief, however, was short-lived as his eyes sharpened on the metallic threads in Akoi's armor and the lingering resonance around the scar. "You felt it," he said quietly. T'Challa's jaw tightened. "We all did." Dumbledore looked once toward Lily's body. "Then the world has grown smaller." "No," T'Challa said. "Only more connected than Britain likes to pretend." Hagrid wisely said nothing. The old wizard closed his eyes for the briefest instant, perhaps in grief, perhaps in patience. When he opened them again, he was fully himself, alert, careful, dangerous. "I assume," Dumbledore said, "that you did not cross continents in the middle of the night merely to offer condolences." T'Challa stepped into the nursery proper and stopped before the crib's remains. The child turned at the motion, and for the first time their eyes met. Harry stared at him. T'Challa stared back, green eyes. Potter eyes. But the shape of the brow, the line of the cheek, the energy itself, none of that was purely British. Blood remembered even when nations did not. "No," the king said. "I came for my people." Dumbledore's expression stilled. "James Potter," T'Challa continued, "was not merely the son of Fleamont and Euphemia Potter. His grandmother was Enyara, born of the Golden Tribe, scholar of metals and old magic, who left Wakanda by permission and married abroad under oath of silence. Her descendants remained outside our borders, but they remained ours." Hagrid made a strangled noise. Dumbledore's eyes flickered once, not surprise precisely, but confirmation. A piece on an old board clicking into place. "You knew," T'Challa said. Dumbledore did not insult him by denying it. "I suspected," he answered. "James confirmed it shortly before Harry's birth. And yet you intended to place the boy with non-magical relatives in Britain." The accusation landed softly. That made it heavier. Dumbledore folded his hands within his sleeves. "Under blood protection tied to his mother's sacrifice, yes." T'Challa glanced at Lily, and for the first time real grief crossed his face. "Her sacrifice deserves honor. It does not give Britain ownership. It gives the boy a chance to live. And Wakanda does not." The room cooled. Hagrid took one very careful step backward. Dumbledore's voice remained mild, but only a fool would have mistaken mildness for weakness. "The magic that protected him tonight is old, specific, anchored in his mother's blood. Petunia Dursley shares that blood." T'Challa's reply came without hesitation. "Then the protection can be honored without surrendering the child. That is not how this magic was intended to function." "No," T'Challa said, "because those who built it never imagined asking permission from a king. For 3 seconds, nobody moved. The rain grew louder. Harry made a tired little sound and tucked his face against Akoy's armor, startling everyone with the reminder that the center of this argument was still a baby too young to hold his own head properly for long. Dumbledore looked at him, and something human cracked visibly through the strategist's mask. "There are forces," he said more quietly, "that will seek him now. Those loyal to Voldemort, those who fear what he represents, those who wish to use him. He would be safer hidden." "In a cupboard?" Tchalla asked. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "That was never my intention." "Intention is the luxury of men who do not have to live with consequences." There was no heat in Tchalla's voice. That made it crueler. Dumbledore accepted the blow. For a moment the old wizard seemed very tired. Then he straightened slightly, and the greater game resumed. "What are you proposing?" Tchalla answered at once. He had already decided before entering the house. "The child comes to Wakanda." Hagrid sucked in air. "Professor," Dumbledore raised one hand without looking at him. "You ask me?" Dumbledore said, "To remove the child from the protections of his mother's blood, from the society he was born into, from every framework through which this prophecy may one day be understood." "I ask you," Tchalla replied, "to let him be raised loved, trained, protected, and known. Not hidden away and spoken of only when useful." Dumbledore's eyes flashed. "And if I refuse?" The Dora Milaje did not shift, did not threaten. Their stillness was threat enough. But Tchalla only looked at the headmaster with grave calm. "Then we begin our alliance with dishonor." That landed harder than any spell, because Dumbledore knew better than most what Wakanda's existence meant if even half the rumors were true. Hidden power, ancient resources, a civilization Britain had never counted because Britain had never known how to count anything it could not catalog or rule. And because deeper than politics, he also knew Tchalla was right about one terrible thing. Harry Potter would not merely need safety, he would need strength. The old wizard drew a slow breath. "What compromise would satisfy you?" Tchalla had expected resistance. He had not expected concession this quickly. He adjusted accordingly. "The boy is raised in Wakanda," he said. "When the time comes for him to enter Britain's magical world, he may choose to do so with full knowledge of what he is." "Choose," Dumbledore repeated. "Yes, he will be a child. He will still deserve the truth." Dumbledore's gaze dropped to Harry's scar. Something unreadable moved behind his eyes. Perhaps he was thinking of prophecies, perhaps of war, perhaps of all the children history had consumed because powerful men had loved causes more than people. "At 11, he said at last, "Hogwarts will call him. If it is still his wish, he will answer." "And the blood protection," Tchalla considered. "Explain it." So Dumbledore did, not fully. Albus Dumbledore never fully explained anything the first time, but enough. Lily's willing sacrifice, the surviving bond through Petunia Evans. The idea that as long as Harry could call the Bloodline's refuge home, some part of that protection might remain active against Voldemort himself. Tchalla listened without interruption. When Dumbledore finished, the king turned to Zuri's absence, as if consulting an elder not physically present. His answer, when it came, was precise. "Then the child will be brought to his aunt under guard," Tchalla said. "Not to remain, to seal what can be sealed. Oaths will bind the exchange, your magic, ours." Dumbledore's brows rose slightly. That had not occurred to him. Which meant it was probably possible. The old wizard looked once toward Lily again, as if asking pardon from the dead for how politics always found a way into mourning. Then he nodded slowly. "Oaths," he said. "What sort?" Tchalla's voice became iron. "You will not manipulate the child's heritage to keep him dependent on Britain." Dumbledore's jaw tightened, only a fraction. "And you?" "I will raise him to know both worlds when the time is right. I will not forge him into a weapon against yours." Hagrid stared between them, baffled and increasingly convinced that all-important magic came down to old men promising things no one else was allowed to interrupt. Dumbledore said, "He must return when it is time." Tchalla answered, "He must survive to have such a time." Silence followed. Then Dumbledore stepped forward. The nursery's ruined floor glimmered as he lifted his wand. Tchalla raised his kimoyo-clad wrist. Ancient British spellcraft and Wakandan vibranium lattice answered each other with immediate suspicion, like two predators circling. Harry's scar flashed once. Everyone saw it. Dumbledore spoke first, voice low and formal. "I swear that Harry James Potter shall not be denied knowledge of his blood, his heritage, or his right to choose his path, so long as such knowledge does not place him in immediate mortal peril." The words settled into the room like frost. Tchalla answered in Corsa first, then English, so that spirit and witness both might hear. "I swear that Harry James Potter, blood of Wakanda and Britain, shall be raised in safety and honor, and that when his time comes, no king of Wakanda shall keep him from the world that calls his name." The oaths met. Magic shivered. Vibranium sang. A silver-gold ring of light pulsed outward from wand and bead alike, passing through walls, roof, bodies, blood, and broken stone without harm. It vanished into the rain. The pact was made. Hagrid let out a breath he had apparently been holding for several years. Dumbledore lowered his wand. "Then it is done." Tchalla inclined his head once. "It is." For the first time that night, the two men looked not like rivals, but like guardians standing on opposite sides of a bridge neither trusted and both intended to use. Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Good luck, my boy," he murmured. The baby blinked at him solemnly, then sneezed. It nearly broke Hagrid. Dawn had not yet come when the royal aircraft lifted silently into the storm. It did not look like any plane the world knew. Its hull drank light rather than reflecting it, sleek and dark above the clouds. Its systems powered through vibranium architecture generations beyond what the rest of humanity could imagine. Inside, however, there was warmth. Soft, amber lighting glowed across the cabin. Medical instruments hummed quietly in concealed panels. Blankets embroidered with subtle geometric patterns lay folded beside a seat crafted from woven vibranium thread, fabric, and living cushioning mesh. Akoy settled the child carefully into it. Harry had cried on the journey from the cottage to the extraction point. He had not screamed. He had not truly wailed. He had simply made the tired, broken sounds of an infant whose world had ended before he understood he had possessed one. Somewhere over the Atlantic, exhaustion finally claimed him. Now he slept. The scar on his forehead stood out angry and new against pale skin. Ramonda, who had joined them at the hidden airfield rather than wait in the palace, stepped into the cabin and stopped beside the sleeping child. Whatever queenly composure she wore for others softened instantly. "So small," she said. Tchalla entered behind her, removing his gloves. "Yes," Ramonda looked up, "and already carrying too much." The king said nothing. He had changed out of combat gear, but not into full regalia. This was not a moment for display. It was a moment for witness. He stood beside the seat in silence while the engines whispered and stormlight flashed occasionally beyond the window. Akoy remained near the cabin entrance, spear resting at her side. "Will the British keep their word?" she asked. T'Challa's mouth curved, not in humor but in the acknowledgement of a sharp question. "Some will not. And Dumbledore, he believes his secrecy is mercy." Ramonda folded the blanket more carefully around Harry. "Then we will teach the child the difference." At that, the king finally allowed himself to sit. For a long moment, none of them spoke. The aircraft cut through clouds in silence deeper than the one at Godric's Hollow. This silence was not made by death. It was made by transition. By the weight of a life being carried from one destiny into another before either destiny understood what had changed. Then the sensors embedded in the seat flickered. A soft golden line traveled beneath the fabric, as though the metal inside had briefly caught fire without heat. Akoy straightened instantly. Ramonda's hand moved toward Harry. T'Challa leaned forward, eyes narrowing. The scar on Harry's forehead was glowing, not brightly, not dangerously, but unmistakably. A faint, pulsing red traced the lightning shape. Beneath him, the vibranium we've answered. Tiny strands of light spread through the seat in branching patterns, like veins or circuitry awakening. The glow was not random. It moved with intention, synchronizing to the pulse of the scar, then shifting, testing, listening. The cabin systems chirped once, then fell dead silent as if even the technology had chosen observation over interference. Harry stirred in his sleep. One tiny hand opened, the light intensified. For a heartbeat, the whole seat looked like a star map brought to life, red at the center of the scar, silver gold in the vibranium beneath, the two systems touching across a gap neither should have known how to cross. Ramonda whispered, "What is it doing?" No one answered because no one knew. That was the truth at the heart of it. Britain's magic did not understand vibranium. Wakanda's science did not understand soul fractures and sacrificial wards. Yet here, in the sleeping body of an orphaned infant carried between nations, both had met and recognized something, not mastery, not control, recognition. As if something inside the metal had sensed the thing inside the scar, as if something inside the scar had sensed the oldest metal on Earth and paused to listen back. Then, just as quickly, the light faded, the seat dimmed, the scar cooled. Harry let out one sleepy breath and settled more deeply into the blanket, unaware that three of the most capable people alive were staring at him as though the future had just blinked. Tchalla leaned back slowly. "The mystery begins early," he said. Ramonda looked down at the boy and touched, very gently, the air above his brow without disturbing the wound. "Then we make sure," she said, "that when it comes for him, he is not alone." Outside, the storm broke apart. Ahead, beyond cloud and dawn and secrecy, Wakanda waited. And somewhere in the emptiness between death and survival, a shattered fragment of a dark wizard's soul slept uneasily beneath the skin of a child now flying toward the one nation on Earth strange enough, hidden enough, and strong enough to notice that something impossible had just been born. 6 years later, Harry Potter no longer flinched at thunder. In Wakanda, storms did not sound like grief. They sounded like drums on the distant mountains, like the sky announcing itself to a nation old enough not to fear noise. Rain came warm and silver over Berninzana's towers, running down sleek walls of stone and vibranium while the city below remained alive with light. Markets still glowed. Trains still whispered along magnetic lines. Children still raced through courtyards until their mothers called them inside. And high above all of it, on a palace balcony carved with panther motifs and old tribal geometry, a small boy in training wraps stood on one foot and glared at Akoi as though sheer annoyance might improve his balance. "It is balanced," she said. "It is stupid," Harry muttered. Akoi folded her arms behind her back. "That is because you are trying to stand like a prince instead of a warrior. I am a prince. You are 6. Harry wobbled, corrected, and glared harder. That only barely counted as disrespect in Wakanda, because Akoi was one of the few people alive whom Harry could glare at without consequence. Not because she was lenient, quite the opposite. She allowed what others would not, because she understood the difference between rebellion and trust. A child only dared show his edges where he believed he would not be abandoned for having them. The morning sun threw gold across the training terrace. Harry's dark curls were tied back badly, his own attempt, obvious and losing the battle. His wraps were loose at the shoulder where he had escaped the royal attendants too quickly to let them fix them properly. Around his wrist sat a single kimoyo bead, matte and dark at rest. Ramonda had placed it there years ago. He still touched it unconsciously when he was thinking. "Again," Akoi said. Harry blew out a dramatic breath that would have impressed absolutely no one in Britain and even less so in Wakanda. Still, he reset his stance. Chin level, shoulders down, foot angled. He was smaller than his age, sometimes looked from a distance, still carrying the slightness of a child who had survived too much before memory properly formed. But there was nothing frail in the way he moved. He had grown like something allowed sunlight from the start, quick, curious, intense. And he was loved loudly enough that even his stubbornness had become healthy. He balanced. Akoi circled him slowly. "Your center," Harry adjusted. "Your breathing," he inhaled through his nose. "Your temper. That is not a stance problem. It is always a stance problem." that got the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. For Akoi, it counted as a laugh. Harry saw it and brightened instantly, because that was the thing about children. They could go from irritation to triumph in a single heartbeat if given the smallest victory. Then a voice called from the upper stairway. "Akoi, Mother says if you break him before the ceremony, she will make you explain it to 3 tribes and one very offended tailor." Shuri appeared first, all energy and sharp angles and impossible speed, racing down the steps with the controlled recklessness of a child entirely certain the world would make room for her. She was younger than Harry by a little, but she carried herself like age was just another machine she would one day improve. Her braids bounced behind her as she skidded to a stop, holding what looked suspiciously like a dismantled bead interface in one hand and a half-eaten fruit in the other. Tchalla followed at a much more civilized pace. Where Shuri arrived like a thrown spark, Tchalla entered spaces like he had already measured them. He was 16 now, long-limbed, disciplined, already wearing responsibility in the straightness of his back, even when dressed casually. The years had sharpened him into something handsome and formidable, but not yet heavy. He was still young enough that laughter came easily around those he trusted. Around Harry it came most. He looked from Harry balancing on the terrace to Akoi's unyielding expression and lifted one brow. "Should I rescue him?" "No," Akoi said. "Yes," Harry said at once. Tchalla considered. Conflicting testimony, Shuri bit into her fruit. He called the exercise stupid. Harry pointed at her with betrayal. "You were not here. I have ears," she said. "And informants also, you said it loudly." Tchalla crossed the terrace and crouched in front of Harry without interrupting the balanced stance. He adjusted one loose shoulder wrap with practiced fingers. There was nothing ceremonious in the motion. That was the point. Tchalla had been helping with Harry's clothes, meals, training bruises, reading lessons, and nightmares for as long as Harry could remember. It was simply what older brothers did, whether or not they had been born to the role. "You are supposed to be calm today," Tchalla said. "I am calm." "You look like a cornered mongoose." "I do not." "You do," said Shuri. Harry glared at both of them in sequence. It was less effective when one was a future king and the other had no fear at all. Tchalla tapped Harry lightly between the brows, just below the scar. "You are thinking too hard." "I do not want everyone staring." T'Challa's face softened. Ah, that was different. The training stance vanished from the moment. Akoi noticed it too, because of course she did. Her silence became gentler without losing shape. Shuri lowered the fruit. Even at her age, she had the genius to understand when play should step aside. Today was not merely any ceremony. Today was the adoption, not legal in the ordinary sense. Wakanda had settled that years ago. Not political either, though politics would always braid themselves around royalty, whether invited or not. Today was older than paperwork and wider than law. Today was belonging spoken aloud in front of history. The Golden Tribe would claim him publicly. No more foreign child whispered about in private halls. No more careful language around the boy, the potter's son, the king's ward. Today he would be named before elders, ancestors, and nation. Harry looked suddenly very small in the morning light. T'Challa stood, and because he understood children well enough to know not to turn fear into spectacle, said only, "Then we will stare back at them until they become polite." Harry huffed out a laugh. Better. Shuri stepped forward, peered at his wrist bead, and frowned in immediate scientific offense. "It is warm again." "That happens," Harry said. "It should not happen. It always happens. That is not a defense. That is a pattern." She reached for his arm before anyone could stop her and pressed the little interface in her hand against the bead. Tiny blue symbols flashed, then scrambled, then vanished. Shuri gasped, delighted. "It did it again." T'Challa sighed as though centuries had been placed upon him unfairly. "You are not scanning him before the adoption ceremony." "I am not scanning him," Shuri said, already obviously scanning him. The Kimoyo bead pulsed once against Harry's skin, soft gold beneath the surface, and Shuri's device made a noise like a deeply insulted insect before going dark. Harry grinned. Shuri narrowed her eyes. "Your scar is cheating." My scar does not know what cheating is. Your scar is British. Of course it knows what cheating is. Tchalla closed his eyes briefly. Akoi, to her lasting credit, looked toward the horizon instead of laughing where the children could see. By noon, Zana had dressed itself for witness. From the palace terraces to the lower district bridges, color moved like living banners through the city. Gold, red, deep green, indigo, tribal patterns woven into robes, painted onto skin, beaten into jewelry, carried in cloth and memory alike. Musicians gathered along ascending steps with talking drums and long horns. Incense sweetened the warm air with notes of earth, smoke, and flowering bark. The palace courtyards had been opened, but the heart of the ceremony would take place inside the hall of the Golden Line, where the tribe kept its oldest symbols, and where no vow was spoken casually. Harry had been bathed, dressed, and nearly strangled by ceremonial collars no fewer than 3 times before Ramonda intervened personally to save him from fashion. He stood now in a private chamber just beyond the hall, staring at himself in polished metal. He looked different, not in the face. He was still himself. Thin cheeks, green eyes, scar like a question cut into his forehead. But the child in the reflection wore gold-threaded white over dark cloth, fitted cleanly at the shoulders, with a mantle clasp shaped like a stylized panther sun. His hands had been marked in ochre lines from wrist to fingertips. One line crossed the back of his right hand and split into 5, symbolizing roots and reach, or so Zuri had explained. Harry had not fully understood it. He understood the feeling, though. Importance had a weight to it. Not the crushing kind, the anchoring kind. Ramonda stood behind him, adjusting the mantle one final time. Unlike the attendants, she did not fuss. She touched things only when there was reason. That made every touch matter more. Must it be so heavy? Harry asked. You are being adopted into the Golden Tribe, not wrapped for bed. It feels like armor. Ramonda met his eyes in the reflection. Good, she said. That made him smile. She was magnificent in ceremonial dress. Elegance honed into authority, grace carrying its own command. Where T'Challa's nobility felt like steel and Shuri's brilliance like lightning, Ramonda felt like the architecture that kept both from collapsing into weather. Harry turned from the mirror. What if I say it wrong? You will not. What if I trip? Then you will stand again. What if... Ramonda cupped his face before the fear could find a dozen new costumes. Listen to me, he did. In this room, in that hall, in this nation, you do not earn love by performing it perfectly. Her thumbs rested warm against his cheeks. You are already ours. Today is not the beginning of that truth. It is the day the truth is spoken where everyone can hear. Harry swallowed. That always happened around kindness. It rose in him too quickly, like emotion had never learned how to travel at normal speed. Will my mother mind? He asked softly. Ramonda did not ask which one. For a moment the chamber went very still. Then the queen leaned her forehead briefly to his, the way T'Challa had done with her years before. A good mother, Ramonda said, does not fear another woman loving her child. She thanks the world that he was not left alone. Harry's eyes stung, though he did not fully understand why. The door opened. T'Challa entered first. Zuri behind him. Then T'Challa, already in formal dress, looking irritatingly composed. Shuri squeezed through the gap last and nearly ruined the solemnity by immediately whispering, You look very royal and slightly uncomfortable. I heard that, Ramonda said. I intended for you to. T'Challa came to stand before Harry. Kings were difficult to surprise because the world rarely treated them as anything other than symbols. Children could manage it by being gloriously indifferent to symbolic order. Harry had run into T'Challa's study muddy from the gardens, had fallen asleep on his shoulder during council, had once asked in all seriousness whether kings ever got headaches from crown pressure. T'Challa had answered yes. But now the king looked at him with a different kind of gravity. He placed one hand on Harry's shoulder. When I brought you from Britain, T'Challa said, you were too young to understand anything being decided around you. Today, you are old enough to hear this clearly. Harry stood as still as he could. You are not being remade, the king said. You are not being asked to erase what came before us. James Potter remains your father. Lily Potter remains your mother. Their blood runs in you. Their sacrifice brought you here. His hand tightened once, firm and certain. But from this day forward, no one in Wakanda will speak of you as if you are borrowed. You are son of this house, child of this nation, and of the golden tribe by bond, by oath, and by choice. Not borrowed. Something in Harry's chest gave way so suddenly that he had to stare very hard at T'Chaka's necklace to avoid crying in a room full of royals. Shuri, from the edge of the chamber, said with unusual gentleness, "If you cry, I will invent a machine to deny it ever happened." That did not help. T'Challa stepped beside him and offered his hand. "Come, little brother." Harry took it, and together they walked into the hall. The Hall of the Golden Line was built to remind people how short individual lives were, and how much that need not diminish them. Its ceiling rose in layered arcs like the inside of a sunlit cavern. Columns carved with ancient victories and older migrations stood around a central dais of polished stone. Light fell from hidden openings above in warm shafts, catching floating incense smoke and turning it almost visible as current. Around the circular floor stood the elders of the Golden Tribe, the royal household, representatives of the other tribes. Dora Milaje in full ceremonial formation, scholars, priests, and those whose presence meant memory itself had been invited. At the edge of all things, the musicians waited. When Harry entered beside T'Challa, the first drum sounded once, twice. Then the rhythm rolled outward. He did not know every face looking at him. That made it worse for exactly 3 seconds. Then he saw Okoye at the right of the dais, spear grounded, posture perfect, eyes on him, not smiling. Never smiling in formation, but present. That was enough to steady him. Ramonda took a place near the throne line. Zuri moved to the center of the dais. T'Chaka stood to one side like a mountain choosing stillness instead of weather. Harry and T'Challa approached the middle. The drums stopped. Zuri's voice carried easily through the hall. "We stand before blood and before bond, before ancestors and before descendants, before those who remember and those who will be remembered. We stand to witness not an arrival, but a claiming long overdue." The old priest turned toward Harry. "This child came from afar." The hall answered as one, low and resonant. "He did not come alone." Zuri continued. "He came with grief at his back and danger in his skin. He came with the blood of another land and the eye of a storm upon his brow." Again the hall answered. "He did not come alone." "He came," Zuri said, "into the hands of those who chose not convenience but duty, not secrecy but shelter, not pity but kinship." The answer came louder now. He did not come alone. Harry's heart hammered. He knew some of this had been explained. He knew he was meant to stand straight, breathe evenly, and speak when spoken to. But ceremony did not feel like memorized words once one stood inside it. It felt like being placed within the mouth of history and asked to answer. Zuri descended one step. "What is your name, child?" Harry opened his mouth. He had answered this question 1,000 times in 6 years. Harry, Prince Harry, Harry Potter, Little Panther when Shuri wanted something, troublemaker when Okoye was being affectionate by accident. But today, the answer mattered differently. He drew breath. Harry James Potter. A murmur moved through the elders, not disapproval but approval. He had not dropped the dead to impress the living. "Good," Zuri inclined his head. "And what do you seek?" There was a correct answer. Harry had been told it, yet when the moment came, what left him was simpler. "A home," he said. Silence fell like blessing. Ramonda's eyes shone. T'Challa looked down, probably to hide pride. Okoye's chin lifted by 1/2 degree. Zuri asked no further correction. Instead, he turned toward the queen. "Then let the house answer." Ramonda stepped forward carrying a shallow bowl of gold-black clay in both hands. Another attendant followed with a narrow dish of crushed herb ash and fragrant oil. When she reached Harry, she set the bowl on a pedestal and dipped 2 fingers into it. "This is earth," she said, drawing one line along his forehead above the scar without touching it. "So you remember that all great things must still stand somewhere." She marked each cheek. "This is memory. So no love given before us is dishonored by the love given now." She took his hands and turned them palms up, marking the center of each. This is duty. So power finds service before it finds pride. Harry barely breathed. Ramonda stepped aside. Then Tchalla came forward, carrying not an object but a blade, not for violence but ritual. Its edge was ceremonial, dull with age and significance. He touched it lightly to Harry's left shoulder, then right. "No throne shelters a coward," the king said. "No title excuses weakness of spirit. No prince of Wakanda belongs only to himself. Do you understand?" Harry's voice came out small but steady. "Yes, Baba." A visible tremor passed through the room, not because the word was shocking, because it was true. T'Challa's expression did not change, but his eyes did, only slightly, enough. He stepped back. Then, at last, Ramonda took the single Kimoyo bead from an attendant's cushion. It looked unremarkable to anyone ignorant. A smooth black sphere no larger than the first joint of her thumb. Yet nearly every eye in the hall tracked it. Technology could be sacred when a people built it with enough intention. Ramonda held it up. "This bead," she said, "does not bind. It recognizes. It listens, remembers, answers, protects. It is a voice in the network of our people, and today it opens to one more." She took Harry's wrist. He looked down at the older bead already there, the child's provisional one he had worn for years. Ramonda smiled and unclasped it gently. "That was for a guest," she said. "This is for a son." Then she fastened the new bead in place. The moment it touched his skin, the hall lights dimmed. Not fully, just enough for everyone to notice. A soft ring of golden-blue light spread outward from Harry's wrist, traveling up his arm in delicate lines before vanishing beneath skin and cloth alike. The bead pulsed once, twice. Then the scar on his forehead answered. A faint red shimmer traced the lightning mark. Gasps moved around the hall. T'Challa straightened instantly. Shuri's entire face lit with illegal scientific joy. Okoye's hand shifted closer to her spear, not from fear but readiness. The two lights met for one suspended heartbeat, red at the scar, gold-blue at the wrist. Then, impossibly, the patterns stabilized instead of colliding. The hall's vibranium inlays glowed in branching veins across the floor, racing out from the dais like roots through stone. Columns woke one by one. Symbols hidden in the architecture for generations shone softly and went still. No explosion, no damage, only recognition. Zuri whispered something too old for most of the hall to understand. T'Challa did understand. So did Ramonda. Harry stared at his own wrist, startled but unhurt. The bead warmed. Ramonda closed her hand over it, steadying both child and spectacle with one gesture. Then she spoke the final words. "Within these walls and beyond them, before those living and those yet to come, you are named in the tongue of this nation as Hari." The hall answered as one. "Hari. The son we received. Hari. The child who stands. Hari. The blood that joins. Hari." The name rolled over him like a tide. Hari, not replacement, not disguise, not erasure, a second room inside the same self. Ramonda smiled down at him, proud and luminous. "Rise, Hari of the Golden Tribe." And Hari rose. The musicians struck the drums again. This time the hall thundered with approval. Celebration in Wakanda did not understand moderation, as other nations described it. Food appeared in fragrant waves. Stewed roots glazed with spice, breads warm from stone ovens, fruit carved into bright towers, platters of fish, roasted meats, sweet creams, and drinks infused with herbs. Harry was strictly forbidden to sample because Shuri had once convinced him something cold. Ancestral pepper brew was mild. It had not been mild. It had been war in a cup, the courtyards filled with dancing before the formal procession had entirely ended. Elders who moved slowly in conversation somehow moved with humiliating confidence to drum rhythms once music began. Children ran in swarms. The Dora Milaje remained mostly in formation until the final public blessings concluded, after which a few of them loosened exactly enough to look almost mortal. Harry spent the first hour being greeted by every important person in Wakanda and at least 17 unimportant ones who all seemed delighted by this technical oversight. Some bowed. Some clasped forearms. Some merely touched 2 fingers to brow and chest. Harry did his best not to forget the order of anything. Tchalla stayed within sight the entire time, intercepting conversations when they ran too long and translating the more ceremonial phrasing when Harry's expression began to drift toward panic. Shuri, naturally, did the opposite. You glowed. She informed him for perhaps the 12th time, I was there. You synchronized with the whole network. I was there for that too. The bead likes you more than it likes anyone else. That sounds like a you problem. It is a science problem. She fell into step beside him as they escaped briefly toward one of the side gardens, each carrying pilfered honey cakes. Her eyes dropped immediately to his wrist again. Is it still warm? A little. And the scar, he touched his forehead automatically, sometimes prickly. Shuri nodded with the air of a scholar receiving confirmation from a suspiciously magical experiment. I need to test. No, you do not even know what I was going to say. You were going to say test and then ruin my afternoon. I would ruin it for knowledge. That is worse. Tchalla joined them from behind. It is always worse. Shuri scoffed. You both are threatened by discovery. We are threatened by you discovering us into pieces, Harry said. Tchalla choked on a laugh and recovered too late to preserve dignity. For a little while, the 3 of them sat beneath a carved awning overlooking the lower city. Music drifted up from the celebration courts. Harry licked honey from his thumb and watched a royal Talon transport arc silently across the distant sky like a dark swallow. Tchalla rested his elbows on his knees, calm in the rare way he allowed himself only around family. Shuri had already begun dismantling something again, because stillness offended her personally. Do I sound strange? Harry asked suddenly. Tchalla glanced over. Compared to whom? The children from the lower district laughed at the way I said mountain earlier. Shuri did not even look up. That is because your accent is a crime scene, Harry frowned. I do not have an accent. Tchalla and Shuri both turned to stare at him. Then they laughed so hard that Harry threw the rest of his honey cake at them. He missed. Badly. A passing attendant caught it without breaking stride, bowed, and continued on as though royal pastry warfare happened hourly. Tchalla wiped at his eyes. Hari, you speak Xhosa like a prince, Wakandan trade common like a scholar, and English like someone who was introduced to it by a very confused ghost. Harry considered this. Is that bad? No, Tchalla said, recovering. It means you belong in several places at once. People will take time to learn how to hear you. That is their labor, not your shame. Harry leaned against him without announcing the need first. Tchalla, equally unsurprised, shifted enough to accommodate the contact. Shuri looked up just long enough to say, disgusting, with sisterly satisfaction, then returned to her device. By evening, the palace had settled into its second life. Public grandeur gave way to private habit. Servants moved more quietly. The outer courtyards dimmed. The lower city still gleamed beyond the terraces, alive in concentric bands of gold and blue under the descending night. Somewhere far below, singers were still trading verses. Somewhere deeper in the palace, advisors were undoubtedly turning the day into political language already. That was what nations did with joy. They documented it until it became governance. Harry had changed out of ceremonial clothing and into soft training linens before disaster found him. The disaster was simple. Akoi cancelled the final evening session. This was, objectively, a kindness. The child had endured hours of ceremony, attention, posture, public speech, and emotional magnitude. Any sensible guardian would have declared training suspended. Unfortunately, no one had accounted for the fact that Harry had spent all day being dignified under duress and had quietly promised himself he would at least get to hit something afterward. When Akoi said, "We will resume tomorrow," the world ended. No. Akoi looked at him from the training chamber threshold. No, you said we would do spear forms after sunset. Yes, it is after sunset, and you are exhausted. I am not. His voice cracked on the last word. That made it worse. Akoi remained maddeningly composed. Hurry. No. He stepped back, as if distance would improve the argument. Everyone kept touching me and talking at me, and I had to stand there and not move, and Shuri scanned my arm, and that elder pinched my cheek, and I wore the heavy thing, and everyone looked and looked and looked, and you said we would train after. Ah, there it was, not anger over fullness. Akoi soared at once. She softened her stance. We can train tomorrow. You always say discipline matters. It does. Then do not cancel. Hurry! I do not want to stop. The last word hit the chamber walls harder than a child's voice should have, and the palace answered. The bead on his wrist flashed. So did the scar. For one impossible instant, the air in the training hall thickened like the pause before lightning. Then a wave of invisible force burst outward from Harry's body, not explosive enough to break, not wild enough to maim, but enormous in sheer energy. It struck the vibranium-lined walls and raced through them in branching light. Every panel ignited gold blue. Lines hidden in the architecture lit up like a circuit map of the entire chamber, then the corridor beyond, then the floor beneath. Harry stumbled back in shock. The light kept going. Through the walls, upward, outward, across the palace. Somewhere above, bells changed tone. Somewhere below, systems woke. The entire royal compound shimmered as if a star had been poured into its bones. Then came running feet. Scholars arrived first because scholars in Wakanda could move at terrifying speed when offered a mystery. 2 in formal robes, 1 in a lab coat, another half-dressed for dinner with a scanner already active. Dora Milaje appeared a second later from 3 separate entrances. Tchalla came in at a sprint. Ramonda followed at a pace that somehow looked calm while being faster than everyone except the warriors. Shuri arrived last only because she had detoured to grab equipment. Harry stood in the center of the chamber, horrified. I did not mean to. The wall behind him pulsed again, softer this time, answering some residue of the burst. One of the scholars whispered, awestruck. He interfaced with the palace lattice. That is impossible, said another. Shuri slid to her knees and slapped a sensor pad to the glowing floor. Not impossible? Rude, but not impossible. Tchalla reached Harry first, hands on his shoulders, checking eyes, breath, pupils, posture, all in a single sweep. Are you hurt? Harry shook his head violently. I shouted. Yes, Tchalla said. We noticed. Akoi had not moved from where the wave passed through her. She stood perfectly still, gaze fixed on Harry, not accusatory in the slightest. Ramonda entered the light-washed chamber and took in the scene in one glance. What happened? There were at least 4 possible answers, none small. Shuri supplied the worst one first, beaming. He had feelings, and the palace had opinions. Tchalla pinched the bridge of his nose. A scholar lifted his scanner. Your Majesties, the energy did not originate solely from the bead or the scar. It was emotional discharge converted through vibranium architecture. The lattice absorbed the force and redistributed it. Like a strike pattern, another scholar said. Like intent, whispered a third. Harry's face crumpled at the edges. Am I in trouble? The room stilled. For all their science, title, discipline, and history, the center of the matter was still a 6-year-old boy who had been overwhelmed and whose power had answered before his language could. Ramonda crossed the chamber and knelt in front of him despite the glowing floor and scandalized scholars. No, she said. Harry swallowed. I lit the palace. Yes. I was not supposed to light the palace. No, Ramonda agreed, but you were also not supposed to carry magic tied to grief, a scar no one fully understands and vibranium that seems to think you are family, yet here we are. A tiny laugh escaped him by accident. Good, Tchalla crouched on one side of him. Akoi came to the other. This, Akoi said, very steady, is why training is not punishment, it is preparation. We do not fear your power, we teach you to hold it. Harry looked between them. Even when it is bad. Tchalla answered first. Especially then. Shuri, still reading data with indecent delight, added also it was magnificent. Shuri, Ramonda said. What it was. The wall network responded in under a second. Do you know what that means? Yes, Tchalla said wearily. It means you are going to bother him for months. I was going to say years. The chamber lights began slowly dimming back to normal, though residual traces still ran beneath the walls like sleeping embers. One of the older scholars approached Tchalla, who had arrived so silently halfway through that only the wisest in the room had noticed, and bowed low. "My king," the man said, "the palace recorded everything. We can study the pattern." T'Challa's gaze remained on Hari. "Do so," he said. "But remember what caused it." The scholar lowered his eyes. "Yes, my king, because the cause mattered, not simply accidental magic, not simply technology. A child's need denied after a day of performance, turning emotion into force through a metal that hurt him too well. That was not merely power. That was biography becoming physics." T'Challa stepped forward at last. "Hari," the boy straightened instinctively. "Tomorrow," said the king, "you will apologize to the attendants whose corridor lights you startled, to the engineers whose evening became much more interesting, and to the elder from the river tribe who dropped his tea." Harry blinked. "I startled tea. You startled many things." A few people in the room smiled then, because the shape of the correction was clear. Accountability, yes. Shame, no. T'Challa rested one hand on the boy's head. "And tomorrow," he added, "you will also begin lessons with the scholars on how the palace responds to kinetic stress. If your power insists on speaking to vibranium, then you will learn the language." Shuri made a sound of triumph so loud it qualified as a national threat. Okoye exhaled, half amusement, half surrender. Harry looked up cautiously. "And training," Okoye's eyes gave him exactly one fraction of warmth. "At dawn." That was apparently acceptable. He launched himself into her side before dignity could intervene. Okoye caught him automatically, one arm bracing his back with the same competence she used for spears and battle lines. There was a great deal of data being taken in the room, and not one measurement capable of quantifying the true event. A frightened child had made the palace light up, and instead of being feared for it, he had been folded closer. That night the palace roof belonged to him, not officially. No one had said so. But Wakanda had a way of deciding belonging through repetition instead of declaration. Hari had come there often over the years. At first carried by T'Challa, later escorted by Okoye, now usually climbing the final ladder himself under stern protest from everyone with authority. The roof was where the city felt close enough to touch and far enough away to think. He lay on his back on warm stone, arms folded beneath his head. His new bead rested against his wrist, faintly warm. Below him, burn-in Zana glittered in layers. Transit lines curved like liquid fire. District towers rose and fell with elegant confidence. Remote patrol craft moved like distant insects made of starlight. Somewhere in the gardens beneath the palace, night-blooming flowers had opened. He could smell them even here, sweet and deep and almost blue in the nose. T'Challa sat a few feet away, knees drawn up, looking out over the city. They had not spoken for several minutes. That was comfortable, too. Finally, Hari said, "Do you think my parents would have liked it here?" T'Challa was quiet long enough that the answer felt chosen, not automatic. "Yes," he said. "I think your mother would have asked difficult questions within 5 minutes and won half the scholars by dinner. I think your father would have raced hovercraft where he was told not to and then apologized so charmingly no one could remain angry." Hari smiled at the sky. "That sounds right." T'Challa looked over. "You remember them?" "Not really." Hari's voice dropped. "Only sometimes I remember things that might not be memories. A smell, green light, someone singing." He hesitated. "And sometimes I feel sad for no reason, and it feels older than me." T'Challa accepted that without trying to repair it. Grief was one of the first adult things children learned, not because they understood it, but because they felt it before language could frame it. "You are allowed that," T'Challa said. "I know." "Do you?" Hari thought about that. "No." "Then learn." The answer was so perfectly T'Challa that Hari laughed despite himself. A breeze moved across the roof. His bead warmed again, then cooled. Above them, the stars over Wakanda shone sharp and innumerable. They were not the same stars Britain had shown him in infancy, and yet of course they were. That was the trick of worldhood. The sky changed by angle, not ownership. Hari touched the scar on his forehead. Sometimes it hurt, sometimes it prickled. Tonight it was only there. "T'Challa." "Yes." When I go to Britain one day, he stopped. The question felt much larger once spoken halfway. Will I still be me there? Tchalla turned fully toward him then, 16 and already carrying the weight of kingship, but still only a brother where it mattered. Hari, he said, you were never meant to be half of anything. The words settled deep. You are not a divided life. You are one life with more than one inheritance. Hari stared upward again. The stars did not answer. They did not need to beside him. The bead pulsed once against his wrist like a second heartbeat. Far below, in the city that had named him, engines hummed and lights glowed, and a nation slept around him not as guest or burden, but as son. He closed his eyes. And somewhere in a forest in Albania, in darkness wet as a grave and colder than mercy, something small and ruined stirred in the remnants of a soul that refused to die properly. No nose, no body worth naming, only hunger, hatred, and a patience born of rot. It did not yet know where the boy was. It only knew the boy still lived. For now, that was enough. On the palace roof in Wakanda, Harry Potter slept beneath a sky that had already claimed him. By the time Harry Potter was 10 years old, everyone in the royal palace had developed at least one personal theory about his scar. The palace attendants believed it was sensitive to weather. The border tribe guards stationed near the upper terraces believed it warmed whenever a lie was told within 10 paces, which had caused a brief but memorable week in which half the young nobles avoided him entirely. Several mining tribe engineers insisted it was not the scar itself that reacted, but the vibranium around it, which sounded scientific enough that people repeated it with confidence whether they understood it or not. Akoi believed none of these things. Akoi believed in patterns, discipline, and evidence. She had retrieved Hari from the ruins of Godric's Hollow. She had seen the light move through vibranium under his infant touch. She had watched him grow from a grief-marked child into a sharp-eyed prince who learned too quickly and loved too deeply, and had the troubling habit of carrying silence like a weapon. If the scar did something, then it did something for a reason. Shuri, unfortunately for everyone around her, agreed. And Shuri had access to a laboratory. This meant the palace had not known peace in 4 years. The Great Mound Laboratory did not resemble the laboratories of other nations, because Wakanda had long ago decided that science did not need to be ugly to be serious. The chamber where Shuri worked was wide and circular, suspended partly over a shaft of softly glowing vibranium conduits that ran deep into the mound below. Transparent displays floated in the air like obedient ghosts. Light moved beneath the floor in delicate veins. Half-built devices rested on magnetic tables in states ranging from elegant incompletion to active menace. Hari stood at the center platform with his arms crossed. I do not trust that face, he said. Shuri did not look up from the holographic lattice she was adjusting. What face? That face where you pretend nothing dangerous is happening. I never pretend that. That is true, Tchalla said from behind Hari. Usually she announces the danger proudly. Shuri flicked her fingers through a screen and finally glanced up, all offended genius and 12-year-old impatience. You are both insulting the integrity of my process. Hari, who had grown old enough to identify when Shuri's process involved him, remained unmoved. He was tall for 10 now, lean in the way of boys who climbed more than they walked and trained under people who believed childhood was not an exemption from discipline. His curls were longer than Akoi preferred and shorter than Shuri claimed would be aesthetically correct. His training wraps had been replaced today by a fitted dark tunic marked at the cuffs with subtle golden tribe embroidery, though he still wore them with the half-careless practicality of someone who expected to end up in a sparring ring before sunset. Around his wrist rested 3 Kimoyo beads. That alone was evidence of how far Shuri's experiments had progressed. At 6, he had worn one. At 10, he wore 3 interlinked units of her own design, one for communication, one for health telemetry, and one she insisted was not technically for spying on your magic, but it would be irresponsible not to notice things. Hari had objected to the phrasing. No one had changed it. Tchalla leaned against a side console, arms folded. He was a young man now in full and undeniable fact, broad-shouldered, composed, his quietness becoming something weightier with age. At 20, he already moved like someone the room unconsciously organized itself around. Yet around Hari and Shuri he still carried the infuriating calm of an elder brother who had seen every possible disaster and somehow remained unstartled. "Remind me," Hari said, "why I agreed to this." "You did not," Shuri said. "Mother did." "That is not better." "No," Tchalla said, "but it is decisive." Shuri snapped her fingers and the platform beneath Hari lit in concentric rings. A web of golden-blue symbols rose around him in a loose cylinder, not touching, merely measuring. The outermost ring paused as it passed his forehead, then flickered red where the scar sat. At once, every bead on his wrist ran cold. Hari hissed. Tchalla straightened. Shuri's face lost all play in a single instant. "Do not move." "That instruction would be more comforting if you sounded less delighted." "I sound focused." "You sound hungry." "For knowledge," Shuri said, which was in no way a defense. The red flicker at his scar stabilized into something finer, 3 overlapping waveforms, one bright and steady, one diffuse and emotional, and one so faint it barely seemed real at first. Hari watched the floating shapes with the dawning suspicion of someone who had become old enough to understand that adults stopped talking in his presence when they were afraid of what they knew. Tchalla saw that thought arrive and came around the console. "Hari, what is the third one?" Shuri did not answer immediately. That was answer enough. Hari looked at her. "Shuri," she grimaced, not from annoyance, from accuracy. "The scar contains your magical signature," she said. "That was expected. It also contains trace residual patterns from the original curse event, also expected." "And the third?" T'Challa's voice was quiet. "Tell him." Shuri glanced once at her brother, then back at the display. When she spoke again, the words were chosen more carefully than Hari had heard from her in months. "There is another signature inside the scar." The cold in his beads deepened. Hari did not like the way the room seemed to shift around that sentence, as if architecture had to make space for it. "What does that mean?" "It means," Shuri said, "that the scar is not only damaged tissue and magical residue, it is carrying something. That is not a scientific word." "No," she said, "because the scientific words are all worse." The third waveform pulsed, faint, uneven, and wrong, not alive in the ordinary sense, not dead either. Hari could not have explained how he knew it was wrong. He merely did, the way one knew rotten fruit by smell before seeing the mold. "A curse fragment?" he asked. "No." "An echo?" "No." "Then what?" Shuri drew a breath through her nose, clearly hating the answer. "The closest description I can give you is a second soul signature. Silence, not ordinary silence. Laboratory silence. The kind that followed a result everyone had feared enough to hope it would stay theoretical." Hari stared at the waveform. It stared back in the only way data can. By existing too steadily to be dismissed, T'Challa moved to stand beside him. Not in front. Never in front unless danger required it. Beside. "Shuri," he said, "certainty on the existence of a second signature." "Yes." She enlarged the patterns, layers of vibranium response data blooming around them like transparent flower petals. "On what it is, where it came from, whether it is fully attached to him or merely lodged in the scar, no. I do not know yet." Hari touched his forehead before he could stop himself. The scar tingled at once. On the display, the faint third pattern brightened. Every bead on his wrist went colder still. Shuri swore softly and coarser and killed the field. The rings collapsed. The displays dimmed. Warmth returned slowly to the beads. T'Challa caught Hari's hand before it could return to the scar. "Do not feed it attention unless we ask you to," Hari blinked. "Feed it." "It responds when you focus on it," Shuri said. "Not strongly, but enough. Vibranium doesn't lie, Hari. It only reports." There it was, the sentence she had been building toward. The sentence that would not let him reduce this into imagination or stress or some childhood superstition grown elaborate in the retelling. Vibranium doesn't lie. Hari looked again at the dead displays. "Does Mother know?" "Yes." "Baba," at that, a flicker moved through T'Challa's face. respect, concern. The special caution reserved for saying yes when the yes itself altered the room. Yes, Hari absorbed that. If Tchalla knew, then this had already crossed beyond curiosity and into royal concern. Kings did not enter private conversations lightly, and they did not remain briefed on minor childhood anomalies unless those anomalies had begun to sound like threats to the state. He hated the thought more than the finding itself. "I am becoming inconvenient," he said. Tchalla turned his head sharply. "No." The answer came fast enough to strike. Hari glanced over, startled. Tchalla rarely raised his voice. He did not need to. That made it more powerful when he did. "You are not a burden because the truth about you is complicated," Tchalla said. "Do not learn that lie. Not here." Shuri, still pretending to be busy with the displays, muttered that one should be engraved somewhere. Hari swallowed. It was easier to face strange magic than that kind of love, perhaps because strange magic demanded analysis and love only demanded that one believe it. "So what happens now?" he asked. Shuri's expression changed again, not softer exactly, but less clinical. "Now," she said, "we confirm whether the signal belongs only to the scar or to something deeper, and because your life is never simple, the best way to do that is the least fun option." Hari narrowed his eyes. "That is always how your sentences end, the necropolis." Even Tchalla went still for a moment. Hari had heard the word before. Every Wakandan child heard it eventually, though not all at once and not all in the same tone. Some learned it as reverence, some as warning, some as duty, the city of the dead, the place where kings met those who came before them, the place beneath the place where the living did not belong unless invited. "You're taking me there?" Shuri looked toward Tchalla. "No," she said. "He is." They left at dawn 2 days later. The royal transport skimmed low over valleys painted green by the first light and over rivers that cut silver through the earth below. Hari sat beside Tchalla in the quiet rear cabin, trying not to seem as thoughtful as he was, and failing spectacularly. He had packed 3 times. This amused Shuri so much that she had volunteered to help and thereby made the process significantly worse. "You do not need 7 writing sticks," she had said. "I am not bringing 7. You are holding 7. "That is because I was sorting them." "You were emotionally sorting them." That had nearly led to violence. Now the bag sat at Hari's feet, too full for the length of journey but exactly right for the anxiety of it. Tchalla glanced down at it, then at Hari, and said nothing. Hari appreciated this. Tchalla understood that questions often became heavier simply because they were asked aloud. Outside, clouds thinned. The necropolis appeared not all at once, but in implication first. Vast terraces carved into mountain stone, dark entrances cut with geometric precision, elevated walkways connecting ancient structures to newer ceremonial platforms. It did not gleam like Bernizana. It endured. Even from the air, it seemed built less for admiration than memory. Hari had imagined something more spectral. Instead, it looked profoundly real. That unsettled him more. When the transport settled into a shielded landing court, the air that met them was cooler than the capital's and thinner in the lungs. The stone beneath Hari's boots held sun slowly, as if it trusted warmth less than other places. Shuri was already waiting. He stood near the central stair in white robes trimmed with gold and indigo, staff grounded lightly before him. Age had drawn deep wisdom into his face without stealing any sharpness from it. His gaze missed little. Many people mistook spiritual elders for gentle men because they spent their strength on patience rather than spectacle. Hari had known enough priests, scholars, and council members by now to know that patience was often more dangerous than anger. "Prince Tchalla," Shuri said, bowing just enough to honor both role and affection. "Shuri." Then the elder turned to Hari and rested his eyes on the boy's scar for one long beat before looking him fully in the face. "Hari." "I am here voluntarily," Hari said at once. Tchalla made a small sound that might have been a laugh if one were feeling generous. Shuri's mouth twitched. "That remains to be seen." The path into the necropolis wound downward through open corridors and vaulted chambers cut with the names of kings, queens, generals, and priest scholars whose service had been judged worthy of stone. The deeper they went, the more the sound of the outside world thinned. Not vanished, thinned. A deliberate softening, as though the mountain itself insisted that those who entered leave urgency at the door. Hari walked beside Tchalla and tried not to stare at everything with the greed of a child seeing hidden history opened for him. He failed. At one point he slowed near a wall etched with generations of panther emblems, each slightly different in design. "Those are succession marks," Tchalla said quietly. Hari looked up. "For every black panther! For every black panther recognized by both throne and ancestors." Hari traced the air above one symbol without touching the stone. "Did you come here often?" "No." That surprised him. Tchalla noticed. "Necessity gives some places their value. If you make them ordinary, you do them disrespect." Zuri, a few steps ahead, added, "Also, young princes tend to think sacred halls are excellent places to race." Tchalla said nothing. Hari turned slowly. "You ran in the necropolis?" "I was younger then." "That is not a denial. It is enough of one." There was comfort in that exchange. It returned the place to scale. Made it human-sized again, if only slightly. They reached the inner chamber near midday. There were no grand doors. No overt spectacle. Only a circular hall of black stone veined faintly with vibranium, open at the top to a shaft of light that fell onto a central dais. Around it burned low braziers fed by scentless blue-white fire. At the edge of the chamber, bowls of dried herbs, carved vessels of metal, and smooth, dark stones rested on stepped altars arranged with perfect intention. Hari stood still. He did not know why. Nothing visible had changed, yet the air pressed differently here. Zuri moved to the central dais. "This place was built for communion, but communion is not one road. There are ways through discipline, through rite, through herb, through blood, through memory." He looked at Hari. "And through accidents. I recommend avoiding the last method." Hari glanced at Tchalla. "That sounds aimed at me." "It usually is," said Tchalla. Zuri gestured him forward. Hari obeyed, though a part of him wanted very much to remain exactly where he was, and turn this into a purely theoretical experience that could be discussed over dinner instead. At the center of the dais, the vibranium veins beneath the black stone formed a branching pattern like roots or cracks or rivers, depending on one's mood. Zuri set his staff aside and took up a shallow bowl of shimmering metallic dust. "Not the heart-shaped herb," he said before Hari could ask. "You are not here to claim kingship. You are here to listen. This is refinement-only ground vibranium, sacred ash, and bashinga root. It will sharpen the threshold. No more." Tchalla stepped close enough for Hari to see the seriousness in his face. "If you feel pain, stop. If I see something, describe it only if you can do so without following it." Hari frowned. "That is a difficult instruction." "Yes," Tchalla said. "That is why you needed it." Zuri touched 2 fingers to the dust and marked Hari lightly at the brow just beneath the scar, then at the center of the chest, then each wrist where the beads rested. The metal went cold immediately, all 3 beads, not just one. Hari inhaled sharply. The chamber dimmed, not in light. In certainty. Edges blurred first, then sound. T'Challa's outline remained, Zuri's voice remained, the braziers did not, the walls did not. The stone under Hari's feet seemed to soften into something that was not softness but translation, matter changing language without ceasing to exist. "Breathe," Zuri said, his voice now distant and next to Hari at the same time. Hari obeyed. The world opened. Grass, not the mountain grass of Wakanda. Not precisely. This was longer, silver-tipped, endless beneath a sky of violet dusk. Trees rose in the distance like dark pillars holding up memory. The air smelled of rain that had not fallen yet and earth that had known kings. Hari knew without being told where he was, the ancestral plain, except it did not come to him as it came to T'Challa or T'Chaka. That much became obvious instantly. He had expected order, panthers, thrones of spirit, generations standing in witness. He found a storm. Light moved strangely across the grass, as though the plain itself was undecided about which horizon to honor. At one edge, he saw the outline of Wakandan forms, figures among the trees, tall and patient and difficult to focus on directly. At another, farther and more unstable, stood a cottage doorway broken by green light. Hari turned toward it before he could stop himself. The beads on his wrists were gone. No, they were not gone. They were inside the place, diffused through the air like sense organs he had not yet learned to use. A woman stood near the broken doorway. Red hair, green eyes. For one impossible heartbeat, Hari could not move. He had seen faces in paintings, in careful historical recreations drawn for him by Wakandan artists after Dumbledore had privately provided old photographs. He had wondered, as all orphan children wonder, whether memory would recognize blood at first sight. It did. He knew her, not from memory, from belonging. His chest clenched so hard he thought the plane itself had reached inside him. "Mother!" The woman turned sharply, not softly. Not in the slow, luminous way the stories spoke of ancestors greeting the living. She looked terrified. And there, in that terror, Hari saw that something was wrong, not only with her, but with the space around her. The cottage outline flickered. Green light bled into the grass. Behind her, the doorway darkened as if something inside it were trying to widen. Lily Potter reached toward him, not to beckon, to ward him back. "Run!" The word tore across the plain like a curse. Everything shattered. The grass split under Hari's feet into lines of red and gold. The sky cracked. The faint Wakandan figures at the tree line vanished. The cottage doorway burst wide, and something inside the scar on Hari's forehead woke with such violent hunger that he screamed, and came back to his body with Tchalla holding his shoulders hard enough to anchor bone. Hari gasped. Air burned in. Stone under him, braziers, the chamber. The scar felt as though someone had driven molten metal through it. T'Challa's face was the first thing he saw, stripped bare of composure. "Hari, look at me." He did. Good. That mattered for some reason. T'Challa's hands were steady. The chamber lights had gone wild, vibranium veins in the floor blazing red gold under the dark stone. Zuri stood with both palms pressed to Hari's chest, not touching skin, but shaping something in the air. A containment ward, a prayer. In Wakanda, the line between those was often a matter of education, not substance. "Do not say the word," Zuri said sharply. "What word?" "The one she gave you." Hari blinked through tears he had not realized had started. "Run!" The braziers guttered blue. Zuri shut his eyes like a man losing a patient argument with reality. T'Challa's grip tightened. "What did you see?" Hari tried to answer and instead nearly doubled over as the scar pulsed, not pain alone, resistance. The second signature Shuri had shown him seemed to twist under his skin, furious at being seen. "A woman," he forced out. "Red hair, green eyes, in front of," breath hitched. "A house, I knew her." T'Challa's expression changed, not because the answer was unexpected, because it confirmed something everyone had hoped might stay a possibility instead of becoming fact. "Lily," he said softly. Hari looked at him. "She was afraid." Zuri stepped back at last, face deeply lined with thought. "The plane did not receive you cleanly." "That is an excellent description," Hari said hoarsely. "I hated it." Zuri ignored this. "There are 2 traditions touching in you, perhaps 3 if Britain's old magic truly still clings to blood the way its scholars claimed. The ancestors should have come through symbol and structure. Instead, the threshold followed the wound. Because of the second signature," T'Challa said. Zuri nodded once. Hari sat up carefully. The scar still hurt. The chamber floor still glowed in pulses beneath him, answering some residual instability. "She told me to run. Or tried to," Zuri corrected. "Messages from that place are not always intact, meaning degrades when fear crosses with love." Hari considered that and hated it too. Because if Lily Potter had reached across whatever divide existed between death and communion merely to tell him to flee, then something in the scar was worse than an academic problem. It was a pursuing thing. T'Challa helped him to his feet. "We leave." Zuri's head snapped up. "No." The single syllable stopped them both. Hari, who had now been inside the ancestral plane exactly once and been spiritually attacked by his own forehead, found this deeply unreasonable. Tchalla said, "Zuri." "No," the elder repeated, calmer now but no less firm. "We change method, we do not retreat." Hari stared at him. "That sounds like advice Akoi gives when people are bleeding." Akoi is often correct. "I dislike how many of you say that." Zuri retrieved his staff and planted it lightly against the floor. The glow beneath the stone subsided a little. "What happened just now," he said, "was not failure, it was introduction." "That is an insane way to frame it." "It is the correct one." Tchalla exhaled slowly through his nose. Hari recognized the sound. It was the one he made when he wanted very much to challenge an elder directly, but had been raised too well to choose rudeness first. "What do you propose?" he asked. Zuri looked at Hari with a kind of measuring that felt older than medicine. "Training." They did not return to Zana that day. Instead, they remained in the upper compound adjoining the necropolis, where initiates, priests, and royal heirs sometimes stayed during rites requiring more than an afternoon's attention. Hari got his own room, which was a courtesy largely wasted on him because he spent most of the evening wandering the terrace outside it and pretending not to think about Lily Potter's face. She had looked like the photographs. That was the cruel part, not distorted, not idealized, not some sentimental invention of the plane designed to soothe him. She had looked real and frightened. At sunset, Tchalla found him there. Hari did not turn when the door opened. He knew his brother's footsteps too well. For a while Tchalla said nothing. He merely came to stand beside him at the railing, looking out toward the mountains where the last light had painted the stone bronze. "She looked at you?" Tchalla asked. Hari nodded. "Like she knew me." "She did." Hari swallowed. "I do not remember her voice." Tchalla rested his forearms lightly on the railing. "That is not betrayal." "I know. Do you?" Hari made a face. "Why do you all keep asking me that?" "Because knowing something in the mouth and knowing it in the body are different skills." That was annoyingly wise. Hari hated when Tchalla sounded like both brother and king at the same time. It made arguing feel small. "She told me to run," Hari said again, "or she tried to warn you of something." "Is that better?" "No, honesty, always. That too was love." Hari touched the beads on his wrist. "Warm again now, though only barely." "Am I dangerous?" Tchalla answered without pause. "Yes." Hari turned sharply. Tchalla looked back at him, steady. "You are dangerous," he said. "So am I, so is Akoi, so was my father. Danger is not sin, it is capacity. What matters is command." The sentence settled. It did not comfort, it did something better. It made space. "So Zuri wants to train me because the plane was messy." "Zuri wants to train you because the mess answered to you." Hari frowned. "That sounds worse." "It is more important." Tchalla turned back to the horizon. "Our people learned long ago that metal is memory. That energy does not vanish, it changes shape. Britain did something different. They formalized, structured, built schools and wands and rule systems." His mouth curved slightly. "Very British of them." Hari snorted. Tchalla continued. "But before that, before all of it, there was raw casting. Intention before instrument. Some lineages retained pieces, most buried them under convenience." Hari looked down at his hands. "When I was small, things happened when I was angry." "Yes." "When I was 6, the palace lit up." "Yes." "When I touched the seat on the aircraft." "Yes." Hari glanced over. "You know about that?" Tchalla gave him a look that said, "I am a prince of Wakanda, not a decorative column." "Right. Of course he knew." "The point," Tchalla said, "is that whatever lives in you answers before language sometimes. That is not only because of the scar, it is also because your magic was never taught to wait for a wand." Hari turned that over slowly. There was a strange relief in it, because all his life, even in safety, he had suspected that part of him had been born old. Not in maturity, in method. His magic did not feel like invention. It felt like remembering motions he had never been shown. "Primordial casting," he said quietly. Tchalla nodded. "Zuri thinks the British had a name for it once. Do you think he's right?" "I think Zuri is usually most dangerous when he is right." That sounded exactly correct, Below them, the necropolis lights began to rise in soft intervals as evening deepened. Hari stood there beside his brother until the sky went indigo. For the first time since the laboratory, the cold in his beads did not feel like fear alone. It felt like warning. Warnings could be used. Zuri began the next morning by banning 3 things: no touching the scar without instruction, no entering the plane again until invited, and no calling the training weird spirit chemistry, which Hari had done only once and very fairly. "Then what is it?" he asked. "Alchemy." Hari glanced around the chamber where Zuri had arranged bowls, stones, water, ash, herbs, and 3 slim rods of vibranium on a low black table. "This looks like several arguments waiting to happen." "It is," Zuri said. "That is why it works." The room they used was smaller than the central necropolis hall, but no less precise in construction. Its walls were inscribed with symbols Hari could not read yet, but felt faintly through the beads as patterns of temperature rather than sight. A training chamber, yes, but not for sparring. For alignment, Tchalla observed the first session from the doorway and then, at Zuri's insistence, left them alone. "Hari looks toward you before he looks toward himself," Zuri had said. Tchalla, to his credit, accepted the rebuke cleanly. Now the elder sat cross-legged before the low table and waited. Hari did the same, less gracefully. "Good," Zuri said. "I have not done anything." "Exactly. That is why it is good." Hari stared at him. "You are impossible. I am old. It creates overlap." Then training began, not with chance, not with dramatic visions, with inventory. "What do you feel from this?" Zuri asked, placing a small polished vibranium stone in Hari's palm. "Cool." Again, Hari closed his fingers around it, this time slower. The stone's temperature was not uniform. There was a pulse inside it, not electrical exactly, but attentive, as if the metal kept its own weather under the skin. "Cool at first," Hari said. "Then listening." Zuri nodded. He exchanged the stone for a carved wooden piece darkened by oils and age. "This," Hari held it longer. "Memory." "What kind?" Hari frowned. "Not mine." "Good. Then ash, then herb, then water infused with metallic shimmer, then one of the narrow vibranium rods which made the scar at Hari's forehead twitch so hard he nearly dropped it." Zuri leaned forward instantly. "Describe, do not react." "It feels." Hari hissed through his teeth. "Like the scar wants to answer." "Does you want to answer?" Hari blinked. The distinction mattered. He forced himself to separate sensation from desire. "No," he said slowly, "I do not, but something in it does." Zuri sat back. "There, that is where we begin." Over the next hours, he built a framework, unlike anything Hari had received from the palace scholars or from Shuri's relentless testing. Not science alone, not mysticism alone. Relationship, vibranium, Zuri taught, was not a servant in the oldest Wakandan understanding. It was a witness material. It held force, yes, rechanneled impact, yes, but in sacred practice it also held patterns, gesture, grief, oath, intention, not consciousness in the childish sense, not a mind one could flatter. A fidelity. "Stone remembers pressure," Zuri said. "Metal remembers strike, the spirit remembers meaning." Most societies split these truths and call it sophistication. He placed one hand over Hari's beads. Wakanda did not. Hari listened. Because for the first time since the laboratory, the problem of the scar was being placed within an older order rather than treated as an aberration alone. "Not normal, never normal, but legible, and British magic?" Hari asked. Zuri's eyes narrowed with interest. "Britain trained its power through implements. Wands are focusing bones, useful, elegant even, but they teach obedience as much as precision." Hari thought of accidental surges, of palace lights, of the way his power seemed to move fastest when emotion outran language. "So what am I doing?" Zuri's answer came without flourish, remembering how to cast before being taught to ask permission. Something in Hari's spine straightened. That was it, not rebellion, not defiance, recognition. Zuri continued, "Their scholars once called it primordial casting. Very few lineages retained it cleanly. It is older than schools, older than ministries, older than the fantasy that power becomes safe because men draw borders around it." Children show traces. Great ritualists sometimes rediscover fragments. But in you, he stopped. Hari waited. In you, Zuri said at last, it is awake. The room felt suddenly too small for the sentence. Hari looked down at his hands as though they might appear different for having been named. They'll want to control it. It was not really a question. Zuri did not insult him by pretending ignorance about who they might one day be. Yes, he said. Hari nodded once. Good, better to know. Then Zuri smiled, not kindly exactly, but with the sharp approval of a teacher finding a student finally standing where he belongs. That is why we begin now. They remained at the necropolis for 5 days, long enough for the first terror of the vision to stop owning every room Hari entered, long enough for Zuri's lessons to build repetition into understanding, long enough for Hari to learn that not every cold bead meant danger. Sometimes it meant proximity, sometimes resonance, sometimes memory surfacing through metal faster than language could identify it. He learned to place a vibranium rod against his wrist and distinguish his own magical field from the scar's secondary response. He learned that the wrongness within the scar resisted stillness. He learned that if he meditated near raw vibranium for too long without grounding through breath and spoken intent, the plane thinned in the corners of his vision. He learned that Zuri had no respect whatsoever for self-pity and only a little more for adolescent drama. You are making that face again, the elder said on the 4th morning. What face? The one that suggests you believe fate singled you out because it found other candidates boring. Hari glared. That is not the face I am making. It is adjacent. On the 5th evening, Tchalla arrived. The news of the king's presence moved through the upper compound like a change in weather, not loud, not frantic, but immediate and total. By the time Hari reached the outer terrace, attendants had already cleared the path, guards had shifted, and the old mountain silence had gained a center. Tchalla stood at the parapet overlooking the lower valley, hands clasped behind his back. He had not come in state. That mattered. No procession. No public court. No visible burden of crown beyond the man himself carrying it in posture and gaze. Hari approached, suddenly aware that though Tchalla had always been a father to him, he had also always remained king in rooms where that distinction mattered. The older Hari grew, the more he understood the cost of being loved by people whose duties could not be put down at the threshold. Tchalla turned as he came near. For one moment he said nothing. His eyes went first to Hari's face, then to the scar, then to the beads. How bad? Hari asked. It was the wrong first question and exactly the one Tchalla would expect. The king considered him. Manageable. That means bad. It means real. Hari accepted that. So did Tchalla. They stood together at the parapet, the valley wide beneath them. I am told, Tchalla said, that the ancestral plane does not know what to make of you. Hari scowled. I wish people would stop sounding impressed when they say things like that. Are you unimpressive? No. Then the problem remains with them. Hari barked a short laugh despite himself. T'Challa's mouth shifted almost, though not fully. A king's version of amusement, then his face returned to stillness. Tchalla briefed me. So did Zuri. Shuri sent 12 pages. That sounds like Shuri. It contained 3 charts, 4 warnings, and 1 sentence accusing me of underfunding truth. Hari brightened. That also sounds like Shuri. The king's hand came to rest on the parapet stone, broad and steady. When I brought you from Britain, I knew there would come a day when the wound you carried would stop being only history and begin demanding future answers. Hari stared out over the valley. You expected this. I expected complexity. Specifics are for lesser prophets. That sounded very much like Tchalla. Hari gathered some courage and used it poorly. Did you ever regret it? The question dropped between them like a stone in water. No easy take-back. No pretending he had meant something else. Tchalla turned slowly. No, not even a breath of hesitation. No. He repeated. Not once. Hari looked down because he did not trust his face. The king continued, voice low and immovable. You were not brought here because you were simple. You were brought here because you were ours. The first truth remains more important than the second. Hari breathed in mountain air and let it hurt a little. Behind them, from within the compound, came the unmistakable sound of Shuri arguing with a priest about access permissions. Tchalla closed his eyes briefly. "She arrived this afternoon. I know. You sound resigned. She brought equipment." "That is grim." It was, but it was also home. They returned to Bernin Zana on the last day of July. Hari's 11th birthday began at midnight because Shuri considered sleep a bourgeois obstacle when engineering celebrations. By dawn, he had received 7 gifts, 3 warnings, 1 ceremonial blessing from Ramonda, and a sparring bruise from Akoi that she claimed was character-building and he claimed was evidence of emotional coldness. At breakfast, the palace settled around him in the warm disorder that only families with real power could afford in private. Ramonda gave him a new formal sash and kissed his forehead beside the scar with the kind of precision that never made it seem accidental. Tchalla gave him a book bound in dark leather, Wakandan state histories annotated by hand, which was such an aggressively kingly present that even Tchalla laughed. Tchalla gave him a training dagger balanced exactly to his hand, ceremonial enough not to scandalize Ramonda and practical enough that Akoi approved. Akoi gave him nothing visible at all, which meant she intended to present some dreadful new training standard later and call it a gift. Shuri gave him a compact bead interface and said, "It is for when Britain inevitably disappoints you," despite the fact that no one had yet mentioned Britain at all during breakfast. Hari looked up sharply, so did Tchalla. T'Challa's expression did not change. An attendant entered the hall, bowed, and said with admirable composure, "Your Majesties, there has been a minor incident at the Northern Air Shield." Shuri sat up so fast her chair nearly fell. Hari's beads turned cold, not dangerous cold, alert cold. T'Challa set down his cup. "Report." The attendant, to his credit, did not smile. An owl attempted unauthorized entry into sovereign Wakandan airspace. The border grid identified it as biological, non-hostile, carrying parchment, wax seal, and no active curse signatures. It was intercepted by defense drones, scanned, temporarily stunned, then escorted to the palace by Dora Milaje patrol. Silence. Then Shuri made a noise so delighted it bordered on criminal. Tchalla covered his mouth with one hand. Ramonda looked heavenward for strength. Hari stared. "An owl." The attendant inclined his head. "Yes, Prince Hari, stunned, very gently." "That is somehow worse." The great doors of the breakfast hall opened. 2 Dora Milaje entered in full composure, each doing a remarkably poor job of hiding amusement. Between them floated a small tawny owl wearing the offended expression of a creature who had attempted ordinary post delivery and instead encountered an advanced military state. Behind the owl drifted a single envelope, cream parchment, green ink, heavy official seal. Even from across the room, Hari knew what it was before the wax came fully into view. Not because he had ever seen one, because some part of him, buried in blood and story and the shape of his name before Wakanda softened it, had been waiting for Britain to knock. The owl landed on the edge of the table, ruffled itself with profound indignation, and fixed everyone present with the moral superiority unique to postal birds. Shuri leaned in. "Primitive, but committed." "Do not antagonize the letter," Ramonda said. "I am antagonizing the delivery system." The envelope floated down and settled on the vibranium table before Hari with extraordinary simplicity. No light, no dramatic music, just parchment on metal, 2 worlds staring at each other. Across the front, in green ink precise enough to seem judgmental, was written Mr. Harry Potter Royal Palace, Bernin Zana, Wakanda. Hari did not touch it immediately. The beads on his wrist cooled and warmed in alternating pulses, as if uncertain whether to classify the object as threat, message, or destiny. T'Challa's voice, when it came, was very quiet. "It found you." Hari nodded once. "Yes." Shuri rose halfway out of her chair. "Can I scan it?" "No," said 4 people at once. The owl, perhaps sharing the sentiment, bit at the air in her direction. Hari looked at the seal, Hogwarts, British magic, the school that had called him before he had ever seen Britain. The promise made on a ruined night in Godric's Hollow had reached its hour. He rested one hand beside the letter, not on it. The vibranium table beneath his fingers gave a faint, answering hum, not warning, recognition. And somewhere, deep inside the scar, the second signature stirred like a thing hearing its home country named aloud. Hari lifted his eyes. Around the table sat his family. Queen, king, brother, sister, guardian, nation compressed briefly into breakfast light and held breath. On the polished surface between them lay a single envelope. Britain had arrived. The Hogwarts letter remained unopened for 3 days. In another country, that would have been insult. In Wakanda, it was mourning. The seal sat unbroken on a table of dark vibranium in a chamber that had gone quieter than any room in the palace had a right to be. No one touched it. Not Ramonda. Not Shuri. Not even Hari, though he looked at it often enough that the Kimoyo beads on his wrist learned the rhythm of that gaze and answered with periodic warmth, as if trying to decide whether parchment counted as danger. Outside the palace, Bernanzana moved with ceremonial slowness. The city had not stopped. Wakanda did not stop. It endured, adapted, stood, remembered. Trains still crossed silver between districts. Markets still opened at first light. Patrol craft still cut clean paths through the sky. But grief had entered the kingdom like weather, and even the metal felt different underfoot, as though the nation's bones had learned how to carry weight without cracking. King T'Challa was dead. The news had come home before the body had, a diplomatic summit abroad, a public venue, an explosion violent enough to steal breath from continents. By the time the official confirmations arrived, the private truth had already reached those who mattered. Ramonda had received it standing upright, back straight, palms open at her sides as though dignity alone could stop the world from changing shape around her. Shuri had gone so still that, for several terrifying seconds, no one in the room had known whether she had heard at all. T'Challa had simply closed his eyes once, and when he opened them was no longer only sun. Hari had watched the transition happen in real time. That was the worst part, not the announcement, not the funeral rites, not even the silence after. It was seeing a brother become a king because grief had given him no other choice. And so the Hogwarts letter waited while T'Challa was washed, honored, sung over, carried, and given back to history. Only after the mourning period, narrowed from raw wound into something the nation could stand inside, did Ramonda send word. The tribal council would convene. Harry Potter would be discussed. For the first time in 11 years, not as ward, not as son, not as private complication held inside royal walls, as state. The council chamber of Wakanda had been built for disagreement, not chaos. Never chaos. Its shape alone rejected that. 5 tribal alcoves curved around a central speaking floor, each elevated just enough to mark dignity without suggesting separation from the whole. The throne stood at the far head of the chamber, not hidden, not overly exalted, simply inevitable. Above it, carved into the stone and vibranium arch, Bashinga's panther symbol watched over generations that had argued beneath it and somehow kept becoming one nation afterward. Today the chamber felt tighter, not physically, historically. Hari stood in a side gallery screened by patterned metal lattice, visible enough to witness, hidden enough not to become the visual center of the debate. T'Challa had insisted on that position. Hari had wanted to stand openly on the floor and had been told, with intolerable calm, that states were most dangerous when they forgot the difference between participating in one's fate and being fed to procedure. So he watched. His hands were folded behind his back because Okoye had taught him long ago that nervous children fidgeted and princes learned how not to. The lesson had stuck even when the nerves did not. Below, the tribes assembled. The border tribe came first, cloaks severe and practical, carrying mountain restraint in posture and expression alike. They were the tribe most responsible for the hidden lines of the nation, the watchers at the edges, the ones who understood better than most that one poorly managed secret could become an invasion route. The river tribe arrived in color and controlled elegance, their blues and greens almost fluid in motion. They carried the poise of those who knew diplomacy as deeply as engineering, and whose judgments often came wrapped in beauty sharp enough to cut. The mining tribe entered like stone deciding to walk, solid, observant, patient. Their people knew vibranium not as myth or symbol, but as labor, extraction, yield, risk, cost. They looked at Hari's existence and saw not only family or politics, but material truth behaving in impossible ways. The merchant tribe followed in warm metals and layered fabrics, bright-eyed and restless with calculation. They understood exchange, leverage, possibility. The moment Wakanda's private realities touched external systems, they were already asking what value had just entered the room and who intended to control it. The Golden Tribe came last among the tribes because the throne had not yet entered. Ramonda took her seat in white and gold. Not Queen Regnant now, but Queen Mother, and somehow the room still bent around her all the same. Grief had refined rather than dimmed her. She looked like mourning done so well it had become a form of command. Shuri sat near her, not in childish adornment now, but in royal black, threaded subtly with kinetic blue. She was only 13, and yet her face already carried the dangerous brightness of people whom tragedy has not slowed, only sharpened. Akoi stood at the right of the speaking floor, spear grounded, Dora Milaje behind her in formation. Then Tchalla entered. The chamber rose. Hari did too, though no one could see him behind the lattice. Tchalla walked in black and silver, the mantle of kingship settling over him without softness. Grief had not made him older in the sentimental way storytellers like to pretend. It had made him heavier in the actual way loss does, drawing more gravity into every choice, every silence, every line of the body. He wore no visible crown. He did not need one. He took the throne. The chamber sat. Only the Hogwarts letter remained standing, so to speak, resting on a low table in the center of the floor like a challenge from another civilization too old to know when it had arrived at a funeral. Tchalla looked at it once, then at the tribes. "Speak," he said. No ceremony, no preamble, no wasted language. The border tribe elder rose first. W. Kabai's father had once held the seat, but years and succession had changed hands. Now it belonged to Chief Mbella, a man whose face seemed carved from weathered cliffside and whose voice rarely hurried itself for lesser people. "The matter before us," Mbella said, "was settled privately 11 years ago by King T'Chaka and a foreign headmaster. It was not brought before full council. That alone should concern us." A murmur of agreement moved through parts of the chamber. Hari's beads cooled. Mbella continued. "We honored the king's judgment. We accepted the child. We watched. We guarded. We adjusted. But the letter on this floor proves what some of us said in private from the start. Such arrangements do not remain private forever." River Tribe Elder Enkano inclined her head. "You object to the letter?" "I object," Mbella said, "to a foreign institution presuming claim on a child raised in our royal household." There it was. Hari had expected attack from the border tribe. Instead, he got precision. Enkano's expression remained smooth. "That sounds almost protective." "It is strategic," Mbella replied. "Do not confuse the two." The merchant tribe representative smiled faintly. "We rarely do." Laughter did not follow. Too much grief still occupied the room. Mbella turned toward the throne. "If the question is whether the boy should go to Britain, I say yes." Now the chamber shifted. Hari blinked. So did Shuri, visibly offended. Mbella did not soften. He should go because the arrangement was always temporary, even when affection tried to rename it. He should go because the foreign-born son of another magical line cannot remain indefinitely at the heart of Wakandan succession politics, while carrying a power none of us fully control. He should go because if Britain's enemies come looking for Harry Potter, they should not find a direct path to burn in Zana. The final sentence landed clean and ugly. Hari's jaw tightened. The River Tribe elder rose before anyone else could claim the momentum. "On that," Enkano said, The river tribe agrees. Shuri let out a sharp, incredulous breath. Ramonda did not move. Enkano folded her hands. The child has been loved. That is not in dispute, but affection cannot be governance. Harry Potter is not only a son in this matter. He is a foreign magical entity tied to a prophecy system and war structure outside Wakandan law. Her gaze flicked once toward the sealed letter. Now that system is knocking. We must answer as a nation, not a household. Hari hated that the sentence made sense. That was always the problem with councils. They rarely lied. They simply arranged truths by priority and called the arrangement wisdom. The mining tribe elder rose more slowly, as though stone itself objected to being rushed into speech. Chief Azara was broad-shouldered, silver-templed, and carried the exact expression of someone who had watched too many scholars simplify vibranium in public and lived to resent it. The mining tribe disagrees with the conclusion, she said. Mbella looked unsurprised. Of course you do. Azara ignored him with expert contempt. We have, within our capital, a once-in-centuries synthesis of magical and vibranium resonance. Now that drew eyes. The boy's scar interacts with raw vibranium, kinetic channels, palace architecture, and spiritual conduits in ways no known Wakandan, British, or international magical framework can adequately explain. To send him away now would be like throwing a living archive into a foreign river and hoping it returns improved. The merchant tribe elder immediately leaned forward. At last, someone speaks economically. Ramonda closed her eyes briefly. Chief Azara continued. Let Britain school its own. We have our own science, our own sacred disciplines, our own teachers. Whatever Hogwarts is, it is not uniquely qualified to understand what Harry Potter has become. Become, Mbella said, or could be made into. Azara's stare could have opened or. Do you believe Wakanda studies its children like specimens? No, Mbella said. I believe nations tell themselves noble stories while they turn anomalies into assets. That silenced even the merchant tribe for a beat, because it was not wrong. The merchant tribe elder, Lady Sefu, chose that moment to rise. She wore gold like argument made visible. The merchant tribe sees no reason to pretend the matter is simple. Of course the boy is an asset, so is every prince, so is every innovation, so is every treaty. The dishonor is not in having value. The dishonor is in pretending value absolves us from responsibility. She turned elegantly toward Tchalla. Britain did not send a mere invitation. It sent claim backed by tradition. Hogwarts is not only a school. It is an access point into an entire parallel structure of knowledge, politics, warfare, and, likely, commerce. Shuri perked up immediately. Finally! Ramonda gave her one look. Shuri sat back a fraction, unrepentant. Lady Sefu went on. If Harry goes, he goes as contact. If he stays, Britain remains a sealed system describing him from afar. I do not enjoy ignorance when alternatives exist. Hari almost laughed at how perfectly merchant tribe that sounded. Then the chamber quieted because one tribal voice had not yet spoken, the Golden Tribe. Its elder, Mkora, rose with visible reluctance. That was new and, in some ways, the most frightening thing said all morning. Golden Tribe's certainty was a pillar Wakanda leaned on. To see hesitation, there was to feel a foundation admit complexity. Mkora looked first at Ramonda, then Tchalla, then finally toward the screened gallery where Hari stood hidden. Hari had the wild impression that the elder could see him anyway. The Golden Tribe, Mkora said, has been most at peace with the arrangement because the arrangement has lived under our roof. We have known the boy not only as policy, but as daily reality. We have watched him grow. We have watched the late king love him. We have watched the current king and princess call him brother. A beat. And that is why we are divided. There it was, not because they wanted him less, because they knew him more. Mkora continued. To keep him is to risk using love as excuse for possession. To send him is to risk abandoning a son to a world that failed him before he could speak. We do not agree among ourselves on which dishonor is greater. That landed harder than anything else said so far because it refused simplicity entirely. The chamber held it. Then Tchalla spoke for the first time since opening the floor. "My father," he said, "did not bring Hari to Wakanda because he was easy to place. He brought him because blood and duty demanded it." No one moved. T'Challa's gaze crossed the chamber like measured fire. "Some of you speak as if this is a question of what Wakanda can gain. Some of you speak as if it is a question of what Wakanda can avoid losing. Both are beneath the matter." His voice remained calm. That made it larger. "Harry Potter is not a shipment to be routed. He is not a research chamber. He is not a border problem with a heartbeat." Mbella opened his mouth, but T'Challa lifted a hand without even looking at him. "Yet," the king said, "neither is he only ours to keep because grief made us love him first." Silence deepened. Hari stared at his brother. T'Challa looked toward the sealed letter in the center of the floor. "The question before us is not whether Britain calls. It has called. The question is whether Hari is permitted to answer as subject or as sovereign soul." He leaned back slightly, not less engaged, merely more dangerous. "I will not choose his life for the comfort of this chamber." The sentence hung there long after he finished. Ramonda stood then, and the room changed shape around her. T'Challa carried kingship like steel. Ramonda carried it like architecture. "You speak of right," she said to the chamber. "I will speak of cost." No one interrupted her. The last time Britain failed to protect Harry Potter, he was 1 year old and standing in blood. The last time a British wizard made a private arrangement regarding my son, it was with my husband and without this council. Some of you object to that now. Very well. Object. But do not mistake procedural offense for greater wisdom than the grief that made that choice necessary. The River Tribe elder lowered her eyes a fraction. "Respect, not retreat," Ramonda continued. "I do not care that Hogwarts is famous. I do not care that Britain calls him the boy who lived. I care that he lives at all. If he goes into a nation whose magical culture kept a child prophecy secret from itself until it required child sacrifice to solve. That alone offends me." Somewhere behind Hari, one of the attendants inhaled too sharply. Shuri looked openly delighted. T'Challa did not smile, but the corner of his jaw tightened. Approval. Ramonda turned to the tribes. "So I say this plainly, if the boy goes, it will not be because tradition demanded compliance. It will not be because Britain expects gratitude. It will not be because Wakanda grew tired of carrying him." Her voice softened on the last word. "It will be because he chooses to know the other half of the war that was born into his body." And there, at last, the chamber had all of it: strategy, science, fear, history, love. Nobody spoke for several breaths. Then Shuri rose as though patience had finally become physically irritating. "I would like the record to note," she said, "that Britain remains technologically offensive." That did it. Even the border tribe made the smallest sound of reluctant amusement. Shuri took this as encouragement and became instantly more dangerous. "I am told Hogwarts is a castle lit by candles." "Candles!" She spread her hands in disbelief. "They send living birds as postal infrastructure. Their moving staircases are regarded as charming rather than evidence of institutional neglect. Their students are handed sticks made of semi-sentient wood and then taught reality-shaping combat arts before puberty." Hari closed his eyes. Ramonda pinched the bridge of her nose. T'Challa said, "Shuri." "I am being relevant," she replied. "My position is simple. Hari should go." That drew visible surprise from several seats. Shuri lifted her chin. "He should go because we need data. He should go because he needs context. He should go because the parasite in his scar reacts to British magical signatures, and refusing controlled exposure while pretending that helps him would be scientifically pathetic." The mining tribe elder looked offended and impressed simultaneously. "And," Shuri added, "because I cannot fully reverse engineer a system unless I see how its users embarrass themselves in the wild." "Your devotion to language remains disturbing," T'Challa said. She sat, satisfied. The room fell still again. Only Okoye had not spoken. Hari knew why. When Okoye spoke in council, people remembered it for years, because she wasted neither air nor emphasis. At last, T'Challa turned slightly toward her. "General," Akoi lifted her spear, grounded it once, and said, "The boy is a warrior." No one moved. Warriors need to know who they're fighting. Then she was silent again. And somehow that finished the first half of the debate more decisively than all the arguments before it. Because in one sentence she had cut through tribe, sentiment, scholarship, and policy. Hari was not being sent to school. He was being sent toward the enemy whose mark he carried. The council chamber understood this all at once. So did Hari. His scar prickled. Albus Dumbledore arrived in Wakanda the next morning under conditions no British headmaster had ever previously imagined for himself. He portkeyed, as arranged, into a remote receiving site at the northern border. The portkey did not like Wakanda. That was the first thing he learned. The second was that Wakanda liked him only fractionally more. When the twisting transit ceased, Dumbledore emerged not into open countryside, but into a shielded receiving circle carved into mountain stone and lined with subtle vibranium inlays that immediately lit beneath his boots in cool blue assessment. 3 Dora Milaje stood waiting beyond the ring. They did not raise weapons. They did not need to. Their posture made weapons an environmental detail rather than a threat display. Dumbledore straightened, robes settling around him, and took in the view: mountain wind, high cloud, stone ancient enough to ignore empires. And 3 women looking at him as if he were an elderly book containing both valuable information and possible contagion. He inclined his head. "Ladies." "Headmaster," said the foremost among them, not Akoi, a different Dora captain, younger, expression unreadable. One of the vibranium lines beneath Dumbledore's feet flashed briefly across the hem of his robe, then vanished. Border scan. Thorough, polite only in the Wakandan sense of the word, which meant it did not ask permission from things it needed to know. "I assume," Dumbledore said mildly, "that I have been deemed non-hostile." "For now," the Dora captain replied. Wonderful, he thought. Honest people. They escorted him not directly to Bernanzana, but through a layered path of transport, shield transitions, and brief waiting points clearly designed to ensure that if he had come with hidden intent, it would lose patience long before reaching the palace. By the time the royal transport finally descended over the capital, Dumbledore had been scanned magically, technologically, and morally by at least 4 systems he could identify, and several he could not. He found this deeply humbling. He also found it deserved. Because even now, entering Wakanda again after T'Chaka's death, after 11 years of silence punctuated only by tightly controlled correspondence, he knew something uncomfortable. He had underestimated what the late king had built, not in strength, in coherence. Wakanda did not merely possess power, it possessed confidence without explanation. That was rarer. By the time Dumbledore entered the royal audience chamber, he had already decided not to waste anyone's time by pretending he was not impressed. Tchalla met him standing, not seated on the throne. Standing before it. That too meant something. Ramonda was present at his right, Shuri at a side console she had no doubt illegally installed into the room itself. Akoi stood left of the speaking floor, expression carved from uncooperative bronze. Hari was not there. Dumbledore noticed immediately and approved, though he suspected Tchalla would dislike the fact that he approved. "Your Majesty," Dumbledore said. "Headmaster," Tchalla replied. For one suspended moment, both men measured each other in silence. Dumbledore saw intelligence first, not brilliance. Plenty of people mistook brilliance for intelligence because brilliance announced itself. T'Challa's intelligence was disciplined, layered, strategic. He had his father's dignity, but not his father's patience for being underestimated. Tchalla saw age, secrets, sorrow, and the specific alertness of a man who had buried too many plans inside moral language to stop doing it even when tired. Dumbledore spoke first. "I regret," he said, "that my return to Wakanda comes under grief." Ramonda inclined her head by a fraction. "Regret is not the same as condolence, but it is a place to start." That was clean enough to draw blood and elegant enough to leave no stain. Dumbledore accepted it. T'Chaka was a king of rare quality, he said, The world is lesser for losing him. T'Challa's face did not change. The world noticed him late. Too late, Dumbledore said. That answer earned him the smallest shift in the room's tension, not trust, less suspicion than before. T'Challa gestured to the low table between them. On it lay the Hogwarts letter, still unopened. Dumbledore's brows rose despite himself. You did not break the seal. No, T'Challa said. We preferred to discuss whether Britain still believes parchment constitutes adequate diplomacy. Shuri muttered, barbaric bird culture. Dumbledore's mouth twitched before wisdom advised against amusement. I came, he said, because some conversations should not be entrusted to owls. On that, T'Challa said, we agree. They sat, not as equals in title, perhaps, but fully as equals in the only way that mattered here. Each commanded worlds the other could not ignore. For a time no one spoke. Then T'Challa said, explain why Harry Potter must attend Hogwarts. Direct. No ritual dressing. Dumbledore folded his hands. Because his life is tied to a conflict shaped in Britain's magical world, and ignorance of that world will not protect him from its consequences. Ramonda answered at once. Knowledge is not the same as proximity. No, Dumbledore said, but proximity has already chosen him. He carries the mark of Voldemort. He carries, I suspect, more than the mark. Shuri's eyes sharpened instantly. T'Challa leaned back a fraction. You know about the second signature? I know enough to fear what I do not fully understand. That is not an answer. It is the truest answer available. T'Challa's gaze remained steady. Then here is mine. Harry's scar contains a corrupted soul signature responsive to British magical residue, vibranium resonance, and emotional stress. He has seen a woman in the ancestral plane we believe to be Lily Potter. He has been trained in disciplines your world no longer names correctly. So do not come to me with schoolhouse reassurances, as though I am being asked to send an ordinary child for ordinary schooling. Dumbledore was silent long enough that even Shuri stopped fidgeting. When he did speak, his tone had changed. Some of the headmaster fell away. What remained was the man burdened beneath him. I had hoped, Dumbledore said quietly, that Wakanda might have found a path around the darker possibilities. Ramonda's eyes hardened. Hope is a poor substitute for honesty? Yes, Dumbledore said. I know. The admission settled heavily, because honest admissions from powerful men are rarely comforting. They usually confirm the scale of the problem. T'Challa looked at the letter, then back at Dumbledore. My father struck a compromise with you. Harry would grow in Wakanda and return to Britain when the time was right. I remember. Do you also remember? T'Challa asked. That compromise was not surrender. Dumbledore met his gaze. Perfectly. Good. T'Challa's voice cooled. Then hear mine. Harry will not be sent into Britain as tribute to your traditions or as bait for your enemies. Dumbledore's blue eyes flashed once. I would never use him as bait. No. T'Challa said, you would call it necessary positioning and hate yourself only afterward. Even Okoye's expression changed a fraction at that. Dumbledore accepted the wound because he could not deny it cleanly. I have made mistakes, he said. Shuri leaned forward. That is a magnificently inadequate noun. Shuri, Ramonda said. What? It is. Dumbledore, to his credit, inclined his head toward the princess. You are not wrong. That brought him something unexpected from Shuri, a pause, not forgiveness, but interest. T'Challa spoke again. Harry has the right to choose. That is the beginning of this matter. And I agree, Dumbledore said. Ramonda's gaze sharpened. You agree? Yes. No one had expected the answer so quickly. Dumbledore continued. Choice without information is theater. He must know enough to choose meaningfully. And if he chooses not to come to Hogwarts, I would not force him. That drew a visible reaction from Ramonda, not trust, surprise complicated by old resentment. T'Challa studied the old wizard carefully. Why? Dumbledore answered without embellishment. Because a boy denied choice for the sake of a war becomes a weapon before he becomes a man. I have done enough harm in my life without sanctifying that one. The room went very still, not because the sentiment was novel, because it sounded like confession rather than rhetoric. T'Challa's fingers rested lightly on the arm of his chair. And yet you still believe he should go. I do. Why? Dumbledore looked for the first time not at T'Challa, Ramonda, or the throne. He looked at the unopened letter. Because the enemy who marked him was born in the corridors of my world. Because the prejudice that made Voldemort possible still lives there. Because Harry Potter may one day have to fight not only a man, but the system that raised him. And systems are hardest to defeat when learned secondhand. That was, annoyingly, a very good answer. Shuri hated that it was a very good answer. So you want him educated among provincial candle addicts, she said. Dumbledore blinked. I beg your pardon. Never mind. T'Challa stood. The negotiation had reached the stage where sitting would have made it smaller than it was. Dumbledore rose as well. T'Challa descended the single step from the throne platform. You ask for access, he said. Here is what Wakanda requires. Dumbledore waited. Harry goes as Harry Potter. His royal identity remains sealed. Dumbledore nodded once. Wise. He carries his Kimoyo beads, not decorative versions, functional. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Shuri, who smiled like a trap with excellent posture. I suspected as much, he said. He carries direct communication access to Wakanda. That may be difficult to conceal. Then conceal it better. Dumbledore almost smiled. Understood. He will not be isolated from his training. Agreed. He will report. Dumbledore lifted one brow. As student or operative? T'Challa answered without hesitation. As scout. There, the true word. The room held it. Dumbledore did not pretend to misunderstand. You intend him to observe Britain as much as Britain intends to shape him? Yes. And if the two intentions conflict, T'Challa's gaze did not move. Then Harry Potter will decide which world deserves more of him. Dumbledore considered that for a long moment, then very slowly he nodded. I can accept that. Ramonda stood as well. You accept too easily, she said. Dumbledore turned to her. No, Majesty. I accept because refusing would be an attempt to reclaim ownership that was never mine. That answer, too, was better than anyone had wanted from him. Okoye shifted her spear once. The sound rang lightly through the chamber. What does Hogwarts provide? She asked. That Wakanda does not. All eyes turned. Okoye rarely entered negotiations this way. When she did, it was because she had located the bone inside the body of the matter. Dumbledore looked at her and answered with equal care. Not better training, he said. Certainly not better discipline. Not greater loyalty. Perhaps not even greater safety, if we are being painfully honest. Shuri snorted. What Hogwarts provides, Dumbledore continued, is terrain. The faces, customs, weaknesses, myths, loyalties, and blind spots of the world that produced Voldemort and still cannot quite admit it. Okoye nodded once. Enough. The compromise existed now. It merely needed witness. T'Challa broke the seal. The sound of parchment opening in that room felt absurdly small for what it represented. He read silently, then handed the letter to Ramonda. Then to Shuri, who scanned it with her eyes as if expecting hidden incompetence and finding only ordinary British formalism. Finally, T'Challa set it down again. It will be done, he said. Dumbledore inclined his head. Thank you. T'Challa's expression cooled instantly. Do not thank me yet, Headmaster. I am sending you a prince trained by warriors, scientists, and ancestors. If Britain mishandles him, we will take that personally. Dumbledore held the king's gaze. I would expect nothing less. Harry was told at sunset, not in the council chamber, not in the throne room, on the palace roof, because some decisions belonged under sky. The city below them was alive in layers of evening gold and moving blue. Far off, patrol craft crossed the horizon like thoughts too disciplined to become noise. Wind moved over the roof in warm currents. Harry stood near the edge, hands in the pockets of his training coat, staring out over Berninzana as though he could somehow postpone the conversation by refusing to turn around first. He heard T'Challa before he saw him, then Ramonda. Then Shuri, who somehow made solemn family meetings sound like personal inconvenience even when merely walking into them. Harry turned. No one smiled. That told him everything before a word was spoken. Britain won, he said. T'Challa stopped a few paces away. That is not what happened. It sounds like what happened. Ramonda came closer. Hurry! He hated that tone, not because it was unkind, because it was kind enough to make bracing for impact feel childish. Tchalla spoke plainly. You will attend Hogwarts. There it was, no dressing, no delay, no false comfort. Harry stared at him for a long moment. The city kept glowing. A transport crossed the distance below. Somewhere much farther down, a choir in one of the lower palace courts had begun evening harmonics. Everything continued. That offended him on principle. At 11, he said. Now. Yes. For how long? For school terms, Tchalla said. You return during breaks. You remain in contact. Your identity as Wakandan royalty stays protected. Harry's gaze shifted to Shuri at once. How protected? Shuri brightened slightly. Extremely. I have already designed 3 layered concealment protocols, a covert communications suite, 2 emergency extraction contingencies, a passive ward lattice disguised as jewelry, and an earpiece so subtle Britain will deserve humiliation for failing to detect it. Ramonda sighed. You were asked not to militarize the school. I did not militarize it, Shuri said. I merely respected reality. Harry looked back at Tchalla. Why? The word came out harsher than intended. Good. Let it. He had earned at least that. Tchalla answered him like a king and a brother both. Because there is a war in your future, and too much of it was born in Britain. Because the thing inside your scar reacts to that world. Because hiding you from it no longer counts as protection. Because you deserve to know what has been circling your life since before you could speak. Harry looked down. His beads had gone cold again. Not panic, recognition. He hated that most of all, the part of him that already knew this would happen. And if I said no, he asked. Ramonda answered softly. Then you would stay. He looked up sharply. You would let me? Yes, Tchalla said. The council heard this from me first. It remains true now. Harry searched his face for the lie, found none. That made the choice harder. Of course it did. No chains, no manipulation. Only trust large enough to hand him the knife and believe he would not use it carelessly. He looked back out over the city, his city. The one that had named him, fed him, trained him, buried a king in front of him, and still made room for his fear afterward. Britain waited beyond all that like a wound deciding it had rights. He thought of the laboratory. The second soul signature. Lily in the plain telling him to run. Akoi saying warriors need to know who they are fighting. Shuri already preparing to invade a school through engineering. Tchalla becoming king so quickly, it still hurt to watch. And somewhere in all of it, beneath anger and dread and loyalty, another truth stood up and refused to sit down again. He wanted to see it. Not because Britain had earned him, because knowledge had. Harry let out a long breath. When do I leave? Before term begins, Tchalla said. There will be preparation. There will be equipment, Shuri corrected. There will be restraint, Ramonda said. There will be both, Tchalla decided. Harry nodded once. That was all. No dramatic acceptance, no speech, no collapse. Just a boy standing on a palace roof learning the exact weight of the road beneath the word yes. For a while nobody spoke. Then Harry, still staring out over the city, asked in a level voice, Can I bring Shuri? There was a pause. Shuri lit up like a national emergency. Yes, excellent. Finally, someone with judgment. No, said 3 people at once. Shuri's face fell into betrayal so sincere it should have earned awards. I would improve Hogwarts within a week. That, Tchalla said, is exactly why you are not going. I could be discreet. Ramonda looked at her. Shuri drew herself up. I could be less obvious. Harry laughed. He had not meant to. It escaped him anyway, sudden and sharp and painfully alive. The others looked at him. For a moment, grief and politics and prophecy loosened their grip enough for the roof to become what it had always been first, a family place. Ramonda stepped forward and kissed his brow beside the scar. Tchalla rested one hand on his shoulder. Shuri, still affronted by exile, folded her arms and said, Fine, but if Britain breaks you, I am redesigning their infrastructure without permission. Harry looked at her and smiled crookedly. That sounds about right. Below them, Berninzana glittered into full night. Above them, the stars over Wakanda held their places. And somewhere far beyond those stars, beyond sea and cloud and rail stations and candlelit halls, a castle in Britain had already written his name into expectation. Harry Potter would come, but he would not come alone. He would come carrying a hidden nation in his blood, a dead king in his memory, a brother's trust on his shoulders, a sister's inventions on his wrist, and a war that had finally stopped being abstract. On the palace roof, Harry stood between worlds and felt the crossing begin. Harry left Wakanda in black, not mourning black, travel black. Practical, fitted, quiet enough not to announce wealth and precise enough that Ramonda approved the tailoring on sight. His trunk stood beside the transport ramp, polished dark and reinforced in ways no British baggage handler on Earth would have been prepared to understand. Hedwig's cage rested on top of it, though the owl inside was currently regarding everyone with the suspicious dignity of a creature who had not yet decided whether royal families could be trusted. Shuri had put 3 additional things into the trunk after the packing was supposedly finished. Then 4 more after that. Then one final case strictly for emergencies, which Harry had opened, discovered contained disassembled surveillance filaments, 2 folded kinetic shields, and what appeared to be a bead-shaped device labeled for IF Britain becomes TOO British, and immediately closed again. Now, standing on the departure platform at the edge of a discreet Wakandan transport hub, he suspected there were at least 6 more inventions hidden in false compartments he had not found. Ramonda adjusted the collar of his coat one last time. "You remember what matters," she said. Harry looked at her. "Yes, say it," he exhaled softly. She did that when she wanted to hear not whether he had memorized guidance, but whether he could still hold it once spoken aloud. "I am not going there to become smaller," he said. "I am not going there to apologize for being loved differently. I observe before I react. I learn before I judge. I leave no part of myself behind just because Britain does not have shelves for it." Ramonda's mouth curved. "Good." Tchalla stood beside her, one hand in the pocket of his coat, the other holding something small and dark between 2 fingers. Harry noticed it immediately. "What is that?" Tchalla handed it over, a Kimoyo bead, not one of the standard palace-linked units. This one was matte on the surface, almost dull, with none of the subtle golden undertones the others carried when active. Only when Harry rolled it in his palm did he feel the difference, deeper density, more layered architecture. "Your public set stays visible," Tchalla said. "That one integrates into the bracelet line as a cosmetic bead. It is not cosmetic." Shuri, at once offended and delighted, folded her arms. "I already told him that." "Yes," Tchalla said. "And because you told him with the enthusiasm of a saboteur, I am telling him again with the gravity of a king." Shuri made a noise of professional disrespect. Harry fastened the extra bead into the bracelet line at his wrist. The others shifted microscopically to receive it, the configuration seamless within a second. "What does it do?" he asked. Shuri answered before anyone else could. "It maintains a covert narrowband line across magical interference fields using a vibranium harmonic I invented at 2 in the morning while properly unappreciated." Ramonda glanced at her. Shuri corrected herself. "I was appreciated, inadequately." Tchalla ignored this. "It is for emergencies." "It is also," Shuri added, "for routine communication, passive environmental scanning, ward behavior mapping, magical signature logging, and letting me hear the exact moment British infrastructure disappoints you." Harry stared at her. "You wired yourself into my school year. I fortified it. You invaded it before I arrived." "Yes," she said, completely sincere. "That is the correct order." Okoye had said very little all morning. That meant whatever she did say would matter enough to remain with him. She stepped forward now and held out something wrapped in dark cloth. Harry took it and unfolded the bundle. Inside lay a slim training knife, not ceremonial, not for open use, not for Hogwarts, certainly. The blade was short, balanced, unadorned, with a grip wrapped for certainty rather than beauty. Harry looked up. Okoye said, "You will not carry that into the castle." "That sounds like a warning I am meant to obey." "It is." He hid a smile. But, she continued, I want you to remember the lesson, not the weapon. She tapped the hilt once. Your first defense is awareness. Your second is discipline. Your third is whatever Britain foolishly leaves within arm's reach. That got the faintest flicker from Tchalla, who had long ago accepted that Akoi's morality and his own mostly aligned, though not always in comfortable order. Hari rewrapped the knife carefully and set it aside in the case Tchalla had approved for non-school transit. Then, because departures are cruel specifically when nobody says the thing first, silence arrived. The transport waited, morning light moved over metal and stone. A breeze crossed the platform carrying the distant scent of flowering trees from lower terraces, and for one impossible second, Hari wanted very badly to be 6 again, small enough that leaving might still be a thing adults decided around him instead of a road he had agreed to walk. Tchalla saw it. Of course he did. He stepped close and clasped Hari's forearm. Harry Potter goes to Hogwarts, he said quietly. Hari does not vanish, Hari swallowed. I know, do you? He nearly laughed. That question is becoming a family curse. Yes, Tchalla said. And until you can answer it without thinking first, expect repetition. Then he pulled Hari into a brief, hard embrace that said everything kingship rarely allowed him to say in public. When Ramonda held him next, it was with the measured certainty of a queen and a mother at once. Shuri hugged him last and muttered into his shoulder, If they are boring, I will set something off remotely. You are not helping. I am helping emotionally. By threatening a foreign school, exactly. Then he was walking up the ramp. He did not look back until the door sealed. When he did, all 4 of them were still there. Ramonda straight as a standard, Tchalla still as judgment, Akoi with arms behind her back and spear resting at her side. Shuri already pretending she was not watching by making adjustments on a wrist display that almost certainly did not require adjusting. The transport lifted. Wakanda fell away beneath him in elegant layers of green, silver, black stone, and hidden light. Britain waited beyond cloud and ocean like an old story nobody had cleaned properly in centuries. King's Cross smelled like steam, iron, old newspapers, and too many people moving with separate ideas of urgency. Harry stepped out into it and stopped. The station was not ugly. That would have been easy. It was simply dense. Loud in all the wrong places. Functional in ways that seemed proud of having survived inconvenience rather than solved it. Human in the most exhausting sense of the word. Families shouted. Porters rolled trolleys that squealed in protest. Steam drifted in white clouds under the high glass roof. A child dropped something metallic near Harry's left foot, and 3 adults failed to notice. His bracelet cooled once, then settled as it adjusted to the new environment. In his right ear, under the cover of ordinary sound, Shuri's voice came alive. Oh, this is terrible. Harry closed his eyes for one brief, dangerous second. You are supposed to be covert. I am covert. I am covertly offended. He kept walking, trunk gliding behind him on a silent Wakandan trolley that had been charmed, disguised, and very carefully downgraded by Shuri so as not to humiliate Britain more than necessary on first contact. It is a train station, he murmured. It is an archaeological mood. That is not a category. It should be. Why is everything so loud if none of it is efficient? Harry smiled despite himself. That helped. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly where Dumbledore's instructions said it would be. Hidden behind ordinary architecture with all the subtlety of a secret maintained by people too convinced of their own tradition to imagine anyone else might think up a better interface. Harry watched 2 red-haired children vanish through the barrier one after the other and exhaled slowly. Well, he said under his breath. In his ear, Shuri said, If you run into the wall and die in the first 3 minutes, I will be furious. He pushed the trolley forward. The barrier gave like water. Then the world changed. Scarlet steam engine, crowded platform, owls calling overhead, cats yowling from baskets, parents leaning from windows. Children half in robes, half in ordinary clothes, all trying very hard to look as though boarding a magical train at 11 was a thing one remained casual about, Harry stood still. Not because he was overwhelmed. Because part of him, some old blood-deep part shaped by stories he had never actually lived, recognized this instantly. The wizarding world, not Britain in the ordinary sense. Its other skin. "It's even redder than I expected," Shuri said. Harry let his gaze travel over polished brass, painted wood, coal smoke, open doors, and the dozens upon dozens of small rituals repeating all around him. "I understand the appeal," he said. "That is because you are sentimental under stress. I am observant. You are both." A family carrying a large wicker basket nearly collided with his trunk. Harry shifted it smoothly out of their path. No bodyguards, no palace attendants, no one watching the angles of every entrance. The absence sat strangely on his shoulders. Not frightening, just noticeable. Like walking without armor one had forgotten one was wearing. A red-haired boy his age was struggling to shove a trunk into a carriage doorway 3 compartments down. Harry noted the angle, the weight distribution, the fact that the owl cage on top was about to slide. Then another voice cut in from near his shoulder. "Excuse me, sorry, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, and honestly I do not understand how one misplaces an entire amphibian." Harry turned. The girl standing there had wild brown hair, bright intelligent eyes, and the expression of someone who had already decided the world would be much more manageable if it cooperated with her standards. She stopped mid-breath. Her eyes dropped to his wrist, then to his face, then back to his wrist. Harry watched comprehension strike with near-physical force. "You are," she said. He waited. "You are Harry Potter." Around them, platform noise continued without mercy. Harry had been braced for awe, suspicion, gossip, some version of frightened fascination. What he got instead was scholarly shock so intense it nearly looked painful. "You know me," he said. "I know of you," she replied instantly. "Which is not the same thing at all, and I should like the distinction recorded if anyone asks. But," she caught herself, "sorry, Hermione Granger." She thrust out her hand. Harry took it. Her grip was firm, not nervous. "Good, Hermione Granger," he repeated. "Harry Potter, I know." "Yes, you mentioned." A flush touched her face, but rather than become embarrassed in any ordinary way, she seemed only more determined to recover efficiently. "I also know," she said, lowering her voice, "that the bracelet configuration on your wrist is not standard European magical design." Shuri made a delighted sound in his ear. "Oh, I like her." Harry did not react outwardly. Hermione's gaze sharpened further. "And unless I am completely mistaken, which I am not, that is Wakandan pattern architecture disguised as decorative beadwork." Now that was not what he had expected. "You know about Wakanda," he said. Hermione straightened slightly. "Only the public historical fragments, scattered anthropological references, a deeply frustrating amount of colonial-era nonsense I discarded, and 2 translated academic scraps that may have been fabricated but were too structurally interesting to ignore." Harry stared at her for half a beat. Then, in his ear, Shuri said reverently, "Bring her home." He almost laughed. Instead he said, "That is more than most people here know, I suspect." Hermione's mouth thinned. "Most people here appear to think reading one book constitutes mastery." A friendship began there, not with warmth first. With recognition, the best kind. They found an empty compartment 2 carriages down. Harry lifted his trunk into the rack with one smooth motion. Hermione noticed the efficiency of it, noticed the way he scanned the compartment before sitting, noticed the nearly invisible pause before he took the seat facing the door rather than with his back to it. She noticed too much. That was also promising. "You may ask," Harry said as the train whistle sounded distantly outside. Hermione blinked. "What?" "The questions. You are making the face of a person organizing them by priority." Her face lit with reluctant honesty. "There are several." "Then begin with the most survivable one." Her eyes flicked again to the bracelet. "Is it magic or technology?" "Yes." She stared. He let that rest for a moment. From the corridor came a crash, an apology, and a muttered complaint about Scabbers not liking travel. A red-haired boy appeared in the doorway, cheeks pink from effort, freckles bright against the flush. "Sorry, everywhere else is full. Can I?" He stopped too, looked at Harry, looked again. Then, unlike Hermione, chose the simplest possible response. "Blimey." Harry had not known until that moment how much he would appreciate being met with uncomplicated astonishment. "Yes," Hermione said briskly before either boy could get stranded there. "You may sit down, and no, staring is not a productive use of time." The red-haired boy obeyed at once, dragging his trunk in after him. "I'm Ron," he said, sitting opposite Harry. "Ron Weasley." Harry nodded. "Harry Potter." Ron blinked. "Yeah, I gathered that." Then he noticed the bracelet. His eyes widened. "That is brilliant." Hermione looked betrayed. "That is your first observation." Ron leaned forward. "It glows." "It does not glow all the time," Harry said. "It should," Ron replied earnestly. "If I had a wrist thing that glowed, I'd make sure it did it constantly." Shuri laughed so loudly in Harry's ear that he had to cover it with a cough. The train lurched. Slowly, steadily, the platform began to move. Parents waved outside windows. Owls shifted. Steam rolled across red paint and polished brass. London slid away. And Harry Potter, raised under Wakandan stars, trained by warriors, carrying 2 names and 1 hidden nation on his wrist, left the station for Hogwarts. The first hour of the journey taught him 3 things. First, wizard suites were apparently designed by a culture that did not believe children were entitled to consistent outcomes. Second, Ron Weasley possessed a genius for making the absurd sound ordinary. Third, Hermione Granger was incapable of seeing an unknown system without wanting to take it apart conceptually before lunch. "What do you mean, every flavor?" Harry asked, holding a striped bean between 2 fingers as though it might confess under pressure. Ron looked offended. "It means every flavor. That cannot possibly be wise." "That," Hermione said, "is not the same as impossible." Ron popped one into his mouth, chewed once, and made a face so tragic Harry assumed poison. "Earwax," Ron said hollowly. Harry set his own bean down immediately. In his ear, Shuri said, "Primitive chemical roulette. I object." "Who are you talking to?" Hermione asked. Harry froze exactly long enough for both of them to notice. Ron's eyes widened. "Are you talking to the bracelet?" Harry considered lying, then decided against it. "Sometimes," he said. Hermione leaned in so fast she nearly forgot to blink. "It has an interface?" Ron looked thrilled. "That is brilliant." "It is not," Harry said. "It is mostly my sister violating agreed boundaries with creative confidence." There was silence. Hermione went very still. Ron frowned. You have a sister?" Hermione asked at the exact same time. Harry nodded once. "In Wakanda." Hermione sat back slowly, as if recalibrating the architecture of the universe in real time. Ron said, "Does she always listen through the glowy thing?" "Not always," Harry said. Shuri answered in his ear. "Liar!" He ignored her. By the time the trolley witch arrived, Hermione had asked 6 careful questions and 3 reckless ones. Ron had offered him half his sandwiches without ceremony, and Harry had learned enough about the Weasley family to understand 2 critical facts. Ron loved them, and their poverty had not yet managed to make that love smaller. Harry respected that immediately. When the trolley witch asked, "Anything from the cart, dears?" Ron went pink and looked away from the price list. Harry noticed, so did Hermione. Harry bought enough for all 3 of them and acted as though it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Ron protested exactly once. Harry said, "You explained every flavor beans to me. I owe damages." Ron laughed so hard at that he forgot to remain proud. Outside the window, fields rolled by in green and gold. Villages passed like brief thoughts. Clouds moved low and silver across the sky. Inside the compartment, a small republic formed. Hermione inevitably circled back. "I read Hogwarts a history twice," she said. Ron groaned. "Only twice?" Harry asked. Hermione narrowed her eyes, trying to determine whether this was mockery. It was not. Something in her expression changed. "I like you," she said abruptly, as though annoyed by the fact. Ron looked between them. "You two are terrifying." "That is fair," Harry said. It was. Perhaps, the first moment, the 3 of them became inevitable. Draco Malfoy entered their story in a corridor half full of smokelight and self-importance. The train had been running for several hours. Ron had gone to find one of his brothers. Hermione had temporarily left in search of Neville's toad again, because some people chose hobbies and Hermione chose active responsibility. Harry stood alone near a window in the corridor, watching Britain move past in blurred green strokes. His beads had warmed twice already, passing through what Shuri suspected were old ward lines built into the countryside. Hogwarts, or the systems feeding toward it, was beginning to announce itself in energies he could not yet name. Then a drawling voice said from behind him, "So it really is you." Harry turned. 3 boys, one white blonde, pale and perfectly turned out in the kind of expensive certainty money mistakes for breeding. 2 larger shadows behind him. Crabbe and Goyle by the look of them, though Harry knew the names only from Dumbledore's briefing notes and Shuri's illegally acquired pre-sort class lists. Draco Malfoy smiled the way boys do when they have never yet been punished hard enough for inherited arrogance. "Harry Potter," he said. "I wondered when we'd finally be introduced properly." Harry regarded him calmly. "Have we not been introduced improperly already?" Malfoy blinked. "Good tiny disruption, useful. I'm Draco Malfoy." "I know." That pleased him visibly. Of course it did. Malfoy's gaze dropped to Harry's wrist. The visible bracelet line sat there like ornament, subtle and dark. Something about it seemed to offend him on instinct. "What are those?" he asked. "Some sort of foreign charm." His lip curled. "Bit barbaric, aren't they?" The corridor quieted, not completely, but enough. Harry felt rather than saw 2 compartment doors crack open farther down. Students listening. Measuring. Waiting for status to decide itself. He looked at Malfoy for one long, level moment. Then he said, in the same tone Ramonda used when informing diplomats they had disappointed civilization, "They are advanced enough that I do not expect you to recognize the design." Crabbe snorted before realizing too late that he had done it in the wrong direction. Malfoy's face flushed. Harry did not stop. "But thank you," he added softly, "for demonstrating that ignorance remains an international language. There are many ways to wound an 11-year-old boy. Very few land as cleanly as being dismissed with adult serenity." Malfoy had come prepared for hostility, posturing, perhaps even awe. He had not come prepared to be handled. "You think you're funny," Malfoy said. "No," Harry replied. "I think you arrived determined to impress me and selected the wrong opening line." Shuri in his ear whispered with dangerous satisfaction, "Yes." Hermione reappeared at the far end of the corridor, just in time to witness Malfoy's expression break in several useful directions. Ron, returning behind her with one of the twins in tow, saw enough to understand the emotional outcome even without context. Malfoy drew himself up. "You'll find there are proper families at Hogwarts." Harry's face remained very still. That sentence had chosen its target poorly. He thought of Tchalla on the throne. Ramonda under morning gold. Akoy at dawn. Shuri in his ear right now, threatening nations from 6,000 miles away. When he answered, his voice was quiet. "Yes," he said, "I was raised by one." Malfoy had no defense against that at all. He left with what dignity he could gather, which was not much. Ron stared after him. Harry looked over. "Yes." That was beautiful. Hermione, far more interested in the underlying dynamics, said, "He'll hate you forever." Harry glanced back out the window. "Then he may begin early." By the time the boats crossed the Blackwater toward Hogwarts, Harry had begun to understand that Britain's magical world contained 2 kinds of grandeur. One kind had built systems. The other had simply refused to stop being theatrical. Hogwarts rose out of darkness and reflected torchlight like something memory had exaggerated and stone had decided to justify. Towers, turrets, lit windows, great walls holding centuries as if they were merely weather. Harry looked up at it from the boat and for once did not hear Shuri say anything in his ear. That was how he knew she was impressed. The first years crowded around him whispered in awe. Ron nearly tipped sideways trying to see more at once. Hermione had gone very still. eyes wide, all argument replaced by wonder. Harry understood that too, for all its inefficiencies, all its arrogance, all the old rot coiled beneath its traditions. Hogwarts was beautiful, dangerously so. The sort of beauty that persuaded people to forgive structures they should have interrogated sooner. Useful to remember. Inside the entrance hall, stone and candlelight carried sound upward in dignified echoes. Professor McGonagall met them there, tall, severe, entirely unimpressed by childhood as a concept. Harry liked her immediately. She read the room in one sweep and landed, almost imperceptibly, on him for a heartbeat longer than the others. Not because of fame. Because she noticed posture, angles, readiness. A tactical mind, good. The sorting happened before the whole school in the great hall, under drifting candles and a ceiling carrying the night above them like a controlled illusion. House tables stretched long and bright. Hundreds of faces turned. Whispers moved the instant Harry entered, the boy who lived. He felt the phrase traveling around him even when no one said it aloud. Not one of them knew Harry, not one of them knew how many people in another nation had touched his shoulder before he left. McGonagall called names. Students stumbled forward and found houses. Applause rose and fell. Hermione went to Gryffindor with visible relief she tried and failed to hide. Ron followed after a brief wrestling match with the stool. Then, Potter Harry, there it was, the hall inhaled. Harry crossed the space without rushing. Sat on the stool. Felt the old hat lowered onto his head, darkness. Then a voice inside it, ancient and dry and suddenly startled. Well, Harry waited. Well, the hat repeated, now sounding as though it had discovered an entirely new administrative problem. This is inconvenient. Harry kept his face still. You are not what they told me to expect. Who told you anything? He thought back before he could stop himself. The hat made a small, offended noise directly into his skull. Centuries of precedent, boy. Tradition. Pattern, the usual but you it paused. Good heavens. What have they done with you? Harry resisted the urge to answer loved me because that felt too vulnerable to offer a magical artifact in public. The hat went silent for a beat, then another, then longer. The hall below began to murmur. Inside his head, the hat was walking through him like an archivist who had accidentally opened a door into 3 civilizations and a war. Courage, obviously, it muttered. Enough to get yourself killed at least twice. Strategy, far too much strategy for someone this young. That is concerning. Loyalty split across nations and yet somehow stronger for it. Ambition, yes, but not for yourself. How aggravating. And what is this? The hat recoiled slightly. Harry felt it brush the scar. That is profoundly ill. I know, you think in battle lines, ritual geometries, and contingency routes. You have a queen in your memory telling you how to stand, a king teaching you how not to bow, a scientist shouting through your jewelry. The hat sounded deeply tired. Wakanda's bravery and Britain's, it trailed off. Then, in a tone of baffled professional despair, it said, I've sorted stranger. Actually, no, I haven't, and shouted aloud to the hall, Gryffindor. The table erupted. Ron cheered immediately. Hermione clapped with academic satisfaction, as though the hat had merely confirmed a thesis she had already reached independently. Fred and George Weasley pounded the table and shouted something about style points. Across the room, Malfoy looked as though the evening had become personally insulting. Harry removed the hat and handed it back to McGonagall. As he walked toward the Gryffindor table, Shuri's voice returned in his ear, breathless with outrage and delight. It spoke for a full minute. I recorded the external silence. We are discussing this at Christmas. Harry sat between Hermione and Ron. The whole noise swelled back around him. Food appeared in impossible abundance. Candles burned steady above. Teachers watched. Dumbledore's eyes rested on him briefly from the high table, not possessive, not relieved, merely aware. Harry picked up his fork. Across the hall, centuries of British magic stared at him and tried to decide what exactly had just arrived. At the Gryffindor table, Ron grinned, Hermione leaned in to ask 3 questions at once, and Hogwarts began. Harry Potter had entered the castle. Harry had not been left behind. and somewhere under stone, candlelight, and old enchantment, the scar on his forehead pulsed once, soft, cold, listening. Harry Potter's first week at Hogwarts taught him that Britain had built an entire civilization around pretending chaos was pedagogy. The staircases moved when they pleased. The portraits talked more than most diplomats. The ghosts had no respect for walls, silence, or emotional timing. And the castle itself seemed deeply committed to the principle that a school became more respectable if at least one corridor attempted to inconvenience a child before breakfast. By the third morning, Harry had developed 3 firm conclusions. First, Hogwarts was magnificent. Second, Hogwarts was structurally insane. Third, neither of those truths weakened the other. He stood at the edge of the Gryffindor table with one hand on a cup of tea and watched the great hall wake around him. Morning light spilled through high windows in long, pale shafts. Hundreds of owls swooped overhead with letters and parcels. Students yawned over toast, argued over marmalade, copied homework they should have completed earlier, and conducted social warfare through seating arrangements subtle enough to qualify as British. Ron sat across from him trying to eat 4 things at once. Hermione already had a timetable, 2 books, and an expression of focused anticipation that suggested she had spent most of the night memorizing the castle instead of sleeping like a person with inferior priorities. "You've done that thing again," Ron said around a mouthful of toast. Harry looked up. "What thing?" "The looking. That narrows nothing. The one where you stare at everything like it's about to reveal military secrets." Hermione, without lifting her gaze from the timetable, said, "That's because it probably is." Ron pointed at her with his spoon. "See? She gets it." Harry took a sip of tea to hide his smile. In his ear, Shuri's voice crackled softly through the disguised bead interface. "I still object to the floating candles." Harry kept his face neutral. "You objected to them yesterday. I remain consistent. They are beautiful." Their one dropped focus away from becoming a lawsuit. He glanced up at the candles anyway. She was wrong. They were beautiful, probably unsafe too. But beauty and safety had not been on speaking terms in Britain for some time, from what he could tell. Professor McGonagall rose at the staff table, and the hall quieted by instinct more than instruction. Her voice carried crisply. "First years, your morning lessons begin with transfiguration. Follow your prefects. Be prompt. Hogwarts values punctuality." "Does it?" Ron muttered. Harry filed away the fact that even the teachers sometimes sounded as though they were negotiating with the castle rather than commanding it. Then the day began. Transfiguration took place in a classroom that smelled faintly of ink, old wood, and restrained danger. The desks stood in perfect rows. The windows were tall and narrow. On the blackboard at the front of the room, written in elegant white script sharp enough to suggest personal offense if ignored, were the words, "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will study at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back." Harry sat beside Hermione. Ron dropped into the seat on Harry's other side, looking already preemptively wounded by the sentence. "I liked her better as a cat," he whispered. Hermione made a scandalized noise. Professor McGonagall began without flourish, no long speech, no theatrical wandwork for applause, just instruction delivered with the confidence of someone who expected intelligence from her students and was prepared to be disappointed in organized categories if they failed her. "Magic," she said, pacing once before the desks, "is not wishful thinking with lighting effects. It is structure. Intent will constrained by law. Those of you who imagine transfiguration to be an impressive shortcut for untidy lives will discover very quickly that the discipline required to turn one object into another is greater than anything demanded by most forms of casual spellwork." Her eyes traveled over the room, landing briefly on each student. When they reached Harry, they paused, not because of fame, because she was measuring. He recognized the look instantly. Wakandan instructors used it all the time. The quiet weighing before deciding which kind of difficulty a student deserved. "Today," she said, "you will attempt a matchstick into a needle." Groans from half the class, interest from Hermione, visible anxiety from Ron. Harry looked at the matchstick lying on his desk. Simple object. Clear function. Limited resistance. Around it, the castle's ambient magic flowed strangely compared to Wakanda, not stronger, not weaker, but organized differently. Hogwarts had layers, old wards, educational intent, protective enchantments. Repeated use over centuries that had given every stone an opinion about what sort of spellcasting belonged within it. He picked up his wand. That still felt odd. Wands, as Zuri had taught him, were not lies, merely one lineage's answer to the problem of giving shape to force. Useful. Elegant, even. But they taught a magician to think through a channel before thinking through themselves. At Hogwarts, that was an advantage. It was also, Harry increasingly suspected, a vulnerability. McGonagall demonstrated once. Her matchstick became a needle so cleanly the transition almost insulted causality. Then she let them work. Around the room, children muttered, jabbed, frowned, and produced a variety of failures. A smoking matchstick at the back, one half-bent thing that looked more like a regrettable fishbone. Ron's, after 3 determined attempts, managed only a slight metallic sheen at one end. Hermione had nearly succeeded inside 2 minutes, of course. Harry studied the matchstick longer than the others, not because the task was beyond him, because transfiguration in Britain leaned toward command. Declare, shape, force conformity through magical definition. Wakandan ancestral alchemy, by contrast, listened first. What was this object's memory of being wood? What resistance did structure hold? What did change cost? McGonagall swept past his desk once, and he felt her notice that his matchstick remained untouched. Interesting, that silence seemed to say. Harry placed his wand down beside the object. Hermione glanced over immediately. Ron hissed, "What are you doing?" Harry did not answer. He rested 2 fingers lightly on the desk instead of the matchstick itself and let intention travel without the wand first. Not a cast, just a reading, grain, dryness, shape, potential. Then he picked up the wand again. The wand warmed at once, as though offended by the suggestion it had nearly been excluded from the process. Harry exhaled and said quietly, "Acquo." The spell was not standard first-year phrasing, not precisely, more a bridging note between his own discipline and Hogwarts language. The matchstick quivered, lengthened, thinned, silvered, and became not 1 needle but 3. They stood upright on the desk point down in a perfect triangular formation. The classroom went silent, completely silent. Even the student in the back whose matchstick had been smoldering forgot to panic. Professor McGonagall stopped walking. For 3 full seconds she said nothing. Then she came to Harry's desk, looked down at the 3 needles, and asked in a tone so controlled it had become dangerous, "Mr. Potter." Harry looked up. "Why," she asked, "are there 3? Around them, the entire class held its breath. Harry considered the matter honestly. "Balance!" McGonagall stared at him. Hermione made a tiny strangled sound of awe and terror combined. Ron looked as though Christmas had arrived carrying explosives. Professor McGonagall lifted one of the needles carefully, examined the structure, then set it back down exactly where it had been. Stay after class. Ron visibly aged 5 years in sympathy. Hermione sat straighter. Harry, recognizing the sentence as either grave academic opportunity or a spectacular problem, merely nodded. "Yes, Professor." McGonagall resumed the lesson, though with less attention to the room as a whole, and more to the quiet fact that one of her first years had just performed a 3-object refinement on a first-day exercise. Without appearing to realize, he had violated at least 2 layers of expected progression. When the bell rang, the other students poured out in excited waves. Hermione lingered near the door under the transparent pretense of reorganizing her bag. Ron did not even pretend. "Are you getting expelled?" "No," said McGonagall without looking at him. Ron jumped. "Right, sorry, leaving." When the room had cleared, McGonagall turned back to Harry. "Show me again." He did. This time he produced only 1 needle because he had learned from the first attempt that British professors, admirable though they were, enjoyed fewer surprises than Wakandan elders. McGonagall watched the spell, then said, "You reduced the object's resistance before issuing the transfiguration." "Yes." "How?" Harry hesitated, not because he meant to lie, because the answer was more complex than magic. "I listened to it first." McGonagall's face remained unreadable. "Objects do not speak, Mr. Potter." "No," Harry said, "but structures do." And there it was, the line between them, not disagreement, framework. McGonagall understood in that moment. Harry could tell that this child had not merely been taught more magic elsewhere. He had been taught to think about it differently. "Your prior education," she said carefully, "has not been entirely conventional by British standards." "That seems likely." One corner of her mouth twitched before she suppressed it. "You will continue to use a wand in my classroom," she said. "I am not running a private revolution." "Yes, Professor. But," she paused, eyes sharpening, "you will also come to me twice a month for supervised practice. If you have habits older than our curriculum, I would prefer to know what they are before they embarrass my lesson plans in public." Harry smiled then, just slightly. "Yes, Professor." As he left, Shuri said in his ear, "I adore her." "So do I," Harry murmured. Unfortunately, he murmured it aloud. McGonagall, behind him, said, "One hopes you are not referring to me." Harry kept walking. "No, Professor." That was the correct answer. Charms was worse. Not because Professor Flitwick was severe, because he was delighted. There are few more dangerous forces in any educational institution than a brilliant teacher encountering a student-shaped anomaly he finds intellectually charming. Professor Flitwick was tiny, quick, bright-eyed, and so visibly pleased by magic that his classroom felt warmer than the rest of the castle simply by sympathy. The shelves along the walls were cluttered with books, feathers, brass instruments, and objects that twitched occasionally when not observed. He began the first levitation lesson with a flourish, an explanation, and the sort of energetic precision that made every student sit straighter. Hermione, of course, already knew the wand movement. Ron, of course, did not. Harry, trying very hard not to become memorable twice in one day, kept his performance intentionally ordinary for the first half of the lesson. This lasted until Ron set his feather on fire, not badly. Only enough to make Hermione seize the water jug with terrifying speed, and enough to make Harry laugh under his breath for the first time in the classroom. Flitwick heard him. "Something amusing, Mr. Potter." Harry looked up. "Only the resilience of the curriculum, Professor." Flitwick stared at him, then laughed so suddenly he nearly fell backward off his stack of books. "Excellent," he said. "Now levitate something without injuring the room." The class reset. "Wingardium Leviosa," Hermione said crisply, and her feather rose at once. Flitwick applauded. Ron's feather rolled off the desk in what Harry suspected was a personal statement rather than a magical error. Harry lifted his wand. The feather rose, then kept rising, up past eye level, past Flitwick's demonstration height, past the chandelier line. It did not stop until it reached the underside of the rafters and began orbiting one of the beams in a slow, elegant circle like a tiny white moon. The class stared upward. Flitwick's expression became beatific. Harry muttered, "Ah!" He brought the feather back down carefully, very carefully. It landed on the desk without damage. Professor Flitwick floated to the top of his books again, hands clasped in delight. "Mr. Potter, that was approximately 40% above expected first-year lift output." Harry blinked. "You calculated it?" "Of course I calculated it." That was somehow a fair answer. Flitwick's eyes shone. "How did it feel?" Harry thought about the question. "Stronger in the air than through the arm," he said. "Like the wand helped aim it but not build it." Flitwick went absolutely still. Then, in the kindest voice possible for a man who had just spotted an academic earthquake, he said, "Please stay after class." Harry closed his eyes briefly. From somewhere beside him, Hermione whispered, with what sounded alarmingly like admiration, "You are going to become a departmental issue." Ron whispered back, "He already is." After the room emptied, Flitwick asked questions faster than McGonagall had, though with more visible joy and less concern for institutional order. Harry answered what he could, not everything, enough. He spoke of control through beads, of intent shaping output, of older casting disciplines that did not rely on incantation as heavily, because they had been trained through gesture, rhythm, and emotional partitioning. Flitwick listened with the hunger of a scholar discovering a sister tradition his own culture had not catalogued properly. Fascinating, he breathed. Deeply destabilizing. Wonderful. Harry, who had now become professionally threatening before lunch exactly as the outline of his life had threatened, said only, "I'm sorry." "Do not apologize," Flitwick said at once. "Merlin, child, never apologize for enlarging a field." He leaned back, considering, "But you must be careful. Stronger is not the same as safer. Hogwarts will reward visible results. That does not mean the body pays no price for producing them." At that, Harry looked up more sharply. Power, ceiling, discipline. Yes, finally, someone here spoke the same language. Flitwick saw the recognition land and nodded once. "Good," he said. "You were taught by serious people." "Yes. I imagine they would be unimpressed if I let you become reckless merely because you are gifted." Harry thought of Arcoy at dawn, of Zuri with his staff, of Tchalla saying, "Do not mistake capacity for innocence." "No," he said, "they would not." "Splendid." Flitwick folded his hands. "Then we understand one another." Potions should have been a disaster. In almost every other version of Harry Potter's life, perhaps it would have been. Professor Snape entered the dungeons like a verdict. Black robes. Black eyes. Pale face sharpened by contempt and sleeplessness and intelligence so compressed it had turned corrosive at the edges. The classroom itself was cold enough that even the stone seemed resentful. Jars lined the walls holding things that had once been alive, wanted to be alive again, or had never made up their minds properly. The instant Snape reached Harry's name on the roll, the room changed. Harry felt it happen. Attention sharpened, not general interest, not even hostility first. Pain. Old pain, hidden so badly it had calcified into performance. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." The class shifted eagerly into the possibility of humiliation. First years are vultures when safely positioned behind desks. Harry looked back at Snape, and because Wakanda had raised him to hear tone beneath text, understood something before words confirmed it. This man had hated James Potter, and had not expected the dead to reproduce through the face. Snape began his questions. Potion components, brewing principles, uses of asphodel and wormwood. Hermione's hand shot up so often she seemed in danger of detaching a shoulder. Ron tried to vanish inside his own robes. Harry answered only when directly called upon, and accurately enough each time to make Snape more displeased rather than less. Because correctness was not the issue, then came the cutting line. "Fame," Snape said, gliding between desks, "clearly is not everything." No one laughed. That interested Harry more than the insult itself. The classroom knew this was personal. First years might not understand adult grief, but they understood when a teacher's cruelty had chosen a target for reasons beyond schoolwork. Harry met Snape's gaze. "No, Professor," he said quietly, "it very rarely is." The room went still. Snape stopped moving. For one suspended second, something flashed across his face too quickly for anyone without Wakandan training to catch fully. Not anger, recognition. Not of Harry, of the answer. The lesson proceeded. Students chopped, measured, spilled, and ruined. Ron misread dried nettles. Hermione saved their cauldron from disgrace twice. Neville nearly melted his own spoon. Harry kept his focus on the potion itself, blocking out the room. Potions, unlike charms and transfiguration, felt familiar in the body even when the ingredients differed, not school-brewed familiarity. Garden familiarity. Bashanga's gardens in Bernanzana, where alchemical beds grew in carefully shielded terraces under the supervision of scholars who treated every leaf like philosophy made edible. Zuri's lessons on binders and carriers. Shuri's complaints that any discipline involving boiling roots instead of designing decent interfaces was aesthetically offensive, despite the fact she stole half the plant extracts for her lab anyway. Harry adjusted the stirring pattern once. added powdered root in 2 smaller increments rather than 1, lowered the flame a fraction using nothing but instinct and observation. When Snape reached his cauldron, he stopped. Again, the potion in Harry's cauldron was not merely correct. It was clearer than the sample on the board. Snape looked from the liquid to Harry with sudden, unnerving stillness. "What?" he asked softly. "Did you change?" Hermione looked horrified on Harry's behalf. Ron looked ready to volunteer as witness for a crime he did not understand. Harry answered honestly. The root binding was too coarse for this age of cauldron. It was clouding the suspension. Snape's gaze dropped to the cut ingredients on the table, then back to Harry. "And you know this because you can smell it before the second steam break." Snape said nothing. That silence extended. Then, with the air of a man discovering that reality had become personally inconvenient, he said, "Stay after class." Ron made a small, despairing sound into his sleeve. When the room emptied, Snape lifted Harry's completed potion with one hand, held it to the light from the narrow dungeon window, and said without looking at him, "Who taught you alchemy, not potions? Alchemy, different word, different respect," Harry noticed. "An elder in Wakanda," he said. "And the garden scholars." Snape set the vial down very carefully. "The garden scholars." "Yes." A pause. Then Snape turned, black eyes unreadable. "Describe Bashinga's gardens." Harry did. He did not know when he began why the question mattered so much to Snape. But as he spoke, of shielded terraces, root harmonics, medicinal pairings, toxic counterweights planted intentionally within sight of healing beds so students learned the cost of misidentification. He saw something alter in the man's face. Not warmth. Too much damage existed between warmth and the surface. But the classroom hostility shifted shape, no longer simple, complicated, layered now with unwilling regard and a kind of academic hunger Snape clearly despised feeling. When Harry finished, Snape said, "Your brewing instincts are advanced." He seemed offended by the sentence. "Thank you, Professor." That was not praise, it was a warning. Instinct without discipline produces corpses. There it was again, the shared language. Harry nodded once. "Yes, Professor." Snape looked at him for a long moment, then said more quietly, "You read people too openly, Mr. Potter. It will get you hurt." Harry held his gaze. "Yes," he said, "I know." Something in Snape's expression shuddered. The conversation ended there, but from that day onward his hostility changed. It did not disappear. Snape was not a man the world had allowed simple redemptions. Yet the cruelty became more selective, the scrutiny more intellectual than petty. He no longer looked at Harry only and saw James Potter's face. Now he also saw a mind educated elsewhere. That was not peace. It was the beginning of truce. If potions was a battleground, herbology was sanctuary. Greenhouse 3 smelled like wet earth, warm glass, crushed leaves, and 100 quiet forms of life getting on with themselves. Professor Sprout taught in patched robes with soil on her sleeves and the expression of a person who valued practical competence far above reputation. Harry liked her within 4 minutes. He liked the greenhouses even faster. There are children who grow up in palaces and become dazzled by grandeur. Harry had grown up in Wakanda. He trusted gardens more. Sprout introduced the class to puffapods first, then sent them down rows with identification tasks. Hermione attacked the work with organized enthusiasm. Ron poked suspiciously at a tentacular vine and was hissed at for his trouble. Neville Longbottom, who had been frightened by nearly every subject so far, relaxed visibly the moment his hands touched soil. Harry noticed that too. He noticed many things in herbology, which leaves folded when approached from shadow, which ones turned toward low, ambient magic rather than sunlight, which roots tasted metallic in the air before even being exposed. He found himself kneeling beside a tray of unfamiliar British seedlings and thinking not in labels, but in families. Professor Sprout reached his row halfway through the lesson and found him holding a narrow-leafed specimen with visible fascination. "Well," she asked. Harry looked up. "It isn't exactly Gundry Mossvine, but it behaves like a colder cousin. Same defensive curl at touch, different alkaloid scent." Sprout blinked. What cousin?" He set the plant down carefully. "We use gundry in Wakanda for nerve settling and anti-venom compounds when cut with silver bark. This one," he gestured to the British species, "feels closer to sleepwort, but the vein pattern suggests it would react badly to heat." Professor Sprout stared at him for a full 5 seconds. Neville, nearby, looked up from his potting in open astonishment. Hermione, hearing only the word Wakanda, immediately leaned across 3 trays to listen better. Sprout said, "Where in blazes did you learn that?" "Horticultural indexing in Bernanzana," Harry said, "and the Palace Healing Gardens. You've worked with medicinal plants." "Yes." "How many?" Harry thought about it. 200, more if you count toxic cross-cataloging." Professor Sprout's eyes widened so far Harry worried briefly for her vision. "Mr. Potter," she said, in a tone of reverence normally reserved for saints and dangerous compost, "you are 11. "Yes, Professor." Neville raised one timid hand. "Professor, what's a cross-catalog?" Harry answered before Sprout could. "Learning what kills as carefully as what cures. Otherwise you end up trusting leaves because they're green." Neville considered this and nodded solemnly, as if Harry had just explained a law of nature nobody else had taken the time to mention. From then on, herbology changed. Professor Sprout began slipping Harry additional questions at the ends of lessons, not to test him precisely, to compare systems. British plant lore beside African magical botany. Neville gravitated toward those conversations instinctively, drawn less by confidence than by the simple fact that here, finally, Harry knew something extraordinary and used it without arrogance. Hermione joined too, but with more notebooks. Ron mostly came because everyone else did. A small circle formed there among the leaves and damp benches, less dramatic than the friendship forged on the train and perhaps deeper for it. Shared work. Shared curiosity. The beginning of trust between people who had not yet realized how important they would become to one another. It was in Greenhouse 3, 3 weeks into term, that Professor Sprout looked over Harry's shoulder at a hastily scribbled comparison chart and said, "You could synthesize moondew root with gundry moss." Harry frowned at the page. "In theory, not directly. You'd need a binding intermediary, or it would overwhelm the British base." Sprout looked almost offended by the beauty of the idea. "Hermione," she said sharply, "write that down." Hermione already had. Neville, watching Harry's page, smiled in the shy, startled way of children discovering that expertise can also feel like invitation. Harry smiled back. Herbology became home after that, not his only home at Hogwarts, but the green one. Defense against the dark arts was where the year's shape first revealed its teeth. Professor Quirrell smelled of garlic, nervousness, and badly hidden terror. The class entered in the ordinary first-year shuffle, bags, whispers, last-minute jokes, the collective assumption that whatever dark arts were, adults had prepared an acceptable introductory version fit for children. Harry crossed the threshold. Quirrell looked up from his desk and flinched. Not subtly, not enough for the whole class to understand, perhaps, but enough for anyone trained by Akoy to see. The beads on Harry's wrist went cold, instantly, not weather cold, not alert cold, wrong cold. The kind Shuri's earlier diagnostics had associated with resonance from the second signature in the scar. Harry stopped for less than half a second, then kept walking. Do not react before you understand the field. Akoy's rule. He took his seat. Hermione, beside him, noticed the slight delay. She always noticed. Good, Quirrell began to speak, and the stammer was worse up close. Not feigned exactly, fear had made it real enough to pass through his body honestly, but it sat strangely against the rest of him, like a cloak being worn for reasons other than warmth. Harry watched, not obviously. He kept his gaze where a student should go. Took notes. Answered once when called upon. Nothing careless, but he watched Quirrell's hands, his breathing, the way his eyes avoided Harry unless forced. The way the garlic smell seemed stronger when he turned one side of his body toward the class and weaker when he pivoted the other. The beads stayed cold for the entire lesson. By the end of it, Harry's skin felt wrong under his robes. He said nothing in the corridor, Nothing at lunch. Nothing through history of magic, which would have made anyone confess to almost anything just for variety. Only when he and Hermione reached a quiet alcove on the third floor after dinner did he speak. "There's something wrong with Quirrell." Hermione, who had clearly been waiting for him to begin, said at once, "Yes." Harry blinked. "That was very quick." "He reacted when you entered. You saw that." "I saw him nearly stop breathing." "Fair." Harry leaned against the stone wall and lowered his voice further. "My beads ran cold." Hermione's eyes sharpened. "The scar!" "Yes." Now she went still in the way she did when a question stopped being academic and became operational. What kind of cold? Not anxiety. Recognition. Hermione absorbed that. From him? Or from something on him? She looked toward the corridor, though no one was there. "Then we do not tell a teacher yet." Harry studied her. "Why?" "Because we have no evidence. Because adults in institutions are not always improved by partial information. And because if you're right, whoever is attached to him may react faster than the school does." Harry stared. Then, in his ear, Shuri whispered, scandalized and impressed, "I continue to like her." He hid the reaction well enough. Hermione drew herself up slightly, perhaps mistaking his look for doubt. "I am not saying we ignore it," she said. "I'm saying we research before we report." Harry smiled faintly. "Yes," he said, "that sounds like you. It sounds like sense." "It sounds like both," so they began. Hermione in the library, combing restricted references through permissible proxies and weaponizing her reputation for academic innocence. Harry through observation, patterning, timing Quirrell's habits, watching where the professor flinched in corridors, who he avoided, how his hands moved near his turban when startled. Ron was brought in only after Hermione decided the social network of Gryffindor boys constituted a legitimate intelligence source. He accepted the role instantly. "This," he said with visible excitement, "is the best homework we've had." The Mirror of Erised found Harry in December, not the other way around. Snow had fallen over Hogwarts in clean white silence, softening the castle's outlines and making even its madness look thoughtful. The first years who remained over Christmas drifted through the half-empty halls with unusual freedom. Ron had gone to bed after losing a wizard chess match to one of his brothers in a way he insisted involved sabotage. Hermione had been writing letters. Harry had been walking. Sometimes he did that in unfamiliar places when too many feelings had accumulated without proper structure. He turned down a corridor he had not taken before and found the room because the castle wished him to. That was the only explanation he could give afterward, and the one Hogwarts would likely have preferred anyway. Inside stood an old mirror, high as a door, framed in gold. Its inscription meant nothing to him at first. Its pull did. Harry stepped closer and looked. For one terrible, holy second he could not breathe. Because there they were, not only Lily and James Potter standing behind him as in the old stories. Not only red hair, green eyes, James's untidy smile, the faces he had pieced together from photographs and visions and inherited ache. The mirror had understood him better than the old tales allowed. It showed a table, long, wide, lit in warm gold, not British, not Wakandan. Both Lily and James sat on one side, Lily's face alight with the sort of fierce tenderness that could have stopped curses. James leaning back with that reckless ease Harry had seen glimpsed in Sirius's old-school photographs, and somehow, horribly, in his own grin at 12, when something went right. Across from them sat Ramonda and Tchalla. Ramonda in white and gold, eyes calm and proud and impossibly alive within the glass. Tchalla older than he was now, but not kingly first in the reflection, brotherly. At ease, one arm draped over the back of the chair beside him. Akoy stood not far behind, spear grounded, posture relentless even here. Shuri sat half-turned in her seat, rolling her eyes at something no one outside the mirror could hear. One hand mid-gesture as if in the middle of an argument she fully intended to win. Zuri stood near the far end, hands folded within his sleeves, watching with the steady gravity of a man who had seen children mistake longing for destiny and hoped this one, would survive the difference. And at the center of the table, between the two halves of the impossible family, sat a place left open for him. Harry reached up and touched the glass. It was cold. Inside the mirror, Lily smiled, not sadly, not as an unreachable ghost offering pity. As though she saw him already loved and did not resent the world for loving him after her. James lifted a hand in greeting. Tchalla inclined his head like he always did when asking if Harry understood more than he was saying. Ramonda's expression held no jealousy, no competition, no fracture. Only certainty. No one in the mirror looked at the others like intruders. That was the cruel mercy of it. The mirror had not shown him a choice. It had shown him a truth. A family that spanned two worlds and still made room. Harry stood there a very long time. Long enough that, when footsteps finally approached behind him, he did not hear them until a familiar voice said gently, "It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, Dumbledore." Harry did not startle. He only looked at the old wizard in the reflection beside that impossible table. "Is that what this is?" Harry asked softly. "A mirror that shows the deepest desire of the heart," Dumbledore said. Harry looked back at the image. Lily, James, Tchalla, Ramonda, Akoy, Shuri, Zuri, the open place. "No," Harry said after a moment, "not desire, memory arranged into hope." Dumbledore was quiet long enough that Harry knew the answer had landed somewhere real. At last the headmaster said, "For some of us, there is little difference." Harry turned from the mirror then and faced him directly. "What do you see?" he asked. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with the old reflex of deflection. "Socks, perhaps." Harry did not smile. Dumbledore exhaled, some gentleness replacing the performance. "People, I failed," he said. There it was, the real answer, or a real enough one. Harry looked back once at the mirror. His family remained. Neither world diminished the other. The seat at the center waited without accusation. When he finally walked away, the image hurt. But not in the old British way he had been warned grief would hurt, like a hunger to be fed until it consumed the living. This pain felt cleaner. He missed people. He was not missing from himself. That distinction changed everything. The spring climax arrived the way such things always do in schools, all at once, after months of adults insisting everything was under control. By then, the trio knew enough to be dangerous and too little to be wise about it. Quirrell was tied to the wrongness. The stone existed. Dumbledore had left the school. Hagrid had let slip more than he meant to, because adults trusted giant men with dangerous secrets more often than prudence recommended. Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood before the trapdoor late at night with the sort of grim determination that only first-years and revolutionaries wear sincerely. Ron swallowed. "This is a terrible plan." Hermione nodded. "Yes." Harry looked at both of them. "We may still turn back." Ron stared. "You cannot say that here. We've come through a trapdoor." "He's right," Hermione said quietly. "This is the last point at which it is still a decision instead of a chain of events." Harry let that sit. Then he said, "I'm going." Ron rolled his eyes with fierce affection and fear. "Obviously." Hermione drew breath. "Then so are we." So they went. Devil's Snare. Keys, chess, trials built by professors who had apparently been asked to secure an object against dark wizards and had instead designed an obstacle course educational enough to offend common sense. Each chamber took something from them. Hermione's logic saved them from panic. Ron's sacrifice on the chessboard cost him consciousness and nearly his bones. Harry ran on alone after that, because every story eventually narrows to one child and one door, no matter how many hands helped build the courage to reach it. Quirrell waited in the final chamber. Not Snape. Of course not Snape. Harry felt stupid for the assumption only briefly. Then the beads on his wrist went cold enough to ache and the scar pulsed like an alarm turned inward. Quirrell smiled weakly. Then the smile dropped. The stammer mostly vanished with it. "There you are, Harry." The voice was wrong, not entirely his. Under it, beneath it, behind it, something else listened. Harry looked at the man properly then, at the sweat. The tension in the eyes, the body wearing fear like a harness because something attached to him demanded movement no matter the cost. "You," Harry said. Yes, the false meekness had gone. What remained was worse, a man hollowed by surrender and calling it service. "The beads," Quirrell said softly, gaze dropping to Harry's wrist. "Those interest my master." Harry's hand twitched closer to them by instinct, bad, too revealing. Quirrell saw the motion and smiled. The mirror stood behind Harry, no family now, only ancient gold, only waiting. Quirrell tried command first. Threat, explanation, righteousness of the pathetic kind. Harry listened only enough to map the room, distance to mirror, distance to professor, wand hand, shoulders, breath. And then Quirrell turned. He revealed what lived beneath the turban, a face on the back of his head, ruined, thin, terrible, unfinished. Voldemort. The second signature in the scar screamed. Harry nearly dropped to one knee with the shock of it. His beads flashed once, gold under cold, as if vibranium itself recoiled from recognizing what Shuri had warned him about years ago. "Harry Potter," the thin face hissed. "At last." Harry looked at him, not the myth, not the shadow from adult whispers. A mutilated thing so afraid of death it had chosen parasitism over dignity. And for one blinding instant all the years of preparation aligned inside him. Godric's Hollow, the plane, the second soul, the warning, Wakanda, Britain, choice, war, not ready, never ready, but no longer ignorant. Quirrell lunged. Harry moved on reflex, wandless first, too fast for thought, a shove of force from the heel of his hand that knocked Quirrell sideways into the mirror frame hard enough to rattle the glass. He had not meant to cast. That was the problem with primordial instincts under terror. They answered before permission. Quirrell screamed, not from the impact, from smoke. Where Harry's skin had brushed his wrist, Quirrell's flesh blistered black. Both of them froze. Lily's protection, not gone, changed perhaps, but not gone. Voldemort shrieked from the back of Quirrell's skull. "Kill him!" Quirrell came again, desperate now. Harry dodged left, caught his sleeve, and pain exploded through both of them. Quirrell's flesh burned under his touch. Harry's scar felt like molten glass being poured into his bones. The beads on his wrist ran through 3 temperature states so quickly he nearly blacked out. He did not win because he was stronger. He won because Quirrell's alliance with Voldemort was built on taking, and Harry's mother had died making that act impossible without cost. Quirrell began to break apart under Harry's hands, not elegantly, not heroically, horribly, ash, screaming, the smell of burned cloth and worse things. Harry staggered back, horrified. The room spun. The mirror flashed. And in that final, blurring second before darkness took him, Harry saw himself in its surface again. Not as he had before, seated at the table, but standing behind it while both sides of his family watched, not helpless, witnessed. Then he fell. He woke in the hospital wing to white sheets, filtered sunlight, and the distinct sense that Britain had never designed its recovery rooms with Wakandan standards in mind. Dumbledore sat beside the bed. Of course he did. The old wizard looked tired in the way mountains might if they ever admitted weather had won occasionally. "You should not move too quickly," he said. Harry blinked once. "That is inconvenient advice." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "Yes." "What happened?" A complicated answer. "I would prefer the true one." That apparently struck somewhere useful. Dumbledore nodded slowly, so he told him not all of it, not yet, but more than Harry had expected, about Quirrell, about Voldemort's survival in lesser form, about Lily's protection, about the stone being removed from danger, about the fact that Harry, through some alignment of mirror magic and intention, had been able to access the stone only because he wanted to find it, not use it. Harry listened. When Dumbledore finished, he lay silent for a long time, then said, "The thing in my scar knew him." Dumbledore's face stilled. "Yes," he said quietly, "I suspected it might." "You suspected?" "I did." Harry turned his head on the pillow and looked at him fully. "You tell truths like a man paying debts in coins he dislikes parting with." Dumbledore stared at him, then laughed once softly and covered his eyes with one hand as though the accuracy hurt. "That," he said, "is uncomfortably well put." Harry did not smile. "I need to write home." "You may, not Wakanda, home." Dumbledore had chosen the word carefully. Good, he was learning. When Madame Pomfrey finally allowed parchment, Harry wrote 3 letters. One to Tchalla, precise, and stripped of drama because kings and warriors both deserved the clean version first. One to Ramonda, less structured and therefore harder. And one to Shuri, which began, you were right about the infrastructure. Also, I met a parasitic dark lord in a turban, and I expect you to be normal about this. Her reply arrived 3 days later and failed that request so completely it nearly restored his full health by laughter alone. At the end of first year, Hogwarts felt different, not safer. Harry was too well trained to confuse survival with safety, but known. He had friends now whose loyalty had been tested before age made it fashionable to claim depth. Hermione, who researched like war was coming and expected footnotes to help. Ron, who treated fear as an unpleasant fact rather than an argument for retreat. Neville, growing steadier in green places. Teachers who had begun, despite themselves, to understand that Harry Potter was not merely famous, nor merely strange, nor merely gifted. He was educated elsewhere, and that mattered. Professor McGonagall watched him more thoughtfully now. Professor Flitwick asked dangerous, delighted questions with increasing regularity. Professor Sprout had already assigned him optional comparative readings that were not optional in any meaningful sense. Professor Snape remained Professor Snape, cold, barbed, brilliant, hostile in ways that no longer felt uncomplicated, and Quirrell was gone. The beads warmed less often in Britain now, not because the war had receded, because first contact had passed. Harry sat on the train home beside Ron and Hermione with the Scottish countryside rolling green beyond the window and felt the year behind him like a door only partly closed. "You know," Ron said around a chocolate frog, "for a first year that was a bit much." Hermione looked up from a book. "A bit, all right," Ron said. "A lot." Harry leaned back in the seat and watched sunlight move over the glass. In his ear, Shuri's voice came alive as the long-distance link stabilized. "Well," Harry smiled. "I have reports," he said. "I assumed. Are they dramatic?" "Yes. Excellent." Hermione looked over sharply. "That's your sister again, isn't it?" "Yes." Ron brightened. "Tell her I still think the bracelet should glow more," Shuri answered before Harry could relay it. "I continue to respect that boy's priorities." Ron yelped. Hermione sat bolt upright. Harry laughed. Really laughed this time, no need to hide it. Outside, Britain ran backward toward summer. Ahead, Wakanda waited. And between them sat a boy who had survived his first year not by choosing one world over the other, but by letting both teach him where each was blind. He touched the scar on his forehead once, then the beads on his wrist. One cold history, one warm inheritance, both his. Harry spent the first half of his second summer in Wakanda being told, by different people and in different tones, that surviving his first year at Hogwarts did not make him invincible. Okoye said it at dawn while knocking his staff aside for the 6th time in 10 minutes. Zuri said it in the necropolis while correcting his breath control with enough patience to make the lesson feel worse. Ramonda said it over dinner with the graceful severity of a queen who had read Dumbledore's careful version of events, and then Harry's actual version of events, and trusted the second more. Shuri said it while rebuilding one of his bracelet beads from the inside out. "You have now personally encountered a parasitic dark wizard, a cursed mirror, and a professor with inadequate defensive instincts," she said, peering through a lattice of floating blue displays. "Statistically, Britain is trying to kill you faster than projected." It was 1 year. It was an ambitious year. Tchalla, sitting 3 chairs down and pretending to review council notes rather than eavesdrop, said without looking up, "She is not wrong." Harry, who had hoped for more sympathy, stabbed a piece of fruit with unnecessary concentration. That was when the house elf appeared in his room, not in the doorway, not by window, simply there, as if reality had briefly forgotten to close itself properly. Harry woke at once. Wakandan training had taught him many things. One of the first was that the body often understood danger before the mind had finished inventing language for it. He rolled from the bed, wand already in hand, the bracelet on his wrist warming from sleep to alert. The creature near the foot of the bed yelped and covered its head with both hands. Harry Potter must not hex Dobby, sir. Harry froze. The room, which had been dark and quiet a heartbeat earlier, now held one terrified house elf with ears like nervous sails, eyes huge as lanterns, and clothing best described as symbolic rather than practical. Behind Harry, the room's passive shield lines glimmered once along the edges of the walls, then went still. That was deeply interesting, because the palace had not sounded an alarm. Shuri's emergency thread came alive in his ear 3 seconds later, voice low with delighted outrage. "There is an unregistered magical entity in your room." "Yes," Harry whispered. "I saw the distortion half a second before entry. I hate that it beat the threshold grid." The house elf, Dobby, apparently wrung his hands so hard Harry worried they might unscrew themselves. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. Harry lowered his wand but did not put it away. "You bypassed royal defense architecture to tell me that?" Dobby blinked. That was clearly not the response he had prepared for. Harry Potter is in terrible danger. Harry considered the trembling elf, the impossible entry, the sincere terror in his face, and the fact that any creature capable of penetrating Wakandan palace wards without leaving a crater probably deserved very careful listening. "Sit," Harry said. Dobby looked around wildly. "Sir, you're shaking." Dobby sat on the floor so abruptly it looked like gravity had taken personal offense. Harry moved only enough to place himself between Dobby and the room's exterior door on instinct. Not because he thought the elf meant harm, because training had made angles part of thought. "What danger?" Harry asked. Dobby swallowed. "Plots, sir, wicked plots. Harry Potter is to be kept away. Harry Potter must not return." The bracelet on Harry's wrist ran a quick internal scan and found nothing cursed, poisoned, or externally controlled about the elf, only fear. "Who sent you?" Dobby slammed his own head lightly into the bedpost. "Dobby cannot say." "That answers the question enough." From his ear, Shuri muttered, "I want 6 of them." Dobby flinched, staring at Harry's bracelet. "There is someone else in the jewels." "There is not." "There is. She is family." Harry said. Dobby's eyes widened in fresh distress, as though Harry having technologically embedded relatives was only further evidence Britain had no business with him. The conversation ended, as most such conversations with house elves seemed destined to in catastrophe. Dobby attempted to protect Harry by sabotaging the return logistics to Britain. Harry stopped him from destroying the room, but not from vanishing dramatically while knocking over a side table and swearing that Hogwarts was no place for a wizard who wanted to remain alive. By breakfast the next morning, Shuri had a full simulation model running on elf apparition signatures. Ramonda had concerns. Tchalla had more. Akoy, upon hearing the full account, said only, "Any creature capable of bypassing that many defenses deserves either respect or immediate study." Shuri brightened. "Exactly." Ramonda closed her eyes. Harry went back to Hogwarts anyway. Of course he did. Dobby sabotaged the barrier at King's Cross in a way Shuri would later describe as infuriatingly inelegant but technically impressive. Ron Weasley, faced with a sealed magical platform and the sort of problem British children solve by escalating before thinking, suggested the flying car. Harry should have said no. Instead, he looked at the station clock, the blocked barrier, the complete absence of discrete alternatives that would not expose Wakandan infrastructure, and said, "Fine. But if we die, I'm writing to your father first." Ron grinned. "That's the spirit." "It is not." It turned out not to matter. They did not die. They merely crash-landed into school grounds, damaged a rare tree, and began second year exactly as one should not begin second year when one is already famous. Professor McGonagall, upon finding them, looked less angry than deeply exhausted in advance. "Mr. Potter," she said after a silence that had acquired legal weight, "one had hoped you would not make a habit of arriving by incident." Harry, still brushing leaf splinters from his sleeves, answered honestly, "So had I, Professor. That almost made it worse." If first year had taught Hogwarts to stare at Harry Potter, second year taught it to watch him. There was a difference. Fame was shallow. Attention sharpened by repeated survival was not. By October, the school had acquired a new defense professor with perfect teeth and catastrophic self-regard. Gilderoy Lockhart moved through corridors like applause had put on robes. Hermione adored him for nearly 6 days before intellect and exposure corrected the issue. Ron disliked him instantly on instinct alone. Harry measured him once, found no structural integrity worth noting, and moved on. The first attack changed everything. Mrs. Norris hung stiff and lifeless from a torch bracket in the corridor while torchlight shivered across the message on the wall. Students crowded. Whispers spread. Filch made sounds that did not belong in ordinary grief. Harry arrived with Ron and Hermione seconds after the core of the crowd formed. He saw 4 things immediately. 1. The cat was not dead. 2. The message had been painted, not cast. 3. There was water on the floor. 4. The bracelet on his wrist had gone very cold, not Quirrell cold. Not soul recognition cold. This was different, older, larger. Moving, he stopped dead. Hermione noticed. Harry, he crouched instead of answering and touched 2 fingers to the wet stone. It was not only water. It carried thermal disturbance. Tiny shifts too subtle for ordinary human senses and too old for the naked eye to map properly, but not too old for vibranium. The beads flickered once against his skin. Up. His head snapped upward. Along the wall, above the torches, across the ceiling stones, there and gone in a trace so faint no one around him could possibly have noticed it. Movement. Large-scale, recent. McGonagall arrived at that moment, cut the crowd apart with sheer authority, and ordered the students away. Harry stood but did not step back immediately. Her eyes landed on him. Mr. Potter. There was something in the walls, he said quietly. Half the students nearby recoiled from the sentence, as though he had announced personal membership in the apocalypse. McGonagall, to her credit, did not. What do you mean, heat disturbance? Harry said. Large, not human. Her face sharpened by half a degree. After my office, she said. That meeting lasted longer than Ron expected, shorter than Hermione hoped, and went much better than Harry had feared. McGonagall listened, truly listened. Not because she believed every conclusion immediately, but because she had already seen enough of Harry's observational discipline to understand that he did not offer impossible claims for attention. You are saying, she said at last, fingers steepled over her desk, that whatever attacked Argus Filch's cat moved through the walls rather than the corridor. Yes, and you know this because your bracelet helped me catch a heat trace. McGonagall's eyes dropped briefly to the Kimoyo line on his wrist. Can it do so reliably? Not for everything. Not through all materials equally, but the castle's plumbing and older structural channels run warm in patterns. Patterns you can read. Yes, that silence again, the one she used when deciding whether a student had just made her life easier or far more complicated. Then she said, You will tell no one else yet. I've told Hermione and Ron. McGonagall closed her eyes once. Yes, she said, of course you have. They are useful. I do not doubt it. He stood to leave. Mr. Potter, he paused. If you pursue this matter independently, she said, I will be forced to take disciplinary action. Harry met her gaze. Understood. She held it for a beat longer. Then, if you happen to notice relevant patterns while remaining fully within school rules, you will report them to me first. There it was, not permission. Worse, a Scottish compromise. Yes, Professor. From that point onward, the year became investigation. Harry did not simply react to attacks. He patterned them, time between incidents, locations, structural adjacency, traffic flow, which corridors carried more warmth through the walls and which felt cold even at midday. Hermione built charts. Ron interviewed Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and unwilling Slytherins through a social method best described as cheerful espionage. The school began to notice, not only that Harry Potter was at the center of another disaster, that he was moving through it differently, calmer, harder. McGonagall watched him with increasingly mixed emotions. Concern, pride, and the dawning realization that Tchalla had not sent Britain a child so much as a student scout with very good posture. Then Harry began hearing the voice, not with his ears, not exactly, a whisper in the walls. Wet. Hungry, ancient in the way rot can be ancient if given enough masonry to hide in, kill, tear, rip. He stopped in corridors without warning, turned his head toward stone no one else could hear. And every time the bracelets ran cold in a narrow line along his pulse, as if trying to triangulate language itself. When he told Hermione, she did not dismiss it. When he told Ron, Ron looked frightened and then decided being frightened was not actionable enough to stop there. Brilliant, Ron said grimly. Murder Castle has started talking to you personally. Harry almost smiled, almost. Then came the dueling club and the snake. Draco Malfoy sent the serpent at Justin Finch-Fletchley in front of half the school. Harry spoke Parseltongue without thinking because stopping the snake mattered more than secrecy. The room recoiled as one organism. Justin fled. Rumor hardened into accusation by dinner, the heir of Slytherin, the boy who lived who spoke to serpents. Harry bore it more calmly than everyone expected. That unnerved them more. Hermione took personal offense on a scholarly level. Ron took it more personally and threatened, in vivid detail, to hex anyone who said it loudly enough. McGonagall summoned Harry, asked exactly 3 questions, and dismissed him with a face that said Britain had once again failed a child in a way she would remember. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, Justin, nearly headless Nick. Harry narrowed the pattern further, mirrors, reflections. Indirect sightlines. He told Hermione that at breakfast one grey November morning, she stopped halfway through buttering toast. You think the thing isn't killing because no one's looking at it directly. I think, Harry said, that every victim who should have died seems to have seen it wrong. Hermione's eyes widened, then she was gone from the bench before Ron had swallowed. Where's she going? Ron asked. To prove me right, Harry said. That sounds unsafe. Yes, it was. When Hermione Granger was found petrified beside Penelope Clearwater with a clenched fist full of paper, Harry did not shout, did not break, did not let the corridor see the part of him that wanted to. He knelt, opened Hermione's rigid hand with shaking care, and found the answer, basilisk. Below it, a page ripped from a library book, ancient serpent, kills with direct eye contact, spiders flee before it, moves through pipes. Ron read over his shoulder and went white. Bloody hell! Harry looked up slowly. The bracelets on his wrist pulsed once, twice, and for the first time he understood what they had been telling him since October. Not just something in the walls. A snake in the walls. A giant one. And Hogwarts had built itself around enough old piping to hide a legend. McGonagall arrived moments later. This time when Harry handed her the page, she did not ask where he got it, why he had it, or whether he had obeyed school rules in obtaining it. She read it, looked at him, and said very quietly, "How quickly can your bracelets track it?" Harry answered at once. Not the eyes, not the magic, only body heat and movement through stone. Good, said McGonagall, because the school is about to need that. The answer might still have come too late. Ginny Weasley vanished the day the walls announced that her skeleton would lie in the chamber forever. Ron's face, when he understood who was missing, would have haunted Harry even if the year had held nothing else. Lockhart proved useless on contact. That was almost a relief. Predictable failures offended less than unpredictable ones. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart reached the sink entrance after following the last heat trace Harry's bracelets could pull from the castle's plumbing lattice. Moaning Myrtle wept. Lockhart attempted memory tampering. Ron's broken wand rebounded the spell into Lockhart's own skull. Harry did not even have energy left to be surprised. The tunnel into the chamber was slick, ancient, and wrong. The moment he slid through the pipe mouth and landed in darkness below, the bracelets switched automatically into low-sensory combat mode, Shuri's name for a system she had installed without fully informing him, and then defended by claiming technical family rights. Thin bands of muted blue traced the stones just enough to give depth without glare, no reflected surface, no unnecessary light, only a sonar-thin outline of ruin. Harry moved forward alone, his breathing slowed. Every lesson Okoye had ever forced into his bones returned at once. Do not chase panic. Shape the room, own the angles. The chamber opened around him like the inside of an old threat, stone pillars, serpent carvings, water black as blind glass, air thick with damp age, and something reptilian enough that even without sight his body knew it did not belong among ordinary things. And there, beneath the carved face of Salazar Slytherin, stood Tom Riddle, not a ghost, not alive. A memory given malice and shape. Ginny lay nearby, pale and motionless. Riddle turned, smiled, and Harry's scar did not burn. That was the first wrongness it recognized, not pain, not warning. Recognition. The second wrongness was the bracelets. They had been quiet for the tunnel, disciplined and cold. Now they began to hum, faint at first, then stronger, not outwardly audible but undeniable against his skin. Vibranium answering something in the room with a resonance that had nothing to do with heat. Riddle saw it. His smile altered, just a fraction. "What?" Tom Riddle asked softly. "Is that on your wrist?" Harry did not answer, because he was too busy understanding that the sensation between scar and bead and diary in Riddle's hand formed a triangle of living wrongness. The diary, of course, not merely enchanted. Occupied, the same kind of occupied as the scar, perhaps, or kin to it. Riddle took one elegant step forward. "I have spent months learning you, Harry Potter, the famous boy, the puzzled child, the one who speaks to serpents and moves like someone forgot to raise him soft." His eyes dropped once more to the bracelets. "No one told me there would be synthesis." Harry's scar pulsed. The bracelets answered. Riddle's expression changed completely then, not confusion, not curiosity, fear, very small, very real. And because Tom Riddle had once been brilliant long before he became monstrous, he understood one thing instantly. Harry did not yet know what the resonance meant, which meant Riddle had time. He smiled again too quickly, mask replaced. "Kill him," he hissed into the chamber. "Kill him now!" The basilisk came like architecture deciding to move. Harry had prepared for size, he had not prepared for scale. Even through darkness, through the bracelet sonar linework, the serpent's heat signature nearly filled his vision. Length beyond reason, muscle beyond sanity, head large enough to crush a horse. It moved with obscene speed for anything so old. Harry did not look at the eyes. He dropped instantly into partial profile, gaze below the jawline, tracking only what the bracelets mapped and what his body could hear. The first strike shattered stone where he had been standing. The second nearly took his leg. Harry rolled, came up low, wand out but not yet casting. The chamber floor was slick. Good, bad, usable. The basilisk's mass displaced air before impact. That too was usable. He heard wings, a cry like fire made bird-shaped. Forks descended out of darkness, all gold and crimson and impossible timing, blinding the basilisk in a flurry of talons and sacred rage. Good, Harry thought with savage gratitude. Better. The sorting hat hit the floor near him. Absurd object, impossible battlefield. Then the hilt of the sword appeared. Harry snatched it up in one motion, and the weight was right. Not easy. Right. Old steel answering hand the way some tools do when they find purpose instead of ownership. The basilisk screamed and struck blind. This time Harry met movement with movement. The heart-shaped herb had changed what his body could do, not made him invulnerable. Never that. But faster, sharper, more complete in the conversation between thought and muscle. In Wakanda it was discipline. Here in the chamber it became survival. He sidestepped the strike by inches. Brought the sword down across scale and flesh. Not enough. The basilisk convulsed, smashed a pillar apart and flung him hard against the stone. Harry hit, rolled, tasted blood, came up on one knee. Riddle was laughing again. Too soon. Too confidently. Harry hated that. He changed rhythm. Not British dueling now. Not even Hogwarts bravery. Wakandan combat geometry angles, misdirection, pressure points scaled up for absurd enemies. He used the bracelet's sonar ping not to find the eyes, but to measure the throat's turn radius, the neck's coil tension, the lag before reorientation after each blind lunge. It was not a child's fight, it was a warrior's problem. And so he solved it like 1-3 feints. 1 retreat. Force the strike left. Pivot inside jawline. Use the collapsed pillar as elevation. drive steel down where scale spacing widened with extension. The sword went in deep. Hot blood sprayed. One fang clipped his arm in passing, and pain exploded bright and vicious from wrist to shoulder. Harry did not have time to classify venom, only damage. The basilisk thrashed. The whole chamber shook. Harry hung on to the sword with both hands and drove it deeper until the serpent's body convulsed once, twice, and then the world became still except for falling stone and his own brutal breathing. He dropped to the floor. The bracelets flickered erratically. His left arm burned. Riddle had stopped laughing. That was satisfying for almost 2 seconds. Then the memory of Tom Marvolo Riddle straightened, pale and furious, diary still in hand, and said with a voice gone colder than anything Harry had yet heard from him, "You don't know what you are carrying." Harry, half kneeling in basilisk blood and venom, looked up. "No," he said. "But you do." The resonance between diary and scar intensified. The vibranium along his wrist glowed faint gold beneath the dark casing, not bright enough to reveal, but enough for Riddle to see, and again, that flicker. Fear, Riddle backed away a fraction without meaning to. It was tiny. Harry saw it anyway. That mattered more than the wound, because monsters who cannot fear are weather. Monsters who can fear are killable. Riddle raised the diary like a shield and a heart at once. "This," he said, voice tightening, "is immortality. You stand there wounded and ignorant and think a sword changes anything?" Harry looked at Ginny, looked at the diary, looked at the basilisk fang lying near his hand in a pool of black blood. Then the answer became obvious in the brutal, inelegant way battlefield answers often do. He moved. Riddle shouted, "Too slow." Harry grabbed the fang and drove it through the diary. There are screams, and then there are sounds made by things that were never meant to be wounded because they were built entirely to wound others. The diary's scream filled the chamber. Ink erupted like blood. The resonance hit Harry's scar so hard he nearly blacked out. The bracelets flashed white gold in a pattern Shuri would later play back 17 times and still fail to explain completely. Riddle convulsed. His shape tore at the edges. And for one impossible suspended instant, Harry felt not one foreign soul fragment in the room, but two. The one in the book dying, the one in his scar answering like an echo from across a ruined hall. Not pain, kinship. The knowledge vanished before he could hold it. Riddle looked at him with naked horror, not because he was dying, because he had understood at the end that Harry's scar was not only a wound. Then Tom Riddle came apart into smoke, ash, memory, and nothing. Silence crashed down. Fawkes landed beside Harry. Ginny still breathed, "Good, good." Harry tried to stand and failed halfway because the basilisk venom had begun making serious arguments with his bloodstream. Fawkes bent and let tears fall onto the wound. Cool gold fire moved through him. The pain receded enough to become survivable. He laughed once, short, disbelieving, exhausted. "Thank you," he whispered. The phoenix trilled as if dignity did not require acknowledgement for obvious behavior. By the time Ron reached him with Lockhart stumbling somewhere behind, Harry had propped himself half upright against a pillar and was staring at the dead basilisk like a man trying to decide whether the year had become too ridiculous even for Britain. Ron stopped dead. "Harry." "Yes." "You killed it." Harry glanced at the serpent. "It seems impolite to deny it." Then he passed out for a little while. He woke in the hospital wing to the familiar white ceiling and the equally familiar disappointment of not having died anywhere more architecturally interesting. Dumbledore sat nearby. McGonagall stood at the foot of the bed. Ron and Hermione, now recovered, pale but upright, occupied the left side like a united front of concern and unfinished questions. Ginny Weasley slept in the next bed over, watched by Mrs. Weasley with eyes so red-rimmed and fierce they made everything else in the room feel secondary. Harry blinked once and said, "Did I miss a lecture?" McGonagall's mouth did something complicated. Dumbledore smiled into his beard. Hermione made a sound halfway between relief and indignation. "Honestly." Ron leaned forward. "You've been unconscious for nearly a day." Harry considered this. "Then yes, almost certainly I missed a lecture." That somehow broke the room's tension enough for air to return. The explanations came in layers after that. Ginny and the diary. Lucius Malfoy's likely role without yet provable certainty. The chamber closed. School safe. Basilisk dead. Several governors suddenly much less certain about opposing Albus Dumbledore. But Harry's attention fixed elsewhere, on the diary, on what he had felt. On the way Riddle had feared the resonance between Scar and Vibranium, Dumbledore noticed. Of course he did. When the others had left and evening cooled the hospital wing-gold, he said quietly, "There is more on your mind than the basilisk." Harry turned his head on the pillow. "The diary," he said. "It was not just cursed. No, it was carrying him. Dumbledore was still for a moment too long then." "Yes." Harry looked at him carefully. "Like the scar carries something." The old wizard's silence then was not uncertainty, it was grief, not theatrical, not convenient, the deep, private grief of a man who has seen too much pattern too late and hates the cost of speaking before certainty. "I believe," Dumbledore said at last, "that the diary and your scar may be related in a way darker than either of us would prefer." Harry let that settle. "I sent reports to Wakanda," he said. "I expected you would." "That is not permission." "No," said Dumbledore, "only realism." Harry almost smiled. Almost. Then he said he was afraid. "Tom Riddle?" "Yes." Dumbledore's blue eyes sharpened. "Of what?" Harry touched the bracelets lightly. "This, or what it was doing. He knew something when he saw it." That got the first true spark of alarm Harry had ever seen Dumbledore fail to hide quickly enough. Interesting, useful, and not comforting at all. He wrote the report 3 nights later from a private study alcove McGonagall pretended not to know he was using. The room was small, stone-walled, and old enough that secrets settled into it more comfortably than dust. Snowmelt tapped softly somewhere beyond the narrow window. The castle slept in uneasy layers. Harry sat alone at the desk with the bracelet line active and a thin sheet of encrypted vibranium film unfolded above his hand like black water held flat by trust. He wrote in 2 structures at once. British incident summary first. Chronology, threat vector, confirmed hostile artifact, basilisk physiology, chamber access, casualty status. Then Wakandan assessment second. Resonance patterns, soul fragment behavior, response in scar, possible link classification, environmental notes on serpent housing through ancient masonry, potential cultural parallels in African magical bestiaries. He ended with what mattered most. Tom Riddle's memory recognized the vibranium-soul interaction before I did. Fear response confirmed. Request comparative analysis across all known Wakandan records involving fragmented spirit retention, cursed relic architecture, and serpent-linked ancestral ward systems. I do not believe the diary was unique. He pressed 2 fingers to the final line. The film folded inward, vanished into the bracelet, and was gone. 6,000 miles away, deep in Berninzana, a secure council chamber lit itself for no audience but one. Tchalla read the report without expression. That was always when he was most dangerous. He stood in quiet black and silver near the central table while the encrypted text scrolled above vibranium glass in lines of translated light. Outside the chamber, the city moved in late-night calm. Inside it, only the report breathed. Harry alive, Ginny alive, basilisk dead, soul fragment resonance confirmed. Tchalla reached the last lines and went very still. Then he said, without raising his voice, "Bring Shuri." The attendants outside moved at once. Shuri arrived in under 3 minutes, barefoot, furious at the interruption, hair half-braided, a tool still in one hand. This had better justify waking genius. Tchalla angled the report toward her. She read once, then again, slower. The irritation vanished from her face, not replaced by fear. Something colder, something more useful. The diary reacted like a shard, she said quietly. "Yes." And Harry's scar responded in sympathetic pattern. "Yes." Shuri looked up. For one moment she was not merely brilliant, not merely young, not merely royal. She was a scientist whose worst theory had just become data. "We're building it," she said. T'Challa's gaze did not leave the report. How long? Shuri's face settled into that terrible calm the palace had learned to associate with sleepless innovation and ethically flexible breakthroughs. I started in my head halfway through line 3. That got the faintest movement from him. Not approval, not exactly, recognition. What do you need? She was already moving toward the chamber door again. Raw vibranium access, Tier 3, Necropolis records. Every British magical artifact profile Dumbledore ever sent us, and no interruptions unless the continent is on fire. Tchalla turned his head then and looked out over the sleeping lights of Berninzana. It may be, he said. Shuri paused only long enough to answer. Then we should build faster. Back in Hogwarts, unaware of the exact shape his report had taken once it reached home, Harry sat alone in the old stone alcove and let the silence settle. Britain thought the year was over. The chamber was closed. The school was saved. The monster was dead. The story, from a British perspective, had been made manageable again. But Harry had felt the diary die. He had felt the scar answer. He had seen fear on Tom Riddle's face. And because Wakanda had raised him more honestly than comfort would have preferred, he knew what that meant. The basilisk had not been the center of the year. It had been the gate. He touched the scar on his forehead, then the bracelets on his wrist. Both were warm. The first time Harry heard the name Sirius Black spoken in Wakanda, the room went quiet in the particular way rooms do when adults are about to tell a child something that has always belonged to his life, but has somehow still managed to arrive late. It happened in one of the smaller strategy chambers off the Royal Library, where the windows looked west over Berninzana, and the late afternoon turned every edge of stone and metal to amber. Tchalla stood at the long table reading from a thin British briefing file Dumbledore had forwarded under seal. Ramonda sat to his right, hands folded in her lap with dangerous calm. Shuri leaned over the back of an empty chair, already halfway through an argument with the paper for daring to be British in formatting. Harry came in expecting some update on the work begun after the chamber. Instead, he found his name already lying on the table beside another. Black Sirius Orion wanted, escaped, allegedly armed and deeply unstable according to British panic, which Harry had already learned to treat as a genre rather than a diagnosis. He stopped at the threshold. Tchalla looked up first. "Come." Harry did. "Who is he?" he asked. That was the question. Everyone knew it. Not what did he do, not is he dangerous. Who is he? Tchalla closed the file. "Your godfather." The word hit strangely, not because Harry did not know what a godfather was. He did. He had simply never had occasion to set one inside himself. Britain, he was increasingly discovering, had left a number of people orbiting his life like incomplete constellations. Names attached to grief, duty, war, and old-school photographs, but not yet to actual relationship. Ramonda's voice was softer than the subject deserved. He was James Potter's closest friend. Was, Harry repeated. T'Challa's mouth tightened. He was accused of betraying your parents to Voldemort, then of murdering Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles in the street afterward. Harry looked down at the file again. There are moments when the body understands before thought does. The name Black meant almost nothing to him yet. And still, something in him refused the shape of the accusation immediately, not innocence, not certainty, refusal, a resistance too old for logic. Did he do it? Harry asked. No one answered at once. That told him more than a yes would have. Finally, T'Challa said, "Britain believes he did." "That is not what I asked." Shuri straightened slightly, interested now. T'Challa held Harry's gaze. "No, that is not what you asked." Harry waited. At last the king said, "I do not know. Honest." "Good," Ramonda added. James trusted him. That mattered more than the rest. Harry looked down at the photograph clipped into the file. A man with long dark hair, gaunt now from imprisonment, but there beneath the damage was something unmistakable. Recklessness in the posture, dark eyes too alive even in a still image. A face that might once have laughed easily before grief and prison and war got their hands on it. "He escaped Azkaban," Harry said. "Yes," T'Challa answered, "which means Britain will fill Hogwarts with overreactions." Yes, Shuri muttered, I look forward to despising the security model. Ramonda ignored that. You may remain in Wakanda this term. Harry looked up. There it was, the offer. Not command. Not fear disguised as parental wisdom. The actual open door back home. He loved them for giving it. He hated the choice for existing. Harry turned back to the photograph. Sirius Black. Godfather, alleged traitor, James Potter's best friend. A man from the side of Harry's life, Wakanda had never tried to counterfeit because it understood dignity better than that. No, he said quietly. If he has broken out for me, I would rather see the truth up close than wait for Britain to interpret it badly on my behalf. T'Challa's face did not change, but approval moved through the room all the same. Then you go, the king said. Prepared. The Hogwarts Express was already a moving argument by the time the Dementor entered. Rain rattled the windows. The train groaned over wet track through the British countryside. Ron had just finished explaining in vivid and mutually contradictory detail why the prison guards from Azkaban were all but certain to be rotting, hooded corpse things when the compartment door slid open. Cold came first, not temperature. Absence. The kind of cold that convinces the body warmth has always been a rumor. Harry's bracelet line iced against his wrist. Hermione, mid-sentence, stopped speaking. Ron went white before he had even fully turned. The creature in the doorway filled the corridor with rot and hunger and old despair made almost material. Cloak. Hands like drowned bone. Face hidden. Harry felt it before it touched him, not fear, loss. Number 4, privet drive in some other life that had never happened. Godric's hollow in blood and broken wood. Lily screaming. James falling. T'Chaka's funeral pyre. Sirius Black's photograph, the mirror of Arised, the sudden unbearable idea that every family could still be taken if he failed at standing between them and the world for even a moment. His vision narrowed, the compartment blurred, something in the scar woke like a thing too intimate with ruin. Then a voice cut through the dark. Expecto Patronum. Silver light burst across the corridor. The Dementor reeled backward under the charge of it. Not an animal fully shaped, more a blast of will and brightness, but enough. Enough. Harry dragged breath back into his lungs as though he had been forced to remember the mechanics. Across from him, Hermione was gripping the seat so hard her knuckles had gone colorless. Ron had both hands clamped over his mouth in mute horror. In the doorway beyond the silver glow stood Professor Remus Lupin in travel-worn robes, wand raised, expression taut not only with effort, but with recognition. He was looking at Harry like a man who had just watched a ghost reach up through time and touch a living face. The Dementor retreated. The light held. The door shut again. Silence flooded in after it. Lupin swayed once, lowered his wand, and said with careful gentleness, "Chocolate." This turned out to be British magical medicine for at least a surprising range of emotional injuries. Harry accepted the piece offered to him and tried not to notice the way Lupin's hands shook very slightly, whether from the Patronus or from what he had seen the Dementor do to James Potter's son. In his ear, Shuri's channel hissed back to life in clipped, furious bursts. "I lost you for 4 seconds." Harry said nothing aloud. The bead line compensated after the second dip. "Those things are foul. I object to them on scientific, ethical, and aesthetic grounds." Still nothing. Hermione looked from Lupin to Harry. "What was that?" "A Dementor," Lupin said, "and an extremely poor first impression." Ron found his voice. "They're searching the train." "Yes, for Sirius Black," Hermione said, already collecting herself with the violence of intellect. Lupin's gaze returned to Harry. "Are you all right?" It was an ordinary question. It landed like a test. Harry straightened slowly. Yes, Lupin held his eyes for a moment longer than the answer deserved. No, not the answer, the face. There it was again, that look, not fame. Not the awkward adult fascination Harry had grown used to from British witches and wizards who only knew him as a headline with a scar, recognition, pain braided with memory. "Good," Lupin said quietly. "Keep eating." He left. Ron exhaled all at once. "Blimey!" Hermione looked at Harry's wrist. "Your beads went completely dark." Harry glanced down. They had. Even the hidden lines beneath the visible bracelet shell had withdrawn into survival mode. First time for everything, he said, but he was already thinking about Lupin. Because when the Dementor had opened the door, Remus Lupin had looked at him like a man who knew exactly whose son was trying and failing not to collapse under old ghosts. That meant this year was going to hurt in places Britain had not yet located. Harry suspected that would make it useful. Remus Lupin became the first teacher at Hogwarts to make Harry feel outmatched without once making him feel underestimated. That difference mattered. Professor McGonagall had challenged him intellectually. Flitwick delighted in his anomalies. Snape distrusted him with increasingly precise complexity. Sprout welcomed him into a green world large enough for expertise to become refuge. Lupin did something none of them had. He looked at Harry and saw James. Not in the shallow ways others did. Hair, eyes, mouth, walk. He saw him in rhythm, in impatience. In the way, Harry tilted forward before conflict like the body had already committed, and the mind was simply catching up. In the speed with which he organized rooms. In the dangerous confidence that appeared not when Harry was arrogant, but when he believed someone else might need him. And because Lupin had loved James Potter enough to remember both his brightness and his worst habits, he refused to romanticize any of it. Their first real collision came after the Boggart lesson. Neville's Snape in his grandmother's clothes had reduced the class to hysterics. Hermione's failure had frustrated her. Ron's spider had been exactly the sort of British absurdity Harry had come to associate with Ron's life specifically. Lupin, seeing Harry in line, had stepped in smoothly and drawn the Boggart himself before it reached him. At first, Harry thought it was courtesy, then he realized it was strategy. After class, he stayed behind. "You didn't want to see mine," Harry said. Lupin did not bother to deny it. "No." "Why?" The older man set the classroom trunk lid down with measured care. "Because I suspected it would not be useful to turn your worst fear into a performance for 14-year-olds. Harry folded his arms. "That was kind." Lupin's tired mouth curved faintly. "No, it was practical. Kindness came with it by accident." Harry liked him more for that. The classroom was empty now. Afternoon light ran in gray bars over desks and scuffed floorboards. Lupin leaned against the teacher's table and studied him with that same difficult familiarity. "You know who I am," Lupin said. "Remus Lupin, friend of my father's. One of them." "One of them?" The smile vanished. "Your father collected friends the way reckless men collect scars," Lupin said. "Deeply, permanently, sometimes stupidly." That was not how adults usually spoke of James Potter in front of Harry. Usually they edited him into legend. Harry waited. Lupin looked down briefly, then back up. "You should know this early. James was brilliant, brave, loyal to the point of making other people's disasters his own, and at 15 he was also arrogant enough to be slapped by common sense every morning before breakfast." Harry blinked. Then, despite himself, laughed. "Good." Lupin nodded once, as if some necessary correction had been placed properly. "I'm telling you because too many people think honoring the dead means sanding them down until there's nothing left but slogans." His gaze sharpened. "Your father grew into a very good man. Do not let anyone convince you he came out finished." The sentence struck deeper than Harry expected, because it was not just about James, it was permission to love someone unfinished, to inherit from them without imitation. Harry looked at Lupin differently after that. "So that's why you challenge me," he said. Lupin raised a brow. "Should I not? You see him." "Yes. And, Lupin said, I like James too much to allow you the convenience of repeating his mistakes in prettier clothing." Harry smiled, small and unwilling. That was the first lesson, not defense, inheritance. The second lesson began with Dementors and ended with a Patronus. Not a real one at first, not even close. The first time Lupin agreed to teach Harry privately after hours, it was because Quidditch and corridor exposure and the simple fact of Azkaban guards infesting Hogwarts had made the problem impossible to ignore. Harry could withstand pressure. He could track basilisks through stone and stand in rooms with murder memories wearing old teachers' faces. But Dementors broke the architecture. They did not attack the body first, they stripped meaning from it. The first few sessions went badly. Lupin shut the classroom door. Released the boggart in controlled Dementor form. Harry lifted his wand, drew on memory, lost the thread the instant the cold came, not because he had no happy thoughts, because his happy thoughts were all mixed with grief. Ramonda's hand at his collar the day he first left Wakanda. Shuri threatening to redesign Britain. T'Challa on the palace roof saying Hari does not vanish. Okoye correcting his balance at dawn. Lily's face in the mirror. James lifting a hand across impossible glass. Sirius Black's photograph. A table that held both halves of him and therefore also held every absence. The silver mist sputtered and vanished. Lupin lowered the boggart instantly. "Again tomorrow," he said. Harry was angry, not at Lupin, at himself, at the shape of his own mind. At the humiliating fact that joy inside him was somehow too complicated to use as a weapon. On the third session, he snapped. "This is ridiculous." Lupin, sitting on the desk across from him while they reset for another attempt, did not move. "Yes," he said. Harry stared. That was agreement too quickly. The Patronus is ridiculous. It is also one of the most advanced defensive magics in Britain. Both things can be true, Harry paced once. It wants one thing. Yes. I don't have one thing. No, Harry stopped. You keep doing that. Doing what? Answering as though the problem is obvious. Lupin studied him for a moment. Then he said very quietly, "Because it is." The room seemed to sharpen around the sentence. Lupin went on. "You think you're failing because the memories that make you strongest are braided with people you miss. Parents you never got to have long enough. Family you gained by surviving the first loss. You keep trying to separate gratitude from grief as though that would make either one purer." Harry said nothing, because the accuracy of it left no room. Lupin softened, not in expression exactly, but in the way his voice stepped back from instruction and into something older. "When your father spoke of Lily," he said, "it was never clean. Love never is. It came with fear, awe, anger at the world for being able to hurt her. Joy that hurt when she left the room. That didn't make it weaker, it made it real." Harry looked down at his wand. "You don't need one happy memory," Lupin said. "You need one true one." That was different, that Harry understood. The next attempt did not begin with the mirror, or with a single perfect summer dawn, or with Quidditch, or with laughter. It began with a roof in Wakanda and a brother's voice saying you were never meant to be half of anything. Then Ramonda's hand on his cheek. Then Hermione leaning over a train compartment with too many questions to fit in one body. Then Ron saying that's brilliant without envy. Then Neville smiling over green leaves. Then Lily at the mirror, not resentful of the life he'd been given after her. Then James not polished into saintliness, but alive enough in story to be flawed. Then all of it together, not split, held. Harry drew breath. Expecto Patronum. This time the silver did not sputter, it exploded. The Dementor boggart recoiled as light poured from the end of his wand and took shape in midair. First a stag, unmistakable and proud, and made of fast moonlit force. Then, around the antlers and shoulders, for the briefest impossible second, another outline ran with it like a second truth layered inside the first. Panther shadow, silver on silver. Then the shape stabilized and the stag drove forward, glorious and complete, sending the boggart collapsing backward into the trunk with a crack that sounded almost offended. Silence followed. Harry stood very still, chest rising hard. Across the room Lupin had gone pale, not frightened, struck. He stared at the fading Patronus traces in the air, and then at Harry with naked emotion he was too tired to hide fast enough. "That," Lupin said at last, voice roughened around something older than teaching, "would have made James unbearable for a month." Harry laughed before he could stop himself. Good, the sound restored scale to the room. Lupin looked away once, collected himself, then said, "Again next week. You are not finished simply because you have succeeded once. There's the challenge. There always was, and that was the truth of him." Lupin did not challenge Harry because Harry was gifted. He challenged him because he knew exactly what brilliance without emotional honesty could turn into. He had watched James outgrow arrogance. He had watched Sirius weaponize love into recklessness. He had watched Peter collapse under fear. And now he was standing in front of the boy who carried all their names as inheritance without understanding yet which parts were caution and which were blessing. Of course he challenged him. Anything less would have been disrespect. Fred and George Weasley gave Harry the Marauder's map in the spirit of generosity, criminal optimism, and the deeply British assumption that if a castle insisted on nonsense, the correct answer was better nonsense. Harry accepted it with genuine admiration. Then he turned it over in his hands, touched one finger to the shifting ink, and said, "This is extraordinary." Fred looked smug. George looked even smugger. Hermione, who had not been invited into the transaction, but appeared anyway by simple force of relevance, looked personally wounded that the world had hidden such an artifact from her. The map opened under Harry's wand and sprawled Hogwarts across the parchment in impossible, intricate life. Corridors, passages, rooms, staircases, moving names. The thing was brilliant, not because it was exhaustive, because it was mischievous and precise at the same time. A school translated by boys who had loved it enough to violate it beautifully. In his ear, Shuri said, "All right, that's clever." High praise. Harry bent closer. The Kimoyo bracelet flickered once, automatically trying to interface with the moving ink. For 3 delightful seconds, the map and the Wakandan bead architecture argued silently over protocol. Then the bracelet backed off with faint offended warmth. Hermione watched that happen. Did the bracelet just try to read the map? Yes. Can it? Harry considered the question honestly. Eventually. Ron leaned over his shoulder. That's mental. It's comparative systems analysis, Hermione corrected. It's mental, Ron repeated. Harry smiled faintly. The map is impressive. The Kimoyo network is better, Shuri said at once. Harry, because he was not suicidal, kept that part inside his head, but he suspected she was right. Separately, the map and the beads were marvels. Together, they became unfair. The map could show names. The beads could model movement patterns, heat traces, and structural relationships. Within a week, Harry could tell which teachers cheated curfew on paperwork and which staircases had timing habits no one had properly documented. Within 2, he could route himself and his friends through the castle with military efficiency. Within 3, he found Peter Pettigrew. At first, he thought he had misread the ink. He was in Gryffindor Tower late, checking routes after curfew because Malfoy had escalated to snide corridor ambushes, and Harry preferred knowing where his enemies slept. Ron was half hanging out of bed 3 spaces away, muttering in his dreams. Seamus snored like machinery. Dean was curled under the blankets like a personal treaty with sleep. Harry's gaze passed over the common room staircase markers on the map, stopped, went back. There, in the boys' dormitory, directly beside the ink label for Ron Weasley, another name paced the edge of the room in tiny, unhurried loops. Peter Pettigrew. Harry sat up straighter. The name meant something. War, betrayal, dead, supposedly blown apart except for a finger. One of the names from the same old file that had brought Sirius Black into his life like a reopened wound. He checked again. Still there. He slid out of bed, crossed to Ron's trunk, and looked at the sleeping boy's pillow where a fat gray rat had tucked itself into the fold of blanket with shameless entitlement. Scabbers. Harry did not wake Ron. He went to Hermione first. Of course he did. She was already awake when he reached the common room. Hermione Granger at 2 in the morning with a candle and a book was not an anomaly. It was merely the castle acknowledging her natural habitat. Harry set the map down in front of her. Hermione looked, blinking followed. Then the terrifying acceleration of her mind. Peter Pettigrew, she whispered. That's impossible. Yes. That is not a comforting yes. No, she sat back. He's supposed to be dead. Yes, and this is Ron's rat. Yes. Hermione lowered her voice further. Harry, he met her eyes. She said, I do not think Sirius Black is hunting you first. That was the moment the year tipped, not because it solved anything, because it reordered the center. From then on, Harry watched the map differently. Black moved through the castle grounds and hidden passages with purpose. Pettigrew remained disgustingly close to Ron. And for all the stories of a murderous maniac trying to kill the boy who lived, Sirius Black never once chose an opportunity that would have made Harry the actual first target. He circled, observed, waited, like a man hunting something else and being forced by love or guilt to come near what he missed. Harry saw it, and once seen, it could not be unseen. The revelation came in the shrieking shack, but by then Harry was already halfway to believing the truth. That was why it happened faster, not because the year was kinder, because Harry had done the work before the room asked him to. Black dragged Ron through the passage beneath the whooping willow, and the night shattered along expected lines. Hermione and Harry followed. Crookshanks vanished ahead of them with the air of a cat pursuing justice personally. The shack smelled of dust, old wood, and grief left too long indoors. Ron lay pale and furious on the floor, leg twisted badly. Sirius Black stood over him in a ruin of hair and exhaustion and hunger and old fury. In another version of Harry's life, perhaps that sight alone would have decided everything. In this one, Harry's bracelet had already begun recording before he fully entered the room. Always record uncertainty, Shuri's rule. Black looked up when Harry came in, and there, in the first full unbroken look between godson and godfather, Harry saw it, not bloodlust, not triumph. Agony. Not for himself, for the child in front of him who had somehow become tall and sharp and armored by things Sirius had never been there to witness. Harry lifted his wand, but not the way one does when the answer is already simple. "You're not here for me," he said. Sirius stared, then barked a laugh so broken it sounded more like a wound failing to stay shut. "No," he said, "not first." Ron, on the floor, made a strangled sound. "Harry, are you mad?" "Sometimes," Harry said. "Not currently." The door behind them opened. Lupin entered, out of breath and already carrying too much in his face. He looked from Sirius to Harry to Ron to the rat in Ron's pocket, and then shut his eyes once. When he opened them again, there was no teacher left in him at all. Only marauder. Only survivor. Only a man about to place his heart in a room and hope it was not cut out for sport. "You saw him on the map," Lupin said to Harry. Harry nodded once. "Yes." Black's gaze snapped to the parchment peeking from Harry's pocket. "You have the map?" "Yes, Merlin," Sirius breathed. "James would have—" "Do not say loved it," Lupin muttered. "He'd have become impossible." Somehow, bizarrely, the room eased by a fraction. That was enough. Harry stepped closer. "Tell me." And Sirius did, not perfectly, not cleanly. No innocent man who has been caged for 12 years comes out with tidy speeches. The story came in bursts. Peter as secret keeper. Peter betraying the Potters. Peter staging the street massacre. The finger, the rat form, Azkaban, the photograph in the Prophet, scabbers in a child's hand. Harry listened. Ron protested. Hermione turned from fury to shock to horrified understanding in quick, precise increments. Lupin watched Sirius like a man trying not to mourn and hope at the same time because he had learned long ago how costly that overlap could be. Then came the center of it. Pettigrew forced out of hiding. Rat into man. Cowardice made flesh. Harry had imagined Peter Pettigrew larger somehow, more deliberate, more worthy of the damage. Instead, he was small-eyed, damp with fear, and instantly offensive in the way weak men who have survived by crawling over other people's dead become offensive the moment they are dragged into light. Peter saw Harry and immediately chose the wrong tactic. "Harry, your dear parents?" Harry's voice cut across him like steel drawn quietly. "Do not." Peter stopped. "Good." Lupin's face hardened beyond pity. Sirius looked as though hatred had been waiting 12 years for bone and permission. And because Harry was not 11 anymore, and because Wakanda had not raised him to let other people control the architecture of truth in a room this important, he asked not did you do it, but why? Peter began to shake. That was the first confession: cowardice, fear, Voldemort stronger, survival. James too bright and serious, too reckless, and Lily too brave, and Peter too small beside them all. Harry recorded every word. The bracelets at his wrist held the audio, biometrics, stress patterns, magical field disruptions. By the time Snape stormed into the room, drawn by Lupin and old instincts and enough history to poison cities, the truth had already been captured 3 different ways. That saved them. Not from pain, from ambiguity. Snape entered furious, stopped dead at the sight of Sirius and Peter both, then nearly ruined everything by being Severus Snape under extreme provocation. But Harry moved first. "Professor," he said, and the authority in the word made even Snape glance at him properly. "Do not attack yet. He confessed." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Black, Pettigrew." The silence after that was almost beautiful. Peter began pleading. Snape looked at Lupin, at Sirius, at Harry, at the Rat-Man shaking on the floor. And because even hatred has to respect enough evidence when it arrives in a room like a wall, he did not cast. Not yet. That was all Harry needed. He touched 2 fingers to the hidden bead line at his wrist. Emergency legal packet. Send. Far above them, in the castle proper, a private office charm chimed on Dumbledore's desk. By the time moonrise threatened the edge of the night, the shack was no longer a private confrontation. Dumbledore arrived. McGonagall with him. McGonagall took in the room with one glance, and then, upon seeing Peter Pettigrew alive and weeping on the floor, simply sat down in the nearest chair because Scotland had apparently reached its tolerance for British nonsense. Dumbledore listened to the recorded confession in complete silence, then to Peter attempting to retract it, then to Lupin, then to Sirius, then to Harry, whose report was the shortest and therefore perhaps the most devastating. "I tracked Pettigrew on the map," Harry said. "I tracked Black too." Their movements contradicted the Ministry story. Pettigrew confessed. The bracelets recorded him. That is the truth. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, his face had turned into one of those rare expressions that make even children realize an institution is about to be embarrassed at scale. "Indeed," he said, Peter did try to escape. That much remained faithful to his nature. But this was no longer a room of shocked children and one overburdened professor. The containment line Harry snapped from his bracelet around Pettigrew's wrists glowed gold blue in the dust, and held. McGonagall transfigured the floor around him into binding iron. Snape, perhaps enjoying the opportunity more than a better man might have, stepped on Peter's shoulder hard enough to end further argument. And just like that, 12 years of British miscarriage of justice cracked open under the weight of being properly observed for 5 minutes. Sirius Black was not proven free because the system had improved. He was proven free because too many competent people stood in one room at the same time and refused to let cowardice write the report. There are worse foundations for justice. There are not many better. The Dementors came anyway. Not to Hogwarts in force this time, but to the Ministry, convoy sent to secure Pettigrew and transport Sirius pending hearing. British institutions, when frightened by their own mistakes, have a remarkable ability to overcompensate in the direction of still more mistakes. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Sirius, Lupin, McGonagall, and Snape emerged from the tunnel mouth into white-blue dawn at the lake's edge just as the air turned wrong again. Cold, absence, the old sucking dark, the Ministry wizards farther up the slope shouted in confusion. Pettigrew began screaming. One of the guards had clearly lost control of the perimeter or misread an order or been exactly British enough to think more terror qualified as prudence. The Dementors descended. Harry did not have time to think, only to move. Sirius staggered, too starved, too sleep-deprived, too emotionally stripped raw by freedom arriving at the exact same hour as official procedure. Lupin raised his wand. Snape did too, grudgingly aligned with every other breathing thing in the area against the worse enemy. Harry stepped in front. Not because he could take it better, because he had already learned what happened if he waited a second too long for someone else to stand there first. The cold hit. His scar screamed. Number 4 never happened. Godric's Hollow did. T'Chaka's death. Cedric's future shadow not yet lived, but somehow already waiting in the architecture of story. Sirius Black's face when he first saw Harry. Lily in the mirror. The table. The empty chair. Lupin's voice returned from earlier sessions like a hand laid on the back of his mind. You do not need one happy memory, you need one true one. Harry lifted his wand, and this time he knew exactly what truth to call, not parents or Wakanda, not one world over the other, the roof. The table, the train compartment, Hermione's questions, Ron's uncomplicated loyalty. T'Challa's hand on his shoulder. Ramonda saying he did not earn love by performing it perfectly. James unfinished and still worth loving. Lily unresentful. Sirius alive, held doubled, expecto patronum. The silver that burst from Harry's wand was not a blast. It was an arrival. The stag came first, antlers cutting light through dawn mist. Then the panther shadow surged with it more clearly than before, not separate, not lesser, running in the same body of force like an ancestral truth refusing to stay implied. Silver hooves struck the lakeshore. Silver claws followed. The Dementors recoiled, then fled. The Ministry guards collapsed backward under the force of the reversal. Pettigrew sobbed. Hermione made a sound like she had just watched theory become worship. Ron, who had seen enough by now to accept the improbable on contact, only whispered, "That was brilliant." Sirius looked at the fading Patronus and then at Harry. For a long moment he could not speak. When he finally did, his voice was wrecked clear through. "James," he said, not because Harry was James. Because he had just seen what James had left behind and understood, perhaps for the first time, that the child he failed to protect had not been ruined by surviving without him. Harry lowered his wand slowly. The lake moved silver under dawn. The worst was done. This time it would stay done. The hearing took 3 days and ruined at least 7 careers. Harry was not invited into every room of it, which was sensible. He was, however, present for enough to discover that legal systems become much more cooperative when Dumbledore McGonagall, a recovered Peter Pettigrew, and a Wakandan royal recording architecture all start agreeing in the same direction. Cornelius Fudge looked like a man being forced to publicly apologize to reality. Snape's testimony was acidic but useful. Lupin's was restrained by grief, and therefore stronger. Harry's own statement, brief and exact, was entered into record twice, once in British transcript and once in encrypted attachment under diplomatic seal from Wakanda, which T'Challa insisted upon the moment the first notice reached him. Britain could bungle its own innocence questions if it wished. It would not quietly misfile Harry Potter's account afterward. By the end of it, Sirius Black walked out no longer a fugitive, not restored, not magically made well. 12 years in Azkaban do not evaporate because a court finally admits it has been stupid, but free. The first time he and Harry stood alone together afterward happened on a terrace outside a ministry annex that was trying very hard to look official enough to excuse itself. Sirius leaned against the rail in borrowed robes, and sunlight he seemed not yet used to trusting. He was thinner than a man should be, older than he ought to have become, and alive in a way that still seemed to surprise him every few minutes. Harry came to stand beside him. For a while they said nothing. Then Sirius laughed softly, bitterly, not without humor. "I'm told," he said, "that my godson is a Wakandan prince." "Technically protected royal identity," Harry answered, "so I'd appreciate discretion." Sirius turned to stare at him, then barked a laugh that this time held actual life in it. "Merlin." Harry smiled despite himself. Sirius sobered just as quickly. "I'm sorry." The words came without theater, without self-forgiveness tucked into the folds, barely even as request, more like blood admitted from an old wound no one had properly cleaned. "I know," Harry said. Sirius looked at him sharply. "No, I don't think you do. I was supposed to. Protect me." "Yes." "You didn't." Sirius shut his eyes. Harry let the truth rest there between them, hard, necessary. Then he added quietly, "But I was protected." Sirius opened his eyes again. By then, Harry had turned toward the ministry lawns where British officials were busy pretending the last decade and a half had been an administrative misunderstanding rather than a moral catastrophe. "I was loved," Harry said. "Raised, taught, kept alive. You weren't there. That matters." He drew breath. "It doesn't cancel the rest." Sirius stared at him with the sort of expression men wear when relief and guilt arrive at once, and neither agrees to leave first. "I don't know what to be to you now," he admitted. Harry considered that. Then, because Wakanda had not raised him to worship blood at the expense of actual relationship, he answered honestly. "Something new," he said. That was enough. Not everything, enough. Sirius laughed once under his breath, shook his head, and said, "James would have hated how sensible you are." "No," Harry said. "Lupin said he'd have become unbearable about the Patronus." Sirius's whole face changed. The shadow of real grief passed through it, but not alone this time. Memory came with it. Mischief. Love. The friend before the prison. "You did a Patronus." Harry lifted a brow. "Yes." "What shape?" Harry let him wonder a second too long on purpose. Then, "Complicated." Sirius grinned. "Good, that sounds right." The year did not become simple after that. It became true. That was better. Harry finished third year with Lupin's resignation hitting harder than he expected, and with the bitter little clarity that Britain still punished honesty when it arrived in the wrong body. He and Lupin said goodbye on the platform in June while students and trunks and owls made ordinary noise all around them. Lupin clasped Harry's forearm instead of offering some schoolmaster handshake. "You will keep reading?" he asked. "Yes." "You will keep thinking before charging into cursed architecture?" Harry hesitated just long enough for Lupin to answer his own question. "No," the man said. "Of course you won't. Then at least keep taking competent friends with you." "I do." Lupin's expression softened. "I know." Harry looked at him. "Did my father ever become less impossible?" Lupin laughed outright. "Slightly. Marriage helped. War, unfortunately, helped more." That sat between them a moment. Then Lupin said more quietly, "You are like him, not in all the ways that will frighten you. In some of the ways that should make you proud." Harry nodded once. That was enough too. He did not need idealized fathers anymore. He needed accurate inheritance. Lupin had given him that. Sirius did not vanish when the term ended. That was the altered miracle of the year. No desperate flight into permanent hiding. No lonely dog shape on distant hills with only letters between them. Sirius Black was legally free, emotionally half-ruined, and deeply uncertain what to do with freedom beyond not losing it. Harry solved that for him accidentally. He left Britain by royal transport from a secured coastal site at dusk. The sea turned iron-gray under the low sky. Hermione had hugged him hard enough to count as principal. Ron had promised to write and to ask 10 questions in every letter whether Harry answered them or not. McGonagall had given him a curt nod that contained more approval than most people received in lifetimes. Dumbledore had said only, "Until next year," like a man well aware the phrase concealed enough danger to qualify as prayer. Harry boarded. The transport lifted. Britain receded under cloud. 30 minutes into the flight, the pilot's console chimed softly, not alarm, perimeter anomaly. Harry, strapped in opposite an expressionless Dora operative who had learned to treat British school years as weather events, looked up. "What is it?" The operative touched 2 fingers to her ear and listened. Then the corner of her mouth moved by almost nothing. "Unauthorized pursuit," she said. Harry blinked. "That sounds unfriendly." "Not currently." A display unfolded in muted gold above the cabin table. Against the dark curve of sea and cloud behind them rode a single small contact. Fast, erratic, maintaining respectful distance from the outer shield. Then the camera sharpened. An enchanted motorcycle. Harry stared. Of course. Of course Sirius Black would treat international airspace like a suggestion and grief like something best managed at irresponsible speed. The operative looked at Harry. "Do you wish him intercepted?" Harry watched the tiny figure riding the cold wind of twilight behind a Wakandan royal craft with all the restraint of a man who clearly understood enough not to press forward, and yet could not make himself turn back just yet. "No," Harry said quietly. "Only monitored." The operative inclined her head and relayed the instruction. So Sirius followed them, not into Wakanda, not through the shield line. He was reckless, not disrespectful. He rode behind them through cloud and evening and salt-dark sky until the first invisible edge of Wakandan defense architecture shimmered miles ahead like heat over glass. There the motorcycle slowed, held, stopped. On the cabin display, the figure lifted one hand from the handlebars, not waving wildly, just once. A promise rather than a farewell. Harry stood and crossed to the viewing panel. Beyond it, night deepened over ocean. The royal transport continued forward. Sirius remained at the edge of entry, held back not by force alone, but by understanding. Family now, perhaps. Not yet inside all things. That too was honest. That too could grow. He'll keep doing that, the Dora operative observed. Harry smiled faintly. Yes, should we prepare a file? That would be wise. I thought so. Behind them, the motorcycle turned at last, arcing back toward the dark British horizon. Ahead, Wakanda opened. The ancestral plane came to Harry again 3 nights after his return. This time it did not tear him there. Zuri guided the meditation in the quieter chamber beneath the necropolis, where stone and vibranium met in old agreements, and the air always smelled faintly of ash, rain, and something like memory left open. Tchalla had not asked for details yet. Ramonda had only touched Harry's brow once after he came home and said, "Rest before explanation." Shuri had demanded every possible explanation anyway, and then pretended not to notice when Harry stopped answering after the 2nd hour. Now, seated cross-legged on black stone with the beads warm against his pulse, Harry let his breathing slow under Zuri's voice. "Do not pursue the plane," the elder murmured. "Let it decide whether you are a guest, a witness, or a question. That is an unhelpful range." Yes, the world softened, then opened. Grass silvered under violet dusk, trees like ancient pillars, the ancestral plane. Only this time the instability that had marked his earlier visits did not arrive first. No broken cottage tearing through the horizon. No screaming doorway. No violent overlap. Instead, there were 2 figures standing beneath a wide-limbed tree near the long grass. Lily Potter. And beside her, an older Wakandan woman Harry had never seen in waking life, but somehow knew at once. Enyara, James Potter's grandmother, the scholar who had crossed worlds first. The elder whose blood had curved back through time until it became his. They stood together, not merged, not symbolic, distinct, equal. Unthreatened by proximity, Harry did not move, not because he feared the vision, because he did not trust himself not to break something by running at it. Lily smiled at him. Enyara did too, though hers carried the weight of someone who had survived building the bridge others only later dared to walk. Neither woman spoke, and still meaning came, not in words, in feeling, a warmth that reached the chest before it reached the mind. A correction so deep, it made tears start before Harry fully understood why, not split, not divided, not forced to choose gratitude over grief, or one inheritance over another, as though love were a border dispute, doubled. The feeling passed through him like a bell struck without sound. You are not half. You are twice. Harry exhaled and found that the breath shook. Lily lifted one hand, palm open. Enyara did the same. Behind them the plane held steady, no rupture, no hunger. No warning this time, only recognition. For the first time since learning what Sirius Black had been to James, and what Wakanda had become to him, and how impossible it still sometimes felt to carry both without betraying one, Harry understood something simple enough to be almost cruel. The griefs were not in competition. He had been, trying to rank them, purify them, make himself morally legible by hurting in the proper proportions. The plane, in its oldest and most patient way, refused the entire premise. Lily and Enyara stood together until the lesson settled all the way into the body. Then the vision dimmed. The grass silvered farther away. The tree line deepened. Harry came back to himself in the chamber below the necropolis with tears on his face and the beads on his wrist warm enough to feel almost human. Zuri sat opposite him, unsurprised. "You understood," the elder said. Harry laughed once through the wetness in his voice. "I hate when all of you are right." Zuri inclined his head. "It would be wasteful if we were not." Harry wiped his eyes with the heel of his hand and drew a long, steadying breath. "I saw my mother." "Yes, and Enyara." At that, something like satisfaction moved through the old man's face. Good. Harry looked down at his bracelets, then up again. They were together. Yes, no surprise, of course not. Zuri had probably suspected the shape of it before Harry entered the chamber. What does that mean? Harry asked. Zuri considered him for a moment, then answered in the only way someone like him ever would. It means the dead are less provincial than the living. Harry barked a laugh despite himself, and when the sound finished, the ache in his chest had changed shape, not gone, anchored. There was a difference. Later, high above Berninzana, Harry stood on the palace roof and watched the city glitter under night. The wind moved warm across the stone. Transit lines curved through the distance like threads of living gold. Somewhere below, Shuri was absolutely not asleep. Somewhere else, Tchalla was likely finishing state papers he should have delegated and would not. Ramunda's windows were lit. Akoi was on evening perimeter rotation because standards, unlike kings, did not sleep. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, then the beads on his wrist, both warm. Below him waited the family that had raised him. Behind him, now, was another kind of family no longer buried only under accusation and school photographs, Sirius alive, Lupin true, James becoming more real by losing the false polish, Lily no longer existing only in absence. The crossing point between worlds had widened again. Harry looked out over Wakanda's lights and thought of a motorcycle holding respectfully at the edge of hidden airspace just long enough to promise I'm still here. That, too, counted. The year had begun with a wanted file on a table. It ended with a godfather alive, a teacher gone, a truth restored, and a message from the dead simple enough to survive translation. You are not split, you are doubled. Harry smiled into the dark. And somewhere beyond sea and cloud, in a country that still did not know what to make of him, Hogwarts waited for another year. Harry's fourth year began with politics before it began with school. That, more than anything else, should probably have warned him how badly it was going to go. He was in Wakanda when the first signs arrived. Not in a council chamber, this time, not in the necropolis, not even in Shuri's lab surrounded by impossible light and morally questionable prototypes. He was on the palace training terrace before dawn with Akoi trying to remind his body that summer did not excuse discipline. The sky over Berninzana was still dark blue at the horizon when Akoi knocked his staff out of line for the third time. Again, she said. Harry reset his footing. You say that as if the last attempt contained no emotional effort. The enemy is rarely moved by emotional effort. That seems discouraging. It is clarifying. He came in lower the next time, better angle, better shoulder commitment. Akoi caught the strike, redirected him, and would have put him on the terrace stones if his bracelet had not gone suddenly, sharply cold. Harry stopped. Akoi noticed instantly. She always did. What? He straightened slowly, touched 2 fingers to the hidden bead line at his wrist, and waited for the pulse pattern to resolve, not danger, priority call, cross-continental, high royal seal from inside the palace. Shuri, Harry muttered. Akoi's mouth moved by almost nothing. That does sound like danger. The channel opened. Shuri's voice arrived already halfway through indignation. You are both impossible to reach when you insist on sunrise combat rituals. Come down. The British have done something administrative and offensive. Harry closed his eyes briefly. That narrows absolutely nothing. It involves international magical law, one old man I'm trying not to insult until I've finished reading his packet, and a tournament with a name so overdramatic it could only be European. Akoi lowered her staff. Breakfast first! Harry turned toward the palace. Apparently state nonsense first. That is also breakfast in this family, Akoi said. She was right, of course. The state nonsense was waiting in a smaller briefing chamber near T'Challa's office, which usually meant one of 2 things. Either the problem was real, or Ramonda preferred not to let Shuri have a larger room to pace in. Today it was both. Shuri stood at the table with 3 floating documents open at once, and the expression of a person who had discovered an entire civilization, apparently handled international youth competitions without first inventing decent encryption. Ramonda sat at the far side, calm enough to make the air around her look organized by comparison. Tchalla stood near the window, reading a letter under British seal with the kind of stillness that meant he was either fully composed or already furious enough not to waste motion. Harry entered. Coy with him, Shuri pointed at a hovering page without preamble. "The Triwizard Tournament is being reinstated at Hogwarts." Harry blinked. "That sounds unsafe." "It is unsafe," Ramonda said. "It is also," Tchalla added, looking up from the letter, "diplomatic theater disguised as education." Harry came to the table. "I assume that is the part Britain likes most." Shuri turned one document so he could see it. 3 schools, international delegates, ministry oversight, enhanced age line, binding magical contract. Harry read in silence for a few moments. Then, "Why am I being told this before I've even packed?" Tchalla handed him the letter. It was from Dumbledore, formal, concise, and in that infuriating style the headmaster used when something enormous had to be explained in a tone mild enough to keep it from detonating on contact. The tournament, Dumbledore wrote, would bring foreign schools and ministry observers to Hogwarts. Given Harry's connection to Wakanda and the unresolved matter of its magical classification within broader wizarding governance, it was prudent that the royal household be aware. Prudent. Harry lowered the letter. "That is not a reassuring word." "No," Ramonda said. "It never is from him." Shuri snapped away one screen and replaced it with an international registry map that remained offensively blank over most of Africa. "There," she said, stabbing a finger toward the projection, "is the problem. Britain still records magical civilization like it was mapped by frightened men with no curiosity and excellent boots." Harry looked at the map, then at the blank, then at Tchalla. "You think this tournament will expose something?" Tchalla did not answer immediately. That was answer enough. At last he said, "I think Britain is a system that assumes it knows every table at which power sits. Hogwarts will be full of foreign delegations, ministries, observers, ritual mechanisms built long before modern diplomacy. If any part of the school, the goblet, or the surrounding legal apparatus reads bloodline, magical sovereignty, or unregistered state inheritance incorrectly," Shuri finished for him, bright and grim both, "it could drag us into visibility." Harry absorbed that, not just himself, not merely, Harry Potter does something inconvenient again. Wakanda, the hidden magical tradition nested inside the hidden technological nation. The careful architecture Tchalla had maintained even after agreeing to let Harry attend Hogwarts. 6,000 compromises held together by discipline, timing secrecy, and the hope that Britain could be managed at arm's length for at least a few more years. Harry folded Dumbledore's letter once. "And if nothing happens?" T'Challa's gaze sharpened. "Then nothing happens. You go to school. You return for Christmas. Shuri complains about their fire hazards. Life continues." Shuri folded her arms. "I complain with evidence." Akoy, who had remained silent until then, said, "And if something does happen?" The room quieted. T'Challa looked at Harry. "Then no one at Hogwarts gets to pretend they did not know what stood in their corridors." That sat heavily. Harry glanced at the British letter again. "You think the goblet could read more than age?" "I think old magic and old institutions are most dangerous when they encounter something they were never designed to classify," T'Challa said. Shuri smiled in a way that made Harry immediately distrust her emotional temperature. "You," Harry said carefully, "already built something for this possibility." "Yes." "How much something?" She slid a small black case across the table. Harry opened it. Inside lay a new bracelet line. At first glance, it looked like the one he already wore. Matte dark beads, elegant enough to pass for ornament, understated in the Wakandan way that usually meant the thing could survive artillery. But the inner lattice was denser, the join architecture more complex, the vibranium weave almost invisible unless one knew how to look. Harry shut the case. "No," Shuri stared. "You don't even know what it does." "Yes, I do. It does too much." "Correct," she said. "That is why I improved it." Ramonda sighed, but not with surprise. T'Challa crossed his arms. "Explain." Shuri brightened at once. The existing line has communication, scan capacity, ward response adaptation, and emergency beacon functions. This upgraded set adds cross-continental Portkey rupture logging, ritual field interpretation, kinetic buffering against forced magical displacement, and black box event capture if the scar resonance spikes beyond controlled threshold. Harry went still, not because he understood every word, because he understood enough. You built it for Voldemort. I built it, Shuri said, for the fact that Britain keeps putting you near Voldemort-shaped problems and then acting shocked when they remain Voldemort-shaped. That was, unfortunately, fair. Ramonda rose from her chair and came to stand beside the table. If you wear it, she said, you do not wear it because we expect disaster. You wear it because preparation is not surrender to fear. Harry looked at the case, then at Tchalla, then back down again. When did you start on this? Shuri answered before anyone else could. The night after the chamber. Of course she had. He laughed once under his breath, not because it was funny, but because there were times when being loved by brilliant and difficult people felt almost indistinguishable from being strategically haunted. All right, he said, Shuri's face lit. Harry held up one finger. But if the school year somehow ends without catastrophe, I am making you admit I overprepared on your behalf. She looked offended. That would be historical fiction. The train to Hogwarts felt calmer than the year before. That, too, was a warning. Hermione arrived with a stack of books about the Triwizard Tournament large enough to suggest she had chosen violence in paper form. Ron arrived with approximately 10 different emotional reactions and no consistent order for them. Dragons, Ron said within 7 minutes of sitting down. There were dragons one year. Charlie told me. Well, he sort of implied it, but Charlie implies dragons the way other people imply weather. Hermione rolled her eyes. The point of the tournament is not random spectacle. It absolutely is random spectacle, Ron said. It just has judges. Harry, leaning by the compartment window with the upgraded bracelet line warm at his wrist, said, That may be the best description of British institutions I've heard all summer. Hermione smothered a smile. Ron frowned. That sounded like an insult. It was. Fair enough. The three of them fell into their usual rhythm, Hermione correcting, Ron resisting, Harry listening long enough to decide when to intervene. And for a little while the year almost felt ordinary. Then the train slowed, and the castle arrived. The first sight of Hogwarts after summer was always a shock, no matter how many times one had seen it. Torchlight, towers, stone rising from darkness as if memory had built it and weather had never managed to argue successfully. Harry looked at it from the carriage and felt the old split second of impossible recognition. Home, not only home, never only, but something like it. In his ear, Shuri's voice came alive softly as the long-range channel stabilized through the castle's outer wards. They still haven't modernized the tower lighting. Harry kept his face neutral. You say that as if the school might take notes. It should. He smiled despite himself and stepped out into fourth year. The first sign that everything had gone wrong came from the goblet's silence. The champions should have been simple. Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, Hogwarts. That was how the room expected it. The great hall was full to its rafters. Students from 3 schools lined the long tables in pockets of tension and bravado. The goblet of fire stood at the front under blue-white flame, older than ministry procedure, older than educational committee oversight, older perhaps than common sense in organized form. Harry stood with the other Hogwarts students along the wall, arms folded loosely. Expression neutral in the way Tchalla had spent years teaching him neutral could be a weapon if done properly. Dumbledore drew the first name. Fleur de Lacquer. Applause. Gasps. Beauxbatons. The second. Victor Crumb. Durmstrang erupted. The third. Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff nearly shook the hall apart with joy. That should have been the end. The goblet flared again. At first people did not understand what they were seeing. Even the fire seemed confused. Blue changed to white, white to gold. Gold to a color Harry had never seen come from British ritual work before, a deep, almost sunless orange running at the edges into red like metal remembering heat. The hall quieted in sections. Then all at once, a fourth slip of parchment burst from the flames. Dumbledore caught it, looked down, and, for the first time in Harry's life, the old man failed to recover his expression fast enough. The silence that followed became so complete Harry could hear the goblet burning. Dumbledore read once, then again, then lifted his eyes across the hall and found Harry immediately. Everything in Harry's body went still. The headmaster's voice, when it came, was calm only by force. Harry Potter. The hall exploded, not just noise, reaction, students half-turning, teachers stiffening, Madame Maxime narrowing her eyes, Karkaroff rising from his chair with the violent eagerness of a man who had always suspected Britain was capable of cheating and had merely lacked current proof. Harry did not move, because Dumbledore had not finished. The parchment in his hand still held a second line under Harry's name. That much even from a distance was visible. The letters were not Latin, they were not French, they were not any script the vast majority of the room had ever been taught to recognize. Dumbledore looked down at the slip once more. Then very quietly he translated, "Prince of Wakanda, the hidden throne." Nothing in the great hall had prepared for that sentence, not the walls, not the teachers, not the ministry delegation, not the foreign schools. For a heartbeat, the room did not even know how to react because none of its available categories were built for what had just been said aloud. Then chaos arrived. Students began talking all at once. Cedric turned in astonishment. Hermione went white, then furious, already trying to calculate every political consequence. Ron looked at Harry as though the floor had just informed him it had a second job. Snape had not moved, but his eyes had sharpened to knives. McGonagall rose halfway out of her chair and seemed to forget what posture meant for a second. At the staff table, Barty Crouch SR had gone the color of old parchment. That interested Harry. Karkaroff said loudly, "What is Wakanda?" Shuri, in Harry's ear, hissed, "There, that exactly. That is why I hate them." Madame Maxime looked from Dumbledore to Harry with narrowed, appraising intelligence. She did not ask the question aloud, which meant she had more sense than Karkaroff and perhaps more than half the British ministry. Harry walked forward because he had to. Every eye in the hall followed him. The bracelet at his wrist remained warm. Not defensive, not alarmed, responsive. As if the goblet's old ritual fire had brushed the vibranium and the vibranium had answered in a language older than both states involved. He reached the front. Dumbledore handed him the parchment. Harry read it himself, his name. Then, beneath it in formal Corsa script so old the spelling carried ceremonial weight, "Prince of Wakanda, the hidden throne." He looked up. The entire hall waited. Harry asked the only question that mattered. "Did I put my name in?" Dumbledore met his gaze. "No," the answer came too quickly to be performance. "Good," Harry nodded once. Then the goblet did. The room did not like that line of reasoning, because the line of reasoning implied the goblet itself had chosen to drag an unregistered magical nation into European visibility. And there was no bureaucracy alive that enjoyed being outflanked by a flaming cup. The argument that followed was magnificent. Fudge had not yet fully arrived into fourth-year stupidity, but his representatives had all the confidence of lesser men wearing borrowed state authority. Karkaroff accused Britain of manipulation. Madame Maxime demanded explanation before outrage. Crouch insisted the binding nature of magical contracts. Bagman looked excited in the way only men untouched by consequence ever do. McGonagall cut through the noise first. "No one," she said with lethal clarity, "will question the integrity of my student as though he orchestrated a centuries-old ritual object into diplomatic crisis for sport." That helped less than she wanted, because the crisis was now larger than Harry's honesty. It had become international law with lit matches in its pockets. Dumbledore called for the champions and Harry to come forward into the side chamber. Harry did so, aware now not only of the hall's gaze, but of something else moving beneath it, structure. Systems sliding into place around a fact they had not expected to host. Behind him, the goblet continued to burn. And 6,000 miles away, in Bern-in-Zana, a royal security protocol no one at Hogwarts knew existed quietly triggered itself awake. Tchalla was already dressed by the time the emergency transmission fully resolved. The night shift in Wakanda had not expected a school ritual in Scotland to attempt partial recognition of sovereign magical inheritance through a line of fire and old contract law. That was the problem with truly ancient systems. They ignored contemporary convenience with almost artistic cruelty. By the time the full text appeared in the council chamber, Harry's name, the Corsa line, the associated ritual signature fingerprint, Shuri was barefoot and furious. Ramonda was in white night robes that somehow still looked like command, and Okoye had armor already being fastened as she walked. Tchalla read the report once, then said, "Send diplomatic silence first." An aide blinked. "Majesty?" No public response, no external magical signature broadcast, no formal protest yet. Britain does not get to watch us panic. Shuri was already pulling up cross-analysis between the goblet's flame pattern and Harry's bead response. It didn't panic cast him, that's the problem. It recognized something. Ramonda's eyes were on the translated line. The hidden throne. T'Challa's jaw tightened. Old recognition law. Okoye stepped into the chamber, spear resting at her shoulder. Then he has not been entered as a fourth student. No one said anything for a second, because everyone heard what she meant, not a student, a representative. T'Challa looked at her. Precisely. Shuri brought up the tournament protocols in floating blue windows. If they insist on binding contract theory, and the goblet has recognized him under sovereign magical title architecture, then by the logic of the object itself, he may be participating under state standing. Ramonda looked toward her son. Which means, T'Challa answered without hesitation, he will require a second. Okoye did not smile, she did not need to, everyone in the room knew who was going. Hogwarts had never hosted Okoye before. This was unfortunate for Hogwarts and deeply educational for everyone else. She arrived 3 days later through the castle's main approach under a grey Scottish sky with no visible entourage, no dramatic procession, and no effort whatsoever to make her presence appear less than what it was. Dora Milaje armor in formal black and red, spear grounded at her side. Shaved head bright under the overcast light, royal seal at the throat. The students noticed first because children are mammals with functioning instincts. Whole sections of corridor emptied without anyone issuing an order. Portraits fell silent. Peeves took one look, decided nonsense had finally met consequence, and vanished into a ceiling beam. At the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall received her with absolute professional composure. Snape stood 3 paces behind and, for perhaps the first time in living memory, looked at someone in the castle and immediately registered peer rather than problem. Harry came down the marble staircase at a pace dignified enough that only Hermione recognized the speed hidden in it. Okoye turned. For half a second the full Great Hall exposure, the politics, the foreign delegations, the exhausting fact of being public in a way Wakanda had never intended, all of it vanished. He was 13. She was still one of the people who taught his body what safety felt like. "Hurry," she said. Harry stopped in front of her and bowed his head once, not deeply. Not as prince to general, as something more private. Okoye. Then, because Hogwarts deserved at least one moment of confusion each day, he let her clasp his shoulder the way she had done since he was small enough to fit entirely under one arm when injured. McGonagall looked from one to the other and said, with admirable directness, "You are his second." Okoye faced her. "I am." The professor nodded once, accepting the answer as both introduction and warning. Later that day, the school learned what it meant. The judges had argued for hours over the legality of Harry's participation. In the end, the goblet's contract remained binding because old magic, once again, had all the flexibility of carved stone. But the magical designation on the parchment forced reinterpretation of the surrounding protocol. Fleur, Crumb, and Cedric had been entered as students under school sponsorship. Harry, by contrast, had been named with sovereign designation. Thus, a second. Thus, Wakanda present. Thus, Britain very suddenly understanding that it had not merely produced an extra champion, but incidentally informed the wider magical world that a hidden African nation possessed both magical tradition and the confidence not to ask permission before existing. The Daily Prophet nearly caught fire trying to print around it. Hermione clipped every issue. Ron kept saying "blimey" with fresh conviction each morning. Sirius, now legally free and staying far closer to Harry's life than Britain found convenient, sent a letter so ink-spattered it clearly had been written at speed. Your school appears to have accidentally started an international incident. Proud of you. Also sorry. Also mostly proud. Harry wrote back, I did not touch the cup. Yet. The first task involved dragons, which Ron took as a personal vindication, and Hermione took as proof that wizarding governance had never once been reviewed by anyone who respected children. Harry approached it differently from the others. Not because dragons ceased being dragons when viewed with Wakandan training. They did not. They remained massive, furious, ancient fire made scale and hunger, but Wakanda taught threat assessment before heroics. Harry stood in the champion tent with the miniature model in hand and watched the little Chinese fireball circle above his palm. Cedric looked pale and focused. Fleur looked offended by the entire concept. Crumb looked as though he wanted to hit the dragon back, which Harry could respect even if it was not a full plan. Akoi stood near the tent entrance like a carved line of refusal between Harry and unnecessary stupidity. "What do you see?" she asked him quietly. Harry looked at the model. Territory? Defensive focus. Nest fixation. Good! It is still a dragon. Yes. That feels relevant. It is. He smiled briefly. The bracelets at his wrist shifted into tactical scan mode as he stepped into the arena. The stands roared above. The dragon screamed below. Smoke rolled. Judges leaned forward. Students from 3 schools held their breath in species-wide delight at the possibility of catastrophe safely happening to someone else. Harry did not go for speed first. He went for pattern. 3 passes to map flame interval. 2 to establish the spread radius around the eggs. A wandless distraction pulse against the far rock wall, timed with a bead-generated sonic click too high for human hearing, but sharp enough to irritate draconic sensory lines. The dragon turned its head. Only a fraction. Enough. Harry moved, not flying as Victor did. Not elegant veil work as Fleur attempted. Not direct broom bravado like Cedric. He moved low, fast, and tactically ugly in the way battlefield survival often is. Slide under ash line, roll through the blind spot. Wand in one hand, free palm shaping a brief kinetic shove to throw a loose shield plate from the arena wall into the dragon's flank, not to hurt, only to misdirect. The egg was his. The tail nearly killed him anyway. It clipped his hip hard enough to send him skidding across scorched ground. The crowd gasped as one animal. Harry hit, rolled, came up with the golden egg under one arm, and only then allowed himself a full breath. He had not dominated, he had survived well. Akoi approved visibly by not looking horrified. This, in Hogwarts, counted as open affection. The second task suited him better. Water favored systems. Not because water was safe. Water never had been safe. But because water made space legible if one had been raised in a city where engineering and combat both respected flow. By the time the Black Lake Challenge arrived, Harry had spent weeks in covert argument with the egg, with Hermione, and with Shuri, who insisted on trying to improve gillyweed and was sternly prohibited from conducting remote biological interventions on British Lake ecosystems. The task: retrieve what had been taken. For Harry, what had been taken was not Ron. That in itself caused scandal. Ron was loudly offended for an hour before Harry pointed out that the hostages were meant to be what you will sorely miss. And Hogwarts, having access perhaps to deeper magical pattern than the organizers intended, had chosen Hermione. Ron then became offended in a completely different direction. Hermione pretended this meant nothing and blushed every time anyone said her name in the same sentence as the task. When Harry entered the lake, he did so not merely with gillyweed but with bead-adapted sonar lines running in slow, controlled waves through the dark water. Merpeople, structures, thermal clusters, movement below vision. The lake did not blind him. It complicated him. Good enough. He found the hostages quickly, found the Grindylows faster, freed Hermione first because that was the point, and then nearly lost time making sure Fleur's sister did not become collateral to someone else's underperformance. Later on shore, judges tried to decide whether this constituted noble conduct or procedural inefficiency. Harry, coughing lake water and fury in equal measure, said, "I do not care." That settled his score in some directions and unsettled it in others. Cedric liked him more after that. Fleur, once she understood that Harry had in fact made certain her sister reached safety, kissed him on both cheeks in front of the entire school and permanently damaged Ron's ability to remain coherent for several minutes. Crumb, meanwhile, looked at Harry with the expression of a competitor realizing the other boy was not easier to respect merely because he was younger. That, too, would matter later. Between tasks, Hogwarts became politics with homework attached. The ministry wanted statements. The foreign schools wanted explanation. The prophet wanted spectacle and got far more than it knew how to frame. The phrase, "the hidden throne," began circulating through British magical society, with the exact combination of ignorance and fascination that made Wakandan diplomats somewhere far away start grinding their teeth. Dumbledore handled as much of the public line as he could without compromising what Tchalla still refused to surrender: full visibility. Britain would know Wakanda existed. It would not know everything. Not yet. Harry bore the attention better than most adults would have because Wakanda had trained him young against spectacle. But even he felt the grind of it by winter. Students staring not only because he was Harry Potter, but because now they were trying to reconcile Harry Potter with Prince of Wakanda and failing in public. One evening after potions, Snape stopped him near the dungeon exit. "Mr. Potter." Harry turned. Snape's eyes flicked once toward the corridor to ensure privacy. "Your second," he said. Harry waited. Snape's expression shifted microscopically into something dangerously close to professional respect. "She is competent." Harry almost smiled. "That is one of her weaker compliments at home." Snape's mouth moved by almost nothing. "I suspected." He paused, then, "Be careful with the final task." Harry's attention sharpened. "Because of the tournament," Snape's gaze went colder, more precise. "Because Alastor Moody is either drinking far too much from that flask, or someone has mistaken paranoia for disguise." There it was, one clue, thin, ugly, useful. Harry held it. "You think something is wrong." Snape looked at him as though the phrasing itself were childish. "I think," he said softly, "that the school this year has contained far too many moving parts with remarkably little visible failure. When systems appear smooth under pressure, it is usually because someone has decided where the failures ought to occur." Then he walked away, leaving Harry in the corridor with a fresh knot of unease in his chest. That night Harry sent the note to Sirius first, then to Tchalla. Then he told Hermione. By dawn all three responses had arrived in their own ways. Sirius: "Trust your instincts about Moody." "Constant vigilance is usually less damp when it's genuine." Tchalla: "Do not confront without pattern." Hermione in person over breakfast, looking like she had not slept and had enjoyed not sleeping. "Good, we investigate." Ron, sitting down with toast and no context, said, "I hate that sentence now." The maze should have felt like culmination. Instead, it felt like a mouth. The hedges towered overhead under storm-bent evening sky. The crowd roared beyond them. Magic thickened the air. The cup stood somewhere at the center, gleaming like reward. Harry did not trust reward. He stood at the entrance in full competition gear, wand in hand, bracelets configured to emergency threshold. Akoi came to him before the start, spear resting against her shoulder. "The room, it feels wrong." "Why?" He glanced at the maze. "Because it wants to be treated like a puzzle. It isn't." It's a corridor designed by organizers, which means a person could have shaped it. Akoi nodded once. Then do not solve it, survive it. The whistle blew, Harry entered. The maze closed around him like green architecture learning cruelty. Creatures appeared and vanished. Paths shifted. Hex lines turned open ground treacherous. The bracelets mapped what they could, but the field was dense with competition magic, old enchantments, and active sabotage signatures too numerous to isolate cleanly. Harry advanced anyway, blast-ended Scroot, Sphinx, misleading routes. Crumb cursed and staggering somewhere to the east. Fleur gone quiet too early. Cedric's path crossing his twice and then vanishing again. By the time Harry reached the center corridor, his breathing was harsh, his shoulder burned, and the sense of wrongness had become precise enough to hurt. Not from the maze, from the cup. The portkey signature hit the bracelets before he fully saw the object. His pulse lurched. Bad, very bad. Then Cedric appeared through the hedge break opposite him, equally battered and equally focused, and for one suspended moment both boys saw the cup at once. They looked at each other, at the cup, back at each other again. Cedric, exhausted and decent to the bone, said, "Together!" Harry almost answered no, because the bracelets had gone cold, because something about the portkey architecture looked nested instead of clean, because Snape's warning, Sirius's letter, T'Challa's restraint, and his own instincts all lined up in one bad straight line. But Cedric was there, breathing, real, tired, trusting the thing at the center of the tournament to be what the tournament said it was. Harry could not explain 6 months of layered suspicion in 2 seconds, so he nodded once, together. They reached for the cup. The bracelets screamed, and 6,000 miles away, the emergency displacement beacon detonated awake in Wakanda's royal network before Harry even hit the ground. The graveyard smelled of wet earth, old stone, and death already waiting in the room before anyone arrived. Harry hit the ground hard, the cup rolling away between tombs. Cedric stumbled beside him, swore once, and got to one knee. "This wasn't the maze," Cedric said. No, it was not. Harry was already reaching for the bracelets when a high, cold voice from the darkness said, "Kill the spare." There are tragedies the body does not prepare for because preparation would require believing the world capable of them. The green light hit Cedric before either boy had time to fully turn. He fell, no duel, no struggle, no chance. 1 second upright, the next not. Harry stared. For the first time in the story, not in training, not in battle, not in all the years of surviving systems designed by older, crueler powers. Something in him failed to move fast enough because grief arrived before action, and grief, at 13, is still strong enough to interrupt command. Cedric Diggory lay still in graveyard mud. Harry heard himself breathe once, then not at all. Wormtail dragged him to the statue. Rope bit his wrists. Pain returned in fragments, but now it was background. The center had become the body on the ground, and the shape of a life ended so quickly the world had not had the decency to prepare a silence big enough for it. Then the ritual began. Bone, flesh, blood. Voldemort returned in a cauldron not with theatrical grandeur, but with the obscene intimacy of something unfinished forcing itself back into shape. Harry watched because he had no choice, because the scar would not let him look away. Because this was the face he had been preparing all his life to fight, and he hated, immediately and absolutely, that preparation did not mean readiness. Voldemort rose, not spectral now, not diary memory, not parasite body, voice, will, terror with hands. Harry had thought, somewhere deep in himself, that seeing him complete would clarify things. It did not, it made them worse. Because the man before him was not only monstrous, he was intelligent enough to have turned fear into architecture, ancient magic into weapon, death into obsession. A human being who had dug himself so deep into refusal that he had come out the other side looking almost mythic, that almost mattered. Voldemort came close enough for Harry to smell grave-damp cloth and cold magic. "So," he said, high voice soft with fascination and hatred both. "The prince." Harry said nothing. The bracelets had entered full crisis mode. One line transmitted beacon, one line logged ritual data, one line fought the scar resonance so violently his arm shook where the rope held him. Voldemort noticed at once. Of course he did. His red eyes dropped to Harry's wrist. "What?" he said softly. "Have they put on you?" Harry looked back and found, somehow, enough contempt to answer. "Preparation." Voldemort smiled. That made it worse. The duel that followed was not even a duel at first. It was ceremony in the body of cruelty. Death Eaters circling. Voldemort performing power because tyrants always need witnesses. Harry cut loose. Wand forced into hand. "Stand, face me." Harry did, because by then there was nothing else available to the body but obedience to the fact of the moment. He and Voldemort cast together. The beams met, and the world broke sideways. The effect was priori incantatum and not. The old wand brother phenomenon triggered, yes. But at the point of contact, the vibranium lattice in Harry's bracelets ignited gold-black under the skin and began doing what Shuri had designed it to do under precisely the sort of circumstance no one had wanted to see tested. Record, not simply the current clash. Everything the returning magic could carry. The bracelets drank data like starving metal. Spell signatures, curse residue, soul-anchoring architecture, Voldemort's magical field patterning. The recoil history nested inside his wand like a murder archive suddenly exposed to light. Harry nearly blacked out from the force of it. Voldemort felt it too. His expression changed from triumph to startled rage. "What are you doing?" Harry could not answer. He was too busy staying upright under the load. Ghosts emerged from Voldemort's wand. Echoes, priori shadows. The dead he had most recently murdered stepping out in reverse order from the wand's history. Cedric came first, and that broke Harry more than anything else in the graveyard had. Because Cedric was there and not there, and his first words were not grand, not tragic, not myth-shaped. They were simply human and immediate and wrong because boys his age should not have to speak from death at all. The rest followed. Frank Bryce, Bertha Jorkins, Lily, James. Their voices reached him through strain and terror and gold-black light. "Hold on. Now, when it breaks, run, take the cup." Harry had heard the advice before from the dead. He hated that part of life had become so consistent. The bracelets pulsed in escalating warning. The beam buckled. Voldemort screamed. The Death Eaters recoiled. The graveyard itself seemed to stutter around the amount of incompatible data being forced through one child's arm and one old wand link. Then the connection shattered. Harry ran, not cleanly, not heroically, through mud and smoke and fear, and the raw body memory of Cedric's fall replaying behind his eyes. He reached Cedric first because of course he did. Because leaving him there would have been unbearable. Because some promises exist before language, and one of them was that the boy who said together would not be abandoned to a graveyard alone. Harry seized the cup with Cedric's body in his other grip and vanished. He came back to the maze screaming, not from pain, from transition. The crowd beyond the hedges did not understand at first. They cheered the cup's return before they saw Cedric's body, before they saw Harry's face, before they realized the winner of the tournament had come back carrying death in both hands. Then the sound stopped, all of it. The world reduced. Harry was kneeling in grass, Cedric half across him, the cup fallen away, his bracelet still burning hot with captured magic. Somewhere people were shouting. Somewhere adults were moving. Somewhere Amos Diggory's voice broke the night open in a way no child should ever have to hear and live afterward. Harry did not process any of them fully, only fragments. McGonagall arriving like a blade. Dumbledore moving faster than age should allow. Fake Moody's hand too eager on his shoulder. The wrongness in that touch. Harry recoiling. "Don't," he said. It came out raw. Moody froze for a fraction too long. Enough. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. The old man took in the touch, the recoil, the bracelets, the look in Harry's face, and something in the entire structure of the evening rearranged itself instantly behind his eyes. Harry never properly remembered the next 10 minutes in order, only that he was moved. Separated, wrapped in voices. Asked questions he could not yet shape answers for. that his bracelets kept trying to discharge stored data and failing because the field around them was too chaotic. That Akoi reached him before anyone from Britain properly understood what had happened and simply crouched in front of him while adults made noise around the edges. "Hurry," she said. He looked at her. Good, that much still worked. "Cedric is dead," he said. The words sounded impossible said aloud. Akoi's face did not flinch. She had always respected truth too much to soothe it into smaller forms. "Yes," she said, "he's back." That one almost didn't emerge. Akoi leaned closer, one gloved hand resting once against the side of his head, not restraining, only anchoring. "I know." Behind them, Dumbledore was shouting now. Real shouting. Teachers moving, auras cold, Moody unmasked. Barty Crouch Jr. dragged into revelation under Veritaserum and Wand Point and the full collapse of a year's worth of planning, but all of that lived at the edges. At the center was Cedric Diggory dead on the grass, and Harry understanding for the first time that stories could become tragedy without music, without prophecy, without any sense at all of proper narrative arrangement. Just a boy, and a green light, and the fact of being too late by seconds. That was war, not battle, not survival drills, not school danger made adventurous afterward in retelling. War. He spoke only after dawn. By then the school had gone hollow with shock. Cedric's body was gone from the grounds. Parents summoned. Ministry denial already beginning somewhere beyond the walls, because of course it was. Britain, when confronted with disaster too large to process, had an almost artistic commitment to bureaucracy as emotional evasion. Harry sat in a secure chamber with Dumbledore, McGonagall, Akoi, and, through encrypted line, Tchalla and Shuri visible in muted projection across the table. His face looked older to himself in the reflected glass. He disliked that. He gave the report cleanly: graveyard, cauldron, wormtail, Voldemort's body, Death Eaters. Duel, Cedric's death, the ghosts. The cup, no embellishment, no drama, just the shape of it. When he finished, no one spoke immediately. Then Shuri said, voice gone very quiet in the dangerous way she only reached when emotion had been forced into precision. The bracelets captured it. Harry looked down at his wrist. The bead line had finally stopped burning and settled into a low, dark pulse. "I know." "No," Shuri said, "you don't." Tchalla turned toward her once. "Shuri!" She pulled a data thread across the chamber display, gold-black waveform, layered curse architecture. Spell fingerprints stacked like a murdered man's biography turned into mathematics. The point of contact overloaded the lattice and forced full black box retention, not just the active beam. We have residue chain capture on his field, his wand behavior, the cauldron ritual architecture. There's enough here to identify his magic again anywhere it surfaces with comparable strength. McGonagall stared. Even Dumbledore looked briefly, visibly humbled by the sentence. Wakanda had Voldemort's magical fingerprint, not rumor, not witness alone, data. Harry sat back a fraction. This should have felt like victory. Instead it felt like a body on grass and a promise too late, and the awful truth that the first really clean gain against Voldemort in years had been paid for in Cedric Diggory's life. T'Challa's voice came through the projection, controlled and low. "Harry." Harry looked up. "You survived." He almost laughed at how insufficient the sentence felt. "Yes. Do not mistake survival for the whole of what you have done." Harry's throat tightened, not because the words were soft, because they were not. T'Challa continued, "He is back. Britain will deny it because denial is cheaper than courage. Let them, we will not." Akoi's hand settled once on Harry's shoulder. "Heavy, certain, we begin from truth," she said. That was the Wakandan answer, not comfort first, truth first, then action. Harry closed his eyes briefly and breathed through the ache that had moved into his bones and decided it had rights. When he opened them, Shuri had already begun partitioning the captured signature data. Ramonda appeared behind T'Challa in the projection and said nothing at all, which somehow reached him harder than if she had filled the room with words. Dumbledore sat very still, listening not only to Harry now, but to what it meant that another nation had recorded what his own would soon try to publicly doubt. Cedric was dead, Voldemort had returned. And Wakanda, whether it wanted visibility or not, now stood too close to the center of the war to pretend the old distance remained possible. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, then the bracelets on his wrist. Both were cold. "Tell me," he said, voice rougher than he intended. "Everything we can do next." And far away in Bernanzana, Tchalla answered at once. "Now," said the king, "we prepare for the part where the world refuses to believe what is already true." Harry returned to Hogwarts carrying 3 things Britain did not want to look at directly: Cedric Diggory's death, Voldemort's face, and proof. The first lived in his chest like a second pulse that had forgotten how to soften. The second arrived in sleep whenever his body made the mistake of relaxing too fully. The third sat at his wrist in the black gold depth of Shuri's upgraded Kimoyo line, compressed into layers of vibranium memory and encrypted patterning that half the British ministry would have sold parts of itself not to understand, and the other half would have gladly burned if doing so would restore denial. Cornelius Fudge chose the second option. The prophet followed him with the eager obedience of a dog mistaking cowardice for leadership. By the time the term began, Britain had already started doing what Harry had expected the moment he left the graveyard: translating catastrophe into paperwork, witness into rumor, and a dead boy into an inconvenience in the narrative of men too comfortable to survive history intact. Harry stood in the headmaster's office 3 days before the train and listened while Dumbledore, McGonagall, Sirius, Tchalla through secure projection, and Ramonda through no less terrible calm discussed the school year as though it were a battlefield with desks. Which Harry suspected it was. "The ministry will interfere," McGonagall said. Dumbledore's expression suggested that will had become already has. Sirius leaned against the far wall, dark hair tied back badly, hands jammed into the pockets of a coat that still sat strangely on a man not long used to freedom. Azkaban had not stopped living in his face, it had only lost ownership of all of it. "How much?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him over steepled fingers. "Enough to make truth unfashionable." "That sounds like Britain," Shuri's voice muttered from his ear. Ramonda, hearing the transmission through the room pickup, said dryly, "One would hope a nation could aspire to a better reputation." T'Challa's projection stood at the edge of the office table, small in scale only, carrying kingship even in blue light. "Wakanda will not publicly contest the ministry line yet," he said. "Not because we doubt you, because if Britain is determined to make itself foolish, we should first allow it to do so completely." Sirius barked a short laugh. "I like him." Harry looked toward the projection. "Yet." T'Challa held his gaze. "Not yet." That answer was honest enough to sting, because Harry knew what it meant. Wakanda had stepped into visibility last year because the goblet had dragged it there. Cedric's death and Voldemort's return had moved the war closer. But there were still factions inside Wakanda, and not small ones, who believed deeper involvement in Europe's magical catastrophe was not nobility but strategic stupidity. Isolationists, the old policy wearing new arguments: protect the nation, guard the border, refuse emotional entanglement with British collapse simply because one boy stood at the crossing point between both worlds. Harry understood the logic. That made it worse. He was tired of understanding positions he hated. Dumbledore broke the silence that followed. "There will be a new defense teacher," Sirius snorted. "That sentence," he said, "has never once led to happiness." "No," said McGonagall, "this time it leads to Dolores Umbridge." Harry had not heard the name before. The fact that every adult in the room reacted as though the walls had just announced mold explained enough to begin with. Shuri's report arrived the night before the Hogwarts Express in the form of a drone no larger than Harry's hand. It slipped through the wards of Grimmauld Place, where the Order had gathered that summer with all the warmth of a family trying very hard to coexist inside old aristocratic rot, landed on the windowsill of Harry's room, and unfolded into a floating lattice of gold-black light. Harry was awake already. Sleep had become a poor negotiator since the graveyard, The drone recognized his pulse line and activated without flourish. Shuri's face appeared first in projection, hair tied back, eyes overbright with too little rest and too much discovered truth. "I have good news," she said. Harry sat up slowly. "That sounds unlikely." "It is. That is not how good news works. I said I had it, not that it was sincere. Fair, the lattice shifted, data streamed. Resonance maps, magical field overlays, cauldron ritual reconstructions, and beneath all of them, a darker line pulsing at the edge of Harry's own recorded signature. Shuri's expression lost all of its usual sharp play. "The graveyard data confirmed what the necropolis hinted years ago," she said. "The foreign presence in your scar is not passive curse residue." Harry's fingers tightened on the blanket. "I know." "No," she said quietly. "You knew it was there. That is not the same as this." She expanded the line. Harry stared. The foreign signature did not simply touch his own magic. It nested with it, not harmoniously, not cleanly. Like a shard jammed through fabric and left long enough that the weave had begun deforming around it without ever accepting it as native. "Is it alive?" he asked. Shuri did not answer immediately. Then, "Not in the way people mean when they say alive." That was somehow worse. "It's him," Harry said. "Yes, not Voldemort entire. Not personality, not thought, not a second mind whispering whole sentences into the dark. Something older and more limited and perhaps, precisely because of that, more horrifying. A fragment. A foreign and dark thing lodged in him since infancy." Harry looked at the projection until his eyes burned. Shuri's voice softened by almost nothing. "Hurry," he swallowed. "How bad?" Her mouth tightened. "Bad enough that I stopped trying to find reassuring language for it yesterday. Thank you. That was not generosity, it was efficiency." He smiled once without feeling it. She went on. "The fragment responds to Voldemort-linked magic, to high emotional stress, to certain ritual fields. It is quieter in Wakanda than in Britain." Harry let that sit, because he knew why. Vibranium buffered. Ancestral structures complicated the signal. The systems that had raised him had not removed the darkness. They had contained it better than Britain ever would have. "And if it grows?" Harry asked. Shuri's silence then told him more than she would have liked. At last she said, "Then I will build faster." There was nothing else to do with a sister like Shuri except believe her or die tired. Harry leaned back against the headboard. "Should I tell Dumbledore?" "Yes," she said, but not like a confession, like a problem set. That got a real laugh out of him, brief and cracked and needed. "I hate that you're right. I know, we're the third inner line active this year. I always do, not active, he blinked. "There is another active." "There is now." Of course there was. The projection dimmed, then sharpened again for one final line before shutdown. "Hurry," he looked up. "This year," Shuri said very quietly, "do not let Britain convince you that being isolated is the same as being strong." Then the drone folded itself closed. Harry sat alone in the dark with the report and the old house, and the shape of a year already waiting outside the window. London did what London always did, breathed soot and noise and the illusion of permanence. Inside, Harry touched the scar on his forehead, then the beads on his wrist. Both were cold. Dolores Umbridge entered Hogwarts wearing pink and smiling like a knife someone had taught manners. Harry disliked her before she finished speaking. Not because she was ridiculous, though she was. Not because the bows, the kittens, and the soft little cough made the entire great hall look as though bureaucracy had attempted a costume. But because beneath the color and voice and curated absurdity, she carried a structure Harry knew on sight: institutional conservatism. A woman who believed systems were moral because they were systems, and that obedience to them counted as virtue even when the system itself had become a machine for maintaining cowardice. Wakanda had its own versions of such people, though better dressed and usually less pink. Harry had been trained from childhood to identify power not by volume, but by the shape of its assumptions. Umbridge's assumptions walked into the hall before her words did. The ministry is stability, tradition is purity, procedure is innocence. Children should be grateful to be arranged. By the end of her opening speech, Ron looked openly bewildered. Hermione looked offended on an intellectual level. And Harry had already placed Umbridge in the same strategic category as a venomous diplomat. Most dangerous when underestimated because she preferred paperwork to obvious weapons. "She is vile," Hermione whispered. "Yes," Harry said, "you haven't even met her." "I met the structure 2 minutes ago," Hermione turned sharply. "What does that mean?" Harry kept his gaze on Umbridge. "It means she isn't here to teach, she's here to normalize the room." That proved true by the first defense lesson. No practical magic, no dual work, no combat response, no shield theory worth naming, just theory. Ministry-approved text, safe reading, safe answers. Safe little hands raised under the gaze of a woman whose entire philosophy could be summarized as if children are not permitted to fight. Perhaps war will become embarrassed and leave politely. When Harry raised his hand, the room changed around him. Because everyone knew it was not really a question from that point onward, it was a collision. "Yes, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said sweetly. "You do understand," Harry asked, "that there is an actual war beginning outside this classroom?" The silence after that felt almost physical. Umbridge smiled. "I understand, dear, that you have been encouraged into a most unfortunate appetite for alarmism." Ron muttered something obscene into his sleeve. Hermione looked ready to bite through a teacup. Harry tilted his head slightly. "Cedric Diggory is dead." No one moved. Umbridge's smile thinned by a fraction. "How very tragic," she said, "and how very inappropriate for classroom dramatics." Harry sat back. There it was. She had told him in the first minute what mattered most about her. She did not need truth to be false. She only needed it to be procedurally inconvenient. From then on, he stopped approaching her emotionally. That would have been what she wanted, a public conflict she could recast as instability. Instead, he dismantled her calmly. He answered exactly. Never gave her extra words to weaponize. Asked questions not because she would answer them honestly, but because forcing hypocrisy into audible form before witnesses mattered. He made her choose, repeatedly and in public, between admitting cowardice and disguising it. She hated him very quickly. That was fine. Harry was learning to treat hatred from the correct people as a kind of progress report. The Order of the Phoenix lived in shadow, and old houses and conversations cut off when younger footsteps approached. The isolationists in Wakanda lived differently, more elegantly, more rationally, more dangerously, perhaps, because their language was not bigoted cowardice or ministry denial. It was strategy refined into principle. Why should Wakanda pour itself into Britain's war simply because one beloved son had become one of the war's centers? Why should a nation hidden for centuries risk exposure, retaliation, and entanglement for a Europe that had spent most of magical history pretending the rest of the world existed only as rumor or resource? Why should the king be moved by grief into structural error? Those arguments found their way to Harry not because Tchalla wanted to burden him with court politics, but because Tchalla never believed in protecting people by letting them remain children too long. The message came after the first month of term, encrypted and clean. A tribal council minority opposes further embedded support in Britain. External deployment restrictions under review. No action taken. Remain focused. Tchalla Harry read it twice, then a third time, not because it was ambiguous, because it was not. Okoye could still remain. The support line still held. Shuri's channels still ran beneath the school's awareness, but the pressure was mounting. Britain's refusal to admit Voldemort's return had created the worst possible political condition for Wakanda. A war too visible to ignore, too deniable to justify openly joining, and too bound to Harry himself for anything about it to remain strategically clean. Hermione found him with the message on the astronomy tower staircase one evening after dinner. She took one look at his face and did not begin with, "What's wrong?" which was one of the many reasons he trusted her more than most adults. Instead, she said, "Which system disappointed you?" He handed her the note. Hermione read, then exhaled slowly through her nose. "That's not exactly unreasonable." "No, that doesn't make it easier." No, she handed the note back. Do you think they'll pull support? Harry folded it once. No, you sound certain. Tchalla doesn't warn. He informs. If he were going to pull support, the line would already be different. Hermione leaned against the wall beside him. Then what is this? Harry looked out through the high narrow window toward the dark Scottish grounds. A reminder of that even people who love you can have legitimate reasons to hate what loving you is costing them. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I don't think the cost is you. Harry turned. She met his gaze steadily. I think the cost is the world insisting on arranging itself badly around you. She said, That isn't the same thing. That was a Hermione answer, annoyingly accurate, structurally elegant, almost impossible to resist once heard. Harry smiled despite himself. You make that sound simple. No, she said, I make it sound grammatical. That helped more than it should have. Dumbledore's army began in the Hog's Head beneath goat smell, bad lighting, and the exact sort of secrecy that guarantees teenagers believe themselves more covert than they are. In another life, it might have become what British memory later turned it into. A scrappy underground club of frightened children choosing competence over ministry comfort. Under Harry, with Wakandan training buried in his reflexes and Cedric's death still fresh enough to turn softness into anger whenever he let it, it became something else, a unit, not military in the stupid romantic sense. Not children playing war. Worse. Children being prepared for it by someone too honest to pretend they would never need the skill. He began with posture. This offended almost everyone. Why are we standing? Seamus asked on the first night. Because if you cannot stand correctly, Harry said. You cannot cast correctly under pressure. Dean frowned. That sounds a bit dramatic. Harry looked at him. Dean stopped frowning. Neville Longbottom, to Harry's surprise and then not surprise at all, took to the structure fastest, not because he was naturally confident. He wasn't, not yet. Because structure gave frightened people something stronger than courage sometimes. Sequence. Neville listened. Adjusted. Repeated. Harry showed him how to set his feet before a shield charm, how not to telegraph panic through the wand shoulder. How to breathe between attempts instead of after failure. You learned this from Arcoy, Hermione said one evening while half the room practiced disarming patterns in pairs. Yes. Hermione watched Neville reset and try again, each attempt less apologetic than the last. He's changing. Harry glanced over. Neville's wand arm was steadier, chin higher, not transformed, building. Yes, Harry said. He looks different. That's because people stop looking breakable when someone teaches them they are allowed to take up space. Hermione went very still for a beat. Then she nodded once and turned back to her notes because Hermione Granger sometimes needed to hide emotion inside documentation before it became manageable. The DA spread quietly through Hogwarts. Students came for different reasons. Fear, anger, loyalty to Harry, hatred of Umbridge. The desire not to die stupidly if Britain continued making policy from fantasy. Harry did not try to unify motives. He unified standards instead. Every student learned shield work before attack spells. Every student learned movement before glamour. Every student learned what panic felt like in the body and how to keep the wand hand functioning through it. The room changed around that discipline. Cho stopped grieving prettily and started hitting targets with frightening commitment. Ginny Weasley moved like she had been underestimated too long and had made plans about it. Luna Lovegood never looked like she was training for war, which made it much more shocking when she landed a hex exactly where Harry told her to while sounding as though she were discussing weather. And Neville became inevitable, not all at once. That was the thing Harry liked best about it. There was no magic transformation scene, no overnight greatness, just repetition, trust, the brutal dignity of improvement nobody could take credit for except the person doing the work. One night after everyone else had gone, Neville stayed behind to return practice dummies to the cabinet. Harry helped him. Neville looked at the rows of stowed targets and said without preamble, "People don't wait for me to fail anymore." Harry set down the last dummy. "No," he said. Neville swallowed. "What if they start again?" Harry looked at him properly. "Then you disappoint them." Neville blinked, Harry's mouth curved. Repeatedly! That got a real laugh out of him, and that mattered. Because confidence born in fear often needs laughter to keep from becoming hardness too early. Umbridge escalated the way bureaucrats always do when they realize a room has stopped arranging itself according to their paperwork. Educational decrees multiplied like mold, inspections, informants, inquisitorial authority. She bled the school through parchment because she did not know how to command living loyalty and mistook administrative density for victory. Harry met every escalation with maddening calm. When she baited him in class, he gave her truth in minimal syllables. When she penalized him, he did not perform outrage for her satisfaction. When she tried to corner him alone, he answered questions like a prince receiving a lesser diplomat whose office had become inconveniently loud. It enraged her. Good. The detentions were worse, not because of pain alone. Harry had known pain for too long to dramatize it. What Umbridge did with the blood quill was ugly precisely because it was petty. A woman using sanctioned cruelty to make language itself complicit in self-punishment. I must not tell lies. The words cut themselves into the back of his hand as he wrote. Harry said nothing the first night, nothing the second, on the third, after he had returned to Grimmauld Place for the weekend and tried unsuccessfully to keep his hand turned away through dinner, Sirius saw. He crossed the room in 2 strides. Harry did not pull back fast enough. Sirius took his wrist gently at first. Then, with terrifying stillness, the cut words glistened in fresh scarlet. For one instant Sirius looked exactly like the wanted photograph from 2 years earlier, wild and lethal, and past any interest in the moral safety of others. Who did this? Harry held his gaze. You know who? Sirius's jaw clenched so hard Harry heard the teeth shift. Across the room, Molly Weasley had gone pale. Remus Lupin was already rising. Mad-Eye muttered something murderous. Even Snape, visiting under order necessity and looking as though life kept making itself personally intolerable, stared at the cut hand with an expression empty enough to be dangerous. Harry said, "Do not go after her." Everyone looked at him. He breathed once, then again. "She wants emotional proof," he said. "She wants me unstable. She wants all of us reactive. She wants a story the Ministry can use." Sirius laughed once under his breath. It contained no humor. "You sound like Tchalla." "That is usually a good sign," Remus said quietly. Sirius did not let go of Harry's wrist until the shaking in his own hand was visible. Then, with obvious effort, he released him and said, "Fine." Harry knew that tone. It meant fine for now, which was the only kind of fine men like Sirius ever truly offered. Later, after the room had settled, after healing salves and tactical outrage, and Molly's quiet tears in the kitchen, Sirius found Harry alone in the upstairs corridor. For a while he just leaned there against the wall opposite and looked at him. Then he said, "You know what I hate most?" Harry flexed the healing hand once. "There are many options." "I hate," Sirius said, voice low and rough, "how quickly you recognized exactly what she was doing." Harry looked up. Sirius's expression had lost the immediate violence and become something sadder. "No child should understand that kind of cruelty on first contact," he said. Harry wanted to say, "I didn't." He wanted to say Wakanda had not raised him for that sort of ugliness, only for cleaner dangers. But that wasn't true. Wakanda had taught him systems, which meant Umbridge was legible, and legibility is not always mercy. "I wish she surprised me," Harry admitted. Sirius shut his eyes briefly. When he opened them again, he stepped forward and rested one hand on the side of Harry's neck, thumb just behind the ear in a gesture so instinctive it had likely belonged to James once too. "We're getting you through this year," he said. "All of it." Harry nodded. He believed Sirius. "That was the worst and best part." The snake dreams worsened in winter, not dreams only. Visions, slips. The scar fragment no longer content with simple ache and resonance. Sometimes Harry would wake with his heart already running as though the body had lived somewhere else for a few minutes and returned disoriented. Sometimes he would see corridors not Hogwarts and hear thoughts that were not his in the cold, impersonal cadence of hunting intent. A door, a weapon, a prophecy. The first time he dreamed through Nagini properly enough to feel the strike, he woke before dawn in a rigid sweat with Arthur Weasley's blood in his mouth, though no blood had touched him. This time Britain listened. Not because it had grown wiser, because the dream came useful enough to save a life. The attack on Mr. Weasley was stopped faster, the order moved sooner. Sunt Mungo's was reached in time. Yet even while adults praised the warning, Harry felt only the sick certainty of invasion, not vision. Access. The thing inside his scar was not merely reacting anymore, it was opening doors. That terrified the Order in one direction and the Wakandan isolationists in another. A second secure message from Tchalla arrived before Christmas, council pressure increasing. Some argue British proximity is destabilizing the foreign fragment. Others argue extraction impossible without greater risk. Hold, we are not surrendering you to fear. Tchalla, Harry, read that line. We are not surrendering you to fear, twice before answering. I know, still tired. Hari, the reply came minutes later. So is the king. Continue anyway. Shuri, he laughed out loud in the empty dormitory. And then, because exhaustion is cruel and love often arrives through the same door, had to sit on the side of the bed for a minute, until the laughing stopped sounding too much like grief. Occlumency began because Dumbledore finally admitted what Harry had already understood. Voldemort could reach him through the scar more easily now, and if the door remained open, the war would stop being merely around him and become a corridor through him. The decision to assign Snape as teacher made sense in every practical way and felt spiritually vindictive all the same. Harry arrived for the first lesson already tired. Snape looked at him from behind his desk and seemed to disapprove of exhaustion as a concept. You will empty your mind. Harry considered the instruction. No, he said. Snape stared. I beg your pardon. I understand the goal, Harry said. I reject the phrasing. For one dangerous second, Snape looked as though he might simply deduct house points from existence. This is not philosophy, he said coldly. It is defense. Yes, Harry replied, and all your metaphors are British. That stopped even Snape. Barely, Harry went on, because exhaustion and principle together often produce courage that would be stupidity on better-rested days. You speak of mind as if thought is clutter and blankness is strength. That isn't how I was trained. In Wakanda, barriers are structured, not emptied. You don't survive invasion by becoming vacant. You survive it by choosing what has shape. The silence then went on long enough to become a second lesson. Snape's eyes narrowed. Then, to Harry's genuine surprise, he said, "Show me." So Harry did, not fully. Not exposing state methods or inner rituals that were not his alone to give, but enough. He described compartmentalization as architectural logic, emotional partitioning without denial. Memory arranged into protected rooms instead of a single undefended corridor. Snape listened in absolute stillness, then said, more quietly than before, "That is not unlike advanced occlumency." Harry blinked. "Then why didn't you say that?" Snape's mouth thinned. "Because I had not yet decided you were capable of hearing anything except challenge." That was maddeningly fair. The lessons remained brutal, but they improved, not because Snape became kind. He did not. Kindness still sat badly on him and had not been given enough room in life to become habit. Yet once the two of them stopped fighting over premise, they began building actual defense. Snape taught him how not to let anger become invitation. Harry taught Snape, without either of them ever calling it that, how not to mistake silence for order. Progress in that room looked very much like mutual dislike refined into competent cooperation. That was enough. It also meant Harry lasted longer before Voldemort learned how to bait the door in exactly the right shape, which only made the final false vision crueler. The dream of Sirius in the Department of Mysteries arrived in May like a knife wrapped in certainty. Harry saw the hall, the shelves, the globe light, the archway and the veil beyond it. He saw Sirius there under attack, heard Voldemort's hunger for the prophecy, felt the drag toward action so strongly that when he came awake, he was already on his feet and reaching for clothes. Hermione tried reason first. Ron tried loyalty second. Neville, Ginny, and Luna tried practical support because by then the DA had become something real enough that when Harry moved, other people no longer assumed they could simply watch. Only when he reached Grimmauld Place through Floo and found Sirius absent, the house empty of certainty, did doubt crack enough space for fear to enter. That should have stopped him. It did not. The war had already learned how to wear urgency in the face of people he loved. The Department of Mysteries was colder than he expected. Not atmospheric cold. Institutional cold. Research places often are. They treat wonder like a problem to be indexed and terror like something best labeled before it stains the table. The corridors curved in white and black. The rooms felt too clean until they felt ancient. Harry moved through them with the DA at his back and the terrible awareness that he was either rescuing family or leading everyone he loved into a trap. The Hall of Prophecy answered that question too late. The shelves towered. Glass orbs glimmered in rows. The prophecy waited. And then Death Eaters closed the room. There are few moments in life more exhausting than being right after you have already paid for being wrong. Lucius Malfoy stepped out of shadow with his mask and his certainty and his soft, aristocratic contempt. Bellatrix's laughter arrived like broken glass with a woman's shape wrapped around it. The others spread around them with wands out and plans very clearly built on the assumption that children, however inconvenient, remain children. That assumption died fast. The DA did not break. Harry's unit training paid for itself in the first 30 seconds. Not victory, survival, which is often the more expensive and more important thing. Pairs, Harry shouted, and because he had built the pattern months ago in hidden classrooms and late-night rooms beneath the eyes of authority, people obeyed without stopping to perform fear first. Neville shielded Ginny's left. Luna moved unpredictably enough to make grown killers miss. Hermione cast with frightening precision until the Dolohov curse took her down, and Harry's world lost one pillar and nearly kept moving anyway because there was no time. Ron laughed once after a bad hit, half hysterical, half brave, and disarmed a Death Eater who clearly had not expected a Weasley to come at him like a red-haired inconvenience with technique. Harry fought through it all with the cold clarity grief had been teaching him since Godric's Hollow. Not pretty, not noble, functional. The prophecy orb broke in the struggle. That seemed almost funny for half a second. The whole year arranged around one object, and the object proving as fragile as any other glass thing dropped by frightened hands. Then Sirius arrived with the order, not alone. Never again, if he could help it, Remus. Tonks, Kingsley, Moody, Order members spilling into the room with adult power and adult rage and the sickening relief of cavalry that is almost, but not quite, on time enough to make everything different. The battle shattered wider, room to room. Light and curses and running glass. The brain room, the death chamber. Bellatrix laughing like war had personally kissed her awake. Harry caught sight of Sirius through the chaos just long enough to see the transformation that always happened around him in battle. Azkaban's damage not gone, never gone, but overtaken briefly by what he had been before prison stole the easy years. Fast, brilliant, reckless. Laughing in the face of danger, because laughter had always been his answer to the thing that wanted fear, and he had never outgrown it enough to stop. And for one blinding heartbeat, Harry thought, he's alive enough to keep. That was when Bellatrix killed him, not with the green curse. This story did not grant so much neatness. A red jet struck him in the chest, and he stumbled backward, half turning toward Harry's voice at exactly the wrong angle, exactly the wrong second, and fell through the veil. No body hit stone, no final dramatic collapse. Just clothes and man and motion crossing the black curtain and vanishing so cleanly that the world refused, at first, to classify it as death. Harry stopped, not physically. The body still moved another step, another half-cast, another breath, but the architecture inside him stopped. Sirius black, alive, difficult, unfinished, finally beginning to become something new to him after 12 stolen years. and one reclaimed one was gone through an archway too old and too quiet to care what he still had left to say. Bellatrix ran, Harry followed. Of course he did. Rage gave chase structure. Nothing else could then. Through the ministry corridors, through shattered rooms and screaming adults and curses flung hard enough to scar the air. He followed Bellatrix as though killing her might return proportion to the world. It would not have. He knew that somewhere beneath the fury. He chased anyway. Dumbledore intercepted before Harry could become a murderer by grief alone. Voldemort arrived. The atrium battle lit the ministry from within. Dumbledore and Voldemort finally faced each other without children between them. And Harry, dragged half behind the fountain's ruin and half inside the scar's screaming architecture, watched the two most powerful wizards in Britain attempt to settle history in spells, while the ministry still pretended paperwork might later help. Voldemort took Harry again for one terrible instant pain, possession, the old fragment inside the scar responding like a lock turning under the wrong hand. Then love broke the hold, not sentiment, not the soft version of the word, Sirius laughing in the department, Tchalla on the roof, Ramonda at the adoption ceremony, Hermione over a stack of books, Ron beside him in a train compartment, Akoy at dawn, Shuri in his ear, Lily in the mirror held not half twice, Voldemort recoiled. And the ministry finally, physically, undeniably saw him too late for everything that mattered. On time only for embarrassment. Harry hated them for that almost as much as he hated Bellatrix. The aftermath happened in pieces, ministry healers, order hands, voices too gentle by half because everyone already knew what had been lost, and gentleness is often the only useless offering adults have left when they cannot reverse time. Harry did not break in the atrium. He did not break in the corridor. He did not break when Dumbledore tried to move him. He broke only after Akoy reached him. She had not been at the ministry initially. British law, ministry territory, diplomatic fragility. Too many reasons given by too many systems that always seem to produce absence at the precise wrong second. But once the breach widened and the channels opened and Wakanda's line saw enough, she came. Harry did not remember seeing her arrive. Only that suddenly she was there in the aftermath corridor outside the death chamber, armor dark under ministry light, spear gone from her hand, face severe and unsparing and known. He looked at her, and the control vanished. "I couldn't," he said, and the sentence died. Akoy stepped forward and caught him before the collapse reached the floor. He was 15. His godfather was dead, and for the first time since childhood he let himself be held without trying to hide the scale of it, not dignified, not prince-like, not tactically useful. Just human, cracked open by grief too large for the body that had to carry it. Akoy held him like she had held him at 6 when the palace first lit under his panic, like she had held him after training injuries, after nightmares, after the graveyard when Cedric's name had still sounded impossible aloud. Only now he was longer, heavier, all sharp teenage bones and collapsing control. She held him anyway. No soothing lies, no false promises. Only one gloved hand at the back of his head and the other anchored across his shoulder blades while the worst of it moved through him in broken breaths and hoarse, furious silence, and one choked sound that should never have had to leave him at all. Around them, the corridor went respectfully blind. The order looked away, ministry officials kept distance. Even grief sometimes has a perimeter competent people know not to cross. When Harry could stand without folding, Akoy drew back only enough to look at him fully. "He is dead," she said. Harry shut his eyes. "Yes. You did not fail because you loved him. That hurt worse than blame would have, because blame can be argued with. Truth just arrives." Harry opened his eyes again. They burned. "I still lost him." "Yes," said Akoy, "you did." The words were stone, necessary stone. The kind one can lean against because it will not lie and will not move just to make sorrow easier to pronounce. Only after that did she add, quieter, "And you are still here." He almost laughed. It came out broken. He hated that survival kept being true. He hated that it mattered. He hated that both could exist at once. Akoi rested her forehead briefly against his, a gesture from home in the least home-like place imaginable. Then she stepped back and said, "Now go break something belonging to the correct person." That, too, was love. Harry broke Dumbledore's office instead, not completely, only as much as a 15-year-old boy who had spent the year carrying grief, denial, prophecy-shaped anxiety, institutional cruelty, training, war, visions, and one dead godfather deserved to break it. He threw things, shouted, accused, demanded. The portraits pretended decorum for approximately 12 seconds before even the dead headmasters accepted that the living had rights sometimes. Dumbledore let him. That was the first wise thing he did in the room. Harry's anger came out wild but not directionless. That was what grief taught him now. It did not merely explode. It organized its targets with terrible intelligence. Why had he kept Harry ignorant? Why had he pushed distance under the excuse of protection? Why had Sirius died while everyone older kept deciding what Harry was old enough to know only after blood proved it? Dumbledore took it all, not passively, not piously, but without defense, where defense would have been insult. By the time the office had settled into wreckage, and Harry stood breathing hard among the remains of silver instruments and cracked wood and all the useless age of men who know too much too late, Dumbledore finally spoke. "There is a prophecy." Harry laughed once, short, raw, exhausted by the fact that, of course, there was. "There's always a prophecy." Dumbledore's face tightened. "Yes," he said, "unfortunately, sometimes there is." And so he told him, Sybil Trelawney. Hog's Head, Voldemort hearing part, a child born at the end of July. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened, really listened, not because the words were grand. He had outgrown being impressed by the architecture of destiny, but because he had spent years now circling a truth older people kept presenting in fragments like they were protecting him from the shape. Now the shape stood complete. He sat down only after the explanation was over, not because he felt small, because the room required a body to be somewhere while the mind rearranged itself around fresh ruin. Neither can live while the other survives. He thought of Sirius through the veil, Cedric in the graveyard, Lily and James at the mirror, Tchalla on the plain, Voldemort in the atrium, recoiling from love and returning anyway, the foreign fragment inside his scar, the bracelets at his wrist carrying Voldemort's magical fingerprint like a war archive. Harry lifted his eyes. Dumbledore waited, perhaps for panic, perhaps for collapse, perhaps for some version of childhood still capable of being overwhelmed into silence by the theatrical shape of fate. Instead, Harry asked, in a voice scraped raw and calmer for it, "Tell me everything you know about his Horcruxes." Dumbledore went very still. "All of it," Harry said. "Now." No tremor, no tears left in the words, only command, not prince, not child. War. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, then nodded once. And in that office full of broken instruments, fading rage, and the fresh ghost of a man Harry would never again be able to call reckless to his face, the next phase of the story began, not with prophecy, but with planning. Because Wakanda had raised him too well to mistake dread for helplessness. And because grief, if given nowhere noble to go, becomes rot. Harry Potter sat in Dumbledore's office at 15 with a prophecy between them and a dead godfather behind him, and said, by the shape of his silence and the steadiness of his eyes, enough secrets. The war was no longer coming. It had taken Sirius and arrived. Harry entered sixth year with a list, not a school list, not books, robes, potion ingredients, and the small humiliations of adolescence packaged into neat British requirements. A war list, Horcruxes, possible locations, probable containers, known founders' artifacts, confirmed enemy habits, ministry pressure points, safe houses, messenger routes, ritual anomalies. The magical fingerprint Shuri had pulled from Voldemort's return. Old family lines tied to lost relics. Places in Britain, Albania, and the continent where Voldemort's movements bent the dark field in ways Wakandan operatives had begun quietly tracking whether Europe approved or not. By August, Hermione had indexed the entire thing twice. Ron had added 4 pages of notes titled, in defiant handwriting, "Stuff pure-blood families always pretend is obvious but isn't, and Harry." Seated at the long table in one of Grimmauld Place's less hostile rooms with a half-burned candle at his elbow, and Sirius's absence still moving through the house like an insult no one had properly avenged, had finally understood the shape of Dumbledore's war. Not confrontation, excision. Voldemort had cut his soul apart and hidden the pieces in the world. So Harry would have to learn how to hunt not one enemy, but 7 absences pretending to be objects. Dumbledore called it necessary. Harry called it anatomy. Tchalla called it, in one late encrypted transmission, a campaign of removal against a distributed command structure. Ron had looked over Harry's shoulder at that line and said, "Blimey, your family really doesn't know how to make anything sound smaller, do they?" "No," Harry had said. Hermione had not even glanced up from her research. "That's because smaller language is how British institutions lie to themselves about scale." Ron stared at her. "You've been talking to Shuri too much." Hermione's expression remained perfectly calm. "Yes, that was how the year began, not with childhood, not really. With 3 teenagers and several nations learning how to plan around the fact that Voldemort had stopped being rumor, prophecy, or school story shape and become logistics. It should have made Harry feel stronger. Instead, it made him tired in a new way, as though every map they built was also quietly counting down how much of him remained fit to finish the work. He noticed the first symptom in training. That was how he would notice it. Not in a hospital wing, not in sleep, not in some dramatic collapse conveniently framed by adults prepared to react. He noticed it at dawn in Wakanda 3 weeks before term when Okoye threw him a spear, and he caught it half a fraction later than his body should have. Not later enough for anyone else to see, later enough for him, he said nothing. The second symptom came in the necropolis. The stone there had always stabilized him, not comforted exactly. Wakandan's sacred spaces did not flatter the living, they aligned them. But on that day, kneeling before the black table while Zuri guided a containment exercise around the scar fragment, Harry felt something deep in his bones turn against the ritual instead of into it. Not pain, corruption. As if 2 systems inside him, the herb's enhancement and the foreign dark thing in the scar, had finally stopped tolerating each other's presence and begun, silently, to war. He nearly vomited into the offering basin that got people's attention. Shuri was waiting in the lab before he arrived. Of course she was. No one in Wakanda got to produce new and alarming symptoms near ancient magical architecture without Shuri finding out before the elevator doors fully opened. She stood in a ring of floating gold-black displays, expression set into the kind of sharp stillness that meant she had already run 12 models and hated the answer all 12 gave her. "Sit," she said. Harry looked at the tables, the diagnostic chair, the bead interfaces, the raw vibranium panels mounted in insulated arcs. "That sounds medical." "Yes, I object." "No," he sat. "The scan took 47 minutes, not because the tools were slow. Because Shuri repeated it 4 times, recalibrated twice, threw one projection across the room, and finally went very quiet in a way that made even the lab lights seem cautious." Harry waited. That was one of the changes war had made in him. He had grown better at waiting for terrible truths because terrible truths, unlike panic, at least arrived with edges. Shuri folded her arms, unfolded them, tried again. "The heart-shaped herb," she said, "was always going to complicate the scar." Harry nodded once. "Yes. I did not expect it to become this." She brought up the body map. Even without her explanation, he could see the conflict. The herb's enhancement ran through his system not as simple strength, but as altered vitality. Faster healing, denser neural efficiency, refined reflex architecture, the old Wakandan royal gift bound into the physiology. The Horcrux shard in the scar, by contrast, showed up not as life but as hostile occupancy. foreign magic embedded in the spine of his field, and now, increasingly, responding to the herb as though the very thing that had made him stronger had also made him more legible to what lived inside him. "They're fighting," Harry said. Shuri looked at him. "Yes, not aloud, not with the body, but system against system, the herb refusing corruption, the corruption refusing displacement. The battlefield had become his blood." "What happens if we do nothing?" It was the right question. Shuri hated him for asking it correctly. "Your body keeps trying to sustain both." She expanded the diagram. "The enhancement doesn't vanish at once. It begins failing selectively. Recovery drops. Reflex integration becomes inconsistent. The fragment in the scar gets more opportunities to spike under stress because your system will be spending more and more of its energy on internal conflict instead of control." Harry looked at the map, then at her. "And if we intervene?" Shuri's face did something rare and terrible. It softened. Not because the answer was gentle, because she loved him enough to hate saying it. "You can't take any more herb," she said. The room seemed suddenly smaller. The heart-shaped herb was not a potion one simply skipped. It was lineage, transformation, sacred biology. The thing that had rewritten him into the body he had learned to move through Wakanda with, not only stronger, faster, sharper, more complete in certain ways. A prince's inheritance not by blood alone, but by ritual acceptance. Harry drew breath once. "All right," he said. Shuri stared. That was not the response she had prepared to defend herself against. "All right," she repeated. "Yes." She stepped forward so quickly the displays shifted around her in nervous light. "Hurry!" He met her eyes. "There are people who mistake acceptance for lack of feeling because they have never had grief arrive so often. It stops being efficient to perform surprise first." Harry was not unhurt. He was simply hearing the truth and putting his hands around it before it could make him smaller by being delayed. "What does it mean?" he asked. Shuri swallowed and answered like a scientist because that was the kindest language she had. "It means the herb's elevation will begin receding slowly. Not all at once. You won't collapse, you won't become helpless. But your body will stop carrying the full royal enhancement profile over time." Her voice tightened. "You will become physically human again." The word landed harder than weaker would have, because weaker still belonged on a scale from his current self. Human implied departure, a return, a subtraction so deep it sounded like losing not performance, but species. Harry looked back at the scan, then at his own hands. These hands had held the sword of Gryffindor against the basilisk. These hands had climbed Wakandan terrace walls before breakfast, caught Okoye's staff strikes, survived dragonfire, pulled Cedric's body from the graveyard. These bones had been taught by strength he no longer fully thought of as borrowed. He should have felt panic. Instead, he felt something stranger, gratitude, not for the loss, for the years, for the fact that Wakanda had given him enough of itself that losing part of the enhancement hurt specifically because it had once been his. "All right," he said again, quieter this time. "Then we stop." Shuri made a furious sound that was 1/4 science, 1/4 sister, and 1/2 heartbreak badly disguised as both. "You're allowed to be angry." "I am. You don't look angry." Harry smiled once without joy. "That is because Okoye trained my face." Shuri looked as though she might throw something anyway. Instead, she stepped forward and wrapped both arms around him so abruptly the diagnostic chair nearly protested. Harry held her back. Her shoulders were shaking. He said nothing. Some griefs are insulted by language. When she pulled away, her eyes were bright and murderous in equal measure. "I will find another way," she said. Harry believed her. That did not mean there would be one. "I know," he answered. That evening he told Tchalla. The king received the news like a man who had already understood something, was wrong by the way reports had changed shape, but had still hoped the answer might offend him less when named. He and Harry stood on the western terrace as the city lit itself below them, transit lines curving gold into dusk. Tchalla listened without interruption, then said, "And you've accepted this?" Harry looked out over Bernanzana. "Yes, that is not always the same thing as agreeing it is just no." T'Challa's hands rested lightly on the stone rail. "You will not be lesser." Harry laughed under his breath. That sounds like something a king says when the thing in question is absolutely lesser but politically inconvenient to frame that way. One corner of T'Challa's mouth moved. Then hear the less polished version, he said. Strength is a language. You learned one dialect through the herb. You were always going to need another. Harry considered that, then nodded once, because of course T'Challa would refuse to let loss stand without translating it into responsibility. That too was love. Only later, crossing the lower palace corridor by accident rather than design, did Harry find the grief in its rawest form. He heard nothing first, only saw a light left on in the side training chamber long after it should have been empty. He looked in. Akoi stood there alone. Not training, not reading, not speaking to anyone through the bead line, just standing with both hands braced on the edge of the weapons table and her head bowed so slightly that had Harry not known her as he did, he might have mistaken it for fatigue. Then he saw her wipe at her face. Stop. Wipe again. Harry froze in the doorway. There are some shocks so intimate they feel like sacrilege to witness. Akoi crying was one of them. She had always been warm in standards, strict in love, immovable in danger. Harry had seen her bloodied, furious, relentless, exhausted, amused despite herself, even frightened twice in all the years since Godric's Hollow. He had never seen her undone. He stepped back at once, meaning to leave without letting the moment become embarrassment. The floor gave him away anyway. Akoi turned. For half a second the whole room held its breath. Harry had never known what to do with adult grief when it arrived without armor. He knew even less what to do when the adult in question was one of the people who had built his bones. "I'm sorry," he said at once. Akoi straightened. Her face was already becoming itself again by discipline, not denial. That made it worse, somehow, seeing the control close over the wound. "You were not meant to see that." Harry looked at her fully. "I know." Silence, then he crossed the room, not all the way at first. Just far enough that leaving would become its own statement. "You're angry," he said. "Yes." "At Shuri?" "No, at me." Akoi's gaze sharpened. "Never confuse grief with blame." Harry swallowed, then asked the question anyway. "What is it then?" She looked away. Out toward the dark training yard beyond the open panels, where he had learned to fall and rise and take strikes without hating the body that received them. "At the world," she said at last. "At the thing inside you, at the cost being taken from you after it was already given. At the fact that I cannot strike the enemy responsible because it lives in mathematics and soul damage instead of flesh." Her voice did not break. That was not her way, but each word landed like something forged, not spoken. Harry stepped closer. "I'm still here." "Yes," she said. "You are. And I'll still fight." Akoi turned back to him then, and in her face he saw what every child eventually sees in the adults who love them enough to train them hard, not doubt in his courage, fury at the fact that courage remained necessary. She reached out and, with a care almost unbearable in its rarity, touched the side of his face. "When I found you in Godric's Hollow," she said quietly, "you were so small I thought my arms would be enough against the world if I made them strong enough." Harry shut his eyes. "They were," he said. Akoi exhaled once through her nose. "For a while." Then he did the only thing there was to do. He stepped forward and put his arms around her. He was too old for being lifted now, too long in the limbs and too aware of himself, but the shape of the comfort remained. Akoi held him after only the briefest hesitation. And there in the training chamber with the city beyond and the weapon racks watching in witness, he felt the full truth of what Shuri's scan had meant to other people. Not simply that he would become more vulnerable, that all of them would have to watch it happen. When he left the chamber, his own eyes burned. He did not mention the moment to anyone, not even T'Challa, especially not T'Challa. Some acts of love are ruined by being turned into report language. Back at Hogwarts, Slughorn was the sort of man Wakanda would have made into a minister, a curator, or a discreetly managed danger depending on who reached him first. He liked excellence, proximity to power, and the reflected warmth of other people's future importance. Harry saw all of that within 10 minutes and did not dislike him for it as much as he perhaps should have. Because Horace Slughorn, for all his vanity, loved talent in a way that made him careless around it. And careless old men with selective guilt often carry history inside them like coins forgotten in the lining of a coat. Dumbledore wanted a memory from him. Harry wanted several. The Half-Blood Prince's Old Potions book arrived as complication at exactly the wrong and therefore narratively correct moment. Harry did not need it to become good at potions. He had already outgrown most of Slughorn's classroom by simple virtue of Wackandan alchemy and Snape's years of brutal refinement. But the notes in the margins were brilliant, not polished, not safe, not institutionally approved, but brilliant in the way field innovation often is when it belongs to someone who hated being underestimated and solved the problem by becoming quietly indispensable. Harry recognized the voice of the notes long before he knew the author. Not the words, the temperament. This was someone who did not trust official instructions to be enough. Someone who improved systems because systems had failed to account for what real competence looked like. Someone who weaponized margin space. Shuri would have liked him in principle and hated him personally inside an hour. Harry found that the book made him faster, not wiser, faster. And because sixth year had no right to remain merely academic when Horcruxes and Ministry War and Scar fragments were already crowding every quiet hour, faster was tempting. Hermione disliked the book on first contact, and more with every use. "It is not scholarship," she said one evening in the library as Harry copied a revised draft method from the margin notes into his own hand for later comparison. "It's effective." "That is not the same as trustworthy." "No," Harry agreed. She blinked. "You agree?" Harry set the quill down. "Of course I agree." Hermione looked offended by how easy that answer had been. "Then why keep using it?" "Because dangerous knowledge is still knowledge." "That sounds like the beginning of an avoidable disaster." Ron, half asleep under a potions text and a plausible excuse for not helping with arithmancy, lifted his head just enough to mutter, "That actually sounds like Harry's whole year." Hermione ignored him. Harry leaned back in the chair and looked at the old prince notes again. "Because," he said more quietly, "I don't have the luxury anymore of pretending bad tools are harmless just because they're useful or vice versa. I need to know what this kind of mind builds when no one is looking." Hermione went still. That was not a school answer. No, it was a war answer. She saw that. And because she loved him enough to keep objecting even after understanding, she only said, "Fine, but I'm still allowed to hate the handwriting." Harry smiled. "That is one of your more reasonable positions." The book eventually gave him what he needed most through Felix Felicis, though even there the margin notes were merely a path. Slughorn's memory, once won, once brought whole to Dumbledore, confirmed what Shuri had already named with science, Horcruxes. Soul division made object. Tom Riddle had done it again and again and again. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office afterward while the old man watched the memory settle into the pensive and said, with the exhausted certainty of a truth finally meeting its final proof, "Yes." No triumph, only yes. Because some confirmations are so ugly they do not improve the room by being complete. Harry looked at the silver surface of the pensive and thought of the diary screaming under the basilisk fang, of the fragment in his scar, of Shuri's scan, of Voldemort in the graveyard, of Sirius gone through the veil, of Cedric on the ground. "All right," he said. Dumbledore looked over. "All right." Harry met his gaze. "Then we kill them all." The old wizard stared at him for a beat, then nodded once. No piety, no moral lecture about language. Just a tired man agreeing that distributed evil, once properly understood, had forfeited any right to gentler phrasing. The mission with Dumbledore, to retrieve the ring's companion Horcrux, changed Harry's understanding of the old man more than any lesson, memory, or office confession had managed. Until then, Dumbledore had remained, even at his most honest, partially composed of distance. Great men often are. They become so used to being seen as scale that they stop permitting witness to the ordinary failures holding the architecture up. But in the cave by the sea, Harry saw two things clearly. The first was that Dumbledore was already dying, not abstractly. Not in the poetic way elderly mentors are always imagined to be approaching inevitable mortality. The curse in his hand had become more than injury. It was a deadline wearing flesh. The blackened ruin of the fingers, the restraint it cost him not to show pain, the careful conservation of motion between spells. Harry saw all of it now with the tactical attention grief had sharpened to an edge. The second was that Dumbledore still chose to go. That mattered. Not because courage made him saintly, because it made him understandable. In the cave, with the inferi below and the emerald potion waiting in the basin like the distilled malice of old magic and deliberate violation, Harry felt not like a student accompanying a legend, but like a soldier watching an old commander pay a price long after most men would have begun confusing wisdom with retreat. When Dumbledore drank the potion and begged for things Harry could not give, water, mercy, oblivion, his sister, his parents, forgiveness, Harry did not look away. He forced the draught down, one cup, then another, because Dumbledore had asked him to keep going, and Harry, despite all his mistrust of older men with secrets, had trusted this one with Wakanda's truth, with Horcrux knowledge, with the shape of the war, with the knowledge that Harry himself was probably one of the pieces. That trust held in the cave. Then the dark mark rose over Hogwarts, and trust became something else. The return to the castle felt wrong before they landed. The bracelets warned first, not with danger alone, but with field distortion. Too many hostile signatures, wards breached, movement patterns across the astronomy tower and southern approaches that did not belong to teachers or students. Harry helped Dumbledore upward through corridors that now felt too empty or too loud in all the wrong places. Draco Malfoy waited on the tower, not elegant villainy, not composed. A boy shaking under a task no boy should have been given, and no boy like Draco had any moral capacity to carry without breaking on contact. Harry saw it instantly. Draco had not become brave. He had simply run out of room to retreat. Dumbledore spoke to him with impossible calm. Harry stood at his side and watched the scene bend itself toward tragedy with the awful inevitability of systems long set in motion. Death Eaters below, Snape ascending, the tower open to black sky and war-lit air. The old man already cursed, weakened, trusting that the arrangement he had built with Severus Snape would carry them through at least one more necessary cruelty. Harry did not know all of that then, only parts. Enough parts that when Snape arrived and Dumbledore looked at him, not pleading, not surprised, but with the weight of old agreement already sitting between them, Harry understood seconds before the spell that something larger than visible betrayal had just entered the room. Severus, please. Avada Kedavra. Green light. Dumbledore fell. The body of the only man in Britain who had ever looked at Harry's full inherited catastrophe and responded with planning instead of panic, vanished over the tower edge into darkness and stone and the horrified cry of the castle below. For one eternal second the world reduced to that, then Harry moved, not recklessly. That was the awful part years of Wakandan discipline did not crack. They engaged, rage came up hard and white through every chamber of him, but it did not explode uselessly. It organized targets, routes, threat identities, tower exits, hostile count. Draco no longer primary, Snape first, Death Eaters contained if possible. Student collateral prevention, he had trusted Dumbledore with Wakanda's secret title line, with Shuri's findings, with the fact of the fragment in his scar, with Horcrux hunting. With the knowledge that Harry's family now spanned a nation Britain had not earned access to. And still Dumbledore had been permitted near that trust, because Harry believed the old man understood the sacred weight of being told something no empire had been entitled to know. Now Dumbledore's memories held all of it, and Dumbledore was dead. The tactical fury that filled Harry then was cleaner than grief and more frightening. Snape fled the tower. Harry followed. The chase across the grounds did not feel adolescent. No screaming, no blind magic flung because emotion had become louder than aim. Harry hunted him, spell by spell, step by step, calculating even while his chest felt flayed open. Snape defended. Of course he did. He knew Harry's style too well now. Knew the shape of his wand arm, the moments when whack-hand movement would break away from British dueling form, the angles from which his bracelets could generate misdirection bursts. "Do not use my own spells against me." Snape snapped when Harry tried one of the prince's more vicious inventions. There, in flight, in fury, in the ruin of trust and revelation, Harry understood the book, the margins, the half-blood prince, Snape. For one breath, that realization nearly split his concentration. Snape saw it, used it, escaped. By the time the grounds settled into aftermath, and Hagrid's howls reached the night, and the school began learning how to say Dumbledore is dead without sounding as though it had mispronounced reality, Harry was already coming apart and holding together at once. He reached the entrance hall. Hermione found him first, then Ron. Both stopped dead at the sight of his face, not because of tears. There were none, not yet, because he had gone frighteningly still. "Harry," Hermione said. He looked at her. That was when she went pale, because she knew him well enough by then to understand the difference between numbness and command. And what she saw in him was not the absence of grief. It was grief held under so much tactical discipline that it had become sharp. "He's dead," Harry said. Ron's face crumpled at once. Hermione took one step closer. "Harry, Snape killed him." The words came out exact, measured, already evidentiary. Hermione's eyes filled. Ron made a sound halfway between curse and prayer. And Harry kept going because stopping would have meant collapse, and collapse, for the moment, had no operational value. Draco disarmed him. Death Eaters in the school, vanishing cabinets. The ring was not the only active mission. The cave Horcrux is secured. The school wards are compromised at least twice over. Snape is the prince. Dumbledore knew he was dying. Hermione flinched, not at the content, at the speed. At the fact that Harry had already turned the death into report structure before his heart had likely finished catching up to what his eyes had seen. She whispered, "Harry!" Ron looked at her, looked back at Harry, and, with the bleak, simple accuracy that had always been his genius, said, "That's what they trained him to do, isn't it?" Not accusation, not admiration. Understanding. Harry stood there in the entrance hall with Dumbledore dead somewhere above and the school breaking around the edges, and heard the truth of it. Yes, that was what Wakanda had trained him to do. To keep going when the thing worth collapsing over could not yet be afforded collapse. Hermione covered her mouth with one hand. Not because Ron was wrong, because he was right in a way that made love and horror arrive at once. Harry looked at both of them. They got into the school. "We know." Hermione whispered. "No," he said. "Listen." They did, and because they loved him, and because by now all three of them understood that the war had crossed another threshold tonight, they let him speak in clean lines until the first layer of necessary order had been built. Only later, after the body was laid out, after the teachers gathered, after the students cried openly in corners and along corridors and on staircases, after the grief finally reached enough of the castle that the architecture itself seemed dimmer, did Harry allow himself to sit down. He sat by the lake under a sky gone mercilessly beautiful with stars. Hermione sat at his left, Ron at his right. Neither pushed. That was their gift, not always knowing what to say. Knowing when not to force speech into wounds that had not chosen language yet. After a long time, Hermione said, very softly, "You can stop now." Harry understood what she meant, the reporting, the tactical arrangement, the holding pattern. He looked out over the black water, then down at his hands. They were shaking. He had not noticed until then. "I know," he said. But he did not stop fully. Not because he did not trust them, because if he stopped completely, he feared the grief would no longer distinguish between Dumbledore, Sirius, Cedric, his parents, the fragment in his scar, the loss of the herb, Snape's face under the prince's handwriting, and the simple fact that every time he found an older man worth trusting, war found a way to turn that trust into another grave or another betrayal. Some pains do not arrive one by one, they travel in formation. The funeral 3 days later hurt differently. Dumbledore belonged to the whole school, and that somehow made the grief both wider and more impersonal. Students crying, teachers standing like statues taught too recently that stone could break. The lake, the white tomb. The firework colors from the windows of the world bending around loss and pretending beauty helped. Harry stood through all of it and felt no relief when it ended, only direction. Because now there was no one left between him and the final shape of the task. Horcruxes, Voldemort, the fragment inside his own scar, no Dumbledore to interpret, no older strategist to decide timing, no one with the entire map who might yet, at the final second, say wait. At the end of the funeral, Harry rose from the grass before most others had moved. Ron and Hermione watched him. Then followed, good, he would have hated asking. They planned the hunt that night, not ceremonially, not with speeches, not by oath, in a small side room off Gryffindor Tower that had once hosted school-age plots smaller than ending a war and now had to accept how scale changes when children survive too much. Hermione spread parchment across the table. Ron brought food no one touched. Harry laid out Dumbledore's notes, his own memory, Shuri's latest fragment analysis, the remaining likely Horcrux objects, and the one unspoken fact all three of them now knew even if no one had yet decided to say it aloud in this room. Harry was probably one of them. They worked anyway. That was what made them a unit and not just friends. They could hold unbearable knowledge at the edge of the room and still continue indexing the nearer dangers first. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, Nagini, the scar, possible movement networks, Bellatrix's known vault habits. The old Black family lore Sirius had left scattered through Grimmauld Place like accidental weapons. Continental traces, Wackandan operatives, had begun feeding through Shuri's channel after Tchalla quietly authorized intelligence support beyond the letter of the old agreement. Ron surprised both of them twice. Once by identifying which pure-blood families would most likely have bragged just enough about heirlooms for older house elves and cousin networks to retain useful fragments. And once by saying, while tapping Bellatrix's name on the parchment, she doesn't treat things as treasures. She treats them like proof. That means if she was trusted with one, she'd hide it where being close still felt like winning. Hermione looked up sharply. Harry did too. Ron reddened. What? Harry shook his head. Nothing. Hermione's mouth curved despite the room. No, Ron, that was intelligent. We're simply all adjusting. Ron looked offended. I'm always intelligent. Yes, Harry said. Just rarely in ways Britain knows how to categorize. That earned him the ghost of a grin. They mapped until the candles burned low and the castle quieted into the particular silence of summer approaching. Exhausted, grieving, and too aware that something enormous had ended, or perhaps only changed form. At last, Hermione sat back and rubbed at her eyes. So that's it, she said. No one answered immediately, because it wasn't it. It was only the point after which pretending school remained the center would become dishonest. Ron looked at Harry. You really mean not to come back? Harry met his gaze. No, Hermione let out a long, controlled breath. Then neither do we. Harry looked from one to the other. They did not dramatize it. That was the proof. No speeches about destiny or friendship or standing together until the end. Just two people already deciding the logistical shape of loyalty and assuming he knew they meant it. He said, there will be no structure. Ron shrugged once. There's barely any now. There will be fear, Harry said. Hermione answered. There has been fear for years. There may be no one older deciding when we should retreat. At that, Ron gave him a look almost affectionate through the exhaustion. Mate, that sounds better. Harry laughed, then tired. Soft, real, it hurt and helped at once. When they finally left the room, Hermione and Ron together down one corridor and Harry alone down another toward the dormitory, he already knew he was leaving. He felt the strange calm that sometimes comes not from safety, but from the moment after a decision when the body realizes there is no further point in wasting strength on pretending the old road remains open. He went instead to the window alcove at the end of the tower. The night beyond Hogwarts lay silver blue and vast. The lake caught starlight like metal. Far away, the forest kept its own counsel. Somewhere deeper in the castle, grief still moved room to room in students who had not yet learned that one death often wakes the older ones too. Harry activated the secure line. No hologram first. No long report, only text. He looked at the blank transmission field for a long moment, then wrote, "It's time. Don't come. I'll call when it's over." Hurry, he sent it before he could revise the courage into anything softer. The message crossed night, sea, wards, satellites Wakanda never admitted to possessing, and ancient magical defenses Britain still did not know how to imagine properly. In Bernanzana, T'Challa received it standing alone in the royal strategy chamber. The city below the palace was deep in night, its lights moving in patient gold arteries through the dark. Reports on European magical instability glowed, muted along the side walls. The sealed data on Voldemort's magical fingerprint waited in its containment archive. Near the center of the table lay an updated map of Britain with more red marks on it than any peaceful king deserved to see before sleep. Harry's message opened in silence. T'Challa read it once, then again. "It's time. Don't come. I'll call when it's over." Harry for a very long while he said nothing. He only stood there with one hand resting against the edge of the table and the weight of kingship, brotherhood, and restraint all pulling in different directions through the same spine. He knew what Harry meant. Do not turn this into invasion because I ask for help. Do not bring Wakanda's full weight into Britain's ruin simply because I am afraid. Do not come make this easy to survive if ease would cost the nation too much. It was a prince's message, a son's, a soldier's. And because T'Challa loved him in all three capacities, he hated it. At the chamber door, a soft tone announced presence. "Enter," T'Challa said. Okoye stepped inside first. Then Shuri, carrying a tablet of shifting gold light and the unmistakable look of someone who had already started disobeying the spirit of a request several steps before hearing the words out loud. Neither asked what the message said. They read it on his face. Shuri exhaled sharply through her nose. "No," T'Challa looked at the screen again. "Yes, no," she repeated. "I reject the wording. That is not how messages work. It should be." Okoye came to stand opposite the table and waited. As always, she allowed the king the dignity of first statement before giving him the truth that would sharpen it. T'Challa closed the message. "Hurry requests non-intervention." Shuri's eyes flashed. "Hurry is 15. 16 by the time the hunt stabilizes," T'Challa said automatically. Shuri stared at him in active outrage. "That is not better." Okoye said nothing. That meant she already knew what she thought. T'Challa finally looked up from the table. "For the record," he said, "I intend to honor the request." Shuri folded her arms. "For the record," she said. "I believe that sentence qualifies as tragic comedy." Okoye's expression did not change. "And in practice?" There it was, the real question. T'Challa moved to the main map of Britain and rested his hand against the projection field until it brightened beneath his fingers. Routes, safe corridors, flagged magical sites, suspected Death Eater structures, ministry observation lines, known Horcrux-related locations. He looked at them all. Then at the two people in the room who had, in very different ways, helped raise the boy now preparing to walk into the dark with two British teenagers and more courage than any sensible kingdom should ever have allowed to become necessary. "In practice," the king said, "we prepare the army." Shuri's face changed first, not relief, something older and fiercer. Vindication braided with fear. Okoye inclined her head once, no smile. No dramatic declaration, just acknowledgement of the only answer that had ever truly respected both Hari's request and Wakanda's love. Because preparation was not disobedience, preparation was loyalty refusing to let distance pretend it was virtue. T'Challa expanded the European theater. "No public deployment. No official magical intervention unless Hari calls or catastrophic escalation confirms necessity. Intelligence cells remain compartmentalized. Extraction teams build silent routes. Dora Milaje readiness increases in rotational waves. Border Command receives partial briefing only." Shuri was already moving. I want 2 more black box bead lines built for Hermione and Ron. Also remote resonance dampers in case the scar spikes during fragment destruction. Akoy added, I want 6 field teams on continent rotation and 1 direct response unit with Britain familiarity. Tchalla nodded once to each without looking away from the map. Then, quieter, and if he does not call, the room stilled, because that was the fear beneath all operational language, not whether Hari would survive danger, whether he would survive himself long enough to ask for help if help became necessary. Akoy answered first. Then we decide whether love outranks obedience. No one in the room argued. Outside the strategy chamber, Burnin Zana slept in gold and shadow, unaware that somewhere across sea and continent, a boy raised under its sky had just told his king not to come save him. Inside, Tchalla gave the order anyway. And in Hogwarts, alone in the tower window with the last school summer night spread out like the pause before a storm, Harry stood with the message already gone from his wrist and felt the world narrow toward the road ahead. Horcruxes, Voldemort, the fragment in his scar, no more teachers. No more school years pretending to contain the war neatly between September and June. He touched the scar once, then the beads on his wrist. Both were warm. Not because the danger had passed, because home, 6,000 miles away, had heard him. By the time Harry left Privet Drive for the last time, the war had stopped pretending to wait for British ceremony. It arrived in moving convoys, false decoys, shattered sky, and curses cast at children because adults had already spent too many years proving they would. Mad-Eye Moody died in the dark before the journey had properly settled into its shape. George lost blood and part of an ear and still managed humor badly enough to count as survival. Bill and Fleur's wedding became an evacuation site before the toasts had cooled. The ministry fell. The prophet bent the knee with embarrassing speed. Britain became occupied by its own refusal to name occupation, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione disappeared into it, not romantically, not like legends slipping into the trees. They went underground because there was no honest alternative left. Tents in cold places, borrowed rooms, empty safe houses, one derelict cottage in Wales so damp Ron claimed the wallpaper itself had given up on national morale. Hermione layered protective spells until each temporary refuge felt less like home than a mathematical argument against intrusion. Ron kept inventories in his own rough way, food, socks, won status, who looked like they were about to snap and needed tea before conversation. Harry planned routes, targets, extraction windows, and the order in which pieces of Voldemort's soul would have to die. The difference between this hunt and the one Dumbledore might have imagined alone was simple. Wakanda was in it now, not publicly, not with banners, declarations, or warriors standing on the ministry steps to inform Europe that its arrogance had aged badly. Tchalla did not move that way. He moved like a king who understood that some violations of agreement only become disloyal if done noisily enough to flatter the people being violated. So Wakandan intelligence entered the war like a second weather system, not everywhere, only where it mattered. Encrypted transmissions arrived through Harry's beads in the dead hours before dawn. Movement patterns in Albania. Old magical ruins on the continent showing abnormal dark signatures. Banking routes tied to Lestrange holdings. Black market curse brokers in Prague and Marseille suddenly receiving pure-blood British intermediaries who were far too cautious for ordinary smuggling. A serpent-shaped magical field in Eastern Europe that kept appearing near old forest fortifications, and then vanishing again before European ministries could decide whether to lie about it. Hermione read every line. Ron pretended to understand half the intelligence language and actually understood more of the practical parts than he admitted. Harry sat in whatever shelter they were using that week and turned maps into anatomy, Horcruxes first, everything else second. That was how the hunt began. The locket came from Dolores Umbridge's throat. That felt appropriate. If Slytherin's heirloom had to spend any amount of time hanging from the neck of a human being, Dolores Umbridge was perhaps the most morally coherent choice available. She had always looked like the sort of woman who would wear corruption as ornament and call it discipline. The Ministry infiltration was Hermione's plan in structure, Harry's in timing, and Ron's in the deeply useful matter of knowing how bureaucracies actually felt from the inside once one stripped away official phrasing. British ministries, Ron insisted, were built on three things: corridors, panic, and the assumption that no one competent would ever willingly spend long enough inside them to learn how they worked. He was right. Disguise got them in. Polyjuice got them moving. Hermione carried herself through the lower administrative levels with such offended authority that half the clerks moved out of her way before deciding whether they had any actual reason to. Ron nearly ruined everything once by reacting too honestly to an anti-Muggle policy memo and having to convert his disgust into a convincing cough. Harry found Umbridge by the silence around her office first and the heat signature second. He also found, very quickly, that the Ministry under Voldemort felt wrong in a way Hogwarts never had, not simply hostile. Occupied, the building's magic had been forced to cooperate with ideology. The walls did not believe in justice anymore. That should have been abstract. Instead, it felt architectural. Harry entered Umbridge's office under borrowed face and saw the locket resting against her cardigan like a piece of old poison, pleased to have found a matching body. He should have felt satisfaction at taking it back. Instead, the beads at his wrist went cold. The scar answered, too fast. The locket recognized him, not Harry Potter, not the boy, not the prince. Something else, something inside the scar stirred toward the object like a shard noticing its kin. Harry froze for less than a breath, enough for Umbridge to say sweetly, "Is there a problem?" He looked at her. "No," he said. There was, of course, every problem. They got the locket out by force of improvisation and the sort of expanding catastrophe at which Ron excelled once events passed the point of decorum. Harry stunned Umbridge. Hermione stole files on Muggle-born hearings, while insisting it was tactically responsible to wound the Ministry twice, if one was already trespassing. Ron triggered the wrong lift and accidentally started a panic that covered their escape better than any plan might have. By the time they apparated into the rain-soaked outskirts of Devon, all three of them were shaking from exertion, from near miss. From the simple fact of holding a piece of Voldemort's soul in a canvas bag, while Britain continued functioning one floor above its own moral death without so much as a proper siren. Ron bent double, hands on knees. That, he gasped, was completely under control. Hermione was still breathing too fast to insult him properly. Harry said nothing. He was staring at the bag, because the locket had not merely reacted, it had reached. The forest camp that night felt narrower than the tense dimensions should have allowed. Rain hit the charm-sealed canvas in soft, endless rhythm. Hermione cooked something from tinned supplies and fury. Ron tried 3 different times to ask Harry whether he was all right and aborted each attempt because Harry's face looked too still for ordinary questions. At last Hermione set the pan down and said, "Enough." Both boys looked up. She pointed at the bag. "It's affecting the room." That was true. The locket sat on the table wrapped in 3 layers of cloth and still managed to make the air heavier around it. The scar at Harry's forehead had been pulsing on and off since sunset. Not agony, recognition. The sort of ache one gets from a wound when weather changes and the body remembers more than it ought to. Harry drew the stabilized basilisk fang dagger from its sheath. Shuri had made the handle herself after the chamber. Matte black grip, vibranium-threaded reinforcement, anti-corrosion seal along the base where venom met metal. She had handed it to him without flourish and said, "Try not to stab anything sentimental by accident." He set the dagger beside the locket. Ron swallowed. "That thing hates you." Harry looked at the wrapped object. "No," Hermione's eyes sharpened. "What do you mean, no?" "The locket doesn't hate me," Harry said. "It thinks I belong to it." Silence. The rain went on. Hermione went pale first because she had always been quickest to map emotional danger once it was phrased clearly enough to enter logic. Ron went angry second because anger was how he translated fear into something his hands could actually hold. Harry unwrapped the locket. The metal gleamed dull green in lantern light. The serpentine S looked almost wet, his scar burned, harder now. He inhaled through his nose and hated the small weakness in the breath. His strength had been dropping for months, not disastrously, not theatrically, but measurably if one knew his body as he did. Recovery slower, reflexes less absolute. The heart-shaped herbs retreat, turning every fight into a slightly fairer argument than it had once been. He put one hand flat on the table to steady it. "Harry," Hermione said quietly, "I know." "Then let me—" "No," Ron stood. "Mate, no," Harry repeated, not louder, only firmer, because the locket had recognized the fragment in him. That meant someone would have to look directly into the convergence sooner or later. Better now. Better with Ron and Hermione present, better under canvas and rain and their witness than in battle when the thing might choose its own timing. He opened it. Darkness spilled out like a held breath finally released, not smoke exactly, not illusion exactly, a field, a pressure. The tent went cold. The lantern dimmed. Harry felt the fragment in the scar answer with such violent intimacy he nearly lost his footing. The locket spoke without a voice. Not in English, not in language at all, in conviction. You are already broken open. You are already carrying him. They know, they all know. Wakanda sees the corruption spreading through you and still sends you outward. Britain wants you dead by prophecy. Dumbledore wanted you useful. Sirius died because loving you is expensive. Tchalla prepares armies because you are not safe to leave alone. Okoye grieves in private because strength is already leaving you. Hermione studies you. Ron fears you. And inside you still, I remain closest to the truth. You are more him than them. Hermione cried out Harry's name, but from very far away. Because for one terrible instant, the locket had found not merely his fear, his structure. All the places where grief and duty and foreign darkness touched the same walls. He saw the visions as the locket wanted them seen. Ramonda turning away. Tchalla choosing the nation. Sirius through the veil saying too late. Dumbledore's corpse dropping from the tower and taking trust with it. Shuri's scan outlining corruption in gold-black lines beneath his skin. Harry himself reflected in the locket's face not as boy or prince, but as a vessel growing progressively less distinguishable from the thing he hunted. His hand shook over the dagger. The scar flared. The answer came not from outside, but from memory, not half. Twice, Lily and Enyara beneath the tree. The roof in Wakanda, the hand at his shoulder. Hermione in the train compartment saying, "I know of you." That is not the same thing at all. Ron offering sandwiches before he knew what Harry would cost him. Okoye saying, "Do not confuse grief with blame." Harry drew breath like a man surfacing through mud. Then he took the dagger and drove the basilisk fang straight through the center of the locket. The scream that came out of it tore the rain apart. Black-green fluid hissed across the table. The tent lights surged. Harry staggered backward with blood running from his nose and one hand clamped over the scar as the resonance convulsed through him and then, just as suddenly, broke. The cold vanished. The pressure collapsed. The locket lay in two ruined pieces on the table. Harry was still standing, only barely. Hermione got to him first. Ron a half-second after. They caught him together as his knees threatened to become negotiation rather than structure. "It's done," Ron said, voice wrecked. Hermione's fingers were on Harry's wrist, then his shoulder, then the side of his face, checking for signs she could not yet name and would hate not being able to quantify. Harry looked past them at the dead locket. The scar still ached. But something in the room had stopped insisting he belonged to it. "Good," he said hoarsely. And then he sat down very fast because the body, unlike Will, still needed concessions. Hufflepuff's cup required London, goblins, Bellatrix Lestrange's private horror of ownership, and Hermione doing something she would have hated in any gentler life. Wakandan intelligence found the opening. Not the vault itself. That came from Harry, from Dumbledore's memory, from Bellatrix's panic when she saw the sword in Malfoy Manor, and let her fear reveal the shape of what she had been trusted to guard. But the route. A discreet notice through the bead line from T'Challa's European cell. Lestrange vault activity shifted after Ministry collapse. Increased ritual reinforcement. Goblin subcontractor movement. Hidden transfer windows between private estates and Gringotts. Harry read the message in a shuttered room above an abandoned tobacconist's in London. Hermione looked over his shoulder and said, "That's enough." Ron frowned. "Enough for what?" Hermione answered before Harry could. "For Gringotts." Ron's face fell. "I was hoping you'd say a bakery." The bank was worse than the Ministry because Gringotts did not pretend morality. It had simply monetized certainty and built underground. Bellatrix's disguise was Hermione's burden to carry, which felt to Harry like a quiet cruelty of fate. Hermione had spent years resisting the wizarding world's ugliest blood logic with intellect, competence, and sheer refusal to become legible on its preferred terms. Now she had to walk inside its oldest vault system, wearing the face of one of its most vicious aristocratic monsters. Harry saw the cost of that before she admitted it. She stood in the safe-house mirror while Polyjuice settled and looked at Bellatrix Lestrange's face with the stunned contempt of a person feeling trapped inside every hierarchy she had ever fought. "Hermione," he said. She did not answer. Her own voice came out of Bellatrix's mouth a moment later, and it made Ron visibly flinch. "I know," she said. Harry stepped closer. "You don't have to—" "Yes," Hermione snapped, then shut her eyes. When she opened them again, the anger had become cleaner. "Yes, I do. We are not losing time because I'm frightened of what she represents." Ron said, very quietly, "That's not the same as having to like it." Hermione met his gaze in the mirror. For a beat her face was Bellatrix's, and her eyes were still Hermione's, and the contrast was almost unbearable. "No," she said, "it isn't. Gringotts nearly killed them 4 different ways: suspicion at the counter, the waterfall, the descent. The multiplying treasure curse in Bellatrix's vault was the worst of it because it took greed and made physics out of it, gold duplicating. Cups, plates, relics, chains, armor, and jeweled debris multiplying under touch and heat until the entire chamber became a collapsing mountain of ownership gone rabid. Harry saw the cup first, not because it gleamed, because the scar reacted. The beads flashed directional warning, and there it was half-buried among old things. Hufflepuff's cup, beautiful in the wrong way, carrying old care twisted into private immortality. Hermione. She turned, saw it, and for one impossible second, Harry witnessed 2 instincts collide in her at equal speed. Preserve. Destroy. Hermione loved knowledge the way some people love family, protectively, reverently, with the deep ethical fear of being careless around what history leaves behind. The vault around them was a nightmare of hoarded heritage and stolen power. To destroy anything inside, it offended part of her almost automatically. Then the cup shuddered under the dark field around it, and Hermione chose, not delicately, not with academic regret prettied into abstraction. She took the fang from Harry's hand, climbed over cursed treasure with blood on her lip and Bellatrix's borrowed face still half wearing off in ugly streaks, and drove the basilisk venom straight through the side of the cup. The scream inside the vault sounded almost feminine at first, wounded, furious, old. The cup split. Black fluid hissed over multiplying gold. Hermione did not step back until she was certain the fragment was dying. Only then did the expression on her face change from tactical fury to something quieter and more exhausted. She looked at the ruined cup as if seeing not merely one Horcrux, but the principle underneath it. How many beautiful things had been corrupted simply because wicked people liked owning what should have been shared. Harry reached her while the vault tried to kill them around the edges. "You all right?" Hermione laughed once without humor. "No, fair." Then she shoved him toward the dragon chain anchor and said, "Move." Later, on the dragons back over London with Gringotts' alarms tearing the air behind them and Ron swearing at altitude as if gravity might become embarrassed into cooperation. Hermione sat rigid between them with soot on her face and venom burns at one sleeve and said, to no one in particular, "I will not preserve evil because it used to be beautiful." Harry looked at her, then nodded once. That was the cup's lesson. Not all destruction was desecration. Sometimes it was sanitation. The diadem came to him in the ancestral plane, not because Hogwarts had run out of secrets, because the hunt had stripped him down far enough that old answers began choosing older roads back in. They were hidden in the Highlands by then, using an abandoned observatory whose upper dome still turned if one bulleted it correctly, and whose lower wards accepted the bead line after Shuri rewired them from 6,000 miles away through sheer offensiveness of genius. Rain and maps and hunger had become the atmosphere of the weeks. Harry's body was weakening slowly enough for denial to remain tempting on good days and impossible on bad ones. His hands shook more often now after sustained casting. Cold bit deeper. Recovery took longer. He slept badly. When the plane came, it did not tear him awake this time. It took him gently, which frightened him more. Grass silvered under violet dusk, the tree, Lily there, Enyara beside her. And behind them, faint as reflected moonlight in water, another woman's outline, sharp-cheeked, searching, crowned not in metal but in absence. Not ancestor, not Wakandan, something else. The room beyond her was not room at all but stacked things, lost things, hidden things, a place made of forgotten need. Harry understood before words arrived, Ravenclaw, lost crown, a room that appears when asked the correct way. Lily lifted one hand, and Yara did the same. The meaning came not in full phrases, only in direction. What is hidden is found by those who already carry two names. Ask the castle for what men hide when they cannot admit they are hoarding themselves. Harry woke with his scar hot and the answer already finished in his mouth. The room of hidden things. Hermione was awake in seconds because Hermione in wartime slept like a scholar negotiating with alarm bells. "What, Hogwarts?" Harry said, already on his feet. "The diadem is at Hogwarts." Ron from the other cot made a sound of suffering. Can one of these revelations happen after breakfast at least once? No, Hermione and Harry said together. They went by Aberforth's route because Dumbledore's family had spent so many years turning pain into architecture that the least one could do was respect the craftsmanship. The room of requirement opened for them with the old deep breath of Hogwarts magic, accepting that the war had finally made explicit what the castle had been preparing children to survive all along. The room beyond was endless, mountains of hidden objects, stacks of furniture, broken instruments, lost books, mislabeled contraband, generations of student panic converted into geography. Harry saw the place from the vision first, then in the flesh, and understood why the plane had chosen symbol over sentence. No direct clue would have been enough. The room had to be recognized in the body. The Grey Lady gave them the final line. Shame and Helena Ravenclaw's tired grief did the rest. And then Draco's old world arrived behind them in the shape of Crabbe, Goyle, and stupid loyalty, armed with fire. Fiend fire should never have been taught to children. Harry suspected Britain's answer to that would somehow still be paperwork, rather than shame. The cursed fire became beasts within seconds, serpents, jaws, talons, devouring everything the room had hoarded across centuries. The diadem screamed somewhere inside the inferno as the black magic in it recognized a death old enough to answer its own. Harry saw it only once, crown on a bust, silver blue in the hell-light. Then flame took it, not carefully, completely. The room convulsed. Harry got them out by memory, instinct, and the kind of body habit Hogwarts had built into him so thoroughly, he no longer knew how much belonged to school and how much to Wakandan training. When they burst back into the corridor choking smoke and soot and almost laughing from sheer proximity to death, Hermione grabbed Harry's wrist hard enough to hurt. The diadem? Gone, he coughed. Ron leaned against the wall and wiped black ash off his face. That room, he said hoarsely, was exactly what would happen if a castle became emotionally dishonest. Harry laughed then. So did Hermione. The sound bordered on hysterical and still counted as alive. They had 4 Horcruxes dead by then: diary, locket, cup, diadem. Riddle was running out of places to hide. That should have made the room lighter. It did not. Because they all knew what remained, Nagini and Harry. Shuri's confirmation came the same night, not because she was cruel. Because she refused to let sentiment decide timing when truth had already done so. The bead line activated after midnight, while the 3 of them sat in the Hogshead upstairs room with cold tea, aching muscles, and the kind of silence only possible between people who have nearly burned alive together and lived. Shuri appeared in projection first. Tchalla second. Akoi in the background third, not speaking, which meant the matter had already crossed into the category of things everyone present intended to respect by not lying about. Shuri did not waste preamble. The diadem's termination collapsed the external pattern count to 1. Ron frowned. 1 external. Hermione shut her eyes briefly. Harry looked at the projection and said nothing. Shuri met his gaze. Good. She would not make him say at first like a child asked to name his own surgery. Nagini remains the only external Horcrux, she said. After her, the final fragment in active existence is the one in the scar. Silence, not surprise. Silence, because the knowledge had been circling them for months now, visible by outline if not by final declaration. The diary had screamed like kin to the scar. Voldemort had reacted to the vibranium resonance in the graveyard with recognition. The scar's fragment had grown louder as the others died. Shuri's early scans had already pointed toward occupancy. Now there was no room left for gentler language. Ron looked at Harry first, Hermione second. Then back to the projection. "All right," he said quietly. "So after the snake, it's him." Hermione's face had gone very still, the way it always did when emotion became so large she had to hold the structure first, or the rest would come out unusably. She reached for Harry's hand under the table without making a show of it. Harry let her. Tchalla spoke at last. "Nagini is moving." The map lit above the table: Albania, old ruins, forest line, concentric patrol signatures. Voldemort's field cluster shifting west and east unpredictably, but returning again and again to one abandoned mountain complex that had no right to still exist on ordinary maps. "Why there?" Hermione asked. Shuri answered. "Because it's old enough to offend modern records and warded enough that European ministries marked it as cursed territory rather than admit they'd lost control of it." "Also," Ron muttered, "because evil people love ruins." That too was fair. T'Challa's gaze remained on Harry. "Nagini is not traveling loosely anymore. Voldemort has pulled the serpent inward, inner circle perimeter, rotating Death Eaters, nested protections. He may suspect the pattern by now, even if he does not yet know what is being targeted." Harry studied the map. "We can't do that alone." At the edge of the projection, Akoi stepped fully into view. "The king sends his regards," she said, then, with the faintest shift at the corner of her mouth, "also his warriors." Ron sat back hard enough to strike the chair. Hermione closed her eyes once in visible relief, and then looked annoyed at the relief, which was extremely her. Harry stared at Akoi. "You're coming." "Yes." "That violates the agreement." Akoi's gaze did not move. "Your king has grown flexible under stress." In the projection, T'Challa looked almost insultingly serene. "We are not invading Britain," he said. "We are assisting a targeted external extraction against a serpent-shaped magical asset in Albanian mountains. Europe need not flatter itself." Harry almost laughed. Almost. Then the truth of the moment settled. They were going after Nagini, with backup, with Wakanda no longer pretending this could still be managed from a dignified distance. And after that, there would be no easier truth left standing between him and the end. The Albanian mountains were all teeth, cold air, black trees, ruins clinging to rock as though history had once begun building something there and then sensibly changed its mind. Voldemort's camp sat within the broken shell of an old fortress that might once have belonged to monks, warlords, or both. By the time Harry, Ron, and Hermione reached the outer ridge under concealment, They could feel the defensive field before seeing it. Not one ward layers. Serpent patterning, blood lock, fear resonance. Detection sweeps keyed to hostile approach and probably, Harry suspected, to his scar specifically if he crossed too close without shielding. Hermione crouched beside a boulder, breath fogging. That is not penetrable. Ron peered over the stone and immediately ducked again. You say that like it's bad. It is bad. Harry's bracelets ran quiet diagnostics against the outer field and gave him numbers he did not enjoy. We can't take the front, he said. A voice behind them answered. Then it is fortunate no one sent children alone. The three of them turned as one. Akoy emerged from the dark like it had remembered her shape. 10, Dora Millage with her, armor muted for mountain conditions, spear tips wrapped in dampening field cloth that made them look almost unarmed right, until one noticed the discipline. No wasted movement, no wasted breath. Wakandan operatives farther downslope flashed silent signals from concealment positions already established hours earlier. Ron stared openly. Blimey. Akoy looked from him to Hermione to Harry and gave each of them one measured nod, not because the moment was casual, but because panic had no further use once support arrived. Hurry. Akoy. She glanced once toward the fortress. The king sends his regards. Ron visibly brightened as if the line had been built specifically for him. Akoy added, also his warriors. That was when Hermione smiled despite the ruin ahead. A small, tired smile, but real. Harry stood. The old instinct to move toward her and let relief happen physically rose in him, and he put it aside because the mission had started the instant she appeared, and they both knew it. What's the structure? He asked. Akoy nodded once in approval of the correct first question and opened the tactical projection at her wrist. Outer ring. Watchers and suppressors. Second ring. Patrol sweep with snake familiarity. Inner ward. Voldemort-linked lock pattern keyed around Nagini's enclosure. Third interior chamber. Mobile holding likely capable of collapse or transfer if attacked clumsily. Hermione breaks the second field, Akoy said. Ron kills the transfer channel if it triggers. Harry goes for the serpent. Ron blinked. That sounded alarmingly pre-decided, because it was. Fair. Harry looked at the projection. And you, Akoy's expression flattened into something almost kind by her standards. We make sure you reach the target. The assault began without trumpet or spectacle. Wakanda did not wage war like Britain narrated it. There was no shouting charge. No visible heroics for their own sake. The first Death Eaters on the outer ridge died, or rather, fell stunned and broken without ever properly understanding where the attack had entered from. Spear to wand wrist. Silence charm. Body moved out of signal line before impact hit stone. The second ring responded too late. The Dora Millage were already inside the perimeter by the time the fortress itself began to flare red in hostile recognition. Harry moved with them, not leading, not shielded either. Integrated. That mattered. Akoy had never trained him to confuse protection with exclusion. She simply ensured the corridor he had to run stayed alive around him. Hermione cracked the secondary ward with a layered spell matrix. So complex, Ron later admitted he had felt guilty breathing near it in case he disturbed the equations. Ron took the transfer runes circle apart with pure instinct and 3 well-placed curse reversals after recognizing, correctly, that old dark artifacts were built by people who fundamentally distrusted symmetrical plumbing. Then the serpent chamber opened. Nagini coiled within a cage of black-silver bars, inscribed in Riddle's old magic. Her body was enormous now, not quite basilisk scale, but carrying enough wrongness to make Harry's scar lurch at first sight. The fragment inside him recognized the last external kin at once. Pain shot through his forehead. Nagini lifted her head and looked directly at him, not animal, not fully, something behind the eyes too aware. The chamber's defensive field snapped alive. Harry crossed it anyway. He no longer moved like the herb had once allowed him to. That was true and unforgiving. His body was still trained, still fast, still beyond many boys his age. But he felt the loss now under pressure, the human limit returning not as weakness but as cost. every dodge had to be earned. Every strike could no longer rely on the old royal reserve just beneath the skin. That made the fight fairer. It also made it mean more. Nagini hit the bars hard enough to warp them. Hermione broke the first binding line. Ron the second. The cage split. The snake came through like released intention. Harry had the sword of Gryffindor in both hands, not because prophecy liked theater, because some tools, once proven against a particular species of evil, deserve repetition. Nagini struck once, twice, 3 times. Too fast. The scar fragment and the serpent's horcrux field pulling at each other through him with nauseating violence. Harry ducked the first lunge, took the second along the shoulder in grazing impact, used the third to pivot under the jaw and slash scale open just enough to mark target. Not enough. Nagini screamed and snapped back. Outside the chamber, the fortress was fully awake now. Death Eater curses, Wackandan spear pulses, stone breaking under incompatible magics. Akoi fought at the threshold with 3 warriors and the serene brutality of a woman for whom chaos had become a language she preferred speaking fluently. "Hurry!" she barked. He knew what she meant. Finish it. Nagini lunged again. This time Harry did not meet her head-on. He dropped sideways, let the Scarpane crest instead of resisting it, followed the serpent's movement through the beads rather than through ordinary sight for one terrible disorienting second, and drove the sword upward through the open place beneath the jaw into the brain. The chamber convulsed. Nagini thrashed so violently the walls cracked. Harry held on because letting go would have meant being crushed under the body of the last external Horcrux, and that seemed, on balance, narratively insulting. Then the serpent died. The scream that tore through the room was not only hers. Inside Harry's scar, the final external link snapped. He fell backward with the sword still in his grip, and for one impossible second, lay there staring up at the broken fortress ceiling while black blood steamed around him, and the beads at his wrist ran through 4 warning colors so fast the visual line almost merged into white. Hermione reached him first, Ron second, Akoi third after dispatching the last hostile body in the doorway with a spear-butt strike that sounded like punctuation. "Hurry," he turned his head, alive. "Good, Nagini?" Ron asked breathlessly. Harry looked at the serpent corpse. "Dead?" Ron sat down where he stood. "Brilliant!" Hermione was already checking the bead line. Her hands were shaking, not from incompetence. From the fact that they all knew exactly what the death of Nagini meant now. No one said it first. They did not have to. The fortress quieted slowly outside them. Wackandan teams securing exit lanes. Remaining Death Eaters dead, stunned, or fled. Albania's mountain wind entering through broken stone and refusing to care what history had just ended inside. Akoi crouched in front of Harry. "The field." He touched the scar. Warm, too warm. But solitary now in a way it had never been before. Not calmer, more exposed. "It's only me," he said. Hermione shut her eyes. Ron swore softly. Akoi's face did not change at all, which meant to Harry that the truth had landed exactly where she had expected it to. She stood and spoke into the command line at her throat in clipped corsa. "Extraction, clean route, no delay." Then she looked back down at him. "You can mourn later," she said. "For now you walk." Harry barked one exhausted laugh. "Yes," he said. "That sounds like you." She offered him her hand. He took it and stood. They returned to Scotland before dawn under layered concealment, using a route so offensively efficient Harry suspected Shuri had designed the transition path, personally just to irritate British magical geography. The safe chamber at the edge of Hogsmeade held only 5 people when the truth was finally allowed into full language. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Akoi, and Tchalla in projection above the table, lit by the low gold of a Wackandan strategy room that had clearly not slept. Shuri's scan ran through the bead line and appeared in black gold arcs over the tabletop. No diary, no locket, no cup, no diadem, no Nagini. One active fragment remained. The foreign line in the scar glowed alone now, like an accusation the body had already known and the war had finally finished proving. Tchalla looked at Harry first, not the scan. Harry, that mattered. Then, only after witness, he said, "It is done." Harry nodded once. "Yes." Shuri's voice came through the channel, quieter than usual. That was always more dangerous than shouting with her. All external Horcrux signatures terminated, no secondary echoes detected, no false shards, no distributed remnants in the captured field. Ron rubbed both hands over his face. "So that's it." "No," Hermione said before anyone else could. The room went still. Hermione drew breath and forced herself to speak evenly. Harry loved her a little more for the effort than for the content, though the content mattered too. "That's the point," she said. "It isn't it. It's simply the point after which the remaining answer is no longer avoidable." Harry looked at the scan, at the line in his scar, at the black gold proof. He had known. Shuri had known. Tchalla had known. Dumbledore had known by implication, if not full model. Knowing is not the same as hearing the room stop, leaving any exits open. Ron lowered his hands and looked straight at Harry. "All right," he said. Harry blinked once. "All right," Ron's mouth tightened. "Yes, all right, not because it's good, because it's true. So we stop pretending it's going to turn into something else if we delay it long enough." Hermione turned sharply toward him, eyes bright with the anger of someone who hates truth when it arrives efficiently. Ron held her gaze. "I'm not saying we give up." "I know that." "Good." Harry looked from one to the other, then at Akoi, then at Tchalla. No one told him what to do. That was the worst and best thing any of them could have done, because command would have been easier for a minute. Love, apparently, was choosing not to make the final decision smaller by stealing it first. Outside the safe house, Britain remained Britain, occupied, frightened, waiting for a battle its institutions still did not know how to deserve surviving. Inside, the chapter closed around a table full of exhausted loyalty and one undeniable scan. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, then the beads on his wrist. Both were warm. The world had one Horcrux left now. It was breathing. The Battle of Hogwarts began before Wakanda arrived. That mattered. Not only for history. For dignity. The castle had stood before the first Royal Talon fighter ever cut Scottish sky. The teachers, students, ghosts, house elves, and half-broken order members who gathered under its ancient roof did not wait to be saved by a greater civilization descending from cloud and secrecy to do their fighting for them. They made the choice first. They barred doors, raised wards, armed frightened children, moved the younger students out through passageways Hogwarts had been hiding in its bones longer than Britain had been calling itself united. They chose the battle. Wakanda only refused to let them choose it alone. Harry stood in the great hall while stone shifted under Professor McGonagall's command and protective lines woke under Flitwick's hands like old promises being dragged into current use. Around him, the room swelled with the last honest sound a school can make before war enters it fully. Decision. Not courage in the abstract. Decision. Neville Longbottom standing straighter than any prophecy had ever bothered to predict for him. Ginny's jaw set hard enough to crack an argument. Luna looking dreamlike and therefore, to anyone who knew her well, almost certainly more dangerous than the room had yet accounted for. Ron and Hermione at Harry's shoulders, not because they expected instruction now, but because by this point in their lives being at one another's side had become the body's answer before the mind finished asking the question. Kingsley stood near the doors. Slughorn, pale and still more valiant for it. Aberforth grimmer than the stones. The Order. The Da. The remnants of a nation finally forced to admit it had been at war long before it permitted the word into official use. Voldemort's voice rolled across the grounds through magic and contempt. He offered surrender with the confidence of a man who had spent his whole life mistaking fear for inevitability. Harry listened without reacting visibly. That, too, had become a habit, not because he felt nothing, because feeling in public had grown too expensive under systems always eager to weaponize it. Only Hermione, from 2 feet away, saw the exact moment his hand strayed unconsciously to the snitch in his pocket. She looked at him sharply. Not yet, Harry told her with his eyes. She understood. That was the cruelty of friendship at this stage. Understanding too much before anyone had the mercy to phrase it aloud, the battle opened in light, red curses breaking against shields, stone lions leaping from stairs, armored desks and statues answering McGonagall's call with centuries-old delight at finally being permitted violence on the correct side. The giants in the distance, the spiders in the forest, the castle itself bracing like an old warrior who had let generations of children think it was only architecture, and was now tired of the misunderstanding. Harry moved through it as he had been trained to move through catastrophes since childhood. Not toward the loudest thing, but the most load-bearing one, reinforce Eastern Corridor, get younger students below the second line, redirect panic into assignment before it becomes contagion, keep the living moving. That was the part of war no one romantic enough to deserve surviving it ever understood. How much of battle was logistics performed under emotional collapse? He found Seamus and Dean holding a stare point with the sort of frantic competence people reach only after years of being underestimated by everyone except each other. He found Cho blasting a hole through an advancing knot of masked Death Eaters with such clean precision that Harry had to revise 3 old teenage assumptions in under 2 seconds. He found Padma directing a triage route in the side cloister like she had been born to command rooms no one else realized were bleeding. And through all of it, in the back of his mind, there ran the quiet, terrible count that no one else in the castle could hear, but which had already become the metronome of his night. Nagini dead, Horcruxes gone, 1 fragment left, him. The defenders held the first 2 hours by fury, memory, and the singular old magic of a home refusing entry. Then Voldemort adapted, of course he did. The second wave hit in coordinated pressure. The sort that marks the difference between a mob of fanatics and an army controlled by one mind too intelligent to waste fear. The outer wards bent. The west viaduct smoked. 2 tower points went dark. The defenders inside Hogwarts began paying in blood for every minute purchased by principal. Harry felt the line start to give. He also felt, through the hidden emergency channel in the darkest bead at his wrist, the first coded pulse from the sky, not words, vector, recognition. Home. He stopped on the stone gallery above the entrance hall and looked through the shattered arch toward the Scottish dark. At first, he saw only storm cloud and curse light. Then the clouds folded. No trumpet, no announcement. The Highland night simply developed edges it had not possessed a heartbeat earlier. Shapes moved in silence far above the castle, sleek, impossible, drinking moonlight rather than reflecting it. Royal Talon fighters, cloaked until the exact moment stealth no longer served and revelation had better battlefield value. They slid over the grounds like a hidden horizon, finally choosing visibility. Below them, at the tree line of the Forbidden Forest, the darkness broke apart again. Dora Milaje emerged between the trunks in disciplined waves, armor muted for war conditions. Spears alive with restrained vibranium charge that ran gold-blue at the edges and disappeared when directly looked at for too long. No British formation had prepared for warriors who moved like this. Not loudly, not ceremonially, but with the terrifying coherence of a civilization that had never once had to prove its right to exist by asking for anyone's permission to fight. On the central ridge, with cloaks snapping hard in the wind of descending aircraft, Tchalla arrived, not in a throne room, not in diplomatic projection. Not as the distant king who had once honored Harry's request while preparing disobedience in private. He came in armor, black and silver, panther mantle stripped for war. One hand on the rail of the landing craft, the other already lifting in silent signal to the units splitting below him. Voldemort's forces, who had believed themselves engaged in the final reduction of a school and its sentimental defenders, suddenly found a second front taking shape from a direction none of them had considered strategically possible. And there, in the first long stunned second of it, the psychological war tilted. Every masked, pure-blood supremacist on the field had grown up inside myths of hierarchy that assumed Europe the center. Whiteness a magical fact. Old family lines an argument for superiority rather than merely old blood learning how not to die. Now those men and women were staring at the truth they had spent generations refusing even to imagine. A magical civilization older than their ministry, richer than their aristocracy, technologically beyond them, spiritually unconquered, and very much not interested in feeling lesser for their comfort. The first Death Eater line broke under Dora pressure before the British defenders even fully understood what they were seeing. Ron, on the opposite parapet, set it for half the castle in one breathless burst. Blimey. Hermione, hair loose, face smeared with ash, looked out over the fighters cutting the cloud line and the Dora deployment through the grounds and answered with shaking ferocity. No. About time. Harry stood very still for one impossible second and let the fact of it touch him. He had told Tchalla not to come. Tchalla had obeyed in every way that mattered until the final hour and then, like a king, had chosen love and strategy over the emotional vanity of perfect obedience. Below, Akoi led the forward ground line with the same old terrible economy Harry had known since he was small. No wasted motion. No wasted death. One spear thrust to break a wand wrist, pivot, shield flank, another strike. Dora teams splitting hostile knots with such surgical precision that the Hogwarts defenders nearest them instinctively began aligning their own retreat and push rhythms to whackhand and cadence. It did not make the battle gentle. That was the first thing Harry noticed after the astonishment passed. Wakanda did not arrive and make war clean. It made war legible. That was all. The dead still came. Fred Weasley died laughing, or nearly laughing, in the corridor that had always loved too much chaos to deserve the silence afterward. Harry reached the shattered passage only minutes too late, breath burning, ears full of the ringing after an upper-floor curse collapse. Percy was on his knees in dust and broken masonry, holding what was left of his brother's shoulder as though the grip itself might reverse the fact of the body. Ron stopped beside Harry and made a sound Harry would remember until his own death. Not a word, not a scream exactly, the body's first refusal. Fred's face had gone still in a way Harry had never seen, and had never once associated with either twin as a possibility. The whole war seemed briefly stupid around it. Too large, too dramatic, too full of dark lords and magical legacies and kings descending from the sky, while here, in a corridor that had once only been a place between classes, the price had become one boy who had taught a school how to laugh under tyranny. George arrived seconds later. The corridor broke again, not structurally. Humanly, Wakanda medics moving through the hall did not interrupt the family grief. They simply rerouted the wounded around it, with the brutal respect of people who understood there are some battlefield spaces the living do not cross, until the first wave of love has had its say. Harry put one hand once on Ron's shoulder, nothing more. There are times when comfort is insult if offered in speeches. Ron's face was white with shock and red with grief all at once. Harry said only, "We keep him visible." Ron looked at him, understanding instantly what he meant. Not hidden, not turned quickly into patriotic abstraction. Not reduced to an inspiring body count in the retelling of braver men. Ron nodded once. Good. Then Harry turned and went back to the fighting, because the war, indecent thing that it was, had not paused to become worthy of the dead. Later still, in the half-hour before dawn properly broke, he found Remus and Tonks only after the corridor had already gone quiet around them. Tonks lay on her side, as if sleep had simply arrived too hard and too finally. Remus faced her across broken stone and spilled wandlight, not touching now, though the angle of his last movement made it clear that had there been one more second left in the room, he had intended to reach. Harry stood at the threshold and felt a different kind of grief move through him than Fred's death had opened. Not the violent wrongness of youth interrupted in motion. This was older. Crueler in another way. The final theft of people who had already paid too much to remain in the story and had nevertheless chosen to stand one battle longer because the child sleeping elsewhere in the castle. Teddy, still too small to inherit any of this properly, deserved a world where someone had tried. Remus Lupin had taught Harry how to make a Patronus from a true memory instead of a simple one. He had spoken James to him without sanding off the arrogance. He had challenged him because respect sometimes looks like refusing a boy the luxury of becoming a legend before he has survived being a person. Tonks had laughed like color itself had discovered defiance. And now they were here, together at least. There was that mercy. Harry stepped inside the room, closed their eyes, called for witnesses. 2 Dora entered. 1 Order member with healer's hands. No one spoke loudly. No one filled the chamber with dramatic declarations about sacrifice. They did the better thing. They lifted the bodies carefully, made space. Honored the dead by refusing to turn them quickly into a slogan. That was the story's promise to war, not that it would spare the good, but that it would not make their endings meaningless by tidying them for comfort. By the time the eastern horizon began paling behind smoke and ruin, Hogwarts had become exactly what the outline of the year had always been leading toward, not the Battle of Hogwarts, the Battle of 2 Kingdoms. Britain's defenders on one line. Wakanda's second front cutting into Voldemort's assumptions with every spear strike and every silent talon pass overhead. The Order's old guard moving beside Dora Milaje with the strange, fierce mutual respect that only battle produces fast enough to matter. House elves swarming the lower halls with kitchen knives and inherited grudges. Centaurs in the forest line. Giants colliding like myths that had grown bored of being metaphor. And through it all Voldemort's voice kept returning, colder now, less controlled, because every minute the battle lasted after Wakanda's arrival was a minute the narrative he preferred stopped obeying him. Harry heard the shift. He also heard, under all of it, the quieter call waiting for him beyond battle, the forest. He did not speak of it immediately, not because he feared the truth. Because once spoken, it would become real in the bodies of Ron and Hermione, and he wanted, selfishly perhaps, one last hour in which their hands on wands and their shouted names in corridors still belonged to the shape of fighting with him instead of the shape of preparing to lose him. But war does not respect selfish hours. Neville found the body line. Ginny found Harry. Hermione found them both. Ron came in blood-spattered from the lower stairs with the exact look of someone who had already guessed more than he wanted to, and was now only waiting for the universe to stop being coy about it. They gathered in a half-broken classroom off the eastern tower, one window gone to the dawn, dust and ash lifting in light that had no right to be this beautiful over so much ruin. Harry shut the door, turned, and told them, not theatrically, not slowly. The fragment in the scar is the last Horcrux. Ron shut his eyes. Hermione's face drained of everything but structure. Neville stood perfectly still, as though movement itself might become permission for the sentence to finish becoming the world. Harry continued because stopping would have been cruelty disguised as gentleness. Nagini's dead. Everything else is gone. If Voldemort is going to die completely, the part in me has to go first. Hermione made one sound, small, involuntary, furious in its helplessness, and then clamped her mouth shut because she had always hated giving the room weakness before she decided what it could be used for. Ron said, "No, not denial, refusal." Harry looked at him. "Yes, no." Neville turned toward Harry then, and the boy who had once asked what a cross-catalogue was in herbology spoke with the steadiness of a man shaped by too much battlefield honesty to confuse wish with counterargument. "Is there another way?" Harry wanted to lie. Wanted it with the whole exhausted body of him. Instead he answered like Wakanda had taught him. No. The silence after that was the most intimate battlefield he had ever stood in. Hermione crossed the room first, not quickly. Not because she lacked urgency. Because she was holding each step together with the exacting violence of a person who knows that if she lets even one piece of herself move too naturally, all the rest may follow into collapse. She stopped in front of him. Her eyes were full and furious both. "You should have told us sooner." "I know. You should have told us when Shuri confirmed it. I know." "You do not get," she said, voice breaking around the edges and still somehow remaining Hermione's voice, "to carry the whole architecture of this war in your own body and then act as though telling us is a courtesy you provide when it becomes convenient." Harry swallowed. "That wasn't what I was doing." "No," she said. "It was worse. You were protecting us from information as though that's ever once been our preferred relationship model." Ron barked one rough laugh through the grief. "That's true." Hermione did not look away from Harry. Then, suddenly, she put her hands on either side of his face. Not because she was calming him, because she needed contact to keep from shaking him apart by argument alone. "You do not go into that forest thinking love is permission to leave us cleanly," she said, Harry's throat tightened hard enough to hurt. "I know. Do you?" He almost laughed at the family resemblance in the question. Tchalla, Lupin, Hermione, all of them demanding not the right words but the right body answer underneath them. "Yes," he whispered. That was enough for her, or all there was time for. She rested her forehead against his once, then stepped back before the room could fracture further. Ron came next. There are some people whose love arrives through language, and some whose love arrives through practical presence so thoroughly that when words finally come they feel as if the body itself had to pry them loose one by one. Ron shoved both hands through his hair and said hoarsely, "I hate that you're right." Harry almost smiled. "I know. I hate," Ron continued, "that every time this story gets bigger it somehow still comes back to you having to do the stupidest bit personally. That sounds like me. That sounds like all of this being deeply unfair." Ron's face twisted. "And I know life isn't fair, so don't say it. I'm still allowed to hate it." Harry stepped forward and hugged him before Ron could build a second layer of awkwardness over the first. Ron clutched him back hard enough to count as anger and loyalty both. Good. That was the most Ron answer possible. Neville was last. He did not hug Harry. He did something stranger and perhaps, in the end, more fitting. He drew himself up, met Harry's eyes, and said, "Then I'll hold the castle." Not as promise, as assignment already accepted, Harry nodded once. War recognized war. Only Ginny said nothing at all. She had been standing by the shattered window the entire time, listening with the lethal stillness of someone who had once had a piece of Voldemort inside her, and therefore understood the shape of being used as container better than any of them ever wanted to count on. When Harry looked at her, she only crossed the room, took his hand once, squeezed it hard enough to hurt, and let go. Some griefs speak clearly enough through bone. The choice made, Harry left them with the sort of calm that comes not from peace, but from the end of argument. He did not go directly into the forest. First he found the snitch. It opened beneath his fingers when he whispered, "I am ready to open the road." Not "I am about to die." That was what Dumbledore had expected from the old British logic of the thing. But Harry Potter stood at the crossing point between systems. His inheritance had been doubled too thoroughly to let one phrasing on the threshold. The snitch split. The resurrection stone fell warm and old into his palm. The beads at his wrist dimmed at once, not failing, but reconfiguring. Shuri had built hidden functions into them the way other people hid prayers in clothing hems. Harry had spent years discovering he was carrying more of her contingency than she had ever honestly warned him about. This time the beads did not speak. They listened. He walked out through the ruined cloister and down toward the forest as dawn widened. Along the way he passed bodies covered by cloaks, walls open to weather, stunned death, eaters trussed by vines or metal or spellwork. House elves dragging supplies with the offended energy of people who have decided history has become too messy to leave to wizards alone. He passed Tchalla near the broken courtyard. The king was bloodied at one shoulder and moving like pain had been told to wait until governance allowed it. He saw Harry at once, saw the stone, and understood. For one moment the whole battle receded, and there was only the two of them in a courtyard full of smoke and ancient masonry. Tchalla could have stopped him. That was the terrible beauty of it. With one order, one hand on Harry's wrist, one king's command overriding one brother's love, he could have tried. He did not. He came forward instead and rested his hand once, heavy and certain, against the back of Harry's neck. A king does not forbid necessary sacrifice because it hurts him. Tchalla said quietly. Harry closed his fingers around the stone. That sounds like something T'Chaka would say. A shadow moved in T'Challa's eyes, grief, pride, the old ache of being spoken through by fathers one still missed. Yes, he said, he would. Harry looked past him at the fighters moving through the grounds. At Dora Milaje locking shield lines with Hogwarts defenders, at British and Wakandan dead lying under the same dawn. I told you not to come. I know. I'm still angry. You may remain so. Harry laughed once through the ache in his chest. Then T'Challa leaned forward and rested his forehead to Harry's, not king to subject, not general to soldier, brother to brother, with the whole weight of 2 countries and 1 life between them. When you walk into that forest, T'Challa said, do not mistake loneliness for nobility. The dead walk with kings. Harry nodded once. Then he turned and went. The forest received him in old silence. Spiders had fled. Centaur paths had gone still. Even the wind seemed unwilling to intrude too loudly on a boy carrying the final arithmetic of a war into trees. Halfway to the clearing, he turned the stone, not to summon parents only, not to make death sentimental, to open. The world changed, not like apparition, not like vision, not like dreams. The ancestral plane did not merely overlay the forest, it answered it. For one impossible holy minute, the living world and the dead world agreed to occupy the same geography. The Scottish trees remained, but between them ran silver grass under violet dusk. The air smelled of moss and British earth and Wakandan rain at once. The forest floor glimmered with the dark, buried shine of vibranium veins not physically there, and yet absolutely present in whatever layer of truth the stone had allowed open. They stood waiting. Lily first, James beside her. Neither blurred, neither theatrical, both carrying the unbearable ordinary beauty of being exactly themselves and not a cleaned-up version grief had made safer. James's hand came to Harry's shoulder at once. Warm, impossibly. Not because death had ceased being death, but because this crossing belonged to more than one tradition now, and Harry sat at the hinge of both. Lily reached up and touched his face with fingertips so gentle the years between them seemed suddenly like a thing the world should apologize for personally. Behind them stood T'Chaka in royal black and silver, whole and grave and carrying kingship even in death. Beside him Zuri, staff grounded, expression full of the old terrible tenderness reserved for children asked to become symbols before the body has finished growing. Farther back, under the wide half-light of the plain, gathered the line of Wakandan kings as far as the eye could properly hold them. Bashinger at their origin, panther-sure and vast, rulers in skins, armor, beads, woven gold, and iron-black war cloth, queens among them too, because history had never belonged only to men, whether chroniclers liked that fact or not. Harry looked at them all and understood suddenly why the stone had opened this way, not to comfort him, to witness. Lily smiled through tears she did not need, and he did not deserve to see if Mercy had been arranging the room. James's grip on his shoulder tightened once, not to hold him back, only to a firm weight. T'Chaka stepped forward, and the entire plain seemed to straighten around him. When he spoke, it was in Corsair and in English simultaneously, the 2 languages not translated but twinned. A king does not fear death, he said. He only ensures it means something. The words entered Harry like iron settling into bone. Zuri lifted his staff once, and the grass itself seemed to bow. Bashinger, far behind, lowered his head. Every king in the line held still, not because Harry was greater than them, because he was now among the category of people the dead rise to meet. Lily's thumb brushed once beneath his eye. You were loved before you understood the word, she said softly. James smiled, tired and fierce and proud in the same reckless shape Lupin had once spoken back into reality for him. And after? For one heartbeat Harry thought of Sirius. Not there in the line he was being shown, not because Sirius mattered less, but because what opened here was not merely personal afterlife. It was inheritance, systems, thrones, blood and chosen kin and the roads between them. Still, at the very edge of the silver grass where forest shadow thickened, Harry thought he saw one black dog-shaped pause and sit and watch. That was enough. He laughed once, through tears that had finally chosen movement. "Of course," he whispered. Then the vision began to thin. The forest returned. The stone dimmed in his hand. The clearing ahead waited with Voldemort in it, and all the cruelty of war still intact. Harry stepped forward alone, not unsupported, not half, never half, twice. The Death Eaters in the clearing saw him, and the noise changed shape immediately. Surprise first, then hunger. Then the ugly shifting pleasure of men who think surrender confirms their story rather than merely someone else's courage. Voldemort stood before them pale and snake-thin, red eyes fixed on Harry with the terrible stillness of a man who has spent a lifetime trying to master death and has accidentally built his whole empire on one boy's willingness to walk toward it. "Harry Potter," he said softly. Harry said nothing. He dropped the stone. Let it vanish into leaves and root and history. Then he met Voldemort's gaze fully for perhaps the first time in his life, not as enemy, child, weapon, prophecy target, or problem to be solved. Only as the final living vessel standing between the man and his complete mortality. Voldemort lifted the wand. Harry did not move, because movement now would have been fear, and fear had already been given too much of this story. Avada Kedavra, green light. Pain, not long, not dramatic, only the body opening. Only the fragment inside the scar tearing free as the curse found not Harry first, but the foreign dark thing that had lived in him since infancy and now, at last, had no external kin left to answer it. And then, nothing broke. Everything doubled. King's Cross waited white and impossible and not white at all. The station was there, yes. The bright polished cleanliness of the place after death always shone in British imagination. Arches, quiet, distant rails, the absurd, terrible piece of transit stripped of rush. But this was not the King's Cross of British magic alone. Harry Potter did not belong to only one threshold anymore, and death, like every other great system in his life, had finally stopped pretending otherwise. Beyond the shining platforms rose glass and light in elegant, impossible lines. The suggestion of Bernizana's skyline overlaid across railway air like a second exposure developed in the same frame. Silver rails met vibranium black bridge forms. Station benches curved with Wakandan geometry. Announcements flickered soundlessly in two scripts across nothing and everything. The white steam drifting under the roof sometimes smelled like coal and sometimes like summer rain on the great mound. Harry stood barefoot between worlds. Dumbledore waited first. Of course he did. The old man stood beside a bench that was perhaps also a palace terrace if seen from the correct angle, blue eyes sad and steady, robes carrying both train platform light and something like ancestral dusk along the hem. Not far from him, equally unmistakable, stood Tchalla. He wore no crown. He did not need one. Black and silver, hands clasped loosely behind his back, gaze fixed on Harry with the sort of grave calm that had once negotiated a child out of Godric's Hollow, and now waited to see what the man-shaped boy had decided to do with the life bought since. They did not speak to each other. That was right. Dumbledore belonged to one current of Harry's inheritance, Tchalla to another, neither diminished by standing within sight of the other, neither required to merge for Harry to remain whole between them. Harry looked from one to the other and felt, absurdly, like laughing again. Even here the room had become a diplomatic arrangement. Dumbledore spoke first. "The Horcrux is gone." Harry touched his forehead. No scar pulse, no foreign answering ache. Only skin and memory and the strange, terrible lightness of a wound that had defined one's life suddenly ceasing to speak. "Yes," he said. Tchalla inclined his head once. "Good." Harry turned toward him. "That sounds smaller than it should." It is not the sort of victory one makes noise over before the rest of the work is done. That, too, sounded exactly like him. Dumbledore studied Harry for a moment and then said, "You may go on." Not must, not should, may, the choice, old and young and final, set down where Harry could touch it. T'Chaka said nothing immediately, then, quieter than Dumbledore and somehow heavier for it. "When you return as one who has already crossed a king's road." Harry looked at both men, at the impossible station city around them, at the meeting of train line and skyline, of polished white platform and Wakandan dusk-glass curve. He understood, perhaps more clearly than he ever had in life, that this was the truth of him set in architecture, Britain and Wakanda, Dumbledore and T'Chaka, magic and vibranium, death and continuation. No one here asked him to choose one cleanly and call the sacrifice maturity. That was mercy. That was love. That was the final lesson. Harry breathed once, twice, then looked at Dumbledore. "I think," he said, "I'm still needed." The old wizard's eyes brightened with grief and something like pride. "Yes," he said, "I believe you are." Harry turned to T'Chaka. The king's face did not soften, but his eyes did, and for T'Chaka that was enough to alter weather. "Then go," he said, "and make it mean something." The station brightened, the skyline deepened, the worlds held, and Harry Potter, twice made and not divided, chose life one more time. Harry returned to his body in the dark, not gently, not with the soft, cinematic mercy stories like to grant boys who had just chosen death for the sake of everyone else. He came back like something hitting water from below, pain first, weight second, breath third, then the forest, wet earth against his cheek, blood in his mouth, the smell of leaves crushed under too many boots. Somewhere above him, the old black ribs of the trees shifting against early dawn while Voldemort's followers stood around the place where they believed victory had finally arranged itself into a neat and satisfying shape. Harry did not move. He could not have yet, even if he had wanted to. The first thing he noticed was the absence. No answering wrongness in the scar, no second pulse beneath the pulse, no old foreign pressure at the base of thought. No shard inside him leaning toward violence and fear and ancient ruin like iron to a buried magnet. The Horcrux fragment was gone. That should have been relief. Instead it arrived as silence. Not emptiness, silence. The sort that follows years of someone whispering in the next room and then, one day, no longer being there at all. For one suspended second, Harry lay inside that silence and understood that the worst tenant of his life had finally been evicted. Then his beads woke, not the usual pulse, not a diagnostic flicker, not the simple warm reassurance of home answering through hidden circuitry. The Kimoyo line around his wrist went black gold under the dirt and blood, every bead dimming inward rather than outward, as though the light had turned private and deliberate and was now moving through him instead of into the world. Harry felt it, a pattern, not soul. Not resurrection magic. Something else. His own signature. Years of recorded spellwork, vital rhythm, magical contour, the structure of his field as Shuri had quietly, obsessively, guiltily mapped it across every battle, every training session, every surge of fear, every moment he had cast beyond exhaustion and come back anyway. The beads had remembered him. And now, because he had died and returned and crossed a threshold no one had fully trusted science to stand near, they released that memory back through him in one low, controlled pulse. Not enough to raise the dead. Enough to tell a living body how to be itself again. The effect moved from wrist to heart in absolute silence. A kinetic/magical wave. A reinforcement. A refusal to let his pattern dissolve at the edge of resurrection. Shuri, even half-conscious, Harry knew, of course she had done this. Of course she had built one final unsanctioned contingency into the line years ago, and then never told him because she had correctly calculated he would have objected on moral, strategic, and sibling authority grounds. The wave settled. His breathing steadied. His muscles remembered their own ownership. And 6,000 miles away, under the hidden sky of Berninzana, a black gold alert lit itself in Shuri's war lab so violently that 3 technicians stumbled back from their consoles before she got there. The display showed only one line, Failsafe core activated, pattern return confirmed. Shuri stared at it. For one pure impossible second, she did not move at all. Then she said, to the empty room and to every god she did not properly believe in, "You stubborn, magnificent idiot." Her hands were shaking. She hated that. She turned on the channel to Tchalla before emotion could slow function. "He's alive," she said. Across the line, in a command room half full of maps of Britain and half full of people too exhausted to be surprised by anything anymore, the king closed his eyes once, only once, then opened them again and said, very quietly, "Good." Shuri looked back at the readout, at the secret architecture she had designed when she was 13 and 2, frightened of losing him to wait for permission from anyone older, wiser, or less offended by impossible engineering. She had never told Hari, because the thing she had built was too close to blasphemy and too close to love, and perhaps, in the end, those had become the same category under enough pressure. The guilt arrived right beside the relief. Later, she thought. Later I will tell him. Later I will let him be furious. For now, he was alive. That was enough to keep the world standing for a few more minutes. In the forest, Voldemort was speaking. Harry heard it dimly at first, as one hears surf after concussion, sound arriving without hierarchy. The Dark Lord's voice moved through the clearing like triumph trained into diction. Around him, the Death Eaters breathed too loudly. Some were excited, some afraid. A few, Harry suspected, had followed Voldemort so long they no longer knew how to feel anything except proximity to his confidence and panic whenever that confidence was not available to borrow. "Harry Potter is dead." The words traveled outward, toward the castle, toward the defenders, toward Tchalla and McGonagall and Kingsley and Neville, and everyone else now bracing under the ruined walls of Hogwarts for whatever shape defeat would demand of them next. Harry stayed still while Narcissa Malfoy bent over him. Her perfume touched the mud and blood. Her hair brushed his sleeve. Her whisper reached only him. Is Draco alive? There, in the wrecked place between battle and choice, Harry almost laughed, even now, even here. Love, petty and absolute and maternal and private, still cutting sideways through the architecture of history. "Yes," Harry breathed. Narcissa withdrew. When she straightened and told Voldemort the lie that would keep the story moving, "He is dead." Harry understood that entire empires and wars and prophecies still had to pass through the simple, unspectacular gate of what people would do for their children. Then Hagrid's hands lifted him. That hurt. Not physically most, in memory, because Hagrid's arms had carried him from Godric's Hollow as an infant, and now carried him back to Hogwarts as a supposed corpse. The symmetry was indecent enough that Harry would have resented it if he'd had spare strength. Hagrid wept openly as he walked. Each step shook grief through his body. Harry lay still and let the giant's heartbreak carry him because there was no kinder way to do this, and because some lies can only be survived by trusting the people they wound. They emerged from the forest. Dawn had not fully taken the grounds yet. Smoke, curselight, and the pale beginnings of morning made the world look unfinished. The broken gates of Hogwarts stood ahead. Bodies and rubble and shattered stone marked the cost of the night in every direction. Wakandan fighters held line with Order members at the outer wall. The Royal Talon shadows still moved above the highlands like sharp weather refusing to leave the map. Voldemort's host came out behind Hagrid in a dark line, and the school saw Harry in the giant's arms. The sound that broke from the defenders was not one sound. It was dozens, hundreds. A whole castle's worth of refusal, disbelief, grief, rage, and the animal-tearing cry of people forced to look at the body of the person around whom they had built too much hope to know how to breathe without him. Harry heard Hermione somewhere. Ron too. Neville shouting. McGonagall's voice cutting order through the break. And beneath all of it, sharper than any other line, the one voice that did not shatter when it reached him. Hurry, Akoy, not because she felt less. Because she had always translated feeling into function faster than the rest of them, and would not stop now simply because the heart had every right to. Harry kept still. The march pushed through the gates into the ruined courtyard. Voldemort wanted witnesses, wanted capitulation staged properly, wanted the school, the nation, and the foreign army all to watch their center laid down like proof that history preferred him after all. He spoke again, offered surrender, promised mercy like tyrants always do when they have already forgotten the meaning of the word except as costume. Then something small and absolute changed in the field. The defenders did not break. Harry could not turn his head enough to see all of them, but he felt it through the air, the refusal holding. Hogwarts battered but upright. Wakandan ranks unbowed. Tchalla somewhere ahead not kneeling. McGonagall not kneeling. Neville not kneeling. Ron and Hermione, whatever their faces had become in this moment, not kneeling. It unsettled Voldemort, only a fraction. Enough. Then came another change. His curses began landing badly, not missing entirely. That would have been too clean and too visible. But the power in them slipped along defenders rather than taking hold with the force it should have. A shield line that ought to have shattered held for 3 seconds longer than mathematics allowed. One death. Eater's cutting hex hit Adora's armor and dispersed, as though the target had already been marked by a stronger sacrificial law. Harry felt it happen, and understood even before he fully returned to action. His walk into the forest had done what Lily's death had once done for him. He had given himself willingly for all of them. Hogwarts, the Order, Ron and Hermione, the teachers, the Wakandan front. Voldemort had taken his life in intent and thus lost the right to take theirs cleanly in the same field. Love again, not sentiment, law, good. Harry waited until the next blast of movement. Until Voldemort, angered by the refusal he could not quite name, ordered the final assault. Then he moved. The invisibility cloak came free under Hagrid's arms in one swift hidden motion. Harry rolled from the giant's grip into the shattered shadow of an overturned statue before anyone, but perhaps Tchalla and Okoye properly understood what had happened. Chaos reopened instantly. Defenders surged. Death Eaters cursed. The courtyard became battle again. And Harry, alive and unseen, began crossing the field back toward the people who had not surrendered. He found Ron and Hermione first in the smoke behind the broken fountain court. Hermione saw him before Ron did, at first only the movement, then the eyes, then the living, impossible fact of him. She made a sound so small it nearly killed him. Ron whipped around, saw Harry, and actually staggered backward into a half-collapsed column because for 1 second his body forgot every law except this was not allowed, and yet it was happening. Harry yanked off the cloak. No speech, no explanation first. Hermione collided with him at full force. Ron a heartbeat later. The three of them nearly went down together on broken stone and wet ash, and for a few seconds, no one cared how undignified it looked because war had already burned through most of the decorative lies around adulthood and friendship alike. Hermione's hands were at his face, shoulders, throat, checking and shaking and blessing and accusing all at once. "You absolute?" "Yes," Harry said. "Ron actually hit him once in the arm, not hard, hard enough." "I hate you," Ron said through a voice gone raw with relief. "No, you don't." "I do right now. That's fair." Hermione pulled back only enough to look him in the eyes, and in her face Harry saw every question she could not afford to ask in this minute, because the battle had reopened around them, and history did not care that explanation wanted its turn. "The fragment?" She asked. "Gone." Her eyes closed, opened again. Good. That was one part of the equation solved. Then a shadow fell over them, and Harry turned to find Okoye there, spear wet with someone else's blood. Armor scored, expression fixed into the severe calm of a woman who had spent the last 20 minutes holding a kingdom and a private terror inside the same ribcage without letting either impair her aim. She looked at Harry once, really looked, alive, standing whole enough. Only after that did she let herself exhale. "The king," she said, "would like to stop planning around your corpse now." Harry almost smiled. "That sounds reasonable." Come, no argument, no sentiment, a path through ruin. They cut toward the eastern breach where Tchalla held the joint line. The king stood amid broken battlements and the bodies of 2 Death Eaters who had made the mistake of believing royal armor meant ceremonial target. One gauntlet was split. Blood ran down the inside of one wrist and disappeared beneath the plating. His face was carved hard by battle light and command, and the effort of not looking toward the place where he had last seen Harry dead in Hagrid's arms. Then Harry stepped into view. Tchalla did not move for 1 second, not because he did not feel it, because kingship and brotherhood collided inside him, and both required control long enough for certainty. Harry said the simplest thing first. The fragments gone. Tchalla crossed the distance between them in 3 strides, not publicly kingly, not careful. He gripped Harry's shoulders with both hands and once more did what no throne had ever taken from him where Harry was concerned. He checked with his body before language. Bone, breath, eyes, presence. Only when satisfied that resurrection had not lied in some subtler, crueler way did he say, quiet and furious and relieved all at once, "You continue to make obedience extremely difficult." Harry laughed once helplessly, because there were moments when that was the only answer 2 brothers had left against the scale of what the world kept demanding of them. "We have a battle," Okoye said, that restored structure. Good, Tchalla stepped back. Kingship returned without burying love. He looked past Harry toward the center court, where Voldemort's forces were trying to regroup around the old arrogance that no one would actually keep fighting once the savior was known dead. "Then let us educate them," he said. The battle's last phase did not belong to one army. That was the point. Wakanda had not come to replace Hogwarts. Hogwarts had not bled all night merely to step aside once a better-equipped civilization arrived. The final victory had to be joint, or it would mean less than the dead had paid to make possible. So the field reoriented. McGonagall and Flitwick anchored the north corridors with Hogwarts stone and British spellwork at its most furious and least bureaucratic. Kingsley and the Order held the southern approach. Dora Milaje units cut the Death Eater center into isolated clusters and forced them to fight without numerical comfort. Talon passes overhead stripped away giant support and shattered concentration at exactly the wrong second for Voldemort's inner ring. House elves, utterly beyond diplomacy now, stabbed ankles with historic commitment. And Harry moved toward the middle, not because prophecy demanded center stage. Because Voldemort did. The Dark Lord had realized something was wrong. Harry could see it in the man's face now across curse fire and smoke. Not merely that the school still resisted, that the one death meant to close the shape of the war had somehow failed to hold. Voldemort's eyes found him. Living, moving, coming. For the first time that night the certainty in the red gaze cracked. Harry stepped out into the ruined courtyard proper as the battle bent around the recognition. "Tom," he said, the name carried, it always did. More wounding than a curse to a man who had spent his whole life cutting pieces off himself to avoid ordinary humanity. Everything slowed. Not the war entirely, only the attention in it. Spells fell back from immediate exchange as both sides realized, with that deep instinct people have for moments history will later pretend arrived more cleanly than they do, that the center had just entered the room. Voldemort stared at him. "You," he whispered. Harry felt the beads warm. Not with the old foreign resonance, gone now, blessedly gone, but with the hidden core Shuri had built and the years of recorded selfhood stored there. The line pulsed gold under soot and blood. "Yes," Harry said. He was tired, profoundly, bone-deep. Human in the full returning sense now, without the herb's old royal edge carrying his body farther than pain should have allowed. Every movement after the forest had been earned. Every breath had weight. Good, let it be him then, only him, not the shard, not the enhancement. Not the myth others preferred, Harry Potter, twice made, still standing. "You died," Voldemort said. "No," Harry answered. "The piece of you inside me did." A visible tremor ran through the Death Eater line because they heard the implication. Because some among them had known more of Horcruxes than others, and did not enjoy what that sentence did to the room. Voldemort's face went very still. Harry continued, voice clear enough to reach the battlements and the broken stairwells, and everyone still breathing in the school's last open court. You've been living on fragments, Tom, on theft, on things cut out and hidden because you mistook breaking yourself for mastery. He took one step forward. They're gone now, all of them. The beads pulsed once. Ron, somewhere behind him, went very still. Hermione did too. Because they knew what came next, not in words, in shape. Voldemort's wand hand twitched. The elder wand beautiful, deadly, and never truly his. Harry saw that too and understood suddenly that the moment had split into two battles superimposed over one another, one visible, one legal in the language of wands. He thought of Dumbledore in the doubled King's Cross, of the old man's calm, of Draco on the tower disarming him before Snape's curse, of Malfoy Manor months earlier, when Harry had ripped Draco's hawthorn wand from his hand in the chaos of capture and escape, not knowing then that the theft had tugged a deeper line loose through magical allegiance. The elder wand had followed mastery, not murder. And Voldemort, for all his obsession with death, had never properly understood that. Harry lifted his own wand. The hawthorn wand was tucked at his belt where he had kept it through months of movement and war, half trophy, half practical spare. He did not need to draw it now. The knowledge was enough. Before you try again, Harry said, you should understand why the wand keeps failing you. Voldemort's lip curled. It does not fail me. It killed Snape because you told it to. That isn't the same thing. Around them, even battle held back further. Death Eaters listening despite themselves, defenders too, the castle wanting this witnessed. Harry spoke into that silence. Dumbledore planned his own death. Draco disarmed him on the tower before Snape cast the curse. The wand went to Draco, and I took Draco's wand from him. He looked at the elder wand in Voldemort's hand. It's never answered to you. For the first time, actual fear entered Voldemort's face. Small, hideous, human. The great lie of his life had always been that fear made him less human by scale. It did not. It only made him more nakedly so. Voldemort raised the elder wand anyway. Of course he did. Men like him do not stop when told truth. They only speed up, hoping action can outshout reality. Harry felt the moment crystallize. No scar fragment, no horcruxes outside the body, no more anchors. Only a man, however powerful, stripped at last of the hidden architecture that had let him keep pretending death was for other people. Harry drew breath. The beads lit full gold. Shuri's hidden core answered. Wakandan vibranium memory, ancestral alignment. Primordial casting older than ministries and their incantation fetish. Everything he had learned from two worlds and every person who had ever refused to let him be halved into something more convenient for their narrative. Voldemort screamed, Avada Kedavra. And Harry did not cast death back. He had never once used the killing curse. He would not begin now. Instead he reached. No words. The most powerful spells in Wakandan tradition had never needed them. Words were useful for teaching, for framing, for carrying structure into other people's hands. But at the highest level, there remained only intent pure enough to move reality without translation. Harry's intention was simple enough to survive every system involved. No more theft, no more anchors, no more lies pretending to be life. He let that go through the elder wand not as attack, but as return. The wand tore itself free from Voldemort's hand in mid-curse and flew to Harry's with a sound like the whole battlefield inhaling. At the same instant, the gold-black pulse from his beads struck outward through the air, not at flesh, but through magical field, through the last stains of Horcrux residue still clinging to Voldemort's soul shape, through every false seam by which he had kept himself artificially extended past human ending. Harry's unnamed spell did not kill him. It stripped away the last places where death had been cheated. And because every fragment was already gone, because Nagini lay dead in Albania, and the diary screamed only in memory, and the scar was now merely scar, Voldemort's own killing curse rebounded into a field with nowhere left to displace its consequence. Green light snapped backward. For one impossibly clear second, Harry saw Tom Riddle exactly as he had always been beneath every horror story exaggeration and every self-authored mythology. A man, afraid, too late. Then the curse hit. Voldemort died fully. No explosion, no mythic disintegration into weather. No grand Dark Lord optics generous enough to flatter his self-image at the end. His body fell like any other man's body when life leaves it, and nothing stolen remains to argue. The Elder Wand settled warm and certain into Harry's hand. Silence crashed across the courtyard. A war can end that way sometimes, not all at once emotionally, only structurally, 1 second full of spellfire and fear and inherited terror. The next with the central will gone and everyone else forced to discover what shape they actually possessed without it. Death Eaters broke first. Some dropped wands, some ran, some froze because imagination had never extended past the scenario in which Voldemort remained there to tell them what their fear meant. The defenders, British and Wakandan alike, moved at once, not for glory, for containment. For the living, Harry did not. He stood in the ruined courtyard of a school he had attended only 6 years, and a country that had never raised him, and held the Elder Wand while the beads at his wrist burned gold through ash and blood, and the enormous exhausted truth of the world finally turning its face back toward ordinary. Mortality. Then his knees buckled. Tchalla reached him first, not because no one else was fast enough, because brothers learn the shape of certain falls. The king caught him under one shoulder as the Elder Wand dipped but did not strike stone. Akoy arrived on the other side. Hermione and Ron were seconds behind, all 3 of them saying his name at once in different tones that somehow together formed the only answer worth having after the end of a war. Harry laughed once. It came out wrecked. "Did it work?" he asked. Ron stared at him in outrage. "Did it, mate? He's dead." Hermione had both hands on Harry's face and looked half ready to cry and half ready to murder him for asking such a stupid question immediately after saving the world again. "Yes," she said. "It worked. Good." That was enough for the body, apparently, because he let his head fall briefly against T'Challa's shoulder and closed his eyes while the battle's last motions finished around him. Not gone, not unconscious, only profoundly tired. The kind of tired people are when the hard thing is finally over, and the nervous system has not yet agreed to believe it. The first person to say the truth aloud over the secure line was Shuri, not a general, not a king, not Dumbledore's surviving colleagues, not some ministry official who would later try to draft victory into bureaucratic forms it did not deserve. Shuri's channel burst into full audio in the half-ruined infirmary chamber, where they had finally forced Harry to lie down. She did not begin with hello. She did not begin with "Are you all right?" because she could see his vital line through the bead core, and because Shuri had always believed certain stupid questions wasted crisis bandwidth. Instead she said, voice shaking in a way she would later deny under torture, "You impossible, selfish, glorious moron, you activated the core." Harry, flat on a transfigured field, caught with bandages on one shoulder and dried blood still at one temple, blinked slowly at the ceiling. "Hello to you too." The projection lit at the foot of the bed. Shuri appeared, hair wild, face pale from sleeplessness, eyes bright with relief and guilt so thoroughly braided together they had become a new chemical state. T'Challa stepped into frame behind her, Ramonda after him. Akoy was already in the room. Hermione and Ron sat on overturned crates nearby like children who had survived too much and now refused to be removed from the radius of proof. Harry looked at Shuri. "You built it," he said, not accusation, not yet, just statement. Shuri lifted her chin with the air of a defendant who had long ago prepared every possible argument and now discovered none of them felt quite good enough. "Yes." When I was 13. Ron choked. Hermione shut her eyes. T'Challa pinched the bridge of his nose because apparently even kings were not immune to sibling fatigue. Harry stared at the projection. "You were 13. "I was right," Shuri snapped immediately, which was perhaps not the most innocent available response, but was, tragically, the most Shuri one. She took a breath, tried again. I built a dead pattern failsafe into the vibranium core after the chamber and finished the resurrection threshold model after the graveyard. Her voice dropped, the scientist finally giving way to the sister underneath. I never intended it to replace magic. Only to remember you if magic and death ever left the body uncertain how to come back correctly. The room went very still. Harry looked at the beads on his wrist, at the line that had been with him through Britain and Wakanda, and school and caves and forests and death itself now, then back to her. You kept that from me? Yes, because you knew I'd object. Yes, because it was dangerous. Yes, because it was brilliant. Shuri's face changed. Relief hit it sideways and awkwardly enough that she nearly looked younger instead of older for the first time in years. Yes, she said very quietly. Harry let the silence sit, then nodded once. All right, she stared, again. What do you mean all right? Harry smiled, tired enough that the motion barely made it to his mouth. I mean if I spend the next 3 hours explaining why that was ethically catastrophic, tactically irresponsible, emotionally manipulative, and exactly the sort of thing only my sister would do, I'll have to admit I'm glad you did it. He glanced toward Ron and Hermione. And they'll never let me recover from the loss of authority. Ron looked delighted. Too late! Hermione actually laughed, a small shocked laugh, like the body had found the sound lying under rubble and wasn't quite sure yet whether it still belonged to the living. Shuri covered her eyes with one hand. When it came away, her face was wet. Ramonda, behind her, rested one hand on her daughter's shoulder and said nothing at all. That was enough to make the whole moment hurt properly. Harry touched the beads once, warm, still his, still home, still outrageous. Thank you, he said. Shuri's mouth trembled once around the shape of a retort she could not quite produce. Then Tchalla stepped closer to the projection. The war is over, he said. Harry looked at him. No, he answered. The king's eyes sharpened. Good, he knew what Harry meant. Voldemort is dead, Harry said. That's not the same thing. Ron groaned softly. He wins and still gives homework. Hermione said, he's right. Of course she did, because Voldemort's death ended the central tyrant. It did not rebuild Britain, unteach blood supremacy, restore the dead, unwrite ministry cowardice, or solve the simple catastrophic fact that the wider magical world had now seen Wakanda in battle and would never again be able to honestly pretend Europe was the whole map. That belonged to the next chapter. For now, in the half-broken room at dawn, Harry let himself remain still while the others held the shape, alive, exhausted, victorious in the narrowest and therefore truest sense. The war's center was done. The aftermath had only just begun. Harry turned his head toward the shattered window. Outside, the Hogwarts grounds steamed under morning light. Smoke curled from broken stone. Witches and wizards and warriors moved among the fallen. Somewhere in the lower courtyard people were already covering bodies. Somewhere else children who had become soldiers overnight were beginning, in shocked little clumps, to become children again because the permission had finally returned. In his hand the elder wand lay quiet. At his wrist the Kimoyo beads glowed faint gold. Between them, British legacy and Wakandan future, old magic and living metal, death answered and life reclaimed. Harry Potter understood once more the thing the whole story had been trying to teach him since Godric's Hollow and Burn in Zana and Platform 9 3/4 and the mirror and the plane and the graveyard and the tower and the forest. He had never needed to choose between the parts of himself, only to survive long enough to make them answer together. The war ended in the way wars usually do, not with one neat sunrise, not with a speech large enough to contain the dead. Not with the guilty suddenly becoming wise or the innocent suddenly being made whole because the right side had finally won. It ended in lists. Bodies identified, wands collected, letters written, trials scheduled, ruins measured, children located, curses catalogued. Names spoken aloud by the living because silence would have been a second burial. And no one who had made it through that final night had any appetite left for respectable cowardice. Britain spent the first month after Voldemort's fall doing what Britain always did when history proved it smaller than it had described itself. It argued over language, not only whether there had truly been a war. That, after Hogwarts, even the Ministry had lost the nerve to deny outright. But what to call everything else? Occupation, complicity, institutional failure, blood law corruption, the educational negligence that had allowed half the country's children to become frontline fighters before most of its adults admitted the shape of the danger. The Ministry wanted recovery. The Prophet wanted reconciliation. The surviving Death Eaters, where possible, wanted misunderstanding, coercion, or the old favorite, complex family circumstances. Wakanda wanted none of those words. That became clear the first time the Provisional British Magical Council requested, through extremely careful channels, that the Wakandan throne consider delaying any formal statement regarding its wartime role until European governance had stabilized enough to receive the matter gracefully. When the message was translated in Berninzana, Shuri laughed so hard she nearly dropped the tablet. Ramonda did not laugh at all. Tchalla read the note once, set it down, and said, "No." That was the public beginning, not an army, not a threat, a refusal. Because, for all Britain's discomfort, the world had already seen what it had spent centuries pretending not to imagine. Hogwarts standing because its defenders chose not to yield, and Wakanda choosing, at the final hour, that love and justice outranked isolation. The old hidden balance could not be restored simply because Europe found the new truth inconvenient to its paperwork. Harry recovered in phases. The first phase was bodily and unromantic, sleep that came too hard and then not at all, hands that still shook after long stretches of stillness, a shoulder that healed correctly but ached whenever Scottish rain touched the castle stones, the slow, humiliating fact of his strength having changed shape for good. Without the heart-shaped herb's full old enhancement, and without the Horcrux shard, his body felt cleaner and weaker at once. Not broken, not diminished into helplessness, but undeniably, honestly, human in ways it had not been since childhood. He tired sooner, bled normally, needed food and rest with a simplicity that no longer allowed pride to pretend otherwise. Shuri took this very badly, not in public, never in public. In public, she approached his scan readings with increasingly precise contempt for biology, British medicine, and metaphysics alike. In private, she hovered in the lab with the ferocious guilt of a genius who had built one miracle, failed to build a second, and now found herself forced to let ordinary healing do the work because even her genius had limits. Harry, who by now understood that limits offended her more than most enemies, learned to let her fuss with the bead line without commenting every time she recalibrated it, as though his pulse personally owed her cleaner data. "You are recovering inconsistently," she announced one afternoon in the Great Mound Medical Suite while blue-gold projections turned slowly above his wrist. "That sounds like a polite insult. It is a precise one. Am I dying?" Shuri glared at him so hard the display briefly auto-dimmed. "No," she snapped. "You are healing like someone who survived ritual death, final battle exertion, long-term soul contamination, and years of magical overstrain while refusing normal sleep patterns." Harry considered that. "When you say it like that, it sounds excessive." It was excessive. She tapped a line of data and softened, only by degrees. "You are also alive." That was the shape of care in her language. He had learned to hear it. The second phase of recovery was quieter, not the body, the after, Fred's absence in the rebuilt corridor, Remus and Tonks in every conversation that reached Teddy, and then tried not to. Cedric's name spoken now with honor instead of denial, which did not improve the fact of the grave, but at least ended the insult of official cowardice around it. Dumbledore's portrait taking its place in the headmaster's office and becoming, at once, more and less comforting than Harry had expected. He visited once in the autumn, not for strategy, not for guidance, only to stand in the office where he had broken things and learned truths and say, at last, what had not fit then. "You were right about some things," Harry told the portrait. Dumbledore looked at him over moon spectacles that no longer needed the body to make them irritatingly twinkly. And wrong about others, I suspect. Yes, the old man smiled faintly. That too sounds right. Harry exhaled through his nose. I still haven't decided if I forgive you. Dumbledore's painted face grew quiet. That, he said gently, is not a decision you owe speed to. Good. That made the room bearable again. The third phase of recovery belonged not to Britain at all, but to the space between Britain and Wakanda, where Harry had always actually lived. Because once the war ended, once Voldemort's body had been buried as unceremoniously as history allowed, and the trials began, and the Ministry realized that every conversation about rebuilding Britain now also had to account for the existence of a magical superpower it had never successfully classified. One question remained in every room Harry entered. What now? Not for the Ministry, not for the ICW, for him. That answer came in Zana under a sky warm with late evening, and a city still learning how to hold pride and grief in the same hand. Harry stood beside Tchalla on a western palace terrace, while the lower transit lines burned gold into dusk, and the last after-rain light made the vibranium architecture look almost liquid. Below them, Wakanda moved alive and unconcealed in the ways that mattered. Above them, the world waited. You could stay, Tchalla said. It was not the first time the possibility had been named. Only the first time it had been offered after the war as something other than refuge. Harry looked out over the city, the great mound rising beyond, the training terraces, the river lines. The sound of distant music and nearer engines and voices belonging to a country that had made him son long before it asked anything useful of him in return. Yes, he said. Tchalla folded his hands behind his back. And, Harry smiled slightly, and that isn't the same thing as what comes next. The king turned his head a fraction, inviting continuation. Harry took his time. This mattered enough to be shaped properly. I don't want a throne, he said. Good, Tchalla replied. It would be awkward. Harry laughed, then sobered. I was never meant to be your heir. No. You were always the king. Yes. That isn't less because I belong here. At that, Tchalla looked at him fully. There were things between them no speech ever quite covered: Godric's Hollow, the adoption, the roof, the years of brotherhood, the war, the fact that both had now crossed through death in different ways and returned to duty because love had demanded it. No, the king said quietly. It is not less. Harry nodded once. What he wanted was not smaller than kingship, only different, not rule, connection, not the throne, the crossing point beside it. The wizarding world is broken, Harry said. Not only Britain, the whole structure. Isolation, blood hierarchy, magical nationalism, ecological waste, ministries pretending secrecy excuses stagnation. He looked out toward the dark horizon beyond which Europe sat still trying to decide whether Wakanda counted as marvel or threat. If Wakanda steps fully into it, that world changes. Not by war again, by architecture. One corner of T'Challa's mouth moved. There is the answer. Harry glanced over. You knew already, I suspected. That's annoying. That, said the king, is one of my functions. The decision, once spoken, felt less like choosing a road than finally naming the one he had been walking all along. He would not be king of Wakanda. He would not remain merely a British war hero either, to be trotted out in ministry halls and school ceremonies while lesser men rebuilt old structures in slightly less embarrassing colors. He would become something new, not because novelty was fashionable, because the world now required it. A bridge, the first Wakandan ambassador to the wizarding world. The phrase sounded almost administrative the first time it was written down. Then it passed through Shuri's hands and became 6 layers more dangerous. She redesigned the office structure before the diplomats had even finished arguing about whether such a position should technically exist. It needs research authority, she said, pacing before a floating model of the proposed intergovernmental framework. And infrastructure access, and independent ethical review, and field autonomy. Also, Britain shouldn't be allowed near the budget without supervision. Hermione, called in by secure channel and already buried in 5 stacks of international magical lore, said, "I've been saying that for months." "Yes," Shuri replied. "That is one of the reasons I tolerate you." Hermione was silent for a beat. Then, because war had burned away whatever social caution would once have made this exchange difficult, she said, "I'll accept that as affection." "It is affection," Ron muttered from the edge of the room while trying to turn 3 political diagrams into something Britain could actually read without tripping over its own categories. "For Shuri, that's practically a sonnet." That was how the post-war framework began, not cleanly, not elegantly in arguments. Hermione became, almost despite herself, the primary architect of the international magical cooperation proposal, because no one else alive had both the academic patience to make it structurally coherent and the rage to refuse the compromises men kept offering in the name of realism. She pulled from Wakandan governance where it fit: resource ethics, magical sustainability, long-range stewardship, cross-tribal consensus architecture, and stripped Britain's more embarrassing institutional assumptions down to load-bearing logic, and then kept only those bits. Harry worked beside her, not over her. Never that. He supplied the crossings. The places where British and Wakandan language meant apparently similar things, but hid radically different power structures underneath. The places where Europe called something tradition, and Wakanda, more honestly, called the same shape, habit old enough to mistake itself for virtue. Ron drew the diagrams. This was not trivial. It was, in some meetings, the difference between failure and reluctant comprehension. Because the first draft of the framework nearly gave half the ICW a collective headache, Hermione had written it like a weapon. Harry had refined it into a bridge. Ron took one look at both versions and said, "No wonder Europe keeps ruining itself. None of you use arrows properly." So he drew it. Supply chains, governing triangles, resource circles, reciprocal treaty lines, a cross-continental magical ecology model that made 3 different old ministers mutter, against their will, that perhaps the Weasley boy had a point after all. He did. He often did. That remained one of the war's most useful lessons. Neville Longbottom grew exactly the way Professor Sprout once suspected he might, and exactly the way Harry always knew he would once someone had taught him he did not have to apologize for taking up ground. It did not happen quickly. That was part of the dignity of it. Neville did not wake the morning after the Battle of Hogwarts transformed into a future professor simply because narrative would have liked symmetry. He worked, studied, traveled between greenhouses in Britain, and controlled botanical zones in Wakanda, with the shy fervor of a man falling fully in love with an intellectual field broad enough to deserve his seriousness. By the time he was offered the herbology chair at Hogwarts within the decade, no one who had watched him build toward it was surprised at all. His first published paper, dense, brilliant, and very nearly unreadable to anyone who did not actually care about magical plants beyond whether they could be turned into ingredients, was on the cross-cultural synthesis of African and European medicinal botanicals under post-war restoration conditions. The dedication sat on the first page in simple print for Harry Potter, who taught me to stop treating green things like they needed my permission to grow. When Harry read it in the ambassador's study years later, he laughed so hard Shuri looked up from across the table and demanded to know whether Neville had finally committed an act of scholarly treason she could admire. Akoy received 2 honors that year. The first was Wakandan and therefore mattered. The second was British and therefore had paperwork attached. The ceremony in Bern-in-Zana took place in the lower state court under a ceiling of black glass panther forms and old gold light. No international press. No British officials. No attempt to turn what she had done into digestible legend. The throne honored her for service beyond command, for defense of prince and nation, for battle excellence across sovereign and foreign fields, and for refusing to mistake love for softness even once while raising a child asked too early to become a weapon against the dark. Ramonda placed the medal herself, Tchalla did not speak long because kings who know their warriors well rarely need many words to tell truth aloud. Akoi bowed her head, accepted, and rose. That was enough. The room understood. Weeks later, the British ministry, under leadership desperate to prove it could still recognize quality without first embarrassing itself into the effort, offered her the Order of Merlin, first class. The invitation was made with great care. The medal was polished. The speech draft contained the words "indispensable for an ally," which Shuri found both hilarious and offensive. Harry carried the formal offer to Akoi on the training terrace at dusk, where she was correcting a young Dora recruit's spear angles with the sort of patient severity that had shaped half his own childhood. "She wants you to accept it," Harry said when the recruit had been dismissed. Akoi took the parchment, read the ministry's carefully repaired humility, and handed it back. "No," Harry smiled faintly. "I assumed as much. They have not sorted out their issues." "That," he said, "is almost exactly how the invitation phrased it too, though with more decorative language." Akoi's mouth moved by almost nothing. "Tell them this," she said. "I accept recognition from nations that understand what they are recognizing. Britain is learning. Let it finish." So he did. The ministry, to its credit, did not argue. That counted as growth. There were other aftermaths. George learning how to laugh without Fred, and then doing it anyway, because refusing laughter would have insulted Fred more than any silence. Percy becoming useful in exactly the dry administrative ways that families spend years underestimating, until crisis makes such qualities holy. McGonagall taking the headmistress's office, and giving it the exact sort of severe dignity Hogwarts needed to remain a school, instead of calcifying into memorial architecture with homework attached. Hagrid carrying grief the way giants do, publicly, without elegance, and with a heart so enormous it made neatness look suspicious. And Britain, every day, slowly learning the fact Wakanda had arrived to teach whether invited or not. Survival did not make them right. It only gave them another chance to become less wrong. Harry stood beside Tchalla at the formal declaration to the International Confederation of Wizards, under 100 eyes that would rather have been watching a safer moment. The hall chosen for the announcement belonged to neither Britain nor Wakanda entirely. That had been deliberate. A neutral summit chamber in old North Africa, restored under joint magical agreements after the war, open to sky through protective enchantment and ringed by columns older than most current ministries. The symbolism annoyed Europe, which improved the day immediately. The ICW delegates were seated in arcs, Britain's representatives in uneasy dark robes and newer humility, France curious, Bulgaria wary, Scandinavia taking notes with the look of cultures quietly delighted whenever Europe's old center had to rearrange itself. African magical states, long half-erased in international forums by colonial convenience and deliberate blindness, now no longer willing to let Wakanda's revelation be treated as isolated novelty rather than structural indictment. Harry wore black and gold with the ambassador's mantle light at the shoulder and the Kimoyo line visible at his wrist because concealment had ended. Tchalla wore the throne, not literally, more completely than any crown. When they stepped together to the center of the chamber, the old power lines of the room shifted, not by magic first, by witness. The world saw them and had to reorder, not king and subordinate, not Europe's survivor displaying his exotic ally for applause, not Wakanda's monarch using a famous British hero as soft entry into international legitimacy. Two thrones, one purpose. Tchalla spoke first, not because Harry required framing, because the order mattered historically. "Wakanda," he said, voice carrying through the chamber with unhurried certainty, "has hidden itself from the magical world for the same reason it hid itself from the ordinary one, survival. We were not absent, we were refused. And when the world proved itself more interested in extraction than relationship, we exercised the right of a sovereign people to become difficult to reach." No one in the room moved. "Now," the king continued, "the world has changed. Or rather, it has finally been forced to see the cost of not changing sooner. We do not step forward to flatter your institutions with novelty. We step forward because the war in Britain made it plain that isolation can preserve dignity only until silence begins protecting the wrong things. That line struck exactly where it was meant to. Then Harry spoke. The ICW had expected eloquence, perhaps, a survivor's moral authority, a prince's new diplomatic polish. What they got instead was something Britain still never quite learned how to prepare itself for clarity. I was raised in Wakanda, Harry said. I was educated in Britain. I have buried people in both worlds. I have been loved by both worlds. And I am standing here because each of them taught me what the other could not survive alone. He looked across the hall, at the British table first. Then beyond it. The magical world you have built is old, proud, ingenious, and deeply compromised. It wastes power. It hoards knowledge. It confuses secrecy with wisdom and hierarchy with stability. It mistreats its children and then calls the survivors exceptional as though that excuses the structure that produced the wounds. There was nowhere in the room for discomfort to go. Good. Wakanda is not here to rescue you from yourselves, Harry said. We are here to remove your excuse that no better architecture exists. Hermione later said that line rewired half the chamber and the other half's nightmares. The declaration passed, not easily. Nothing worthwhile in politics ever does, but it passed. Wakanda formally ended its magical isolation. The ICW formally recognized it, and the world, deeply moved and deeply inconvenienced both, began the long, humiliating process of redrawing itself. Harry did not become king. That had never been his road. He became what the age required instead, ambassador, bridge. The man at the crossing point who had learned, through loss and war and two families, how not to let either world be diminished to make the other more comfortable. Sirius did not live to spend old age in Wakanda in the version of the story history received. That loss remained where war had left it. But his place at the royal table, when the family gathered and the evening ran longer than state dinners properly should, and Shuri mocked 3 different governments before dessert while T'Challa pretended not to enjoy it, was never untouched by him. There was always one story too reckless to sound like anyone but Sirius. One badly pronounced coarser phrase Harry still corrected automatically because the memory had earned persistence. One laugh in Harry's throat that came from James through Sirius, through survival itself. The dead do not always vanish cleanly from the rooms they helped make livable. That, too, counted as mercy. Years passed, not all at once, not peacefully every minute, but enough. Enough for treaties to become institutions. Enough for Hermione's framework to survive its first 3 sabotage attempts, and become, in revised and sharpened form, the new spine of international magical cooperation. Enough for Ron's diagrams to end up pinned in ministry offices, whose owners would die rather than publicly admit they found them useful. Enough for Hogwarts to teach cross-cultural magical history in a way that made half its older alumni deeply nervous, and the younger students much more dangerous in all the right ways. Enough for Harry's scar to fade. That was the strange thing. It did not vanish in one symbolic morning. It simply grew fainter year by year, until one day he caught his reflection in the black glass of a conference chamber and had to look twice to find it. He was 22 in the final dusk that mattered for this version of the story. The great mound stood warm beneath him, its black stone drinking sunset and giving it back in softened gold. Bernanzana spread below alive and glittering, the city not hidden now but still itself. Transport lines flowing like fire through water, towers holding sky, bridges carrying music and commerce and ordinary evening lives that had nothing at all to do with prophecy and were therefore, to Harry, among the holiest things he knew. He sat at the edge of the upper terrace, with his boots braced on stone still warm from day. Shuri sat beside him cross-legged, eating something spiced enough that she had refused to identify it on principle and narrating, without interruption and with complete confidence that he deserved all 17 points of it, her latest research agenda. And then, she said, waving the fork for emphasis, once the Malawi Lattice Group stops pretending their hydroresonance model is original when it's clearly just stolen from a better idea 3 conferences ago, I can finally scale the biocircuit healing mesh for continental deployment. Also, I'm redesigning British emergency portkeys because the current system is embarrassing. Harry looked out over the city, listened, let the voice wash over him like whether he trusted. You're planning a lot, he said. I am 22, Shuri answered, scandalized. If I'm not planning 17 impossibilities at once, something has gone wrong. Fair, Harry smiled. The tiredness in him now was not the old war tiredness, not body breaking under prophecy and grief and the cost of surviving too many thresholds. It was the human version, the honest version. The one people carry after the hard thing is finally over, and the life built afterward has become real enough to deserve ordinary fatigue. He lifted one hand and touched the scar on his forehead, faint now, fading, then he touched the Kimoyo bead at his wrist, warm. Below them, Berninzana glittered and moved and breathed. Across the world, Britain continued its noisy, imperfect attempt to become less disappointing. At Hogwarts, somewhere in the greenhouses, Neville Longbottom was almost certainly lecturing a terrified student on the moral importance of not underestimating root systems. In international chambers, Hermione was, at this very hour, probably out-arguing 3 ministers and 1 badly prepared council on the ethics of magical infrastructure sharing. Ron, if his latest letter could be trusted, was drawing flow maps for an interschool flu safety redesign, and had finally accepted that being the only person in a room who could explain the practical shape of genius still counted as genius. And Harry sat in Wakanda, not king, not exile, not half of anything, whole. Shuri nudged his shoulder with hers. You're doing the reflective silence thing again. I'm sitting. You're sitting reflectively. It's insufferable. That sounds like your problem. It often is, he laughed. The city shone below. The beads stayed warm. The scar did too, just a little. Not with pain, with memory. Harry looked west, where the sun was lowering into red-gold cloud, and thought, not for the first time, how many people had loved him across how many impossible crossings just so he could arrive here without apology. The boy who lived became the king who leads, not by taking T'Challa's throne, not by narrowing either world down until it fit the comfort of the other, but by standing at the crossing point between them and refusing to let either one be diminished. He had never had to choose. He never did. The sunset held. The city lived. And Harry Potter, ambassador, son, brother, bridge, sat at the edge of the great mound with warmth at his wrist and on his brow and understood at last that survival had not been the end of the story. It had only been the road that made this life possible.